Introduction. Chaosbringer Sig transcends into the realm of Game of Thrones. His arrival disrupts the inherent equilibrium of the world. He disregards the will of the Dark Lord Martin, intent on establishing a new order. Esteemed readers, prepare to appreciate a tale from a distinct perspective on power. Chapter 1. The White Walkers. Since they are all deceased, I propose we return now, proclaimed the elder Gary loudly, as if his volume could persuade the knave young noble to abandon his foolish notions. Of course, the final decision rests in your hands, my lord. Gary, a seasoned Night's Watch veteran in his 50s, had spent over 40 years at the Wall. Will, observing from the sidelines, delved into his memories of Gary and concluded that he ought to heed his counsel. Return? How do we explain that? Shall we tell them the wretched raiders perished on their own accord, and we fled upon witnessing their corpses? Who would believe such a tale? Sir Wyman Royce, an ostentatiously dressed young noble and the leader of their trio, interjected. The young knight shook his head. Listen here, mate, it's not that I doubt you, we must possess evidence. If these raiders are indeed dead, we need to articulate the cause of their demise. If necessary, bringing back a head or a severed limb would be far more convincing. As Sir Royce elaborated, he adjusted the saddle on his steed, a horse towering above the mounts of his companions. We'll observe the discordant exchange with a cold gaze. Rationally, Sir Royce appeared to possess the stronger argument, yet the instincts of a warrior told him that in such moments, the veteran's intuition held greater merit. Will, stop lingering there and share your thoughts. We've been meandering through this cursed ghostwood for 2 days. A storm is fast approaching. If we hesitate any longer, we might find ourselves trapped here for another week. I certainly do not wish to freeze to death in this forsaken place. Gary pulled Will into the conversation. Will felt no surprise after all. The demise of the raiders and their inexplicable dismemberment was precisely the report he had relayed. More accurately, it was the true Will who had reported it. Yet the Will of the present moment was no longer the same as he had been just moments before. Sir Royce's gaze swept over him. He could sense the disdain in the knight's eyes. This young man was rather handsome, yet his acerbic smile and perpetually upturned lips rendered him difficult to approach. In Will's memories, the past version of himself had harbored little fondness for this individual. Fine, let us investigate once more. Perhaps I misjudged. Will rasped. That manner of dismemberment is quite extraordinary, and I cannot resist the urge to verify it once again. As he spoke, he drew his dagger, casually brandishing it, the blade emitting a shrill whistle as it sliced through the air. Hey, what is wrong with you? Gary retreated 2 steps. Are you attempting to threaten a nobleman? Sir Royce feigned bravado, yet his recoiling form and pallid complexion betrayed his true feelings. Will concealed his face within the hood of his cloak. How could that be, my lord? His choice of words was respectful, yet his tone belied any semblance of reverence. I am merely responding to your suggestion. Perhaps we should investigate the raiders' camp. I might have been mistaken. Well, that is reassuring. Let's set off, Sir Royce said, his complexion pale. The trio divided their tasks, with Gary remaining behind to erect the tents. Sir Royce accompanied Will to the raiders' camp to ascertain the fate of the wild men. The knight rode a magnificent steed, while Will mounted his pack horse. The diminutive pack horse snorted nervously, but Will gently pressed his hand against its head, quickly calming it. My lord, I would suggest using a dagger. Your longsword may prove cumbersome. Spare me the chatter. If the wild men are indeed dead, the weapon I wield is of little consequence. They proceeded onward. The lofty steed, hindered by the branches of the trees, moved at a slower pace than the smaller pack horse, creating a greater disturbance. The consequences of such noise, should enemies lurk nearby, were dire. Will recalled his earlier visit to this location. Over an hour ago, he had ventured here and discovered the raiders' camp, littered with the remnants of the deceased. The revelation was shocking. An unknown peril loomed in the vicinity of the camp. A skilled fighter, Will's body was that of a scout, allowing him to move with remarkable agility, nearly soundless upon his horse. In contrast, Sir Royce appeared rather clumsy. Guiding the knight, they stumbled upon a stream nestled in a valley, prompting Will to dismount. Why have we halted? Sir Royce seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, struggling to maintain an air of authority, though his relaxed posture and heavy breath betrayed him. Will could easily discern the knight's discomfort. The horses must remain here. We shall proceed on foot. He did not seek the knight's input, for this was a realm where the untrained had no place. Very well. I hope you are correct. The knight reluctantly tethered his steed to a low tree far from the pack horse, despite the evident desire of both animals to congregate. Will drew his dagger, adopting a crouched, combat-ready stance. His lithe form glided through the thicket and brush. Sir Royce, clad in chainmail and an expensive fur coat, appeared grand in ordinary circumstances. Yet in this setting, he resembled a jester. He recalled his earlier visit, where he had first spotted the wild men's lookout in the sentinel tree before noticing the camp itself. Lowering himself as much as possible, he approached the lookout tree, its straight trunk blanketed in snow, showing no signs of recent activity. The lookout's corpse had vanished. He felt no surprise to him. It was merely a fragment of another's memory, and such discrepancies were to be expected. Will's movements were swift as he ascended, peering through the branches to behold the camp below. It lay barren, a vast expanse cloaked in white snow. There was nothing. The bodies were gone. Damn it. How did you manage to climb up there? Sir Royce gasped, standing breathlessly beneath the sentinel tree. There, the camp of the wildlings. Yet the bodies are nowhere to be found, Will indicated towards the campsite. Disregarding the thunderous clash of his sword against his chainmail, Sir Royce leaped into the snow, staggering toward the camp. Damn it. I knew there would be no death without reason. When we return, I shall have words with you for your deceit and negligence towards our mission. I will have Thorn the instructor dismantle your bones. Will paid little heed to Sir Royce's rebuke. He had far more pressing matters at hand. The shivers that coursed through him were not born of fear, but rather a primal instinct summoned by the anticipation of battle. As a once formidable weapon on the battlefield, he possessed an unparalleled intuition for danger, which heightened his awareness. Will stilled his breath, merging with the sentinel tree, becoming one with the great trunk. Sir Royce wandered through the desolate expanse, the camp a desolate canvas of snow. His movements appeared languid, even sheathing his sword once more after drawing it. The knight paused, undoubtedly sensing something amiss. Will observed as he drew his sword again, the cold moonlight reflecting a chilling gleam upon the blade. Sir Royce shifted uneasily, spinning rapidly as if performing a solitary act upon a stage, his demeanor both awkward and peculiar. Will had no desire to mock Sir Royce. He could sense the knight's impending peril, perhaps even more acutely than the knight himself. Before Sir Royce loomed a skeletal figure. Its skinner was at armor, glimmering faintly in the ambient light, a towering creature of a different kind. In its grasp, a slender, crystal sword shimmered with an unsettling glow. White, Sir Royce stammered, trembling as he named the creature. Will regarded the knight with newfound respect. In such dire circumstances, maintaining composure without succumbing to madness or fleeing in terror spoke volumes of the warrior's blood that coursed through Sir Royce's veins. Will, come quickly. I need your assistance. The knight exhaled, a heavy mist escaping his lips as he confronted the wight with his sword held aloft. Will remained motionless in the sentinel tree. He felt no fear. He simply refrained from descending to assist. It was not animosity towards the knight that held him back, but rather an understanding that he should not and was not permitted to interfere in this world's conflict. Perched upon the tree branch, he pulled back his cloak, revealing a gaunt visage. In an instant, the rugged image of a northern man crumbled away. His skin flaked away in patches, and his form diminished significantly. What had once been flesh transformed into gray dust, cascading down and vanishing into ash before touching the snow. Before long, the figure perched upon the sentinel tree was no longer the night watchman scout, Will, but rather a lithe maiden of ethereal grace. Her form was more delicate than the slender Will, her soft brown hair coiled elegantly at the nape of her neck. Her sapphire-like eyes sparkled with brilliance in the darkness. If her eyes were the most enchanting aspect of her being, her hands evoked an indescribable feeling, one of an entirely different nature. Her arms, rather than being composed of flesh, were fashioned from a chilling, dark-hued metal. The young lady perched upon the branches of a sentinel tree, gazing down upon the fierce battle between Sir Royce and the White Walkers. The Night's Watch scout, known as Will, had vanished entirely, as though he had never existed at all. Chapter 2. Westeros. Across the narrow sea lies the free trade city of Pentos. It is a place where the cultures of both shores converge, imbued with an exotic charm. The governor of Pentos, Illyrio Mopatis, is a man of mercenary origins, possessing both immense wealth and considerable power. Viserys and his sister, Daenerys Targaryen, find themselves residing in Illyrio's opulent mansion. Amidst the reflections of the manor's scenic lake, a striking figure stands a man with silver hair and violet eyes, whose beauty sets him apart from the ordinary. He gazes at his own reflection with a scrutinizing glance. A bitter, ungrateful wretch, somewhat deranged, it is no wonder he lost the entire kingdom. He murmurs to himself, "Oh, noble Dragon King, Your beauty is rarely seen in this world. The Targaryen lineage shines so brilliantly that even a commoner like me dares not meet your gaze. A greasy voice accompanies the figure, whose appearance suggests he is perpetually dripping with oil. Who else could he be but Illyrio Mopatis? A dragon king? I would have thought the world referred to me as the beggar king. Viserys retorts with a mocking tone. How could that be? You are undoubtedly the esteemed son of my lord, the dragon king. The governor stammers, momentarily flustered by the unexpected response, but he quickly regains his composure. The idle chatter of the common folk should not trouble your grace. It does not trouble me. Viserys casually waves his hand. In fact, I find their description rather accurate. My circumstances bear no distinction from those of a beggar. Illyrio's expression betrays a moment of choking dismay. Viserys, feeling a sense of ennui, shrugs his shoulders. So, dear governor, what prompts your late-night visit? Do you have counsel to offer? He interjects before Illyrio can respond, a mischievous glint in his eye. Or perhaps you can no longer endure my presence, and have decided to seize my naturally exquisite sister. The governor's brow involuntarily twitches, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. Illyrio deftly conceals his discomposure with a gesture of wiping sweat from his brow. Uyist, my lord, I have come to seek your consent. The leader of the largest Khalasar on the plains, called Drogo, has taken an interest in your sister, he said, rubbing his hands together, as if peddling wares. I have already initiated preliminary discussions, and he has agreed that as long as your sister pleases him, he is willing to march his forces to help you reclaim your crown. Viserys squints, for he is not truly a prince of House Targaryen, but rather something else entirely. The inaccuracies in the governor's words do not escape his keen ears. He refrains from stating the obvious, choosing instead to remain aloof regarding the unfolding situation. After all, in this world, even with the assistance of grand trends, many matters progress at their own pace, and he possesses ample time to rectify any undesirable outcomes. Viserys adopted an indifferent demeanor, casually stating, "You may take care of this matter as long as it comes to fruition. I shall certainly express my gratitude in due course." His dismissive words slipped from his lips as his thoughts wandered elsewhere. After bidding farewell to the bothersome governor, he feigned a leisurely stroll, his mind drifting to the distant north, where a minor skirmish was unfolding. The Night's Watch at the Wall encountered the fabled White Walkers. Violet? He sensed an anomaly and immediately sent forth an inquiry. Why abandon the disguise? Are the White Walkers formidable adversaries? As he spoke, he activated a certain ability, perceiving all that Violet beheld. She crouched atop a sturdy branch of a grand tree, surveying the battle transpiring in the clearing below. A warrior clad in black was engaged in a desperate struggle, beset by bizarre beings launching their assault. Surrounding the fray, a host of lifeless entities silently encircled them. Major, I have told you countless times, I am not a major. Call me Sig, or by the name of this world. Viserys will suffice, Sig interjected. Very well, Sig. I must discard the disguise. Those entities below Violet describe the monsters in a tone of perplexity. If we maintain the black-clad warrior's guise, I cannot be certain it will deceive them. Temporarily relinquish control of your body to me. Violet's petite form trembled, her expression suddenly transforming into one of profound awareness. Sig seized control of Violet's body, experiencing the world through her senses. A biting chill enveloped him. Amid the clash of weaponry, the pained cries of the black-clad warrior echoed. Sig observed the warrior's ornate attire, noting the peculiar serrated break in the sword he wielded. The remaining segment of the gleaming steel sword shattered inexplicably into two pieces. The black-clad warrior stared in disbelief as the front half of the broken sword embedded itself in the snow. A White Walker descended beside the warrior, raising a slender crystal sword and striking with swift ferocity. The warrior emitted an inhuman howl, having lost his left leg. Vivid crimson blood starkly contrasted against the white snow. The surrounding monsters surged forward, and soon the black-clad warrior was reduced to mere fragments. Sig noticed a pair of deep blue eyes directed towards him. We've been discovered. Avoid engaging the White Walkers and retreat immediately. Having issued the command, Sig relinquished control of Violet's body and returned to Viserys. In a garden adorned with southern charm, amidst flickering lights and the incessant chirping of insects, it was hard to fathom that, at that very moment, a massacre was occurring in the north, all part of the same world. My lord, here's the gown prepared by the governor. Please take a look. A burly servant presented a silk dress intended for women, and Sig casually glanced at the garment. He initially intended for the servant to deliver it, but then reconsidered it was time to meet his sister in this world. Daenerys Targaryen, his sister, also known as the Stormborn, was a princess of the Targaryen dynasty. From Viserys' memories, he unearthed information about his sister. Upon encountering her, Sig was still astonished by how beautiful a woman could be. She was petite, possessing the same silvery golden hair and violet eyes as he did. Under his gaze, Daenerys resembled a startled creature, lowering her head in a state of helplessness. He took a moment to ponder the relationship between the brother and sister, realizing that Viserys was not only an incompetent sibling, but also exhibited tendencies of mistreating his sister, which explained the terror evident in the eyes of the young beauty upon seeing him. In the past, Viserys had often bullied his delicate sister under the pretext of awakening the sleeping dragon's wrath. Sig naturally harbored no such inclinations, however. He could not afford to alter his demeanor too drastically, lest he arouse unnecessary suspicion. He purposely adopted a stern expression, asking, "Are you prepared for your impending marriage?" He deliberately tossed the gown onto Daenerys' face with a rough attitude. The two waiting handmaidens retreated to a safe distance. The young girl anxiously accepted the gown, terrified of damaging the expensive fabric. "Tried on the material is quite fine," Sig snapped. Daenerys hesitated, her fingers brushing over the gown. Sig deliberated whether to adopt a scolding tone to mirror Viserys' usual behavior. Brother Daenerys inhaled deeply, as if making a momentous decision. "You once told me that the blood of House Targaryen is the pure Valyrian gold, not to be tainted by foreign impurities. We Targaryens are all intermarried. Why must I be wed to a barbarian from the plains?" Faced with the brink of tears on her countenance, Sig found it increasingly difficult to maintain the guise of the cruel brother. He had endured countless trials and witnessed scenes of unfathomable brutality. Even the powers of demons and angels seemed trivial before him, yet he was utterly powerless against the tears of a woman. He sighed and stepped closer, gently tousling the girl's long hair. Danny, you are a grown child now. There are certain truths that must be clarified." He noticed her body tense, likely fearing he might strike her. The so-called Valyrian sacred blood is of little consequence. The notion of intermarriage within the family is nothing but folly, and it is precisely this that has led to the decline of House Targaryen. Brother Daenerys' eyes widened in fear. Sig sought to recall the memories belonging to Viserys. Our father, known as the Mad King, saw the great dynasty perish in his reign. He observed her trembling form, hoping his words would not shatter her worldview beyond repair. "I will not marry you, although the barbarian call may not be the ideal choice. He would undoubtedly provide you with more happiness than a union with me. Is it not true that you are selling me to secure the army of the plainsmen?" Tears shimmered in Daenerys' eyes. "How could that be?" Sig endeavored to soften his gaze. "The fall of a dynasty pales in comparison to your happiness." Warm liquid began to trickle from her large violet eyes. He caressed her cheek, feeling the warmth emanating from her, while also sensing the latent power within her. It was a fierce and uncontrollable heat of energy.
Chapter 3. The Chaotic One. Sig departing from the humble abode of his sister, Sig strolled alone along the pristine white sands of the estate. Unlike Violet, who clung to her original form with unwavering determination, he bore no such inclination to revert to his former self. In truth, he had long forgotten his original visage, rendering any desire for transformation futile. Violet was a girl he had discovered in another realm, exploited as a weapon due to her remarkable combat prowess. The poor child lost her arms in the ravages of war, subsequently discarded by those who once wielded her. Sig rescued her, much like one would a stray dog, and she had since referred to him as Major, a title reflective of his identity when he first encountered her. With each temporal voyage, Violet would lose a significant portion of her memories, retaining only her instinct for battle and an unwavering fixation on his name. The sapphire-like brilliance of her eyes stirred in him an inexplicable emotion, compelling him to keep her by his side despite the burden she represented. Sig was a being of chaos, neither human, divine, nor demonic, feared by both the overseers and destroyers of worlds. He had forgotten his origins and initial purpose. Yet he was aware of his boundless power, rivaling the resilience of an apostle. He traversed different realms, existing in place of another, witnessing countless cycles and experiencing innumerable worlds. He could not fathom why deities would create such infinite loops, yet through his experiences, he gradually sensed the malevolence of the divine. After countless years, he had lost sight of his original aim but clung fiercely to the desire to shatter the cycles of each world. Perhaps one day, he would succeed in dismantling all loops, thereby unveiling the entrance to a hidden paradise. He yearned to confront the true deities and raise his middle finger in defiance. Even if it meant facing obliteration of his very essence, better that than to endure an existence that was neither alive nor dead. The myriad worlds Sig had traversed were diverse and harrowing. Some had witnessed humanity's demise, leaving only sub-civilizations to endure, a realm known as the mechanical epoch. Others featured a stark opposition between gods and humanity, with apostles dispatched to annihilate mankind. In yet other worlds, apostles were revered as progenitors, traversing various historical epochs to rectify the errors of the world as essence, and in certain realms, human society had advanced to extraordinary heights, with individuals gradually forsaking their organic forms in favor of biomechanical bodies and digital existence in a hyperinformation world. Regardless of the nature of these worlds, whether humanity was strong or weak, and irrespective of the gods' external manifestations, all ultimately succumbed to an endless cycle, timeless and unending. This was the true visage of hell. Sig was an anomaly, more precisely defined as an aberration. In a nightmarish world resembling purgatory, he had wrought devastation upon countless foes, prompting even the demon lord of that realm to unify the world's forces in a bid to expel him. He accepted a gift from an apostle named Lilith, receiving the fruit of life, which bestowed upon him a resilience akin to that of the apostles. Between the myriad timelines and worlds, his followers crafted for him the regulator armor, a treasure revered as a holy artifact. In a certain realm, he acquired the extraordinary ability to perceive death. He could witness the demise of any entity. With a mere flick of his dagger, he could sever any object. His very existence embodied the anomalous, warping the laws of the universe around him. He possessed the power to usurp the vision of anyone in the world and even exert control over the bodies of some beings to act on his behalf. He was deemed invincible, at least in the myriad worlds he had traversed. Yet, he was not omnipotent. For instance, the cycle of the world he yearned to shatter could not be dismantled through sheer brute force. Upon realizing this, Sig began to temper his ferocity and cruelty, seeking allies instead, employing cunning to disrupt the seemingly unbreakable cycle. He shattered countless loops, guiding diverse worlds back onto their rightful paths. He remained uncertain of when this endeavor would reach its conclusion. Yet he was resolute that one day he would ultimately break the last prison of infinite cycles and confront the mischievous jester lurking behind it all. The sea breeze stirred, carrying the stench of decay in the humid air. The governor's mansion buzzed with activity, as preparations for the impending Dothraki-style wedding consumed considerable resources. However, when weighed against the potential benefits to be gained, these expenditures were trifling. The security of trade routes and the prospect of intervening in the domestic affairs of the Seven Kingdoms offered unimaginable advantages. Regrettably, the knowledge of Viserys was lamentably scant, preventing Sig from gleaning more advantageous insights from his memories. Violet! He called upon his sole subordinate from miles away. Had she evaded the White Walkers? A heavy breath echoed from her end, more troublesome than anticipated. The Whites possessed strength akin to zombies, unperturbed by injury or death. The White Walkers moved with an unsettling grace, their attacks imbued with a certain arcane quality. Sig had no desire to linger in battle, remaining oblivious to the full extent of their powers. Let us disregard those particulars. We shall eventually uncover the origins of these foes. Sig waved his hand decisively. You must traverse the wall and gather intelligence in Winterfell. I sense that momentous events are imminent in this world. Major! No, Sig, will you join me? The girl's voice radiated an undeniable joy. Indeed, he felt a warmth, a delightful sensation of being anticipated and cherished. Were it not for the loss of her memories with each temporal shift, perhaps their bond could have deepened. Take good care of yourself. I will arrange matters here and personally visit the Seven Kingdoms. The following evening, during a banquet meticulously organized for the purpose of allowing Drogo to meet Daenerys, Sig took his leave from Governor Illyrio and Daenerys. How astonishing, esteemed Viserys! Will you not wait for Drogo to fulfill his promise? He will dispatch 100,000 roaring warriors to aid you in reclaiming your crown. As he spoke, Illyrio's corpulent body trembled, his ring-laden hands clenching and unclenching in a fervent display. In order to elicit genuine joy from this deceitful individual, Sig sought to instill a sense of panic within him. Did you not assert that the subjects of the Seven Kingdoms eagerly awaited the return of the Targaryen dynasty? While such claims hold a semblance of truth, it is imperative that I first return there to establish connections with various factions. Despite the formidable prowess of the Roaring Warrior, Khal Drogo is an unparalleled force. However, the subjects of the Seven Kingdoms remain oblivious to his identity, perceiving him merely as an outsider. My purpose in this journey is to ensure that the prominent factions and noble houses become aware of the impending resurgence of the Targaryen lineage. Sid cast a cold glare at the trembling Illyrio, who struggled to suppress his quivering lips. He could almost hear the governor audibly uttering the word dream while spitting it contemptuously in his direction. Illyrio must be mentally berating himself for being such a useless wretch. Brother, do you no longer want me? Daenerys inquired in a barely audible voice, on the verge of tears. Sid regarded his petite sister with bewilderment. He found it challenging to comprehend the woman's thoughts, even if she was merely a girl. Though Viserys had often treated her poorly and subjected her to bullying, it appeared she bore no grudge, instead nurturing a different kind of sentiment. He gently patted the girl's delicate shoulder. I am not abandoning you, rather. I must prepare for our return home. He endeavored to maintain a soft expression. Khal Drogo is a hero, a figure of admiration for women. You shall soon find yourself enamored with him. Strive to be the queen of the Dothraki, earning their affection. And you will discover that the world is far more splendid than you ever imagined. Sid noted that the more tenderly he spoke, the more tears flowed from the girl. Esteemed Dragon King, I too advise against your return. The usurper Robert will not overlook any opportunity to eliminate you, should anything unfortunate occur. Daenerys will succeed me as the symbol of the Targaryen dynasty. Born of the storm, my sister is far stronger than you might envision. Sid stared intently at Jorah Mormont, who had just pledged his loyalty to him. The notorious bald slave trader lowered his gaze uneasily. Since you have sworn fealty to me, I appoint you as Daenerys' protector to ensure her safety. But what of your own safety? Jorah exclaimed, lifting his head in astonishment. Sid smiled faintly. He had a keen eye for character. This Sir Jorah Mormont was no ordinary man, possessing a duality that rendered his presence somewhat perilous. Nevertheless, given his demeanor towards Daenerys, he seemed a fitting guardian. Sid was certain that his actions had greatly surprised the knight. This is for the best. The less others discern your true nature, the more they will come to respect you. As dawn broke the following day, Sid, now known as Viserys Targaryen, concealed his iconic silver hair beneath a hood and embarked on the journey back to his homeland. From this day forth, the unchanging cycle of power struggles that had persisted for centuries would lose its inherent stability, spiraling towards the brink of collapse and disintegration. Chapter 4. Theon Greyjoy. Theon Greyjoy is the ward of Eddard Stark, the Warden of the North, and has grown alongside the Stark children in Winterfell since the conclusion of the Greyjoy rebellion 9 years prior, serving as a hostage for the Ironborn. Today, as usual, Theon warmed up in the training yard with Robb and Jon, the Stark bastards, while observing Bran's archery skills. Bran, a boy with a warm smile and a handsome, amiable visage, was still quite young, his martial prowess only modest at best. He was met with jeers and laughter from Robb and Jon, which caused his face to flush with embarrassment, leading to increasingly erratic performance. At that moment, an arrow struck the target squarely, prompting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Theon turned to see Lady Arya Stark, the second daughter of the Stark family, mockingly eyeing Bran with delight. When Bran noticed that the Lord and Lady were also watching, he was nearly consumed by rage, chasing after the mischievous Arya in a wild frenzy. Enough, do not mock him. The lad is merely a child. Could you have done better at his age? The Lord's authoritative voice silenced the laughter in the training yard. Theon lowered his gaze. Although he believed he had been a better archer than Bran at that age, he was astute enough not to dampen his foster father's spirits at such a moment. Captain Jory whispered something into the Lord's ear, which darkened his already somber countenance. Send the boys to the gallows. The Lord's decree elicited varied reactions among the crowd. The older boys, like Robb, appeared exhilarated, while young Bran looked utterly terrified. Jon rushed to Bran's side. Theon lifted his chin and scoffed softly. It was not that he held any disdain for Jon, the bastard, but he found such sycophancy utterly distasteful. Bran's younger brother was about to witness bloodshed. Theon hoped he would maintain his composure. He glanced at Robb, who was mounting his horse, pledging to become a trusted comrade in battle. Although Jon had made the same vow, Theon believed that only he, as a foster brother, truly deserved to stand alongside Robb. Theon was not of the brawny sort. He preferred to smile, yet not all appreciated his cheerful demeanor. Bran has the blood of the direwolf. He will not falter, Robb declared loudly. Theon pursed his lips, urging his horse to respond to his command. Soon, the bastard had caught up. Theon turned, casting a disdainful glance. It was incomprehensible how Jon, despite being a bastard, galloped past him with such arrogance. Most infuriating was Jon's blatant disregard for him, as he rode straight past in pursuit of Robb. Does he not understand decorum? Is he oblivious to the fact that Ward holds far greater esteem than a bastard? Theon resolved not to engage with the ill-mannered bastard, though he privately felt discontent regarding his own progress in horsemanship. Despite having ridden before Jon, why was his skill still inferior? The ancient customs of House Stark dictated that executions take place in the desolate grounds outside the castle. There lay a flat stone upon which the condemned could rest their head, exposing their neck. The proceedings awaited Bran's arrival on horseback before commencing. The prisoner, a deserter clad in black, was one who had fled from the wall. Unlike previous deserters, this man was over 50, gaunt and ragged. Were it not for his robust frame and the calluses on his fingers, markings of a warrior, one might easily mistake him for a beggar or vagabond. Hailing from the Black Castle of the Night's Watch, one could certainly conjecture the fate awaiting a traitor of such a sworn order. The Duke himself conducted the interrogation, his demeanor grave yet composed. "They are here, right there," the prisoner exclaimed. "Sir Royce did not heed my warnings, and thus he perished. You must believe me. They are coming." The man offered no direct reply to the Duke's inquiries, instead muttering to himself in a half-whisper. "An old soldier," Robb remarked to Theon, observing the prisoner's movements and gait. As Lord Roderick had said, such a man has surely seen battle and bloodshed. Theon, however, paid little heed to the trial, his focus shifting to the bastard who had approached Bran. What a sycophant, he mused, wisely keeping his thoughts to himself as he turned back to Robb. Be he a veteran or a blooded warrior, it matters not, he is to die. There is no justification for a night's watchman to abandon the wall. If trouble had indeed arisen, he ought to have reported to Black Castle. Robb shook his head noncommittally, continuing to observe the trial. "In the name of the North, I hereby pronounce your sentence of death," the Duke declared reluctantly, delivering the old soldier's final verdict. The prisoner bowed his head in silence. As the guards led him to the block, he suddenly lifted his gaze, determination blazing in his brown eyes. "I am no coward. They are truly there," he asserted, shaking his head as if a transformation had overtaken him. "I have fought, but alas, they are all dead. I have come here. I will not justify my actions, only hope you understand, my lord, they are indeed coming." The Duke nodded gravely. The veteran broke free from the guard's grasp, stepping forward with uncharacteristic agility to place his head upon the block. The Duke turned, and Jory was ready with his sword, eyes. The Duke surveyed Robb and the others, and Theon straightened his posture, recognizing this as an opportunity for the Duke to demonstrate his courage. Stealing a glance at Bran beside the bastard, he noted the boy's effort to appear indifferent. Theon winked at him, signaling for him to relax. "Please tell my family, Garrett is not a coward." In a swift and decisive motion, the Duke ensured that no awkwardness marked the execution. Blood splattered across the ground, its iron scent assaulting Theon's nostrils. He extended his hand to touch his nose, reminding himself that he was the son of Iron Man, an adopted child of the Ice Wolf clan. He knew that such blooded days would be plentiful in the future. He must accustom himself to them and even find pleasure in such scenes. The Duke approached, his face bearing an indescribable weariness. He nodded to Robb and Theon. Theon forced a bright smile, then turned to check on Bran's condition. The little lad, true to form, did not shy away, although his complexion was somewhat pale. He bravely kept his gaze fixed on the corpse. The Duke patted the boy on the back of his head, reminding him that winter was approaching and he needed to gather his spirits. Theon greatly admired his adoptive father, but felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The perpetual gloom on his father's face was a stark contrast to the heroic figure he had imagined. On the return journey, the boys became animated. The boisterous and valiant Robb led the way, with the bastard son riding alongside Theon. Theon internally cursed the bastard, hoping he would not fall from his horse, while helplessly watching the two of them gallop away. "Hey, little one, why do you look so dazed? You are of the Ice Wolf clan. You will have ample opportunities to witness bloodshed in the future. Pull yourself together," Theon said half seriously. He noticed behind him the somber faces of Sir Roderick, the captain of the guard Jory, and the steward Vayon, who were all wearing expressions of grave concern. "Winter is coming," Bran's words drew Theon's attention. "I will become a member of the King's Guard, standing vigil by the King's side." "You will regret what you witnessed today," young Bran retorted defiantly. Theon nearly laughed, but based on his experience dealing with the Stark children, he managed to suppress his amusement and maintained a facade of seriousness. The sound of hoofbeats echoed as iron hoofs kicked out mud and small stones. Something was amiss. Theon's first instinct was not to grasp his sword but to tighten his grip on the composite bow in his hand. The newcomer was the bastard son, with black hair and a long face, wearing a serious expression. Despite the lack of resemblance to his mother, it was evident he was the Duke's son. Come quickly. We have discovered something. Where is Robb? Jory, the captain of the guard, rode forward, brushing past the bastard. He is over there, in that pile of remaining snow. Do not worry, there is no danger. Theon lowered his bow, exhaling, and pursued the bastard's son. The stench of decaying flesh was overwhelming, compelling one to cover their nose. A massive corpse of a crowned stag lay by the roadside, its neck ravaged by some creature, muscles torn asunder. The ground around the body was a muddy mess, indicating a fierce struggle with a predator. Strangely, despite having been killed by a predator, the carcass bore no signs of having been consumed. Although the deer's body was mangled and rotting, there were no marks of gnawing. The bastard's son did not pause, riding off behind a snow mound not far away. Jory followed closely. As the captain of Winterfell's guard, skilled in combat and horsemanship, he felt a sense of solace knowing he was outmatched by the bastard's son. Theon was the third to leap over the snow mound, and what met his eyes was a colossal wolf's corpse, its size akin to that of a camel. Chapter 5. The icebound wolf. The corpse of the massive wolf bore a striking resemblance to that of the deer. Robb stood beside the lifeless creature, cradling two small wolves in his arms. Their throats had been pierced by a deer antler. Jory approached Theon, gesturing to illustrate the cause of the wolf's demise. Truly a resilient beast, it had perished only after giving birth. Theon made an effort to disregard the fluffy young animals and instead moved directly to the neck of the giant wolf. Just as Jory had stated, a massive antler was embedded in the wolf's throat. This was Theon's first encounter with an icebound wolf, and it was even more colossal than the legends had described. The mere thought of facing such a creature sent shivers down his spine. The majestic stag was not an adversary to be trifled with, as an adult. It had few enemies in the realm of the Seven Kingdoms. He pondered what manner of beast could bring about the demise of such a stag. It appeared that both titans had met their end together. Perhaps the stag would not have had the opportunity had the wolf not been pregnant. Yet, these were mere speculations. The current outcome was that the mother wolf had left behind a few pups, while she herself had met an untimely end. Theon disagreed with Jory's assessment. Not necessarily. Even a corpse can give birth, he remarked, covering his mouth and nose with a handkerchief as he forcefully extracted the broken antler. At my home, it is common to see the carcasses of great sea creatures washed ashore, many of which have birthed live young. A throng of people gradually arrived, and gasps of astonishment echoed around them. Although the icebound wolf was the sigil of House Stark, it was likely that none present had ever encountered a true icebound wolf. Winter was approaching. The Duke once again spoke with a grave demeanor and a serious tone. Theon sighed as he sensed the atmosphere around him growing increasingly somber. Influenced by the Duke's demeanor, though his status was modest and rallying morale was not his responsibility, he instinctively opposed such lamentation. Let us slay them. Do not be deceived by their current charm, for they will become a menace in the future. Theon himself was uncertain as to why he made such a suggestion. Perhaps it was an attempt to change the subject, or more likely, a desire to impress the Duke. He drew his dagger, seizing one of the pups to take action. No! Robb pushed him aside, declaring, I found them first, I shall raise them. Oh, here we go again, Theon muttered, resting his hand on his forehead. Robb Stark, the eldest son of House Stark, possessed a flaw that could hardly be deemed a fault. He was soft-hearted, often still a child at heart. Although Theon also longed to cradle those small creatures, he would never admit to wanting to raise them. It is best to dispose of them. These little ones cannot survive on their own, and without their mother, they are doomed. Sir Roderick the instructor concurred, attempting to snatch the pup from Robb, who deftly evaded him. The knight speaks the truth. We have neither the time nor the strength to nurture these wild beasts. The Duke then interjected, and Theon observed the expression of despair on Robb's face, as if it were akin to wishing death upon his sister. House Stark had its own customs. You handle it yourself, kill them. The Duke's words, though softly spoken, struck like a thunderclap. Sean could hardly believe his ears. Having Robb personally slay those delightful creatures would likely be more distressing than being whipped. Father! Robb struggled to articulate. Sean was convinced this was the inevitable conclusion. This was the realm of adulthood, and even his brother had reached the age of reckoning. He could no longer remain a perpetual child. Your Grace, there are 5 little wolves here, and you have 5 children. Moreover, the Stark family emblem is that of the direwolf. Perhaps this is a sign from the heavens. The words of the bastard cast a hush over the surroundings, and the Duke looked at him in astonishment, while Robb's face brimmed with hope. Sean shot a resentful glare at the sycophant. Truly shameless, he had forsaken even the identity of being a Stark son for the sake of flattery. The bastard seemed to have calculated this, consciously excluding himself from the equation. Sean had to concede that the bastard's cunning was formidable. The Duke appeared to be in contemplation. However, based on Sean's understanding of him, the conclusion was already predetermined. Although the Duke was powerful and upright, he was also remarkably easy to read. Sean mused about the unpredictable nature of the future. In Winterfell, no one would care for the wolves, everything would have to be managed by them. The Duke's tone was stern, yet it could not conceal the mirth in his eyes. Of course, I will tend to them myself, Robb declared, cradling two of the pups tightly in his embrace. The wolf cubs whimpered softly, seemingly unperturbed by human affection. Sean shook his head while lifting the remaining 3 cubs alongside Bran. The fluffy little creatures squirmed in their arms. Sean momentarily set aside adult concerns, relishing the softness of the adorable beings. Wait, what scheme is the bastard concocting now? Sean thought with mischievous intent as he continued to stroke the wolf pups. He secretly hoped the bastard would embark on some reckless endeavor. The bastard dismounted his horse and rummaged through the snow, emerging with a fluffy bundle. What on earth is this? Sean couldn't help but exclaim. It was pure white, larger than the other pups, with striking red eyes. The little creature was unafraid, merely observing its surroundings. So, there is a 6th one here, the bastard beamed with delight. This little fellow resembles you quite a bit, Sean decided to provoke him. Say what you will, he is my wolf now, the bastard retorted, eyeing Sean warily, assessing him with ill intent. Fear not, he shall be your burden henceforth. I will not intervene, Sean admitted, his gaze lingering on the fluffy little creatures with a twinge of envy. A hollow feeling settled in his heart. His childhood companions now had their own wolves, even the 2 young girls would have their little wolves for company, while he remained solitary. He had strived diligently to integrate into their fold, yet at that moment, he felt increasingly distanced from House Stark. On the return journey, Sean sensed he was being watched. He turned around several times, finding nothing amiss. For a moment, he suspected it was that meddlesome bastard, but the white little creature had captured all of the bastard's attention. Clearly not him. The fleeting sensation of unease vanished, replaced by a heavy burden pressing upon him. He found it difficult to articulate this feeling. As if someone were perched upon his shoulders, rendering even the simplest motion of turning his head a challenge. Could it be a crick in his neck? As he spiraled into his musings, his body suddenly slipped from his control. To Sean's terror, his physique disregarded his commands, his gaze refusing to obey his will. It felt as though another had taken the reins of his body. Silently, he maneuvered through the throng, avoiding conversation and drawing curious glances from onlookers. Hey! Are you envious of our little wolves? You one get one, they belong to the Ice Wolf clan, Robb gestured clumsily. Sean attempted to force a smile, only to discover that even that simple expression was beyond his control. Thus, he surveyed his surroundings with an odd, cold stare, deliberately fixing his gaze on Duke Stark, which made the true Sean feel exceedingly awkward. Fortunately, this strange sensation dissipated as they approached Winterfell, and Sean vowed to consult Maester Luwin, convinced he had been bewitched. Within Winterfell, Robb and the others faded from his sight. They must be discussing the care of the pups, he thought resentfully, feeling isolated and attributing the blame to the bastards. Though he wished to partake in the conversation about nurturing the wolves, they were not his. Yet that did not hinder him from offering suggestions and forging connections with the Stark children. However, the peculiar incident of losing control over his body weighed too heavily on his mind, prompting him to seek Maester Luwin first. As the Maester of Winterfell, he was the most learned man in the north. If anyone could elucidate the strange occurrences affecting him, it would undoubtedly be Maester Luwin. He spotted Maester Luwin conversing with the Duke and Duchess in the castle corridor. The trio bore expressions of grave concern. Suddenly, that oppressive feeling returned, followed by the unwelcome loss of control over his body once more. To his astonishment, he navigated the castle's passageways with surprising agility, scaling a beam to overhear their conversation. The precise cause remains unknown. The letter states that Lord Eddard's death was suspicious. Maester Celis was incensed, dismissing the healer responsible for his care, yet ultimately, they could not save his life, Luwin articulated cautiously, stealing glances at the Duke's reaction. The Duke appeared as though he had plummeted into an icy abyss. Disbelief etched across his face. Lady Stark's gaze was sharp. What does the king make of this? His Majesty, accompanied by the Queen and the princes and princesses, has set forth towards Winterfell. While Sean was still processing Master Luwin's revelations, his body stealthily slipped away. Upon returning to the corridor he had just traversed, Sean regained control over himself. He recognized that he had forfeited the opportunity to inquire with Master Luwin about his bodily aberrations. For the foreseeable future, the people of Winterfell would be exceedingly preoccupied. Chapter 6. Robert Baratheon sick, brimming with excitement, remained oblivious to the ominous clouds gathering over the fjord and the swirling vortex in the sky. He found himself in a state of half-consciousness, where he could survey the world from the lofty perspective of a soaring eagle. Gliding over the fjord, he circled briefly above Winterfell, lingering on a boy named Theon Greyjoy. During this time, he learned of a significant event in the capital of the greatest kingdom in the world, the sudden demise of Prime Minister Jon Arryn. He sensed that this occurrence might set the wheels of history in motion and contemplated a journey to King's Landing. He realized that if he were to wait for Viserys' body to reach King's Landing, he would be waiting indefinitely. Thus, he conceived a more expedient plan. Though he might not grasp the entirety of the situation, it was sufficient for him to form an initial judgment. Those truly capable need not speculate on the intentions of others, they create circumstances that compel others to conjecture instead. For the moment, he set aside the plight of the unfortunate hostage boy and, while soaring through the skies, encountered a three-eyed raven. This mystical creature seemed aware of his presence and emitted a piercing cry. Zeke felt the forces of the world coalescing in the heavens, accompanied by signs of instability in the oceanic currents. Unwilling to engage in conflict with such a creature, he dove towards King's Landing, soon leaving the raven and its accompanying strange phenomena behind, arriving in a region abundant in resources and densely populated. Before him appeared King's Landing, perched upon a hill, boasting the finest defenses in the realm. He immediately sensed the presence of a certain individual, one whose character resonated profoundly with his own. To his surprise, Robert Baratheon, the king of the Seven Kingdoms and the so-called protector of the realm, shared a soul deep connection with him. Both men possessed a disposition bold enough to raise their middle fingers to the gods. "Your Majesty, I implore you to reconsider," urged Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, his grey-green eyes fixed on Robert as he produced a hefty ledger. The treasury could no longer be described as merely empty. The debts owed to House Lannister had reached 3 million. Littlefinger paused, seemingly awaiting Robert's astonished inquiry. However, Robert was no fool. While he was not adept at financial matters, he was not ignorant of the situation. To express surprise with a foolish question about whether the 3 million referred to 3 million gold coins would only provide the Lord's ample reasons to thwart his northern tour. "What does it matter? After all, the Queen is my wife. Debts owed to her family do not count as true debts," Robert declared with a rogue's grin, disregarding the gravity of his royal status. "Why do you all stare at me? Do you think that because I treat you well, I shall become a king who graciously welcomes dissenting opinions?" He glared, and the lords present lowered their gazes, save for his brother, Stannis Baratheon, who dared to meet his stare. Robert was certainly not pleased with the superficial reaction of the foppish Renly. He slammed his palm heavily on the table and declared, "I tell you, I am not cut from that cloth. I would strike those fools who dare to demand debts from the king with a hammer, rousing them from their delusional dreams." His words were directed at the pale-faced Renly, who lowered his head, finally spared from further ire. The so-called great lords of the realm, aside from the petulant Stannis, who had stormed out, included Renly, Peter, Varys, Grand Maester Pycelle, and the commander of the King's Guard, Barris Tam. Excluding Barris Tam, who primarily concerned himself with his own safety, and the two duplicitous brothers, along with the sardonic Master of Whispers, only the cunning Peter, mockingly dubbed Littlefinger, was capable of engaging in significant discourse. Of course, this Littlefinger was a man of many schemes, not to be trusted. Seated in his place, Robert began to reminisce about Jon Arryn, recalling how, with him around, time could be squandered freely. Although he could not marry the woman he desired nor live the life of a wandering knight he yearned for, it was hardly a fortunate situation. At least now, adorned with the supreme crown, he could command authority and fabricate tales against those he found disagreeable. The absence of a prime minister brought forth a plethora of trivial matters, leading him to realize that the role of king was far from humane. He proposed his distant brother, Eddard Stark, as prime minister, only to be met with a stagnant silence from the lords. He was acutely aware that it was not a lack of dissent but rather their certainty that Stark, with his icy demeanor, would refuse such an ungrateful position. Thus, he had the notion to bring his entire family to visit the stoic Stark, hoping the lad would feel obliged to accept the role of Hand of the King. However, when he suggested a tour of the north, it incited unanimous opposition. Faced with such defiance, Robert was driven to madness by the irony of their previous support for Stark's candidacy. He longed to seize one of these duplicitous individuals as a sacrifice for his rusted warhammer. Nevertheless, years of experience as the supreme ruler tempered his thoughts. He reminded himself that he was the king, and his word was law. You shall all remain here while I fetch the new prime minister. Humph. What does the old saying go? The king dives, while the prime minister wipes the rear. Once I retrieve the one who wipes the rear. You can pester him to your heart's content. He rose abruptly, causing his high-backed chair to topple. In a fit of rage, he deliberately kicked the chair to pieces. Observing the lords around him, who dared not breathe, he gradually calmed down. Upon exiting the council chamber, he was met once again with the sight of Jaime Lannister. Golden-haired and blue-eyed, a mirror image of his sister, which stirred his irritation anew. Your Grace, the man, infamously known as the Kingslayer, bowed his head. Robert could wager, in the name of the 7 gods, that the man was cursing himself inwardly. I am not worthy of your respect. Having incurred a debt of 300,000 gold pieces to your father, do you believe that being a creditor gives you the right to scorn me? Yet Jaime Lannister maintained the decorum expected of him, his voice betraying no emotion. The sight was enough to evoke a sense of nausea. Robert strode away from the edifice, while Jaime followed with measured steps, leading the guards. Your sister suggested you succeed as prime minister and manage the realm, Robert remarked, observing the meticulous expression on Jaime's face. His azure eyes glinting with an unusual light. He smirked as if reveling in mischief, lamenting internally, alas, I have no desire for such a position. I would rather summon that icy-faced wretch from Winterfell to assume the role of prime minister. What are your thoughts? His piercing gaze conveyed fury, yet to Robert's surprise, he detected no animosity within Jaime's eyes. You have quite the audacity, he muttered, mounting his steed and hastening towards the royal chambers. With a decision made to venture north, numerous preparations awaited. Even as the king, meticulous planning was essential, especially in the absence of a prime minister, necessitating personal involvement in affairs of state, a daunting prospect after years of detachment. Phew! What a sagacious king, embarking with family to such a desolate wasteland in the north. A sovereign of the realm, yet he must grovel before a vassal. It seems the crown has indeed dulled his reign. Such words could only emanate from the queen, for she alone dared to speak so to him. Woman, do not provoke my ire, nor presume me to be a paragon of virtue. Should you incite my displeasure, I would render your existence unbearable. Robert feigned a roguish demeanor, though inwardly he felt a profound helplessness. In days of yore, he was a stalwart warrior, gallivanting across the battlefield, untainted by the scent of blood and leather, wholly disinclined to strike a woman. In truth, women were often drawn to him, with no need to incur his wrath. Yet, now in the position of supreme authority, he found himself resorting to threats against his own wife. Before ascending to the throne, he had believed kingship afforded unbridled freedom, yet the reality of the role revealed it to be a lamentable vocation. He mused that perhaps he should have bequeathed the crown to Arryn or Stark, choosing instead a carefree life as a wandering knight. The beautiful yet formidable Queen Cersei Lannister lowered her gaze. He understood her too well. She would never acquiesce easily, her mind undoubtedly swirling with schemes to thwart his plans. Such fanciful thoughts. Robert resolved to act decisively. He bypassed the high-ranking officials, gathering subordinate officers and clerks to prepare for the northern expedition. In addition to the King's Guard, he would require a contingent of knights and 100 mounted men-at-arms. All able-bodied servants who could ride would accompany him, while the Queen and her ladies would travel in the royal carriage. As for expenses, they would initially be borne by the nobles of the territories they traversed, who could later seek reimbursement from House Lannister. After all, they were already in debt to the tune of 3 million gold pieces. A little more would be inconsequential. 2 days later, the King of the Undos, the Ruiner, and the First Man, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm, Robert Baratheon, set forth with a grand retinue into the north. Unbeknownst to him, his actions over the past 2 days had caught the attention of a mysterious entity, which resolved to save his life in a bid to disrupt the interminable cycle that had persisted for millennia. Chapter 7. Khal Drogo was lost in deep contemplation, a task he found himself ill-suited for. Such reflections ought to be the domain of the sorcerers of the Kills. As the most formidable Khal of the Dothraki Plains, his duty lay in leading his people forward, vanquishing any foes who dared to impede their path. Born with extraordinary strength, he possessed both agility and tactical acumen. His intellect was so pronounced that, prior to reaching adulthood, his father, the former Khal, contemplated grooming him to become a sorcerer of the kills. Had it not been for his superior martial prowess, and the fact that he had dispatched his 2 brothers before they could confront him, he might well have held the title of a sorcerer. As he pondered, he caressed his pride, the thick, lustrous braid that had adorned him since birth. According to the customs of his people, should one fail in battle, they were to sever their braid as a mark of shame. Since reaching maturity, his braid had remained intact, and during gatherings with other kills, warriors from distant lands would express their admiration upon seeing it. The braid symbolized his strength, sparing him from numerous troubles. Yet, it was also the source of his unease, for he found himself wavering on whether to sever it. Though that individual had assured him of discretion and seemed quite pleased with him, the thought of being defeated yet not cutting his braid made him feel like a fraud. His mood darkened to such an extent that he let out a primal roar, prompting his blood riders to watch in alarm as he galloped away. This incident transpired that very night. He had beheld the women presented by Illyrio from Pentos, one of whom was referred to as the Stormborn, rumored to be a princess from across the narrow sea. Although he did not harbor disdain for exotic women, he felt no particular attraction either. A delicate lamb could hardly be compared to a steed. He had intended to refuse Illyrio's offer, indifferent to the woman's status, for a frail pet did not align with his tastes. However, at the gathering, the woman's brother exuded an undeniable aura of danger that was impossible to ignore. Experienced in warfare, having never tasted defeat, he had nonetheless encountered life and death situations, sharpening his instincts for peril to an extreme degree. Faced with the woman's brother, he sensed an overwhelming, vast pressure akin to the endless plains, which rendered any notion of hostility unthinkable. Just as he resolved to ask Illyrio for a more practical gift, the woman's brother signaled him to step outside. Drogo feared no treachery, for his own strength was unparalleled. Even if ensnared, he was confident in his ability to extricate himself. Should he emerge from a trap, it would be the trapper who would face misfortune. Without hesitation, he followed, accompanied only by 2 fierce warriors as his escort. They arrived at a secluded spot, a picturesque locale where ordinary citizens of the free cities would engage in romantic trysts. Drogo failed to comprehend why such affections needed to unfold in such a remote place. Was it not better to be seen and blessed by others? Drogo did not intend to resort to violence immediately. Instead, he contemplated allowing his subordinates to gauge the opponent's strength, while subtly reminding the clearly foolish scion from the opposite side that Cal was not someone to be trifled with. He even devised a plan to spare the opponent's life, merely severing an ear as a form of punishment. Yet, all transpired in the blink of an eye. In truth, Drogo failed to comprehend the unfolding events. More alarmingly, neither party exchanged a single word. The 2 roaring warriors fell to the ground, blood gushing from their necks, their lives extinguished. At that moment, Drogo finally had the opportunity to draw his curved blade. The Dothraki sword differed significantly from the blades of other races. Its curvature allowed for the swift execution of their speed advantage. As for the heavily armored warriors from the other side, any Dothraki would scoff at them. Could one move with agility while encumbered by such cumbersome armor? Whether cleaving through the gaps in the armor or maintaining distance to shoot with arrows, the initiative was perpetually in the hands of the warriors of the grasslands. Drogo's understanding became a mere jest before the silver-haired warrior. The opponent's longsword, clearly an ornate facade, was not forged from Valyrian steel but was wielded with blinding speed. The speed, martial prowess, and strength that Drogo had once relied upon evaporated in the face of his adversary. His curved blade barely managed to deflect the incoming strike, and the overwhelming force caused his right hand to falter. The moment the blade clattered to the ground, the longsword descended like a howling gale. Drogo cast aside his pride and sense of self-importance. He had no time for fear. The only option left was to roll away and create distance from his foe. The longsword struck the ground, shattering the blue bricks and damaging the opponent's weapon in the process. He had intended to leverage the momentum of his roll to reclaim his curved blade. With a weapon against an unarmed opponent, he still believed he had a chance. Alas, his left hand grasped nothing but air. The curved blade appeared in the hands of his terrifying adversary, who gazed down upon him with violet eyes. Kill me, Drogo thought. To be defeated by someone like you would leave me without regrets. He steeled himself, locking his gaze onto those violet orbs, his face a canvas of longing and admiration. Why? The man inquired, tilting his head in puzzlement. Do the vanquished possess greater claim to choice than the victors? Drogo found himself momentarily speechless. A peculiar sensation washed over him. This man seemed devoid of hostility. The man toyed with the curved blade, commenting, "Ah, sharpness and speed are commendable, though it lacks resilience. He generously tossed the blade before Vuaga, its edge sinking silently into the earth. What does this mean? Vuaga's face flushed crimson as he slowly retrieved the curved blade. Despite his opponent being unarmed, he harbored no doubt that should the man strike again, it would be he who fell. Do you wish to humiliate me by severing my blade? He questioned. Very well, you are the victor. The decision lies with you. The silver-haired man shook his head, exuding an air of nonchalance intertwined with fearless bravado. My dear brother-in-law, your skills are admirable, yet you possess a stubborn mind. He casually approached Drogo, undaunted by the fact that Drogo could take his life with a mere swing of his blade. I merely wish to ascertain whether the future brother-in-law is worthy of the bloodline of the true dragon. The mention of the true dragon's bloodline compelled Drogo to listen closely. As the words were spoken in pure Dothraki, it was utterly astonishing that someone would dare to claim such a title. I am Viserys Targaryen, the rightful heir of the true dragon. The lady you are to be betrothed to is my sister, Daenerys Targaryen, Stormborn, daughter of the dragon. You should feel both honored and fortunate for this union. The man who proclaimed himself a true dragon spoke with an air of arrogance and dominance, which resonated fittingly in Drogo's ears. A man of such formidable strength was indeed deserving of such bravado. Lowering his head, Drogo conceded, I understand. It is my honor to take Stormborn. He raised his curved blade to sever his blade, only to be halted by the man. Esteemed Prince Targaryen, I concede to you. Severing one's blade is an ancient tradition to signify defeat. My dear Drogo. The expression of Viserys shifted dramatically, his demeanor becoming unexpectedly gentle before turning menacing. Since we could not determine a victor, your blade fell and mine broke, it shall be regarded as a draw. Treat my sister well, she is no lamb, but the daughter of the dragon. The final words from Viserys bore a menacing intensity that even the battle-hardened Drogo could not help but retreat 2 steps. As he galloped away, Drogo once again recalled the unforgettable duel. It was astounding. Such a fearsome warrior existed in this world. A reincarnation of the true dragon, could he truly be the embodiment of the dragon? Drogo halted his horse atop a gentle rise. On the other side of the ridge lay the sprawling Pearl Lake and the picturesque green oasis. A grand wedding feast was to take place here, where he would wed Daenerys Targaryen, sister of Viserys, the daughter of the dragon. Scattered figures busily prepared in the oasis. They were the sponsors of the wedding. Merchants from the free cities. The event they orchestrated would undoubtedly befit Drogo's stature and dignity. Yet, a flicker of uncertainty lingered in Drogo's heart. Were the merchants truly worthy of the heir of the true dragon? Chapter 8, Stannis Baratheon leaving behind the majestic Red Keep. Stannis departed from King's Landing with only a small retinue and guards. Clad in full armor, their grey cloaks gave the knights an imposing presence, resembling formidable giants. This was an extraordinary company, had it not been for the passage granted by the master of ships and the identity of the king's brother. No one would have dared to allow such a troop near the gates. Stannis remained silent throughout the journey, and his men voiced no dissent, seemingly accustomed to his reticence. At times, Stannis truly loathed his own nature. Despite his unwavering loyalty and earnest desire to accomplish his duties, he found himself in a position of disdain. During the War of the Baratheons, he had valiantly resisted the siege of Storm's End, enduring years of hardship that were almost unimaginable. Ultimately, the castle fell into a nightmarish state of cannibalism, a veritable hell on earth. Instead of receiving commendation for his efforts, he was overshadowed by the glory claimed by the Starks of Winterfell, with King Robert extolling Eddard Stark as heroic rescue while neglecting Stannis as sacrifices entirely. The same was true regarding his lands. Though it was he who defended the family's domain, his brother bestowed this bountiful land, to which he had devoted his heart, upon their younger sibling, Renly. What was his reward? Dragonstone, a desolate wasteland devoid of any fertility, save for the grim fortress that loomed there. Only a fool would compare this place to Storm's End. The cavalry moved swiftly, and Stannis' thoughts raced through his mind. He had led the fleet to seize the last stronghold of House Targaryen, uprooting the very foundation of the Dragonlords from the mainland. And yet, what was the outcome? His brother reproached him for allowing 2 young ones to escape. What was most infuriating was that he had even been present when they fled Dragonstone. The world was profoundly unjust, especially towards him. Robert, in his excess and revelry, fathered numerous children, including a host of bastards, while he, who adhered strictly to moral decorum, faced the bitter consequence of his only daughter, Shireen, being disfigured by treachery. The night wind whispered through the air, the humidity causing him discomfort. The docks came into view, illuminated by a multitude of lights. The fleet was preparing to set sail, various supplies being continuously loaded onto the warships, while resolute naval soldiers and sailors readied themselves. Stannis cast a final glance back at the Red Keep, the place where he had toiled for half his life. For Robert and House Baratheon, he had striven and sacrificed, only to find himself without a refuge. The towering fortress loomed over the region of King's Landing, exuding a formidable presence even in the dark. It resembled a dragon surveying the insignificant beings below. "Shall we depart now, my lord?" Stannis made no unnecessary gestures, merely raising a hand. His men understood, and the vast fleet immediately hoisted anchor. From the direction of the Red Keep, a heavy tolling of bells echoed, 7 in total, signaling the lament of the 7 gods. Duke Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King, a man of great stature, revered even by the haughty Robert, lay quietly on the iron bed within the Great September, reduced to mere bones. Upon receiving the news, Stannis immediately evacuated the Red Keep. Most of his loyal followers remained at the residence of the Master of Ships, preparing to depart from King's Landing shortly thereafter. The tolling of bells echoed like a death knell. Fortunately, the sea provided a barrier, preventing pursuit. He sighed softly. Since the Siege of Storm's End, he had not encountered a more perilous situation. It was inconceivable that the Hand had succumbed to illness. Despite his advanced age, his voice remained robust, and he appeared vigorous and healthy. It was conceivable that he could live to the age of Maester Pycelle. Stannis had never witnessed anyone depart this world so swiftly due to sickness. Just the day prior, they had been engaged in a council of ministers, fretting over the royal family's excessive debts, and now the Hand could no longer rise, reduced to a cold cadaver. The foolish Robert would never slay his own foster father. The only ones with motive could only be the most powerful family in the realm, the Queen's kin, the Lannisters. Indeed, he and the old Hand had been striving to undermine that very house. The matter had originated from a minor suspicion. King Robert had 3 legitimate heirs, Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen. Undeniably, Joffrey was tall and handsome, Myrcella was lovely and gentle, and Tommen was a charming little fellow, yet none of Robert's offspring bore any resemblance to him, which piqued Stannis' doubts. Deep within, Stannis harbored a secret wish to curse Robert, ensuring that the Queen's children were fathered by others. Cursing or fantasizing was one thing. The truth was another. For the sake of House Baratheon, Stannis resolved to investigate the matter thoroughly. Confronting Robert directly was out of the question. His brother was anything but fair, harboring no trust for him as a sibling. Thus, he sought the esteemed Duke Arryn. Initially, the Duke deemed his concerns fanciful, advising him against such thoughts. Regarding the unfair treatment he had received, Duke Arryn promised to counsel the king in his capacity as Hand. However, about a week later, the old Hand discreetly approached Stannis and guided him through the streets of King's Landing, introducing him to 3 or 4 children of varying social standings. The old Hand inquired about Stannis' opinions on these children. Stannis was perplexed. The Hand then pointed out that all the children had dark hair. Stannis was taken aback, as the curse he had dreamt of had come to fruition. The meticulous Duke Arryn had indeed discovered all of King Robert's bastards in King's Landing and confirmed that Robert's legitimate children all possessed dark hair. Yet that was not all. Duke Arryn had consulted Maester Pycelle and procured from his library a tome entitled Genealogies and Histories of the Major Noble Houses of the 7 Kingdoms. The book documented that all offspring of House Baratheon, through intermarriage, were born with dark hair. The facts are laid bare before us. King Robert's 3 offspring all possessed golden locks, casting doubt upon their paternity. Just as Stannis believed he had irrefutable evidence and was engaged in discussion with the venerable Chancellor on how to reveal this to Robert, the Chancellor asserted the necessity of uncovering proof of the Queen's infidelity. The Lannister family wielded immense power, and the Queen's father, Tywin Lannister, was a figure who inspired dread. To dismantle this formidable house, utmost caution was imperative. Subsequently, Lannister and Chancellor Arryn spread an extensive web of intelligence, gathering information about the Queen's daily activities. To maintain secrecy, they refrained from employing little birds. At last, the evidence was undeniable. Just as the 2 plotted their course of action, Chancellor Arryn entrusted his only son to Stannis as an adopted heir, ostensibly for guidance but truly for protection, with the intention of exposing the Queen's treachery through King Robert, thereby uprooting the Lannister family entirely. Stannis mobilized the entirety of his naval forces under the pretext of training, unaware of the turbulent undercurrents within King's Landing, which even a figure as esteemed as Chancellor Arryn could not evade. He did not believe that the king was responsible for the murder of Duke Arryn. Yet he harbored doubts about whether his biased brother might be used as a pawn. In the dead of night, the sea stretched dark and foreboding. The distant lighthouse barely discernible. Even with all the oil lamps aboard the warship lit, the illumination reached only a meager distance around the vessel. The ship bobbed upon the waves, the dark ocean resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. The harbor remained aglow, and with the ship's rise and fall, the dock appeared to sway in tandem. On shore, voices echoed and horses neighed, as knights clad in white cloaks, brandishing torches, reined in their steeds at the water's edge. Their war horses rising on hind legs. They were the King's Guard, Robert's personal protectors, and their silent departure had finally stirred Robert from his repose. Stannis observed the commotion among the knights on the shore, remaining silent. When prompted to respond, he dismissed the suggestion. He recognized that he, much like the warship, was charting a course toward an unpredictable future. Chapter 9. Violetta's birth and journey to Winterfell. Seated regally upon her high chair, Catelyn exuded an aura of solemnity and authority. With a slight nod, she inquired, "And what has befallen your arms?" Drawing upon her past experiences, she knew that an ordinary girl would likely reveal a countenance of fear. Yet, Violetta remained unfazed. Compared to the blood-soaked fields of battle, this place felt as warm and comforting as a sunlit meadow in early spring. She blinked, offering a smile to the auburn-haired Duchess. "Esteemed lady, I am but an orphan, discovered on the battlefield. My benefactor, in an effort to enhance my worth as a slave, provided me with these artificial limbs." With that, she removed her gloves, revealing her ebony limbs gleaming with a metallic sheen, performing a rhythmic motion that ordinary fingers could scarcely mimic. The surrounding women gasped in astonishment. Catelyn raised her hand, silencing the murmurs that filled the air. "What did you do before?" Her tone sharpened, the pitch of her voice slightly elevated, transforming the atmosphere into one of gravity. Such a minor display was nothing to Violetta. She continued to smile, curtsying gracefully in a manner befitting a lady. "Esteemed madam, I have no memory of my life before the arms. As for afterward, I identify as an automaton scribe." Another wave of whispers rippled through the assembly. The Duchess furrowed her brow. "An automaton scribe? I have never encountered such a profession. And what of that peculiar formality? It is not the customary greeting of the realm, yet it possesses a certain elegance. Is it a courtesy from the distant lands of Narraband?" Violetta tilted her head, pondering. "I believe not. It is a skill I mastered long ago. As natural as reading and writing. As for when I learned it, I regret to say I cannot recall." She lifted her gaze to meet the Duchess's eyes. "An automaton scribe is merely a descriptor. My true function is to compose letters, conveying thoughts and emotions through the written word." The Duchess was visibly moved, though her expression remained aloof. "My poor child, why have you come to Winterfell to work? With your intellect, you could surely find more suitable endeavors. Perhaps even become the wife of a lesser knight. Women who are literate are a rarity, and your beauty is striking. As for your disability, it may frighten some. But men are forgetful. They will soon grow accustomed to it." Catelyn Stark rose from her seat and descended from the platform. She was tall, with Violetta barely reaching her chin. Approaching her, she grasped Violetta's artificial limb. Violetta obediently extended her hand, had she wished otherwise. Not even a grown man could have compelled her to do so. "Such a delicate prosthetic," Catelyn remarked, releasing her grip. "If you can elucidate why you chose to become a servant, I shall grant you the opportunity to demonstrate your ability to write with your artificial hand." "Out there," Violetta replied, "it is not as easy to find work as you suggest, my lady. A woman like me, with a disability, would not even be accepted in a brothel." A troupe of performers indeed expressed interest in me. However, I find it difficult to believe I could adapt to a life defined by whips and cages. Violet lowered her head, adopting a submissive demeanor. She harbored doubts about her ability to secure this position. The Duchess circled around her, remarking, "Well, I imagine you have your own difficulties, yet Winterfell is not a charitable institution of the church. It requires individuals with a particular skill. Perhaps you could demonstrate how to write with those delicate prosthetic hands of yours." Amidst the rhythmic sound of clattering, the machine produced neat and orderly text. The white paper was thinner and more pliable than that typically used by the royal family of this kingdom. This paper was crafted by Sig, designed to ensure Violet's typewriter functioned as intended. Violet handed the delicate sheet to the Duchess. "My goodness! Words cannot adequately express this marvel. You must have been well cared for by the masters at the academy, or perhaps you are the daughter of one of its esteemed masters. How utterly incredible." The Duchess read the paper repeatedly, exclaiming, "This typewriter! Violet reminded her, yes, the typewriter, along with such exquisite stationery, is truly invaluable. Tilting her head, she glanced at the large chest that housed the typewriter and paper. My dear child, it is nothing short of a miracle that you arrived safely in Winterfell with these possessions. You simply must tell me how you avoided thieves and bandits along the way. Violet became a secretary in Winterfell. Although her writing with the prosthetic was not as impressive as typing, it still surpassed that of most women within the castle. In fact, even noble women were not always proficient in letter writing, which enabled her to serve as the Duchess's secretary. Winterfell was bustling with activity as it was rumored the king was soon to arrive, resulting in a significant increase in the workload for the servants. The mistress of the castle was the busiest of all. She had to oversee accounts, decide on decorations and repairs within the castle, and liaise with various lords and vassals, either urging them for payments or requesting credit from hunters and merchants to amass sufficient funds to accommodate the enormous expenses incurred during the royal visit. Numerous cattle and sheep were herded into the livestock pens, and the horses required high-quality feed, particularly in anticipation of the king's arrival. As his guards rode only the finest steeds, these horses had substantial appetites and were quite temperamental, necessitating the preparation of superior fodder. Violet, as the Duchess's secretary, managed a myriad of tasks, organizing minutiae into lists for her mistress's review, assisting the overwhelmed steward with account-keeping, and composing letters to merchants and the duke's vessels, politely requesting loans or credit. Through these responsibilities, she gained a general understanding of Winterfell, the financial situation of the Northern Duke, and the divisions and connections among the major powers of the North. Her duties extended further. Sig instructed her to infiltrate the Stark family to ascertain the circumstances of the Duke's children. Violet was of similar age to Robb, while the Duke's adopted son, Theon, was 2 or 3 years her senior. The lives of noble sons and daughters unfolded before her. The young ladies are nurtured in the seclusion of their chambers, where they engage in the study of etiquette and literacy, while also acquiring a few skills, such as embroidery and horseback riding. In contrast, the young gentlemen dedicate their time primarily to physical training, honing their archery and swordsmanship skills, as well as learning equestrian techniques under the guidance of the stable master. However, she observed a peculiar exception among the children. A girl named Arya, with an elongated face, displayed no interest in embroidery and lacked the demeanor of a refined lady. Instead, she spent her days mingling with the servants, jesting and occasionally pilfering tidbits from the kitchen to share with the various inhabitants of the castle, earning the title of the community's jester. As a novel figure within the castle, Violet became the focal point of Arya's attention. She could easily envision that, had she not been in the constant company of the Duchess, the girl would have clung to her incessantly. On this particular day, Violet received a telepathic command from Sig to instruct the young girl in the use of weapons. Puzzled yet unwilling to inquire about the reasoning, she accepted that Sig's aspirations were her own. Thus, if the Major wished for the girl to master combat, she would undoubtedly lend her full support. Arya, would you like to learn how to fight? The girl blinked her elongated eyes, exuding a more boyish demeanor than that of a typical girl. Really? Aren't you just a scribe? Do you also understand swordplay? I can write and be an excellent scribe, yet that does not imply I lack proficiency in swordsmanship. After carefully composing a letter to the Northland Amber family and neatly folding it into an envelope, she awaited the Duchess's personal review. However, I cannot teach you to wield a sword just yet, for you are still too young and lack the requisite strength. A dagger would be more suitable. Is that truly acceptable? If Sister Molden sees me, she will certainly scold me. Arya hesitated, only to soon shed her reservations like a bird seeking freedom, her face alight with joy. But what does it matter, as long as she doesn't catch me? Indeed, as long as she remains unaware, Violet mused, studying the girl who, despite her small and fragile frame, emanated an air of sharpness. Unable to resist, Violet ruffled her hair playfully. You remind me of Brother John, the girl remarked. Chapter 10. A noble guest. Violet and Arya's clandestine training took place in the abandoned tower of Winterfell. The only spectators, aside from the crows, were Bran, the young boy with a penchant for climbing. In truth, it was Bran who facilitated their discovery of this secret locale. Violet, utilizing her minor privilege as the Duchess's secretary, managed to persuade the workers to unlock the sealed passage, granting her and Arya the freedom to come and go as they pleased. Agility, precision, and stealth are essential skills for survival on the battlefield. I am confident you will soon become a master of the wind. Do not exert excessive force with your waist. Your wrists lack flexibility, and avoid using your claws. You will render the dagger ineffective. Simply grip the hilt, allowing the dagger to become an extension of your hand. As Violet and Arya trained within the confines of the tower, they maneuvered within a narrow circle, while Bran watched intently, oblivious even to the crows finishing the corn in his hand. Violet, you are remarkable. Even Robb might struggle to impress you, Bran exclaimed, his cheeks flushed, his voice nearly a shriek of excitement. If you were a man, you would surely best Jory. Humph, I doubt Jory could rival Violet, Arya interjected, brandishing her short stick in a mock threat. You must keep this a secret, little brother. If anyone finds out, I shall make your head swell. Why do you always bully me? You should be more cautious. Most of the gossip comes from you. Bran lamented, cradling his head in his arms. Violet found their bickering amusing and paused to observe, refraining from interrupting. Suddenly, the atmosphere within the castle shifted, a palpable tension akin to a storm brewing on the horizon. The trio stood at the castle's highest point, towering above even the archery parapets. With a keen gaze, she peered into the expansive southwest, where a dark line of figures was slowly approaching along King S Road. The bickering children, influenced by her intense focus, also noticed the unusual sight. They are coming. The king is coming, Bran shouted, leaping from the tower window. Wait. Arya shook her head, watching Bran with a mix of envy and admiration as he dashed to deliver the news. We should leave as well, otherwise the maids will be unable to find me and will report to mother. The two hurriedly exited the tower, unlike Bran, who moved with the agility of a monkey. They had a considerable distance yet to traverse. As they breathlessly emerged from the dilapidated warehouse, they stumbled upon the Duchess reprimanding Bran, insisting he vowed to cease his climbing escapades. Arya made a face at the little one and stealthily slipped away from her mother. Violet was called to attention by the Duchess, who admonished, My dear, do not wander off. The royal family will soon arrive. Remember to adhere to the customs of the kingdom rather than those of foreigners. Pausing for a moment, she recalled something, and slipped leather sleeves over her arms. Though your appearance is endearing, it is often your prosthetics that capture people's first glance. Violet acknowledged her words with understanding. Feeling a deep sense of gratitude for the Duchess's care, she considered her as a confidant. From the moment the grand procession appeared in the distance until the royal standard-bearer arrived at the castle gates, a considerable portion of the day had elapsed. During this time, the dignitaries of Winterfell lords, vassals, nobles, and knights gathered in formal attire, lined up in the castle square. The men, clad in full armor and elegantly draped in ceremonial cloaks, stood tall like resplendent figures of ornamental armor. The women adorned themselves in splendid attire, radiant yet dignified. Among them, Violetta stood out as the most remarkable. Her hair was styled in an intricate updo, adorned with a deep crimson ribbon, while a satin-embellished white gown gracefully enveloped her slender form, complemented by a fitted deep blue short jacket. A striking emerald brooch adorned her chest, and she wore deep brown knee-high leather boots, with silk sleeves encasing her arms. This ensemble, a harmonious blend of solemnity and elegance with an exotic flair, rendered the surrounding ladies somewhat overshadowed. It was not that their outfits lacked brilliance or that their fabrics were inferior. Rather, in terms of tailoring and perfect fit, even the beautiful Sansa Stark paled in comparison. Violetta felt the weight of the crowd's gaze upon her. Some ladies expressed astonishment and curiosity, while others displayed jealousy and doubt. The men cast appreciative and desirous looks her way. Dear Violetta, you must have once been a princess of some realm. I cannot fathom how an ordinary girl could possess such grace, mused a duchess, her gaze imbued with admiration. Is this truly your finest attire? Remarked Sister Modern, scrutinizing Violetta with a stern glare, for such occasions demanded utmost formality, and any misstep would be a breach of etiquette. As the horns blared, the procession surged into the castle. The ladies concluded their discussions about Violetta. She felt Sister Modern's penetrating gaze upon her and lowered her head, feigning a reaction to the harsh scrutiny. In truth, she felt she had miscalculated. Her attire, more suited for another world, seemed overly conspicuous in this one. The king of the Undos, the Roiner, and the first man, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, His Grace Robert Baratheon approaches, proclaimed the herald with resounding pride, the announcement echoing even to the outskirts of the crowd. Violetta observed a rotund giant, once perhaps a figure of formidable stature, now diminished by his girth yet still exuding an undeniable presence, arriving at the gate astride a grand warhorse, surrounded by armored knights. With her seasoned instincts, she sensed an underlying danger emanating from the corpulent figure. At the same time, a familiar essence wafted from the king, reminiscent of someone whom Sig had once held in regard. As she acknowledged the king with a glance, he surveyed the crowd, his gaze lingering on her. Desire surging forth unabashedly, prompting her to instinctively avert her eyes from his smoldering stare. Do not fear, my dear, as long as you remain by my side. Even that rotund fellow shall not dare to impose upon you, the Duchess stated. Violet cast a grateful glance toward the lady. The king dismounted, panting heavily even with the assistance of his attendants, making it hard to imagine that this man had once commanded the battlefield over a decade ago as the bravest knight among the 7 kingdoms. He strode forward, casting a menacing glare up and down at the northern guardian of the realm, Duke Eddard Stark. You have grown portly. The two towering figures met each other's gaze, and in that instant, the atmosphere around them felt as if winter had descended. Ah, how delightful it is to see you again, my brother, the king bellowed, embracing the duke. I am at your service, the duke replied somewhat stiffly, yet his embrace was equally fervent. The vast square regained its vitality, and Violet heard many sighs of relief, a chorus that evoked a peculiar sensation. In accordance with protocol, the duke introduced his family to the king, while the Duchess and the Stark children each paid their respects. King Robert transformed into the guise of a friendly father or the jovial uncle of the neighborhood, greeting the children, complimenting the beauty of the girls, or teasing the little ones about their height. From Violet's observation, his amiability was genuine, though the Stark family appeared reserved. They harbored goodwill towards the king. Following them into the castle square was the queen's litter, accompanied by Prince Joffrey. The queen alighted, and the royal ladies made their entrance, further enlivening the square. The noblewomen approached to pay their respects. The queen, with a demeanor far more regal than that of any true monarch, maintained a stern expression while acknowledging the ladies with nods or greetings, yet displayed no excessive familiarity. Ned, the cursed formalities are over. Let me go see where she resides. The king's words plunged the square back into silence. The queen was a golden-haired beauty, with cascading golden locks and emerald eyes, her figure slender and her complexion fair. Your Majesty, we have just arrived, weary from our journey. The duke's family tomb shall not flee. Why must we visit such an ominous place at once? Upon utterance of these words, the already frigid atmosphere of the square plummeted to a freezing point. Phew! A Lannister woman, the king muttered audibly, I wish to see Cersei. And I shall go now. This wretched journey has stifled me. I long to abandon this cursed litter and leave at once. The queen's countenance turned pale, however. She stubbornly did not yield, instead moving towards the king. The two men paid no heed to the noble queen's direction, as the king, guided by the duke, ventured deeper into the castle, leaving the remaining onlookers in an awkward silence. Chapter 11, The Duke of Aemon. This summer has been the longest in recorded history, reportedly lasting for 9 years. Many, particularly some within the scholarly city, have proclaimed that eternal summer has arrived. Sig, more precisely, Aemon Targaryen, rode upon a dromedary, cloaked in black robes. He had dyed his silver hair to a deep black and galloped directly towards the northernmost reaches of the realm of men. In his memory, there existed a special unit known as the Night's Watch, stationed at the extreme northern border of the kingdom, where stood towering walls stretching 300 miles. Referred to as the Wall, Sig harbored skepticism towards the memories of this body. Its owner was both cowardly and arrogant, lacking the requisite talents to temper ambition and desire. He was a pitiable creature, unworthy of sympathy. The emergence of such an heir rendered the decline of the so-called dragon riders a natural occurrence. Alone and armed with a knight's sword, he appeared as a quintessential free rider or mercenary. His presence was met with apprehension from the villagers along the way and suspicion from marauders he encountered. As he journeyed northward, some deliberately impeded his progress. Others kept their distance, while paranoid local lords attempted to eliminate any threat in its infancy. Sig was acutely aware of the various psychologies of humanity and the actions they might undertake. He had no intention of ensnaring certain individuals. As long as they did not provoke him, even the refusal to provide him with food and supplies would be overlooked. Of course, when faced with a sudden ambush from a lord's retinue or the plundering of bandits, Sig would reveal his terrifying aspect at the opportune moment. Generally, when he showcased his unparalleled swordsmanship, cleaving man and beast asunder or maneuvering through a hail of arrows to claim the head of a commanding officer, even the most treacherous lords and the most ferocious bandits would keep their distance. Sig's reputation spread swiftly, rendering the final leg of his journey to the Wall relatively peaceful. Beyond the neck lay the territory of House Stark, the Guardians of the North. While the law and order here did not reach the level of a place where nothing was lost, it was markedly superior to other regions, leading Sig to gain a profound appreciation for the governance of House Stark. The north was a barren land, with much of the territory untilled and primitive woods abundant. Within the dense forest, he encountered the weirwood tree, a magical species adorned with a human visage, said to represent the old gods, through whose eyes the divine observed the mortal realm. Consequently, Sig became particularly attentive to this fearsome tree, sensing within it a subtle essence of magic. Though its power was exceedingly faint, he discerned a connection among different weirwoods. However, he could not uncover the mysteries of the ancient deities that lay beyond the trees. This world was imbued with a peculiar force known as magic, yet its influence was limited. He had ample time to investigate the origins of magic and the current experiences of the world. Having completed his study of the weirwood, he ventured deeper into the wolf woods. According to the warnings of kind-hearted villagers, even small merchant caravans dared not traverse the woods at night, for the wolf packs would devour them without a trace. Sig expressed his gratitude to the villagers but had no intention of heeding their advice. It was not that he doubted their words, but rather that he found it unnecessary. He journeyed through the night, encountering packs of wolves, shadowy bobcats, and numerous unnamed carnivorous beasts. He felt no need for weapons, nor even intimidation. Creatures capable of surviving in the wild instinctively knew what should not be approached. Much like lightning, wildfires, tornadoes, volcanoes, and earthquakes, they too understood to steer clear of Sig. The journey was eerily serene, so quiet it was unsettling. A lone rider ambled through the dense forest, where the king's road resembled mere dirt paths. Upon emerging from the wolf-infested woods, he unexpectedly encountered a merchant caravan. Astonishing its guards, one of the men clad in black intercepted him, addressing him with a tone of feigned respect. "Noble sir, it is not my intent to offend you. But further north, there are no great towns, only Mole Village and the Night Watch's outpost." The black-clad figure, hunched and sinister, bore a dark complexion and an unkempt beard resembling a thicket. Sig noted the swarms of lies upon him, drawing from Viserys's memories and the whispers he'd collected along the way. He scrutinized the man before him. "Are you of the Black Cloaks?" His inquiry was abrupt, prompting the nearby black-clad individuals and the caravan guards to tense. He heard the metallic sound of a dagger being drawn from beneath a cloak. Sensing the unique adrenaline that only arises before battle, the man in black regarded him, then lowered his head. Euron, a member of the Night Watch's corvettes, primarily tasked with recruitment. Euron appeared to feign submission, yet Sig discerned his hand slipping into his breast pocket, where a sinister weapon undoubtedly lay concealed. "So, it is you, Brother Euron." Sig recalled the formalities from his memories, stating, "My destination is the Black Castle, beneath the Wall of Despair, where the Night Watch resides." He sensed the atmosphere easing slightly. "My great-grandfather resides there, and I am on my way to visit him." "Your great-grandfather?" Euron furrowed his brow in confusion, while the other black-clad figures displayed surprise. Life at the Wall of Despair was harsh, and few lived long. One who had endured for 30 years like him was considered aged. "Your great-grandfather must be. Oh, Grandmaster Aemon should still be alive. I received correspondence from him 2 years ago." Euron's eyes widened in shock as he scrutinized Sig. Sig understood their astonishment, lowering his hood to reveal violet eyes. Euron stared intently, as though Sig were an otherworldly creature. "Is Grandmaster Aemon still residing there?" Sig inquired. Euron bowed deeply, realizing Sig was kin to the Grandmaster. "He will surely be delighted to see you. However, we have pressing matters to attend to and cannot accompany you. Forgive us for this transgression." Sig surveyed the tense expressions of the black-clad men and the curious caravan guards. "It is of no consequence. I am merely glad to know the Grandmaster is in good health. I shall continue the remaining journey alone. The Black Castle is easily identifiable. Though the Night Watch once boasted 19 fortresses, only 3 remain. Apart from Eastwatch and Shadow Tower, the Black Castle is the sole fortress inhabited, making it nearly impossible to stray from the path." Sig declined the hospitality of the cloaked figures, instead bestowing upon them the excess bear meat he could not consume. The astonishment etched upon the warriors' faces upon realizing the meat was still fresh was unforgettable. Alone, Sig pressed onward. As he traversed past the caravan, it became evident, as they had foretold, that there were no sizable villages or the lands of noble lords, only desolate wilderness or dense forest. The haunting howls of wolves echoed around him, while above, crows, hawks, and vultures circled ominously. After several days of relentless travel, allowing only his pack animals brief respites, He finally beheld the cluster of black towers upon surpassing a barren hamlet. Though the black castle served as a fortress, it lacked protective walls. One side rose hundreds of feet, resembling a sheer cliff of a formidable great wall. Under the sun's rays, the wall's summit shimmered with a spectral hue. And the towering precipice, aside from a narrow path for ascent, bore a striking resemblance to true mountain cliffs. Siegfried squinted, admiring the grandeur of the formidable wall. The technological prowess of the kingdom was insufficient to construct such a bastion. In truth, to erect a defensive structure of this magnitude would require a mechanical civilization to evolve for at least a millennium. Beyond that, only magic could achieve such architectural marvels. Yet the current waning state of magic in this world rendered it impossible. It was likely that the cataclysm that befell this realm had occurred not long ago. Perhaps in a few centuries, this great wall would vanish. The creations of humankind often appear magnificent and intricate, yet fail to withstand the test of time. A truth that extends to human civilization itself. Sieg reflected on this, uncertain whether he belonged to humanity or something else. The sound of hoofs approached. Two cloaked figures drew near. Sieg urged his horse forward to meet them. The council chamber of the Black Castle had been cleared, leaving only the high-ranking officers of the Night's Watch and Maester Aemon Targaryen, a balding man with a wrinkled visage, shriveled frame, and blind eyes. Sieg scrutinized the old man, recalling memories associated with him. Although Viserys was inept, he possessed extensive knowledge of the Targaryen family and its affairs. Aemon Targaryen was the third son of Maegor I. His grandfather, Daeron I, named him after his great-uncle, Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight. At that time, King Daeron already had 4 adult sons, 3 of whom had offspring of their own. Fearing the peril of having too many potential heirs to the Targaryen throne, he sent Aemon to the citadel. Later, Maester Aemon had the opportunity to become king but steadfastly refused, ultimately culminating in the rise of the Mad King. This man scorned power, valuing personal freedom and pursuit above all, embodying the qualities that Sieg held in highest regard, making him a natural companion. Chapter 12. Winter is coming. Here lies the base of the Night's Watch, where the wall stands as a bastion against the haunting specters that threaten humanity. In this realm, there are neither allegiances nor vendettas. The commander of the black-clad forces, known as the Bear, Jeor Mormont, seemed on the verge of tearing his bushy beard from his chin. Beside him stood the sharp-eyed Brynden Stark, the gaunt and stern Ser Alliser Thorne, and the rotund one-armed Donal Noy, all casting cold glares at a man named Sieg. Sieg surveyed the scene, disregarding the hostility emanating from the Night's Watch, his gaze settling on a balding, huddled figure. The blind old man, Aemon Targaryen, appeared even frilier than he had envisioned. "Good day, uncle. I have come to visit you, Viserys. You, I, and our little sister far away on the Dothraki Sea are the last remnants of House Targaryen." Even though he bore no true Targaryen blood, uttering these words filled him with sorrow and loneliness. The once illustrious descendants of dragons, the guardians of the 7 kingdoms, now faced decline and potential extinction. Who, then, was to blame? The assembly held their breath, awaiting the old man's reply. After a prolonged silence, when Sieg presumed the old man too befuddled to respond, a tremulous voice broke the quiet. "I am not your uncle. The Night's Watch has no children. You must have mistaken me for someone else." His blind eyes were obscured by a milky film, and beneath his faint stern expression, he resembled a wandering spirit. "You heard it well. There are no Targaryens here. Nor your uncle. Depart," commanded the Bear, issuing an eviction order. Though Sieg comprehended the message, he remained unmoved. "I have traveled a great distance from the Dothraki Sea. How could I not take a moment to rest or admire the sights of the wall?" With an air of indifference, he pulled out a chair, sat down, and helped himself to the pickled beef on the table. Bang! A hand slammed down on the table, causing cups brimming with drink to leap and spill their contents across the surface and onto the floor. "This is a fortress guarding the edge of the world, not a sightseeing venue. You should be grateful to be alive, lad. This is not King's Landing. Your antics will not be tolerated. Moreover, should you truly venture there, our esteemed King Robert would reduce you to a mere pulp with his warhammer," retorted Ser Alliser Thorne, his face flushed with indignation. Sieg cast a sidelong glance at him. "When did it become your turn, you worthless cur, to howl so brazenly? Had it not been for cowards like you, the usurper would not have been allowed such audacity." Thorne's face reddened with fury, while someone restrained his shoulder. "Allow me to speak. Had it not been for the Mad King's slaughter of so many loyal and valiant subjects, that war would never have occurred. And had your Prince Rhaegar not abducted my sister, even for the sake of seizing the throne, Robert might not have pursued such ruthless vengeance, interjected Brynden Stark. His gaze sharp as a dagger, his presence as formidable as a hurled spear. Ah, I see now, it's the little Stark brother. How bold of you to speak. Are you unaware of the events that transpired? Did not Eddard tell you what your sister entrusted to him after the Battle of the Trident? Silence. Banyan's expression shifted dramatically as he unsheathed his dagger. If you do not cease your incessant chatter, do not blame me for disregarding the esteemed Aemon's sentiments. The majority of those present wore masks of confusion, save for the elderly Aemon, whose astonishment was palpable, while Banyan's countenance fluctuated between shadow and light. Enough, my friends. Let us not dwell on the past. I am not your adversary. Sig rose from his seat, moving to stand beside the old bear. Your Excellency. The Night's Watch has sworn to sever ties with the past precisely to reaffirm our stance. Why then do you refuse my visit? Perhaps I seek to join your ranks. He approached Banyan Stark, swiftly pressing the dagger back into its sheath. There is no need for conflict among the Night's Watch. Our true enemies lie beyond the wall. Do you wish to join us? The old bear regarded him with disbelief. The surrounding individuals remained silent, yet their expressions spoke volumes. I would indeed join you, Your Excellency. Though not at this moment, for many matters remain to be addressed. Once all is prepared, I shall enlist in the Black Cloaks. And together we shall safeguard this desolate wall. As Sig spoke, he gazed through the window at the towering walls shimmering with icy blue light. A magnificent sight that even he found hard to fathom. Young man, you seem to misunderstand. This is not a place for idle folk to come and go as they please, came the ominous voice of Elisa Thorne. I am no mere boy. And as for coming and going, what can you do about it? As he spoke, Sig employed a subtle technique, transforming his black hair into strands that glimmered with silver brilliance. His violet eyes swept across the room, reminiscent of a returning monarch. The expressions of all the Night's Watch members, including the old bear, shifted dramatically, with some involuntarily bowing their heads. The blind old man listened intently, his habitual manner of conversing creating an oddly compelling atmosphere. Sig paid him no mind. Aemon was precisely what he had hoped for, undaunted by fate and resolute in defiance. He could see through Aemon's soul. Every member of the Night's Watch has undergone at least one trial, the old man said, his voice trembling yet imbued with an alluring wisdom that drew attention. People are often inclined to honor their promises, especially in ordinary times. Yet when trials arise, they invariably find reasons to break those commitments. The old man's expression turned sorrowful, his eyes trembling beneath a thin veil of white. Sig unceremoniously seized a generous portion of chicken from the platter, not out of necessity but out of habit. Every morsel transported him back to the past, a time when his family was shattered, his beloved was wronged, his children lost, and his dearest friends perished. Though such tragedies may seem rare, they occur incessantly in the lives of different individuals. One day, it may be our turn. Sig gazed out the window, through which the towering walls loomed against the darkened sky. Sighing deeply, Aemon lamented, our family. It has been so many years since we have produced a talent like you. The onset of our decline began with the departure of the dragons. His pale eyes clouded with mist as he adjusted the heavy silver chain of his bachelor's robe, akin to a knight tending to his longsword. He had hoped that rigor could stem the tide, but alas, was it truly solely the absence of the dragons? Even though Aemon could not see, Sigurd was glaring at him. Were there no prior signs? For instance, the queens faced a higher likelihood of difficult births, and the number of malformed and stillborn Targaryen offspring exceeded that of other noble houses. He carelessly wiped the grease from his hands onto his leather attire. The Valyrian blood, infused with magic, required purity to effectively command dragons. Thus, a brother must wed his sister. Sometimes a younger brother marries an elder sister. And there have even been instances of mothers and sons uniting in matrimony. The Grand Maester, with his vast knowledge, pondered whether such practices were truly without issue. The air felt thick and suffocating, and after a prolonged moment, the old man sighed. Ancient traditions, the mandates of our forebears, and the pride of our lineage have blinded us. Sigurd waved his arms, as if to disperse the gloom, declaring that the golden Valyrian blood had long since withered. Along with the dragons, the Targaryens had no future. Life begins here and ends here. The cycle of the world is ever thus. Sigurd's voice radiated warmth akin to the dawn's first light, reminiscent of a deity imparting wisdom. Old man, your greatest achievement in this life lies in your rejection of that vile throne, which hastened the demise of the Mad King and this decaying dynasty. In an instant, the old man's face was etched with fear and horror, only to be replaced by a serene acceptance. I am weary, dear Viserys. We shall converse another time. Watching Aemon, the Targaryen, depart unsteadily, Sigurd wore the expression of one who had traversed such paths before. I trust your discussions have borne fruit. I hope the Grand Maester does not take ill due to your shortcomings. The commander of the Night's Watch remarked with a touch of irony. Though he was no longer young, his physique remained robust, with a keen gaze. After the old man exited, he slipped inside, having likely waited outside for quite some time. Esteemed commander, Sigurd offered the most respectful salute he had ever given. I beg your pardon for my rudeness, after all. The old man's heart has been frozen for too long and requires some provocation to thaw. My actions were compelled by necessity. You did not seek him merely for idle chatter, did you? The burly man scrutinized Sigurd with intent. Let me make my stance clear. The enemies of the Night's Watch will always lurk beyond the wall, and we shall not forsake our vows for a meaningless throne. A radiant smile graced Sigurd's face, for he was aware of the charm he possessed. The burly man slightly turned his head, as if to resist the allure of such charisma. Commander Mormont. Whether you believe it or not, I must inform you that winter is coming. The commander narrowed his eyes. I hope you are not indulging in alarmist rhetoric. Sir Wyman Royce. Sig sought to deliberately slow his pace, gauging the reaction of Commander Mormont. As anticipated, the Night's Watch leader instinctively placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword. Will and Garrett, what peril do you believe they have encountered? Sir Royce, though still quite youthful, stands alongside two of the finest of the Night's Watch, does he not? At last, George Mormont could no longer maintain his facade. He drew a chair and seated himself before Sig. I must also bear the responsibility of informing you that this is not an opportune moment for a struggle over the throne. The strength of the Night's Watch is exceedingly frail, and anomalies have begun to manifest throughout the wall. The wildlings kindle their fires throughout the day, gathering in certain fortresses. The long summer is drawing to a close, winter approaches, and it is highly likely that we shall be unable to withstand the encroaching threats. Chapter 13. The Crypts of Winterfell. Abandoning the loathsome woman, Robb felt a lightness envelop him. This sensation persisted until Ned guided him closer to the two stone direwolf sentinels guarding the crypt. A bone-chilling aura and an air of death assailed him as he stumbled along the damp, narrow steps. Curse this place! Were it not for Lyanna, I would not wish to linger here for a single moment. Ned, could you not have laid her to rest in a more beautiful and refreshing locale? Robb muttered curses at his ever-bulging frame, cautiously preventing himself from falling. 7 hells. Anyone residing here for an extended period would surely succumb to madness. How could poor Lyanna endure it? This is a dwelling for the dead. They do not feel the cold. Ned's tone remained as monotonous as ever. Robb mused. This fellow has never truly been young. With such a demeanor, what is the purpose of living? Here lies the Stark family crypt, where every Stark must eventually return. Ned sighed. Your Grace, Lyanna is also a Stark. She belongs here. She is meant for flowers, fragrance, and those beautiful things that cannot be named. Robb grumbled. The spirited and fiery girl seemed to echo from a distant realm. Robb gazed into the distance, yet the crypt's walls and ceiling obstructed his view. Am I not the king? Should I not be entitled to express my opinion? 7 hells. Ned, I truly despise your disposition. His old friend shrugged and pressed onward. The north is frigid, and the underground even more so. Ned held a torch aloft, leading the way, while Robb followed in his footsteps, breathing heavily, shuddering at the icy air filling his lungs. They traversed past myriad stone effigies, ancestors of House Stark, each accompanied by a direwolf at their knees, a sword resting upon their laps. It was Robb's first visit to this hallowed ground, yet he felt the martial essence of House Stark permeating the air. He strained to envision Lyanna seated among the stone figures, a sword laid across her knees, but he could not conjure the image. The dim crypt and the profound tunnels appeared endless. Although the ground was dry, he felt as though he waded through frigid water up to his knees, the cold gnawing at his very bones. He endeavored to ignore the indifferent gazes of the Stark ancestors. He was not afraid. Robb Baratheon had never feared anyone. He simply could not confront the family of the woman he cherished so deeply. If they were foes, even the White Walkers, he would wield his warhammer without hesitation to shatter them. But these figures before him were her kin, the ancestors of his sworn brother, Ned. He was at a loss. Darkness and death enveloped him, and Robb could not help but envision the shadows coming to life. A warhammer would be futile against such beings. At last, he encountered familiar visages, old Lord Stark and Brandon. He had not been in King's Landing during the final moments of the Mad King. It was said their deaths were grotesquely tragic. They ought to be grateful to him, he had avenged House Stark. Looking up, he met the hollow gaze of stone eyes, coldly scrutinizing him. Ned paused before a female statue. Robb, filled with longing, caressed the rough surface of the statue, feeling a pang of fear for his inability to recall the visage of her from years gone by. The statue failed to capture her beauty, a mere shadow of what it once was. He spoke falsely, for he could not even remember her face. The dead are perfect, came Ned's sorrowful voice from behind. Your sister was naturally beautiful, yet she pales in comparison to the queen. Do not mention that woman, Robb exclaimed with anger, waving his hand dismissively. Merely possessing beauty is of no consequence. That woman is but a fraction of lioness' worth. Realizing his outburst, he withdrew his hand from the statue. In the end, you two will find yourself here. What meaning is there in such an outcome? Ned shook his head, asserting that the Stark family's perfect conclusion must inevitably lie here. A fate that even the king cannot alter. Robb laughed heartily, clapping his solemn brother on the shoulder. Seeing Ned's grimace only served to alleviate the melancholy that weighed upon his heart. Ah, you, who have never known youth. In life, you cherished honor, duty, and rules. In death, you adhere to tradition. How dreary. Reluctantly, Ned nodded in agreement. Robb shook his head vigorously. Enough of your wooden-headedness. Nothing will change regardless of what is said. Let us depart and seek merriment. Their steps lightened as they left. Robb felt as though someone were urging him forward. The welcoming feast commenced in the afternoon, with the evening as banquet showcasing the host's gravity. Robb despised the process of nobles, lords, and vassals entering and being announced before the main meal. Long ago, when he was merely an inconspicuous foster son, he relished the lengthy ceremonies. For from his corner in the dining hall, he could boldly admire the graceful figures of noble women, indulge in rare fine wines, and glean tales of great personages. Such occasions felt like celebrations. Yet, as his status rose and he ascended to the pinnacle of power, becoming the focal point of attention, the previous joys faded away. He entered the dining hall alongside a woman capable of stifling conversation. The assembly rose in a bow. He was compelled to maintain an expression of authority tempered with warmth. Sighing, Robb felt pity for his weary self. By the seven, if they knew that the so-called king lived such a life, they would surely deter him from this duty. Gazing at the Lannister woman, poised and elegant, every gesture exuding an indescribable nobility, he felt like a mere country bumpkin in comparison to her regal presence. Robb suppressed his irritation. His tolerance for elaborate ceremonies and their embodiment, his queen, was waning. Dear, it is your turn to speak, she said in a saccharine, insincere tone that was utterly nauseating. Every inch of her, even the finest hair upon her skin, seemed to amplify her nobility. Bah! Robb wisely refrained from uttering his most fervent thoughts. Rising, he surveyed the entire dining hall from his elevated position. He noted that Ned appeared even less at ease in such circumstances than he. The fool was dressed appropriately, his demeanor far more graceful than his appearance suggested. However, the way this fellow's eyes darted about was truly amusing, akin to a wolf confined in a cage. He noticed Catelyn, the eldest daughter of House Tully and Ned's wife, casting encouraging glances towards her husband. Robert nearly burst into laughter. Ned, usually so solemn and the epitome of a perfect knight, needed a woman to bolster his spirits. One wondered if he had lived long enough to become a mere dog in his old age. The little ones seemed to exhibit more decorum than the adults. Joffrey was with Sansa, a striking beauty who had inherited the Tullys' red hair, delicate frame, and lovely cheekbones, forming a natural pair with the insufferable lad. Arya Stark bore a long face, a veritable replica of Ned, and appeared to get along splendidly with Tommen. He could almost envision Tommen trailing behind Arya, running about in a carefree manner. Myrcella seemed quite taken with Ned's eldest son. The foolish boy lacked his father's brooding demeanor, evidently influenced by his mother's lineage. Myrcella, however, was excessively shy. A daughter of her heritage ought to be more vivacious. As Robert scanned the crowd, he spotted a lad adorned with the golden kraken sigil. He shook his head. Balon was a stubborn and formidable old man, and this son did not resemble him at all. Continuing his search, he failed to see Ned's bastard. He was certain he would not overlook such a striking resemblance to Ned. The absence of the bastard diminished Robert's enjoyment of the evening considerably. He sighed in frustration, realizing that all eyes were upon him. Well then, with fine wine and exquisite delicacies, who wished to endure a lengthy monologue from the King of the Seven Kingdoms? Let us eat and drink. Where is the music? By the gods, where is that damn band? Before I resort to whipping you lot, play some music. Upon glimpsing the Queen's face, resembling that of someone constipated for months, he felt a surge of delight. "Your Majesty, this is not in accordance with today's proceedings." A golden-clad Kingslayer approached, only to be nearly shoved aside by Robert. "Ha! I am the king, I set the rules. Whatever I do aligns with the proceedings," he declared defiantly, raising his chin and fixing his gaze upon the Kingslayer. Jaime Lannister reluctantly lowered his eyes. "Paul, useless fellow," Robert thought, reveling in the slight tremor of the Kingslayer's shoulders. "Today, let us cast aside the wretched formalities and celebrate heartily. Who among you will join me in a dance? Ned, summon a few ladies to the floor." As the Lannisters gradually departed, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, and Robert finally felt he could truly enjoy himself. Chapter 14. Misfortune approaches. Violet stepped away from the welcoming crowd, donning the gown lent to her by Sister Modem, allowing her to finally present herself before others. Due to her connection with the Duchess, everyone was preoccupied, yet none assigned her any tasks. This afforded Violet the opportunity to closely observe the nobles of the realm and the north. Compared to the lords and vassals of the north, the distinguished figures from King A's Landing exuded a generally more refined elegance. Through her unbiased gaze, Violet discerned that the nobility from King A's Landing often looked down upon their northern counterparts. Among them, the most striking and esteemed was undoubtedly the Queen. She epitomized beauty, surpassing the Duchess in every conceivable manner. However, from Violet's perspective, she found herself more drawn to the Duchess. The Queen perpetually wore an expression of disdain, making it difficult for anyone to feel a sense of closeness. Among the prominent figures of King A's Landing, she favored Princess Marcella and young Prince Tommen, two charming children with gentle dispositions, evoking thoughts of springtime. Most captivating, however, was the dashing knight known as the Kingslayer. From this man, who bore a striking resemblance to the Queen, Violet sensed an aura of languor that contradicted his infamous title. Truthfully, she felt a certain similarity between the Kingslayer and Sig, though she could not articulate the specifics. Prince Joffrey was the member of the royal family that Violet despised the most. With his golden hair and blue eyes, he embodied the archetype of characters found in ballads and fairy tales. Violet's intuition warned her that beneath the prince's flawless exterior lay a heart that was anything but beautiful, perhaps even devoid of ordinary virtue. The Stark boys were ill at ease in the presence of the prince. Robb consistently sought opportunities to spar with him, and it was evident that the Duke's eldest son was eager to find an excuse to deliver a sound thrashing to the prince. There was no seat for Violet at the banquet. Although her status was unique, she was still considered a servant, and her actual standing was not much better than that of the common handmaidens. She was assigned to dine at the long table designated for the lower servants. Quickly, she concocted an excuse to slip away to the entrance of the dining hall. At that moment, no one paid her any mind. The servants were each engrossed in their duties, and when they finally found a moment to rest, they seized the chance to share tidbits of the sumptuous fare on the table. The nobles, of course, were even less likely to notice her presence. Violet observed everything with poise, striving to memorize the identities of those of notable rank or appearance. She hoped that, should Sig require intelligence, she would be able to provide it. Despite her focus on recalling important figures, she did not overlook the indiscretion of the bastard, Jon Snow. A man clad in black, bearing the Stark family resemblance, approached and conversed with the illegitimate son. Jon appeared visibly distressed, hastily departing only to stumble in his haste. Violet could feel the weight of Jon's anguish. It was a palpable sorrow, and the young man was on the verge of tears. After Jon rushed out, the man in black shook his head and returned to the main table, leaving Violet curious about his identity. Yet, her concern for the bastard prevailed, prompting her to leave the dining hall in pursuit of the path he had taken. The Stark family as bastard. The imp, quite impolitely revealing the shortcomings of others, nimbly turned away from the drawing platform he had previously occupied and approached Jon. Varys realized that this imp was the one whom Sig had pointed out. She remained concealed in the shadows. "I have a name, Jon Snow." The bastard seemed to be stirred even more, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. "If my earlier greeting offended you, I sincerely apologize." The unremarkable imp, slightly more cautious now, added, "However, one must confront reality. You should boldly acknowledge your identity, for then no one shall be able to harm you." "Lord Tyrion Lannister, you cannot possibly comprehend my feelings," Jon exclaimed in frustration, turning to leave. "Oh, I certainly understand your feelings. Every father of an imp in this world regards his son as a bastard, perhaps even worse," Tyrion remarked, casually seating himself beside Jon. Jon stared blankly at the imp, admitting, I do not wish to concede, but your words do hold some truth. As the two continued their conversation, Varys was distracted by a bird soaring from the tower above. This bird exuded a certain power, lacking 6 abilities. Varys could not discern its nature. Yet she sensed it heralded misfortune. In the dark, she sprinted through the castle with a terrifying speed that would put even the most agile thief to shame. Fortuitously, it was night, and most of the castle's inhabitants were inebriated. Otherwise, her presence would surely have caused an uproar. Varys approached the moving misfortune, which lingered before the Duke and Duchess's door. Bachelor Luwin was knocking. She could sense the aura of misfortune emanating from him. Finding a shadow, Varys held her breath and concealed herself. She attuned all her senses to eavesdrop from a distance. Inside the room, she heard the Duke's somewhat irritated response. Can this not wait until tomorrow? Yes, Your Grace, this matter is exceedingly urgent, Bachelor Luwin replied slowly at the door. Varys admired such a person, who approached every task with composure, exuding wisdom and depth. The door opened, and through the light spilling from within, she caught a glimpse of the Duke in his nightclothes, while the Duchess lay in bed, wrapped in blankets. I apologize for the late disturbance. This was delivered by a messenger bird, he stated. Once the door closed, the voices became muffled, yet this posed no challenge for Varys. Her acute senses were innate, allowing her to discern subtle tones of meaning even through the heavy door. The messenger bird comes from the Vale, sent by your sister. She realized it must pertain to something of great importance, or else Bachelor Luwin would not have been so grave. She searched around, locating a small vent in the wall. Like Bran, she exited the castle's interior, scaling the steep wall with her bare hands. Her abilities in this regard were no less impressive than Bran's. Within mere breaths, she arrived at the vent beside the Duke and Duchess's chamber. Peering through, she observed the 3 figures within, all bearing grave expressions. Lady Arryn undertook great risks to send this letter. If intercepted by a member of House Lannister, the consequences would be dire, mused Master Ruven, analyzing the situation. Violet found herself in a state of confusion, wisely opting to await further remarks from the 3. If I were to disclose the matter to Robert, the lady interrupted the Duke. My dear, I implore you not to do so. This is of utmost importance. We must rely on evidence. If indeed it is the Lannisters who are responsible, we must ascertain not only how they plotted the demise of Lord Arryn but also their motives, while preparing ourselves for a potential retaliation from House Lannister. Are you suggesting that I venture to King's Landing to investigate? The Duke scoffed, revealing his reluctance. You know well that I detest that place. Deceit and treachery are not my forte. The lady shook her head. My dear, you must go. Arryn was your foster father, as well as Robert S. If the contents of the letter are true, it indicates that the situation is urgent. After Lord Arryn, it will be Robert's turn. For the sake of the 7. If Robert loses the throne, we shall be next. Violet observed quietly, listening intently, yet struggled to comprehend why the others seemed so anxious. Although she understood every word spoken and grasped the general situation, their reasoning eluded her. Everything that transpired here must be conveyed to Sig, for he would undoubtedly grasp the underlying significance. But what reason do I have to go to King's Landing? Without a formal order, a guardian of the North entering the capital would be met with disdain. Duke Stark was still finding excuses, clearly unwilling to be entangled in this affair. Rest assured, Master Ruven spoke slowly, His Majesty's northern tour cannot merely be for a visit. If I am not mistaken, following the sudden demise of the Prime Minister, he must seek a new candidate for that position. It is far too perilous to allow all crucial roles to fall into the hands of House Lannister. He will certainly look for someone who is not a Lannister. A new Prime Minister. The Duke appeared somewhat bewildered. Oh, my dear Ned. Sometimes I truly believe you are a fool. Have you not considered why Robert has traveled such a distance to see you? The Duchess placed her hands on her hips. Exasperated. I am not cut out for the role of Prime Minister, Ned persisted. That is not for you to decide. For our sake, for the children's. You must go, the lady's tone turned stern. It was hard to fathom that the tall and imposing Duke Stark could be chastised by his wife. She suddenly felt the weight of pressure and fatigue. A voice echoed in her mind. I will take over control of the body. Instantly, she lost her autonomy, feeling as though she were observing someone else's actions from afar. Master Ruven withdrew, and the Duke and Duchess embraced, seemingly sharing parting words. Violet. What transpires here is of great significance, Sig's voice resonated in her mind. Just now, the course of the world shifted rapidly. It is imperative that you visit King S Landing. I find myself at the Great Wall of Despair. After attending to my affairs, I shall journey to the capital to meet you. Take care of yourself. The burden has vanished, and Sig has departed. Violetta gazed enviously at the embracing Duke and Duchess, longing for the opportunity to share heartfelt confessions in person. Chapter 15. The bloodthirsty Khal Drogo galloped across the vast wilderness, leading the Blood Riders. He relished this sensation, the brisk wind against his face, the endless waves of grass that constituted the Dothraki Sea stretching before him. In days of yore, he had been compelled to follow Khal, too feeble to confront formidable foes, akin to an underdeveloped foal. Each time he traversed the grassy swells, all he beheld were the remnants of destruction left behind by others. It was only when he gained the strength to ride at the forefront that he first perceived the breathtaking beauty of the plains. They rode with abandon, unperturbed by the notion of losing their comrades or losing their way. Khal was a colossal, moving entity, his front surpassing even that of the Chaos retinue. While scouts flitted back and forth, on either flank, a multitude of knights provided protection. Behind Khal, slave infantry brought up the rear. On the Great Plain, no man or beast could elude Khal's vigilant gaze. A shadow of a city appeared on the horizon, a trade metropolis along the coast, though not as vast as Pentos. It was still a formidable structure in Khal's eyes. The city resembled a great tree with deep, sprawling roots, its influence extending for miles around. Unlike Khal, the city leaned more towards defense and self-preservation. To the Dothraki, such a colossal entity was nothing less than a coveted prize. The methods of plunder were manifold. When confronting merchant-led free cities governed by governors, the Dothraki preferred to procure peace through coin and goods, provided there were no famine or unforeseen calamities. Khal Drogo did not oppose such transactions. After all, warfare posed the risk of diminishing the ranks of his warriors. Though his khalsar boasted a formidable number of over 100,000, it could not withstand severe attrition. If even 1/10 of his 40,000 warriors were lost, instability would arise within the khalsar, and ambitious rival khalsars would seize the opportunity to encroach upon his domain. Having taken command of an increasingly vast khalsar and having endured the harsh lessons of several direct confrontations, Drogo had ceased to dismiss the merchants' proposals for peace. With each encounter, he discovered that the benefits of trade extended far beyond mere transactions. Trade offered numerous advantages, yet it was not always applicable. Prolonged peace could also inflict harm upon the khalsar. Warriors who had not engaged in battle for an extended period would become decadent, fall into moral decay, or even grow corpulent. Periodically, Drogo would judiciously select adversaries, ensuring that his warriors remained active, allowing novices to see their share of bloodshed. He gazed at the recently discovered city from afar, instructing his men to return to Khalasar and consult the sorcerers on how to proceed. Comprehensive intelligence was imperative for determining the future course of the Khalasar. The clarion call of horns echoed melodiously as the blood-red sun sank below the distant horizon. The stars and moon eagerly ascended the night sky. It was time to return. Drogo let out a long howl, echoed by the Blood Riders in a chorus of roars. The great host surged into the sea of grass, swift and fierce. The night within Khalasar remained unaffected by geography. Even beside an unfamiliar city where friend and foe were indistinguishable, the warriors sang and danced with joy. The towering bonfire, the enticing aroma of barbecued delicacies, and the lively entertainment by the fire, including the duels of warriors. While death does not occur in every instance, a prolonged absence of fatalities is deemed ominous. One of Care's responsibilities is to ensure that, at regular intervals, a warrior succumbs during these duels. The essence of this practice lies not merely in the act of dying but in maintaining the warrior's fervor. Drogo is acutely aware of this. On enchanting evenings or following excessively long periods of peace, he instigates the warriors, prompting them to engage in spontaneous duels before the bonfire. Victors are rewarded with gifts and Care's admiration, while the vanquished lose everything. Those fortunate enough to survive are stripped of their braids as a mark of humiliation. Each evening, similar gatherings unfold, with Drogo inviting the most valiant warriors of the tribe, alongside rising stars. Bonds are forged through laughter and shared meals. He observes the duels, even participating himself, establishing his authority through bloodshed and sustaining the warrior's spirit. When the stars and moon reach their zenith and the world falls into silence, as fatigue envelopes the tribe, he seeks out Khaleesi's tent. Upon seeing her silver hair and violet eyes, his thoughts inevitably drift to a man Khaleesi's brother, an enigmatic and formidable figure. Since reaching adulthood, he has known no defeat, save for the singular loss to her brother, although this defeat remains a closely guarded secret. The powerful descendant of dragons harbors no desire to proclaim the glory of having bested Drogo. Yet, for him, this loss lingers like a shadow. Recently, while engaged in the customary duties of married life, Drogo resorted to brute strength. He found psychological solace in Khaleesi's cries, as they embraced and drifted to sleep. He sensed her sorrow, her pain reverberated through her shivers. Guilt weighed heavily upon him, as this emotion, so rare among the Dothraki, left him bewildered. He realized that this confusion stemmed from an infatuation that had consumed nearly a month of his thoughts. Just as he contemplated whether to offer his newlywed wife some form of compensation to atone for his perceived weakness, he was astonished to discover that Khaleesi had begun to relish this existence. Her screams no longer solely embodied anguish and roars, they now contained hints of pleasure. Indeed, she is of dragon blood, our child shall inherit her beauty and strength, Drogo murmured to himself. Khaleesi turned back, puzzled, and he smiled at her. Her expression suggested that his unusual smile startled her, prompting her to lower her gaze. In high spirits, Drogo laughed heartily, soothing his beloved Khaleesi with utmost tenderness. He resolved to fulfill her wishes as best as he could, his heart ablaze at the thought of their future son, endowed with her brother's looks and formidable prowess. As the dawn's light broke upon the horizon, the shrill sound of alarm horns pierced the air. Drogo sprang up from his grass mat, the lingering fragrance of Khaleesi still in his nostrils. His spirit soared, as if he had drawn unparalleled strength from the dragon descendant. He mounted his horse, finding the blood riders already assembled. Esteemed Care, the governor of the Free Cities, has slain our envoy. Their soldiers crowded together like sheep, while the imposing haggle reported. His curved blade unsheathed, eyes aflame, and tongue incessantly licking his lips, a man thirsting for blood. As the timid lambs dared to challenge the authority of the stallions, Zogo bent forward, his aura intensifying, as the Blood Alliance warriors frantically reined in their skittish steeds. He was satisfied with this outcome. Khan must be the strongest and most authoritative among the KOS, and let the lambs adorn their walls with their own blood. The Blood Alliance warriors roared in fury. With a mere glance from Zogo, a knight departed to summon the other warriors of KOS. There was no need for prearranged tactics. The formation of KOS had been honed through countless bloody battles, yielding the best strategies against any foe. Khan merely needed to lead the warriors into the fray. Zago, at the helm of the Blood Alliance, surged up a gentle slope. He beheld before him the Freedom City, a dark mass composed of mercenaries and city guards. Unlike the kingdom across the narrow bay, Freedom City lacked towering castles or sturdy walls. Soldiers arrayed spiked barricades on both flanks and directly ahead. A handful of mounted overseers navigated through the ranks, rallying morale. A smile crept across Zogo's face. The merchants of Freedom City might excel at trade and haggling, but in combat, they were scarcely more formidable than sheep. Every encounter with Freedom City had been thus. Did they truly believe that the roaring warriors would charge hideously against the barricades? The sound of horns and the sharp crack of whips echoed. He slightly turned, catching a glimpse of the dark mass of cavalry. The number of horses far exceeded that of true warriors, creating a grand and imposing formation on the opposite slope. 40,000 roaring warriors, with 10,000 guarding the flanks of KOS, the remaining 30,000, each mounted on 2 or even 3 steeds, spread out across the prairie, exuding the presence of 100,000 warriors. This was also the source of external rumors, that Zogo commanded 100,000 roaring warriors. He revealed a cruel smile. His howl drowned out the horns and sharp whips, reverberating over the slope, instilling panic among the city guards, who could not discern the true strength of KOS. Zogo and his Blood Alliance were the first to crest the ridge, charging down the slope, their assault aimed not at the front of the city guards, but at the rear flank of the vast defensive formation. The unprotected metropolis, like a defenseless maiden, awaited the ravaging of beasts. Chapter 16. Myrcella Baratheon. Seizing the opportunity as the nun turned away, Myrcella stealthily slipped out of the room. Such a minor adventure comes at a price. Yet the prospect of seeing the valiant Robb made being confined all day by the nun worthwhile. She had learned from the chubby Tommen that the boys were competing in the courtyard. Poor Tommen had to face the Stark children, being gentle and kind-hearted. She silently prayed to the Seven that her little brother would not be too severely harmed by the Starks. As for why she did not pray for the Starks to lose, it was because she believed that in sheer strength, no one could surpass the North's foremost family. Just looking at Robb's sturdy physique and bulging muscles, one could sense the explosive power contained within him, if he were to compete against Joffrey. She did not believe her frail and arrogant brother stood even the slightest chance. "Excuse me, are you lost?" The castle was immense, far larger than the Red Keep. Following the sounds emanating from the courtyard, She realized she had indeed become disoriented. Unlike the Red Keep, everything here was dark and heavy, evoking a sense of foreboding. She did not like it here. Were it not for Rob's presence, the entire journey would have been a complete tragedy. Now, she found herself lost. In this eerie castle, an unexpected wave of fear gripped her. There was no one else around. What if a rogue were to appear? In the distance, a wolf howled. According to Rob, each of the Stark children had a wolf of their own, and even the seemingly demure Sansa had a direwolf named Lady. Rob had pointed out his own little wolf at yesterday's feast, a creature named Grey Wind, with grey fur and fierce eyes. When Grey Wind stared at her, it sent a chill coursing through her veins. Myrcella dared not confess her disdain for the little wolf to Rob, fearing he might think less of her. But now she regretted her recklessness. What if a wolf were to come charging out? Within the somber castle, the paths diverged, twisting and turning endlessly. She found herself at an impasse, on the verge of tears. My lady, are you lost? It was then that Myrcella noticed someone speaking to her. Before her stood a nun, enveloped in an oversized habit, accentuating her diminutive stature. Upon closer inspection, the nun was remarkably youthful and strikingly beautiful. Her sapphire-like eyes radiating warmth and brilliance amidst the castle's gloom. Yes, my good nun, please help me, I am lost. The nun tilted her head in confusion. Did she not recognize me? Myrcella quickly realized this was to be expected. Winterfell was so vast, not everyone had the privilege of encountering royal guests. She was caught in a dilemma. As a princess, wandering about without an escort was quite shameful. Should word of it spread, the royal family's reputation would be tarnished. And she certainly did not wish to face heightened punishment. The thought of being confined to her room for 2 or 3 days was unbearable. The nun, still puzzled, inquired. This is the castle's inner quarters. May I ask where you wish to go? Why is there no one to escort you? Alas! It appears that the nun has uncovered her true identity. Tears brimmed in her eyes. If it were merely a matter of personal embarrassment or confinement, it would be bearable. However, should the royal family become involved, her mother would undoubtedly not let her off the hook. I am not a suspicious individual, Myrcella fervently insisted. Only to realize that her demeanor only deepened the other's perplexity. She exerted all her strength to wave her hands. I truly am not a villain. Just look at my attire, and that, the crest of the stat of the crown, please forget about the crest, honestly. It does not belong to me. Myrcella was already at a loss for words. The nun sighed. My dear young lady, I know who you are. I simply do not understand your destination. It would be my honor to guide you. The nun extended her hand, adorned with a leather sleeve. Myrcella's tears flowed freely. The sounds of shouting echoed in the training grounds. A balding man, surrounded by a halo of white hair and sporting a splendid beard, Sir Roderick, incessantly hollered to correct the stances of 2 combatants in the center. Bran Stark faced off against young Prince Tommen. Bran moved with agility, his motions graceful yet lacking in sheer strength. Tommen, clad in protective gear, resembled a plump little jar. The prince's numerous attempts to strike were effortlessly evaded by Bran, whose attacks came from every direction, leaving the chubby boy exhausted. Surrounding the training ground, the boys and their guards formed 2 factions, with the Lannisters and Baratheons flocking around Joffrey like moths to a flame. On the opposite side stood the robust Bran, strikingly akin to the Duke of Stark, alongside his illegitimate son and the Duke's ostentatious ward. Myrcella gazed at Robb with admiration, thinking him a strong and noble figure destined to be a great lord. Aren't you going to cheer for your brother? The nun's voice made Myrcella blush. No, it's not that. She struggled to find her words. What is there to predict in children's duels? The nun regarded her thoughtfully, causing Myrcella to feel warmth creeping from her cheeks to her ears. A muffled grunt echoed as Bran seized the opportunity to trip Tommen, swiftly delivering a final blow. The bout concluded, and Tommen's dejected expression tugged at Myrcella's heart. Yet, all was not lost. Once the boy matured, the outcomes would surely be different. As she internally sought to excuse Tommen, she vehemently declared to herself, I did not come here merely to admire handsome faces. The training ground erupted into chaos, with both factions hurling insults and provocations, while the guards urged Robb to challenge Joffrey. It is now the turn of the older children. What say you, your highness? Will you join the fray? Bellowed Sir Roderick, the instructor from Winterfell. Joffrey would undoubtedly refuse. Her brother merely appeared formidable. Phew! I am no child and have no need to spar with wooden swords, Joffrey exclaimed, brandishing his exquisitely adorned, custom-crafted longsword. Come back when your lording can wield a real sword. Laughter and jeers erupted from Joffrey's entourage. Miserably, Myrcella cast her gaze towards Robb. She was acutely aware that her brother was in the wrong, provoking others despite his evident fear of facing them. She hoped fervently that Robb would not become too enraged. "Give me a real sword," Robb bellowed, his face contorted with anger, which stirred an uncomfortable feeling within Myrcella. "No, you cannot even wield a wooden sword properly. Using a real sword now would hinder your growth," Sir Roderick interjected, causing Robb's face to flush crimson as he lowered his head. Only to provoke a more unabashed laughter from Joffrey's side. "Is this how royalty should conduct themselves?" Sir Roderick fumed, his white beard bristling with indignation, giving him a formidable appearance. "Mind your words, old man. This is His Highness the Prince, not a country noble like you who can pass judgment." Sandor Clegane, known as the Hound, stepped forward, his face marred by burns. Myrcella privately thought that the Hound relished in chaos. "Ah. It seems this knight from House Lannister wishes to test his mettle against the old fool." Sir Roderick placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. "I am no knight. If you wish to spar, feel free to bring it on, and I might spare you a hand," the Hound continued his provocation. The laughter from Joffrey and his entourage was unrestrained. The Starks glared with palpable fury. Myrcella found it difficult to imagine what would transpire next. She could not fathom why men were so combative. Could they not simply enjoy tea and conversation in peace? One of the duties of men is to battle and vie for women. With two ladies present, neither side would concede easily. It was the nun's interjection that made Myrcella realize she had voiced her thoughts aloud. However, the boys' squabbling ceased at that moment. Following the nun's gesture, Myrcella observed the King's Guard assembling, the banners of the crown stack and the direwolf raised high. The king's hunting expedition was about to commence. Although both factions continued to hurl insults and glare at one another, the prospect of escalating their quarrel diminished. People began to make their way towards their steeds. Accompanying the king on a hunt was a tremendous honor, and soon the boys turned their attention away from each other, focusing entirely on preparing for the hunt. Myrcella sighed in relief, only to realize that Sansa had appeared by her side unbeknownst to her. The beautiful eldest daughter of House Stark curtsied gracefully. "Your Highness. I hope my brother and his companion's rudeness has not left a poor impression on you. They are not usually so quarrelsome." Sansa, adorned in a flowing green gown that accentuated her striking red hair, expressed her sentiments. Myrcella did not agree with her assessment but chose not to argue. With a slight smile, she replied, "You jest, Lady Stark. It is my brother Joffrey who is too proud. I shall speak to my mother about teaching this golden-haired lad a lesson." "Not at all. I believe the prince's conduct was quite fitting." Sansa surprisingly sided with Joffrey. The two exchanged smiles, but Myrcella sensed an odd tension in the air. She had not anticipated a disagreement with Sansa. "Ladies, the boys have departed. Would you cease your bickering?" the nun interjected, causing Sansa to blush. Myrcella lowered her head in shame. "Violet, how is it that you are here, dressed as a nun?" Sansa seemed to have just noticed the nun, astonished. "I have no formal attire." The nun appeared unperturbed by Sansa, even displaying a hint of audacity, at least. Myrcella discerned no trace of reverence in her demeanor. "So your name is Violet. I appreciate your guidance earlier." Myrcella quickly expressed her gratitude, feeling guilty for not having inquired about her name sooner. It was a mere trifle. "Does the princess not attend the king's hunt?" Violet inquired curiously. "Hunting? I shan't partake. Mother despises such coarse pursuits of men and forbids us from attending," Myrcella lamented. Violet gazed thoughtfully at the procession departing from the castle. "Violet, do you not have tasks to attend to for your mother?" Sansa's face bore a scowl. It was evident that Sansa's irritation stemmed from being slighted, and she hoped that the Duchess would not chastise Violet as a result. Violet did not respond to Sansa. Instead, she turned to Myrcella. "Your Highness, I wonder if you are in need of a secretary." Chapter 17. An inescapable misfortune. "Violet, are you truly going to leave?" Elia inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. "They all say you are so ambitious, and the Duchess has treated you so well. How can you betray her?" The two companions ascended the stone steps towards the tower, their designated place for practicing martial skills. Violet felt a profound sense of helplessness. She yearned to elucidate her reasons to Elia, yet was at a loss for words. The boyish Elia fixed her gaze upon Violet. "You're not a snob, are you? Surely, you must have your own reasons, right? Just say yes." "Yes," Violet replied, lowering her head and speaking with utmost gravity. "I cannot disclose the reasons, but I must journey to King's Landing, and we shall meet again. For soon you too will embark on your own journey." Violet longed to reveal the truth. She understood she would be misunderstood. Yet the opinions of others mattered little to her. She simply did not wish for Elia to think less of her. Elia blinked in astonishment, her mouth agape. Am I also to go to King's Landing? Why won't you accompany us? Mother will surely take you along. Violet shook her head. I must go to King's Landing. The Duchess will not. Lord Stark is departing, and over half of Winterfell's populace will leave. Someone must remain. If I do not depart, it would mean being one of those who stays behind. Elia opened her mouth to protest further, but no words emerged, and they continued in silence. The distance between them gradually widening. Stop! No unauthorized persons may enter. 2 guards from House Lannister obstructed their path. On what grounds? This is Stark's castle. Am I not permitted to wander freely within its walls? Elia protested, raising her small fist in defiance. Violet's heart stirred, and she quickly pulled Elia away. Let go of me. Am I wrong in what I say? Elia exclaimed, even drawing a wooden dagger, brandishing it fiercely. My dear Elia, you are not mistaken. But for now, please heed my words and do not escalate the situation, Violet urged, anxiously guiding the young Duchess to a shadowy recess. She cast her gaze upon the tower and the surrounding structures, sensing that malevolent events were afoot. She must intervene. Lowering her head again, Violet's eyes became sharp and focused. Elia took a step back. Violet! What is wrong? Your gaze is terrifying. Violet silently apologized to Elia. Hurry and find Master Ruin. Tell him to come swiftly. No matter the cost. As she spoke, she drew the dagger concealed within her skirts, revealing it as a true weapon and not merely a wooden toy. Is something about to happen? I don't understand. You frighten me. Elia trembled, her voice quivering. Quickly, seek out Master Ruin, Violet urged, unable to provide further explanation. Seek demanded that she, at all costs, prevent impending misfortune. She dashed through the hallway, circling the small courtyard of the castle. Where high walls and towering spires enclosed the space, an ominous premonition loomed overhead. What, besides birds, could linger in the sky? Crows called ominously. Violet turned her gaze toward the sound, spotting a diminutive figure moving between the castle's walls. Could it be him? It was Bran Stark. The little one was quite adept at climbing, frequently darting across rooftops. The high tower where she practiced with Arya was also discovered by Bran. She pondered deeply, realizing that aside from birds, nothing else could ascend to such heights, potentially heralding misfortune. What harm could a mere bird do? Unless someone appeared in the elevated spaces. Disregarding the possibility of drawing attention, she leaped onto the rooftop, clad in the elegant dress gifted by Marcella. She had never before showcased her skills in Winterfell. People merely believed her to be proficient in calligraphy, favored by the Duchess, and few were aware of her prosthetic limb. Let alone could they fathom her suddenly springing onto the rooftops, flitting about like a bird among the castle's architecture. Violet navigated through the gaps between the walls, utilizing rooftops, arrow slits, and tower pinnacles anywhere she could find a foothold. Relying on her resilient physique, she leapt from narrow points of support to the onlookers. She appeared to be soaring through the towers in her flowing gown. A scream pierced the air. As the cacophony of screams and shouts grew louder, Violet realized she was on the brink of notoriety. She could not predict the outcome. Perhaps the Duchess would interrogate her about her origins, or worse, she might be arrested for concealing her identity. Yet, she could not dwell on such thoughts. Misfortune was imminent, and the red-haired boy with a warm smile, Bran, was in jeopardy. She was unwilling to witness his downfall, especially given that Sid had issued orders to spare no effort. She had to avert tragedy. Bran's destination was the abandoned tower. The Lannister guards would not be able to obstruct him. She calculated the little one's trajectory, noting that the paths available to his small frame were few. With her abilities, she could easily catch up. The deep blue and white dress bestowed by Marcella complemented her fair skin and chestnut hair exquisitely. As she leapt between the buildings, the gasps from below transformed from cries of alarm into expressions of admiration. Violet heard someone calling her name. She had no time to respond, for she had spotted Bran. His tiny body was plummeting from a towering spire. She dashed forward but failed to reach him in time. The protrusion on the castle wall altered Bran's falling trajectory. Summoning all her strength, she propelled herself off the arrow slit, accelerating her descent, and just managed to catch Bran mid-air. Yet, the situation remained perilous. There was no safe place to land. The shouts below morphed entirely into screams. Unfortunately, no one could assist her. Violet identified the protrusion on the wall, pushing off desperately. The two soared high, the tremendous force shattering the protrusion, stones crashing down with a thunderous roar. Her vision spun wildly. She struggled to maintain her posture. The descent was too steep, and she needed to mitigate the impact. A building's sloped roof appeared before her, and utilizing the backward force of her left foot, she spun them both sharply, crashing through the roof into the room below. Amid the thunderous noise, she lost consciousness. Surrounded by chaos, she heard curses and screams echoing around her. "Ungrateful wretch, I shall make her pay with blood," echoed the voice of the Duchess, filled with fury. She had leaped to save Bran. Why could they not trust me? Cried Elia in despair. Violet felt utterly exhausted, yearning only for slumber. "Please, save my dear heart." What transpired? Did the aerial performers lose control? "Poor soul," lamented the voice of the queen. "Violet, awaken!" Princess Misera pleaded, her voice thick with tears. Violet longed to express her gratitude, yet her body ached in every conceivable way, resisting her commands. As the morning light pierced through, Violet regained consciousness. She was adorned with bandages, and as she moved her limbs, particularly her prosthetic, relief washed over her upon discovering her vital organs were intact. "You will be all right. I have moved my limbs, I shall soon recover, and we shall meet in King's Landing," resonated Sig's message in her mind. Enduring the sharp pain, she sat up, only to realize the extent of her injuries was far greater than she had anticipated. Perhaps an ordinary person would have succumbed by now. Indeed, to avert the foreseen tragedy, one must pay a price. "She has awakened! She has awakened!" shrieked the maid, dropping her copper basin and rushing out. Violet watched the maid's retreating figure, pondering how to explain the situation below. In her melancholy reverie, her stomach audibly protested its emptiness. How hungry she was! Chapter 18 Inquiry. King Robb sat at the center, surrounded by the prominent figures of the royal court and the nobility of the north. Violet, clad in her own gown, limped into the hall, drawing curious glances from the assembly. The whispers of the ladies echoed in the air, contemplating whether, should she be apprehended or subjected to interrogation, she might carve a path through bloodshed and ultimate recourse. Violet was resolute in her determination not to hinder Theon. A wave of guilt washed over her. Had she been swifter, had she leaped higher, she might have whisked Bran to safety before he was gravely harmed. Yet now, it was too late for regrets. As she approached the vicinity of King Robb, a gruff knight with a bushy beard commanded, "Kneel." She fixed her gaze upon him for a moment before sinking to one knee before Robb. "Sir Trent, you do bear a sense of responsibility." The king spat toward the bearded knight, who averted his eyes. "Enough! Young lady, this is not a courtroom, nor do I intend to judge you. Pray tell, how did Bran fall? And why were you dancing between the towers? I see no wings upon you. I have treated you kindly, why then do you treat Bran so harshly?" The Duchess's voice rose, tinged with a note of despair. Robb furrowed his brow. "Ned, please comfort Catelyn, as I understand it. The situation is not as she perceives." Lord Eddard Stark shook his head and led his wife away. She cast her gaze towards the Stark family, each member appearing utterly worn, as if they had not rested well for several days. Except for Arya's kindness, the rest returned her glance with expressions of confusion or anger. "I await your response," King Robb urged impatiently. Violet met his gaze. He was a tall figure, his waistline formidable, resembling a beer barrel. She was acutely aware of Theon's high regard for this man. "Your Grace, am I to be deemed the perpetrator of harm against Bran Stark?" "Filth!" Robb shook his massive head. "Women are prone to frenzy. Not even 100 men could restrain them." The king seemed to recall that she too was a woman, his expression momentarily awkward. "Yet I still wish to hear the truth from your own lips. My dear girl, do not heed his remarks regarding women." The queen interjected with a smile. "You have done well. I shall explain matters to Lady Stark, but all of us desire to know what transpired." Violet sensed no goodwill from the queen. Narrowing her eyes, she discerned that the queen's gaze was anything but innocent. "Your Grace, I appreciate your understanding. I truly meant no harm to young Bran." She glanced towards the Stark children, who still refused to meet her eyes. "As for why young Bran climbed up, I cannot say. However, I foresaw the peril he would face. Being adept at scaling walls, I leaped onto the parapet without a second thought to bring him back safely." At this point, she anxiously glanced towards Master Luwin. "Rest assured, young Bran is no longer in danger." Reuven smiled at her, and Violet felt considerably better. "Since Bran did not fall at your instigation, how is it that you perceived his impending fall before anyone else?" Rob inquired, his tone peculiar, as if echoing others' sentiments. I must ask you, we are all curious. She had anticipated such inquiries on her journey and could only respond, my senses are keener than those of the average person. People tend to avoid looking up, oblivious to the dangers above, but I am different. I can attest that prior to Bran's fall, Violet was with me, urging me to summon Master Reuven. Arya interjected, gesticulating animatedly to emphasize her point. Silence, Arya. I am asking on behalf of my mother, Rob retorted curtly. Princess Marcella stepped forward, linking her arm with Violet's, and together they gazed at the Stark children. I implore you, Violet is not a villain. I witnessed her rushing toward Bran's direction as he fell. Had she been the one to push him, she would not have acted that way. Marcella withdrew. The queen's voice laced with frost. This is not your place to speak. Marcella recoiled, her neck shrinking. Violet cast a surprised glance at the princess. Marcella's trust moved her. They were not true friends, yet in this world and era, it was indeed rare for a princess to stand by her side. Miss Violet, is that your name? Do you possess a surname? Can you elucidate why you possess abilities akin to a bird? King Robert asked with apparent intrigue, his gaze carrying an undercurrent of meaning. As a woman, Violet instinctively resisted such scrutiny. She turned her head, evading the king's gaze. Your Majesty, I have no memory of my past. I only recall being on the battlefield, fighting against the enemy, losing my arms, and then finding myself in Winterfell. Is that all? Yet. Such combat should be the province of men. Are you a witch? The queen's tone was frigid, her eyes sharp. Violet felt her scrutiny, cautious as a leopard. I can discern the movements of warriors on the training ground and assess their strengths. I must be a warrior. Violet unleashed her prepared responses, attributing everything to amnesia while deflecting her extraordinary agility with claims of martial prowess. This explanation might not convince all, but there was no better alternative. You are a warrior, and your skills are formidable. You must not shy away from demonstrating your abilities here. There are many knights and fighters. Choose a worthy opponent, said the handsome and gallant Jaime Lannister, his tone gentle, in stark contrast to that of his indifferent twin sister. Violet regarded Jaime Lannister with curiosity. She had learned from the Duchess that he was the queen's brother and one of the king's guard. Standing tall, she placed her hand over her heart in a gesture of respect. Esteemed Sir Lannister, I concur with your sentiment and graciously accept your offer. Here, individuals of comparable strength to mine. Her gaze swept across the crowd, eliciting waves of suppressed laughter. Perhaps the esteemed Robb Stark could serve as a worthy opponent for you, my lady. Prince Joffrey's words prompted hearty laughter from those aligned with the Baratheons and Lannisters. Yet none from the north could master a smile. I shall not engage in combat with a woman, but I would relish the opportunity to spar with you, Robb bellowed. The northern nobles concurred. Silence! This is not the time for a tournament. King Robert roared, and the crowd fell quiet. Little girl, I am aware you harbor many secrets. Yet masquerading as a warrior is no simple feat. Perhaps due to her fondness for Sig, Vermera held a certain admiration for the roguish king. My good king, do not doubt my words. The warrior's blood within me shall not deceive. Only upon the battlefield can I truly shine. Vermera's melodious declaration left the assembly momentarily stunned. Little lass, you cannot possibly have feelings for me, King Robert muttered. Have some decorum. The queen scowled. I certainly do admire you, valiant king. Who in this realm does not hold you in high esteem? Regarding her affection, Vermera spoke with sincerity, having found an opponent of equal caliber. She extended her arm, clad in leather, pointing to the scarred figure standing behind the prince, Sir Sandor Clegane, who could match her in combat. This time, not only the common nobles were taken aback, the king, queen, prince, princess, and the king's guard erupted in a tumult of voices. Little girl, the hound will tear you apart. Child, do not be foolish. Admit your mistake, and the adults shall not trouble you. Vermera, do not despair. I believe in you, Arya shouted from the crowd. Clad in grey armor with a blue cloak, the hound's attire, though simple, matched his towering stature and fearsome gaze, ensuring no one underestimated him. Dear lady, I hope you are not jesting. I am neither a knight nor a lord, thus, I would not hesitate to rend apart any woman who dares to provoke me. Vermera approached him, appearing even smaller in his presence, evoking a sense of pity. I implore you, Vermera, do not relinquish your resolve. Be my maidservant, and I shall plead with my mother on your behalf. Marcella nearly wept. As long as you are a warrior, Sir Sandor Clegane, you must accept my challenge. I believe your martial prowess still falls short of mine. The crowd erupted in laughter. The Hound, despite his stoic demeanor, felt a tinge of embarrassment. Little less. If that is truly your desire, then let us engage in a contest. Chapter 19. The sword dancer Violet chose a long sword. Though it was not forged from Valyrian steel. It was crafted from fine steel. Under the sunlight, it emitted a chilling blue gleam. The sword stood taller than her, and in her grasp, it seemed ill-fitted. The sound of mockery echoed around her. She remained indifferent, not perceiving this contest as a matter of fate. If you feel danger, simply concede. Marcella's words were undoubtedly sincere. With effortless grace, she conjured several blossoms of steel in the air, casting a confident smile towards the kind-hearted princess amidst the glimmering cold light. Ha! Tricks are futile against the Hounds, that presumptuous woman. Joffrey's shrill voice rang out. Brother! At the very least, you should applaud her courage, Marcella retorted, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Courage? What nonsense! What courage could such a woman possess? The prince scoffed cruelly. The knights and men remained unusually silent. The Hound was serious. Not only did he oil his heavy sword, but he also had his squire assist in adjusting his armor. My dog could dispatch such a foolish woman in no time. Why are you taking this so seriously? The prince remarked dismissively. Open your useless eyes and see. The girl is no simpleton. Just her swordplay is beyond your capability, Sandor chastised Joffrey, his face a picture of exasperation. Why are you taking out your frustrations on a child? The queen exclaimed in fury. Has that harlot stolen your wits? The king refrained from interjecting further. They stood in the training yard, with Sir Roderick of Winterfell serving as the judge. This is a contest for the king's observation. It shall be limited in scope. Once an opponent is down or concedes, no further attacks may be made, the old knight declared with authority. Neither Violet nor the Hound voiced any objections. The old knight then turned to Violet for confirmation. Once she assented, he gestured for the contest to commence. Violet darted forward like lightning, leveraging her physical advantage. Weaving left and right, the Hound's expression turned to one of confusion and seriousness. He gripped his sword tightly, presenting the most fortified part of his armor towards her. As they passed each other, the Hound swung down with tremendous force. His height lent his strike the power of thunder, prompting gasps from the crowd and shrieks from the girls. Violet spun gracefully, like a flower dancing in the wind, narrowly evading the lethal blow. With a swift horizontal thrust, her blade flashed like lightning. With a sharp slicing sound, she left a white mark on the Hound's shoulder armor. Suddenly, her left hand flicked upward, revealing a dagger that had appeared from nowhere. The glinting blade shimmered with cold light as it aimed for the Hound's throat. His grotesque face registered shock as he tumbled aside, narrowly escaping her deadly strike. The two then disengaged, creating distance between them. Not bad, Violet remarked in surprise as she sheathed the empty dagger back at her waist. I take back my earlier words. You are not an opponent to be underestimated. The Hound assumed a stance of utmost seriousness, his eyes turning blood-red, radiating malice. Enough! Lord Stark called out, terminating the match. He turned towards the king. Acknowledging that Violet had already proven herself as a warrior, thus rendering any further trials unnecessary, he bowed his head to her, expressing sincere regret for failing to express gratitude in a timely manner for saving Bran. Just moments ago, Bran had awakened, confirming that his fall was unrelated to her actions. On behalf of House Stark, I extend my heartfelt thanks to you. Bran has awakened, the children of House Stark exclaimed as they rushed out of the training grounds. Violet and the Hound sheathed their swords and approached the king. Bran has awakened, your suspicions have been alleviated. I too wish to express my gratitude, not solely for rescuing my brother's child but also for imparting a valuable lesson to Joffrey. Robb sought counsel from the Duke of Stark, and together they reached a certain conclusion. Robb solemnly drew his sword, signaling her to kneel on one knee. The long blade rested upon her shoulder, mere inches from her fair neck. Violet, you have rescued Bran Stark, and as a friend of Marcella Baratheon, I hereby knight you as a sword dancer. Accompany Marcella back to King's Landing. Long life the king! The girl's melodious voice rang out as Marcella embraced Violet. Robb Baratheon approached the doorway, while the Stark family gathered around the bedside. Young Bran sat pale against the bed's railing. Not wishing to intrude upon the intimate reunion, he turned to Maester Luwin, inquiring if he had spoken of his fall. Outside, the sound of a wolf's lament echoed. For the seven gods Soke, can that wolf not find a way to be quiet? Its howling will surely disturb the patient's rest. The queen squeezed her way in, prompting Robb to turn away in disdain. The child is out of danger, however. He has fractured his leg and sustained injuries to his back. It is uncertain whether he will walk again. Luwin, stroking his maester's chain, replied. Did the Lannister woman not notice they were having a family gathering? What business do you have intruding? Robb grumbled at the queen, nodding toward Luwin. That is good news. Has he mentioned why he fell? Luwin shook his head. He remembers nothing. That is quite reasonable. Significant events often lead to memory loss. Enough already. He does not remember, Robb interrupted, eager to prevent Luwin from launching into a lengthy discourse. In King's Landing, he had learned to preempt the scholars from wasting time with their verbose explanations. Scholars share a common tendency. Robb, ever polite, refrained from voicing his true thoughts as he stepped outside to await Eddard Stark. The two strolled through the Godwood, reminiscent of their youth in the Vale of Arryn. Time had flown. Once, they were merely young lads dreaming of the life of free knights. Now, look at us behind us, a multitude of children, with even more burdens to bear. Robb lamented, letting out a deep sigh. He patted his belly as though making a startling discovery, furrowing his brow. Nothing has changed. Your Grace, we have never had the chance to be free knights. Family and responsibility have always weighed heavily upon us, and now we simply carry more children. Eddard Stark replied gravely, You, my friend, have never truly been young. Robb shook his head with a bitter smile, forcefully patting Ned's shoulder. You know I need you. Especially after Alan's death. The court is filled with sycophants and schemers, and I can barely hold on. Ned gazed at him in astonishment. You cannot be serious. Hearing the word overwhelmed from you is something I would never have believed. That is because you have not witnessed the reality, Robb retorted with irritation as he began to walk away. The weirwood forest of Winterfell stood in stark contrast to the style of the Red Keep. The eyes of the weirwood tree, weeping blood, seemed to scrutinize him. Do you realize? You and Alan placed me upon the throne, then simply walked away. It was only after ascending to this cursed kingship that I understood how much more difficult it is to sit on the throne than to conquer. He raised his fist, emphasizing his point. Had I known it would be like this, I would never have accepted the crown. Let anyone else take it. Ned furrowed his brow, contemplating for a long moment. You are the people's choice. Alan and I lack such popularity. Your popularity means nothing to me, Robb scoffed at Ned's words. Now that Alan is dead, you speak of popularity. You know me well. What I desire is blood, women, and a life of untamed adventure. He looked skyward, as distant dreams seemed to resurface. I long to abandon everything I have now, to ride alongside you, with a long sword at my side, wandering the world. Living each day on the edge of a blade, and when weary, seeking solace in the arms of a woman in the fields. Ned regarded him with compassion. Robb understood that Ned truly grasped his essence. Though their personalities were vastly different, they were the best of partners, so it had been in the Vale, during the Usurpers' War. And still was now. He regretted leaving Ned in the north. Perhaps if he were in King's Landing, the situation would not be as dire. I did not travel across the frozen expanse to this desolate place merely to hand over the Chancellor's badge to you, Robb declared. His face alight with fervor as he gazed intently at Ned. Though Ned averted his eyes, Robb hoped his enthusiasm would sway him. You must assist me. Compared to the useless lot in court, I trust only you. For the sake of the Seven, I implore you to accept this burden. Chapter 20. Dragonstone Island. Dragonstone Island. Once the launching pad for the Dragonlord's conquest of the Seven Kingdoms, serves as the genesis of the Targaryen family's rise to prominence. In the eyes of Viserys, it occupies a position of paramount importance. He even regards Dragonstone as the rightful capital of his envisioned kingdom. As the small swift vessel hired by Sig approached the shore, a desolate landscape unfolded before him. The so-called docks were devoid of merchant ships, save for the fleet of the kingdom, leading him to further diminish his opinion of Viserys. A man who merely dwells in the past is the tragic protagonist of a story that garners no interest. The very past he clings to is fabricated by others, rendering him incapable of ascending even amidst the roots of his calamity. The tides of history, the inclinations of races, and the fortunes of nations. Sig does not harbor disdain for such descriptive terms. Every world possesses its own laws, and under these laws, certain forms inevitably emerge as dominant. Over time, the faction that aligns most closely with the prevailing trends thrives, and few spectacles are as pleasing as this. Yet, the reality of the world Sig has traversed is far from the simplistic notions suggested by mere words. The grand trends, the wheels of history, and the fates of races indeed exist, but they are also subject to unforeseen influences. Much like a plant that flourishes only to be unnaturally directed to grow in peculiar ways. These malevolent, sometimes even mischievous trends ultimately create closed loops that imprison countless beings across the world. The divine plays the role of the trickster, intervening when it would suffice to allow life to progress unhindered. Such egregious conduct and absurd intentions merit nothing less than a scornful gesture. Draped in a grey robe, Sig arrived at Dragonstone, only to be promptly surrounded by soldiers. This was the domain of Lord Stannis Baratheon, who harbored a disdain for unidentified outsiders. If you are a mercenary or a spy from another realm, kindly leave. We wish to avoid conflict. Should you truly have business here, you must declare your identity. As we do not entertain the presence of the unknown, proclaimed a young officer, his hand resting firmly on the hilt of his sword. Sig scrutinized the officer and the soldiers from beneath his hood. The trio was impeccably attired in leather armor, bracers, and iron helmets. The officer bore a sword, while the soldiers wielded short spears and dagger-like knives, presenting a cleaner and more orderly appearance than soldiers from other regions. They had already begun to embody the demeanor of professional soldiers. Stannis' military acumen surpassed Sig's expectations. I have come to seek an audience with Lord Baratheon. My identity and whereabouts are exceedingly confidential. Declaring them here would inevitably lead to their exposure, he stated, concealing his features within the shadows of his hood, his hand lightly resting on the sword's hilt. This subtle gesture sparked tension among the soldiers, who tightened their grips on their spears, aiming their points toward his chest. The officer, however, did not draw his sword but narrowed his eyes, asserting, "Stranger, all must declare their identity to gain entry, especially when seeking an audience with Lord Stannis. Should you possess any tokens of identity or credentials, we can facilitate your introduction. Whether the Lord is willing to meet you or orders your head severed, that remains at his discretion." A sinister chuckle escaped Sig's lips, purposefully eerie in its tone. The young officer's expression shifted dramatically as he prepared to withdraw. Two soldiers thrust their spears menacingly towards his chest. All three displayed looks of horror, for a figure was shadowing the officer, slipping past the short spears with an uncanny grace. The spears turned as if in slow motion to him. "Halt, or a gaping wound shall mar your neck," Sig urged, positioning himself so the soldiers could perceive the dagger poised at the officer's throat. "This course of action shall yield no favorable outcome, my lord. He never concedes to the likes of you." The officer's voice trembled, yet he persisted in issuing threats. The soldiers exchanged glances, caught in a stalemate. "I come to see Stannis Baratheon and have no desire to engage in conflict with you. Surely, you do not wish to meet your demise." He warned them in a lower tone, as the altercation had yet to attract the attention of bystanders. "I propose a prudent suggestion. You should report to Stannis, informing him that an old friend from across the narrow sea wishes to speak with him. Should he be inclined, he will come. If not, I shall take my leave. And no harm shall befall anyone." The dagger pressed slightly into the officer's neck, a thin line of blood appearing just below the collar. "My lord, do you possess a token to present to Lord Baratheon? Merely speaking of an old friend might not suffice for him to recall you." One soldier lowered his spear, his face a mixture of confusion and caution. "Please, do not put us in a difficult position. Our lord governs with strictness, and your actions could bring us great peril." "You are an astute individual, and I appreciate conversing with the clever," Sig replied, tossing a ring into the air. It glimmered in the sunlight as it arced gracefully into the soldier's grasp. "Do not be greedy. This is not something you are entitled to. If it surfaces in the black market, your head will be forfeit." The soldier accepted the ring and hastily departed. Sig held the dagger close to the officer, standing uncomfortably near, while another soldier kept his spear lowered, watching him warily. In a mere moment, the sound of a horn echoed in the distance. Dust rose from the direction of the dragon-shaped fortress. "Stannis approaches. My worth exceeds what I had anticipated," Sig remarked with a smile directed at the other two. Shortly thereafter, a procession of riders bearing the Baratheon family stag banner arrived, followed by dozens of armored knights and nearly 100 free riders, creating a grand spectacle as they entered the dock area. Simultaneously, the infantry station at the docks enacted martial law, driving away common folk, fishermen, and merchants in a state of panic. Sig released the officer, and both men melded into the ranks of the station infantry. The dock area was alive with fluttering banners and the thunder of hoofs. Everywhere, knights and warriors stood fully armed. In the face of such a formidable assembly, Sig smiled as he lowered his hood, revealing his silvery hair and handsome countenance. With a sword at his side, he stood tall and composed, exuding an air of regal authority amidst the heavy guard. Three riders approached at full speed, and as they neared, the foremost knight reined in his steed, causing it to rear up. With a roar, he looked down upon Sig. Sig met his gaze. The leader was a tall man, bald with a broad chin and a thick black beard. You must be Stannis Baratheon. Among the three brothers, you are the most unseemly, he declared boisterously. His demeanor carefree and unabashed. The spawn of madness, rather than hiding in the Dothraki grasslands, has come seeking death. Stannis spared no words. He drew his long sword, its blade glinting with a cold light. If you were to slay me now, you would be the greatest fool in the world. Sig, leisurely strolling before Stannis' warhorse, retorted. Robert would pursue you for treason, for your collusion with the Targaryens. The loyal nobles of my house would regard you as a regicide, constantly yearning for your head upon a pike. Only your demise could satisfy all parties involved. Nonsense. I see only a madman speaking here. Stannis' confidant was on the verge of an outburst but was restrained. Give me a reason not to kill you. While it is true Robert harbors no fondness for me, that is a matter internal to House Baratheon. Our relationship allows for the survival of only one party. Gazing intently at Stannis, Sig observed a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, as if he were hesitating. You have committed a foolish act by bringing your entourage to meet me. No matter how you explain it, those smooth-talking sycophants around Robert will inform him of your meeting with the Targaryens on Dragonstone, conspiring against him. No one will believe your innocence. Stannis silenced his confidant with a glance. This is of no concern to you. You shall die here today. Oh, truly. Should Viserys Targaryen perish on Dragonstone, the charge of treachery will be established, and they will slander you as a murderer to silence you. Robert will concoct reasons why I and my sister escaped your pursuit in years past. You will have no chance to defend yourself. Robert believes only what he wishes to believe, does he not? Stannis wavered, his confidant wearing a troubled expression. Sig revealed a bright, even radiant smile. No one shall die at the docks today. The so-called spawn of the former dynasty is but a misunderstanding. As he spoke, his long hair transformed from silver to black. He donned his hood once more, stating, Here lies only your old friend, bringing you tidings from across the narrow sea, from the Dothraki grasslands. All is well. There are no remnants. The sound of hoofs echoed as a beautiful mare approached, bearing a slender figure, clad in fiery red garments. She moved with a graceful elegance that sparked the imagination, even in mere shadow. Ah! A witch. My lord, those around you could easily be misinterpreted. What would the esteemed King Robert think if he knew you were nurturing a sorceress? Stannis' brow twitched. He realized he had won his gamble. At least he would not have to fight his way bloodily out of Dragonstone. Chapter 21, Farewell. Upon awakening, Bran found that the Duke had no further reason to delay. The king proclaimed that Eddard Stark would assume the role of Hand of the King, succeeding Jon Arryn, to assist in governing the Seven Kingdoms. Winterfell was steeped in the melancholy of parting. Myrcella, serving as a princess's guard, witnessed the disbandment of the noble family of the North. A multitude of capable vessels were set to journey to King's Landing, while those remaining would ascend to new ranks. From the perspective of advancement, this was indeed a fortuitous turn of events, particularly for those with ambition. Throughout Winterfell, the air was thick with sentiments of farewell, and farewell feasts were held in abundance. Myrcella received a request. Bran, who was recuperating, wished to see her. As Bran's savior, this final meeting before departure was laden with significance for her. Originally, she held the position of the Duke's lady's scribe and, disregarding the lady's wishes, had aligned herself with Princess Myrcella, rendering her a dishonorable traitor in the eyes of her former lord. Consequently, she faced cold treatment in Winterfell. Had it not been for her status as a princess's guard and the presence of Illyria, she might have endured even worse fates. Myrcella was a gentle and compassionate princess. Concerned for Myrcella's safety, she insisted on accompanying her to visit her former lord. Unable to resist the princess's fervent request, Myrcella graciously escorted Bran to his sick room. As they approached, the first sight to greet them was Bran's little wolf, who had yet to receive a name. This striking and alert pup ceased its yapping upon noticing the newcomers, fixating its golden eyes upon them in scrutiny. Myrcella, intimidated by the creature, found herself unable to meet its gaze and trembled as they passed by. Fear not, my princess, Myrcella reassured her, linking arms with the princess, presenting them as if sisters. The little wolf, worried for Bran, was a creature of remarkable intuition. As Myrcella drew near, the wolf emitted soft whines, wagging its tail in a gesture of friendliness. See! It likes us, Myrcella remarked, yet as they moved away, the wolf howled at the maid and guards, causing her to blush. Upon entering the tower, they discovered a particularly warm, almost stifling building, specifically constructed in Winterfell to accommodate the alien nobility. Ascending the stairs, upon reaching the top, Myrcella signaled for the others to wait, leading Myrcella to Bran's chamber. The queen's guards awaited outside. As the door opened, the queen emerged from the chamber, escorted by the duke's lady, both with red-rimmed eyes, indicating they had shared in sorrow. Catelyn, upon spotting Myrcella, wore a complex expression. I apologize to you, she began. Though much has transpired, some of which I still struggle to comprehend, I wrongfully accused you. You saved Bran, and for that, I extend my sincerest apologies. The duke's lady bore a peculiar countenance, likely harboring anger, yet compelled to reconcile with other matters. The queen exchanged pleasantries with the princess and nodded to Myrcella, who returned the gesture with a courtesy, offering her respects to the duchess. Violet greeted the queen with a respectful bow, yet the queen, haughty and accompanied by her guards, dismissed her entirely. A chorus of sighs arose from those around, echoing her own sentiments. Each encounter with the queen instilled a sense of trepidation, not from fear, but from the desire to avoid her scrutiny. Once the formalities concluded, Violet finally beheld Bran, who reclined on the bed, his position so low it was almost a repose. Hello, Violet, I consider myself fortunate, he spoke, his voice delicate and frail, as though it might shatter at any moment. The duchess's eyes glistened with unshed tears, while Myrcella covered her mouth, sorrow etched across her face. In mere days, Bran had become a mere shadow of his former self. As Violet approached, the duchess hastened forward, seemingly intent on halting her, yet for reasons unknown, she refrained from voicing her objections. Under the astonished gazes of those present, Violet removed her silk gloves, revealing her argentum prosthetic hand, and gently grasped Bran's skeletal fingers. A wave of emotion surged within her. Just days prior, Bran had been a vibrant and handsome youth, his hands agile and pleasing to behold, and yet a single fall had transformed him into this frail being. Violet, what are you doing? The duchess inquired, her face a mask of skepticism. With her other hand, Violet gestured for silence, mentally counting the beats. Master Ruin arrived at the opposite side of the bed, observing with keen interest. It was only upon her completion of the post-examination that he spoke, the healing techniques from beyond the narrow sea. From the more distant lands of the Dothraki, I did not anticipate you possessed such skill. The Duchess and Myrcella were taken aback. Oh, I merely possess a modicum of knowledge, not mastery. From the pulse, it appears Bran's life is not in jeopardy. However, the injuries below the waist are severe, and recovery may hinge upon fate. She disregarded Master Ruin's astonished expression and stood upright. Leaning closer to Bran, she reassured him, Little Bran, do not fret. I know a healer of unparalleled skill. I shall ensure he visits you at the earliest opportunity. As long as there is a chance, there is hope. Is this true? She turned to meet the Duchess's tear-filled eyes. Lady Catelyn choked on her words, momentarily speechless. Violet shrugged lightly. His name is Sig. He is my companion and a masterful healer. I will write to him and ask him to come. Rest assured, Bran is my friend, and I shall do everything within my power. The Duchess grasped Violet's metallic right hand and held it tenderly. If he can heal Bran, Winterfell will always welcome you. Thank you for all you have done for me, Bran murmured softly. To catch his words, Violet leaned in closer. I do not recall the reasons for my fall, yet I remember in that dire moment, you held me close. I was truly frightened, and you were my sole support. Thank you. She nodded at him, offering her warmest smile. As she exited the room with the princess, she encountered Jon Snow lingering outside the sick room. What troubles you, Jon? Are you here to bid farewell? Violet inquired, having heard of the bastard's decision to join the Night's Watch at the Wall. She sensed his helplessness. Yet the existence of a bastard is neither legally nor morally acknowledged, rendering any misfortune unsurprising. As long as Bran is well, that suffices. Thank you for saving my brother. Violetta embraced him, declaring, Wherever you go, I shall surely follow. Let us meet at the Wall of Despair. What? You intend to go to the Wall of Despair? Jon and Myrcella asked in unison. She nodded solemnly, affirming, Indeed. Winter is coming. Upon departing the infirmary, Violetta bid farewell to Myrcella. She needed to prepare a mount for her journey. As a sworn shield, it was inconceivable for her to ride in a litter. Thus, securing a horse suitable for traversing the frigid north was imperative. By the king's grant, She had been bestowed with a warhorse and a modest parcel of land from House Baratheon, rumored to lie on the borders of Storm's End. However, in Winterfell, converting these assets into liquid form was unfeasible. She must devise her own means. She was reluctant to involve Princess Myrcella, believing it a deception to burden the sheltered princess with such matters. Intending to visit the stables to request a packhorse from the stablemaster, she encountered the infamous Tyrion Lannister, known as the Imp. The dwarf chastised Prince Joffrey, his nephew, with a resounding slap, insisting the prince ought to exhibit proper decorum by visiting Bran to express his condolences. The prince would not soon forget this admonition. The Hound cast a glance at Violetta before warning the Imp. I want him to remember. The dwarf, unfazed, disregarded the Hound's caution. Why do you do this? She inquired, approaching the Imp. He was a fascinating character. One would discover that he was far more intriguing than the tales suggested, knowing full well that even a scathing rebuke would not alter the prince's cruel nature. Did he not fear retaliation for his audacity? Tyrion fixed his mismatched gaze upon her, bemused by her boldness in criticizing Joffrey's heartlessness. Did she not fear being reported to the queen? The Imp's appearance was hardly charming. He was a dwarf, with grotesquely short and stout legs, a disproportionately large head, a prominent brow, and mismatched eyes, one dark, the other blue. His long, straight hair gleamed almost white, and his chin was adorned with a mix of brown and golden yellow stubble. This visage might evoke disgust, yet his witty repartee and unexpected actions were nothing short of astonishing. I expected you to suggest informing the king, Violetta retorted provocatively. Chapter 22. The Needle. The little demon nimbly leaped down from the stable's fence, a movement incongruous with her stature. Upon landing, she raised both hands in a theatrical gesture, as if bowing to an audience. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, the clown performance concludes here, she declared, her mismatched eyes glinting with mockery. He bowed to her, executing a knightly salute. Dear knightly maiden, are you testing me? There is nothing for me to fear. In Robert's eyes, I am but a mere ant. Yet he will steadfastly uphold my existence, for I am the disgrace of House Lannister. Though the Lannisters may wish for my demise, they would never display such sentiments before outsiders. They protect my safety for the family's honor. Therefore, there is no need for your futile efforts. I am not oblivious, but rather indifferent. Violet blushed. She was not one to wield words deftly. She merely sought to probe on the 6 orders. If I have offended you, I sincerely apologize for my indiscretion, she said, placing a hand over her heart, gently grasping the emerald brooch. The little demon cast a knowing glance at the brooch. What a beautiful gem! Even if the stone lacks value, its mere beauty is worth the sacrifice. Drawing closer, the little demon observed her retreat. Those words were not yours. Someone urged you to deliver them to me, seeking to gauge my reaction, am I correct? Sweat beaded on her forehead. For the first time since arriving in this world, she felt fear. The figure before her, unremarkable in appearance, possessed the uncanny ability to sense Sig's presence. Could he truly be a demon? Ha! I was right. After all. Perhaps sensing her trepidation, the little demon took a step back, his demeanor softening. I must tell you the truth. The queen is not only power-hungry but also narrow-minded. In comparison, our King Robert can be considered a paragon of virtue. She felt his gaze upon her as he scrutinized her. You are the person with the most variable demeanor I have ever encountered. Before she could grasp the little demon's meaning, she lost control of her body. A familiar sensation enveloped her. Sig had arrived. Sig, using Violet as eyes, surveyed the surroundings, living up to his reputation as an intellectual giant, perceptive even upon first encounter. He approached the little demon, observing him with a discerning eye. Now, it was the little demon who felt uneasy. The divine can be unfair and sometimes quite cruel, yet it is not without merit. At the very least, it offers generous compensation to individuals like you. Oh, you seem envious. Shall we exchange? You gain my intellect, and I gain your body. The little demon retorted sharply, his expression one of irreverence. Sig, inhabiting her body, shook her head. If you knew who I am, you would not wish to exchange. Besides, how can you be certain that I am not smarter than you? The little demon, puzzled, shook his head slightly, once more assessing Violet. You are indeed not the woman from moments ago. Is this magic, or some form of performance? I shall tell you later, dwarf. Strive to survive, do not perish. She fell from a great height, only to swiftly regain control over her body. Shaking her head to feel the tangible sensation of command, she remarked, Mr. Lannister, I must procure a horse. We shall converse later. With that, she hastily distanced herself from the imp. A massive entourage, exceeding 500 individuals, composed of the new prime minister's retinue and the king's attendants, departed from Winterfell. Along the journey, the king accompanied Duke Stark, either riding side by side or embarking on hunting excursions. King Robert, with his cheerful demeanor, appeared to be a jolly and corpulent figure, making it difficult to associate him with the notorious reputation of the fiercest knight in the Seven Kingdoms. Influenced by her surroundings, Myrcella preferred to ride out rather than remain cooped up in the wheelhouse all day. Young Prince Tommen often joined in their playful escapades. Through their interactions, Violet discovered that the two children of King Robert bore no resemblance in temperament to Prince Joffrey. Joffrey's character leaned more towards that of his mother, beautiful yet acerbic, perpetually regarding others with disdain. In contrast, Myrcella and Tommen, though inheriting their mother's beauty, were fortunate to possess gentle and generous dispositions. Particularly, Prince Tommen's innocent charm evoked an irresistible urge to hold him close. By the second day of their return journey, she had developed a fondness for the adorable, albeit clumsy, little chap. The three enjoyed delightful camaraderie, further enlivened by the occasional mischief of Arya, allowing her to relish carefree days. One day, Arya mysteriously sought her out, pulling her deep into the woods, where she brandished an ornate needle, a sharpened dagger. Wow, where did this come from? It is certainly not a toy, Violet declared, easily snatching the needle from Arya's grasp for a closer inspection. It was a scaled-down version of a dagger, tailored for a young girl yet still lethally effective. Should she wield it, it could pose a significant threat to many in this world. Quick, give it back. Are you a devil? Despite my efforts, I still cannot best you, Arya lamented, raising her tiny fist in indignation. Just then, Myrcella and Tommen arrived. Having changed from their impractical royal attire into form-fitting riding gear due to their frequent outings, Myrcella looked quite dashing, while Tommen retained his endearing appearance. Quick, hide it! Arya exclaimed, attempting to reclaim the needle, but Violet evaded her grasp, nearly bringing her to tears. What is this? My dear Arya, good things are meant to be shared, Myrcella said, her eyes widening as she beheld the dagger in Violet's hand. By the seven, is this a real sword? Duke Stark is truly audacious to provide such a weapon to a child. What do you mean, such a child? I am grown up now, Arya retorted, her head bowed in frustration. I beg you, do not speak of this. Otherwise, father will surely confiscate the needle. The needle? Is that the name of the sword? How cool. I want one too. Joffrey has a long sword called Lion's Tooth, Tommen chimed in, rushing over to see, only to be blocked by Violet. This is a true blade. In terms of lethality, it is far more terrifying than Joffrey's Lion's Fang. You are not permitted to touch it, nor even gaze upon it, until you possess sufficient strength. Violet, resembling a stern instructor, spoke with authority and sharp eyes, causing the little chubby boy to lower his head in shame. You claim that it is more lethal than a longsword? Alicia eagerly inquired. It is an assassination weapon, its tip is razor sharp, and if wielded correctly, it can inflict deeper wounds than slashing, posing a greater threat than an ordinary longsword. The children nodded, somewhat understanding. Alicia, I shall return it to you. But you must not draw it until you have mastered the true swordsmanship, she declared, withdrawing the blade from Alicia's waist and inserting it into its sheath before solemnly returning it to the young girl. Whom have you been practicing with these past few days? The butcher's apprentice. Yes, he is my friend, Alicia acknowledged with a nod. After a moment's hesitation, she continued, from now on, do not practice alone. Allow me to teach you instead. The technique for wielding it differs from that of a longsword. It requires greater agility and precision. Before she could finish, Alicia leapt with joy, laughing and shouting exuberantly. Myrcella and Tommen, caught up in her enthusiasm, joined in the laughter. In the following days, Violet's swordsmanship lessons were hindered as the group traversed a perilous area known as Neck Swamp. Aside from the rugged King's Road and the sentinel fortresses along the way, the surroundings were predominantly composed of decaying leaf forests and irregularly distributed marshlands. The climate grew increasingly oppressive. The children's attention shifted to the peculiar creatures emerging from the swamp. Alicia spent her days in a filthy state, returning home covered in scratches. The queen strictly ordered the prince and princess to remain within the palace, disregarding the children's wishes. And even Violet's thoughts were uneasy. The bastard Stark, the little imp, under the leadership of Banyan Stark, departed the main party to head towards the wall. The bastard voluntarily joined the Night's Watch, as it was said to be the most suitable refuge for someone of his kind. The little imp was on a journey. As he himself put it, to stand atop the wall and relieve himself towards the world's end. Violet informed him that the wall was not the end of the world. He nodded non-committally, remarking, "Indeed, you are remarkable." He waved her farewell, expressing hope to accompany her on future adventures. Watching the group depart, she found the little imp to be quite delightful, witty and humorous. Unlike the surrounding nobles, he was devoid of excessive scheming and conspiracies, yet possessed an intelligence that incited envy. No wonder Sig was fond of him, calling him a titan of thought in the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 23. With Dothraki. Upon entering the verdant sea of Dothraki, Khalees accelerated his march significantly. The morale of the roaring warriors soared as well. Drogo was elated to witness his king's fervent desire to return to the city of Horse Lords, where the mighty Dashclean would summon the oracle to proclaim the future of his child with Daenerys. Upon learning of Daenerys' pregnancy, he urged Khalees to hasten their journey, determined to arrive in Vezoth Dothraki before her labor began. The Sea of Dothraki, a vast expanse of undulating green grass, beckoned. With a mighty shout, he charged down the hillside with his blood riders. As night fell, Khalees set up camp amid the grasslands. He commanded his warriors to remain vigilant. The imposing figure of Khal Drogo dissuaded most malefactors, yet he remained uneasy, wishing to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Daenerys lay within her wagon, cradling their child. Should it be a boy, he would undoubtedly become his heir. He abstained from joining the festivities around the bonfire, delegating the responsibility to his second-in-command. The warriors grumbled, but he was confident that his authority would quell any dissent. He arrived early at Daenerys' tent, where smoke curled upward, and her people promptly prepared food and comfortable bedding for their lord. His arrival drew the attention of the gathered tribesmen, and as he approached the tent, a rider was dispatched to inform Daenerys. The tribesmen parted respectfully along his path. Daenerys' noticeable belly required her to support her waist with her hand as she moved. "My son, my stars," she sang sweetly, calling to him. After months together, he had learned to communicate with her. Her intelligence captivated him, and she remarked, "The child kicks in my belly. Such a fiery little one, surely a boy." "How do you know?" he replied, maintaining his composure and authority. Fear flickered in the eyes of her servants and even the blood riders, a result that pleased him. Yet, Daenerys showed no fear. She had shed her initial timidity and fragility. "I dreamt of dragons. In the golden eyes of the dragon, I saw the reflection of our child, a robust and handsome boy, destined to become a dragon. He will ride, conquering all of Essos." Drogo corrected her, recalling her formidable brother, while the thought of their son commanding dragons and ruling the vast world was appealing. He secretly wished for the boy to embody the spirit of a Dothraki, galloping fiercely upon a steed. "Very well, my son, my stars, he will ride across Essos." She teased, her silver hair flowing, and her violet eyes twinkling mischievously at him. Tales of his dragon-riding exploits will echo through Vezoth and Sothoryos. "My moon, my stars, you are becoming increasingly obstinate," he sighed. Recently, he found himself increasingly enamored with Daenerys, often unwilling to witness her disappointment. "Nay, it is not I who is obstinate, but your son. Because of him, I am engulfed in flames." Drogo erupted in laughter, a joy he had never known, unrestrained and jubilant. As night fell, he emerged from Khaleesi's tent. She forbade his touch, and he understood, everything was for the sake of the child. It was said that before her mother gave birth, she had not allowed Cair's father to lay a finger on her for a full 6 months. A child would certainly affect its mother. The child affecting Khaleesi would surely be a stubborn and strong-willed boy. He encountered a foreign warrior, the one who perpetually donned armor, a rather clumsy individual. He recalled that this man belonged to Khaleesi's tribe, nearly akin to a blood rider. In high spirits, he even felt inclined to acknowledge Khaleesi's blood rider with a nod. The fellow, named Yora, went awkwardly in salute, his movements ungainly and ungraceful. Drogo recalled the agreement. Khaleesi's brother had bestowed his sister upon him as a gift, requesting in return a crown from across the narrow sea. He had never harbored doubts about his ability to fulfill this obligation. He simply wished to ascertain how many roaring warriors would be required to seize the crown of the Seven Kingdoms. He gestured for Yora to walk alongside him. The latter expressed his surprise clumsily but wisely fell into step. "Khaleesi is the most precious gift I have ever received," he pondered carefully, struggling with the common tongue of the other side. After visiting Westeros, he intended to keep his promise and return a crown to the Targaryens. He wondered how many roaring warriors would prevail. Yora remained silent, showing no inclination to rush him. The foreign warrior, awkward in demeanor and reliant on his iron armor in battle, likely possessed little intelligence. He could afford ample time, as long as he received a satisfactory answer. Esteemed K.R. Yora replied in Dothraki, the roaring warriors are battle-hardened and possess exceptional horsemanship. Their archery is unparalleled. Comparatively, the knights across the narrow sea, though elite, are fewer in number and lack sufficient mobility. Yora chose his words carefully. Drogo narrowed his eyes, realizing Yora spoke the truth. The combat prowess of the Seven Kingdoms was far greater than he had imagined. Among the warriors of the Seven, most were free knights, archers, and conscripted farmers, numerous yet lacking in refinement, making it difficult to rival the roaring warriors. In a field battle, I favor the roaring warriors. Kaer could dispatch 10,000 knights and still gallop across the lands of the Seven. This answer was not what he wished to hear. As you say, the military strength of the Seven should not be underestimated. Yet, you speak only of field battles. Do you imply that my warriors would falter on other fronts? Yora furrowed his brow, and Drogo noted the absence of fear in his eyes, replaced instead by a measure of caution. He regarded Yora's capabilities with newfound respect. Esteemed K.R. In the Sea of Dothraki, there are no cities. Most free cities lack fortifications. Even if they possess them, they are merely wooden palisades and caltrops. Have you ever witnessed stone walls towering dozens of feet high, which even the finest steeds cannot leap? Such defenses are commonplace in the Seven Kingdoms. While the warriors of the Seven may not excel in direct combat, they are accustomed to raining arrows down from behind tall city walls. In sieges and assaults, your roaring warriors do not hold an advantage. Are you suggesting that they are so cowardly as to cower behind high walls, watching their lands be ravaged? Zhang Gu could not help but feel a surge of anger. Yora lowered his head, addressing the esteemed Ko, stating that this was not merely a matter of bravery or cowardice. The martial traditions of the Seven Kingdoms are well established, sturdy fortresses abound, and towering walls are commonplace even among the smallest of lords. Once the roaring warriors invade the Seven Kingdoms, the lords do not confront them directly. Rather, they gather their people, hoard provisions from the fields, and secure their assets within the fortifications. Zhang Gu scoffed, suggesting that he would encircle them with a formidable army. The warriors would sever their supplies. Could they truly cultivate crops behind their high walls and engage in trade with merchant caravans across his forces? Yora's expression shifted, recognizing the validity in Zhang Ji's words, which mirrored his own thoughts. He paused, contemplating that the lords of the Seven Kingdoms were interconnected, and if one was besieged, reinforcements would inevitably arrive from all directions. Although the roaring warriors feared no fighters from the Seven Kingdoms, they could not vanquish them entirely. The fortifications of the Seven Kingdoms were extensive, and the high walls stretched for miles. Thus, the conflict would likely devolve into a protracted stalemate. Both men exhaled simultaneously, with Zhang Ji's breath carrying an additional tone of anger. The Seven Kingdoms proved to be more formidable than he had anticipated. It would take not only brute force but also assistance to make any significant impact. Yora briefly displayed a look of shock, even fear. Zhang Gu observed this silently, dismissing the foreign warriors with a wave of his hand, retreating to a solitary contemplation atop a hill. The following day's journey continued as he led the Blood Alliance warriors several dozen miles before reaching Kal-Els. In the distance, a straight path stretched toward the horizon. At the end of this road stood bronze statues shimmering with magical brilliance, flanking either side. The warriors let out a resounding roar, charging forward. And Zhang Gu could not conceal his inner excitement. The city of Defies, Dothraki, commonly known as the City of Horse Lords, lay before him. Chapter 24. Conversations by the campfire. The flickering campfire served as a barrier against wild beasts, most notably deterring the lurking wolves. Sig had donned an expression of unexpected encounters. Having departed from Dragon's Dome, he had gained profound insights into the king's brother. This individual was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for the throne of the Seven Kingdoms at present. Sig felt an unwavering confidence in his judgment. It was evident that the world was reluctant to acknowledge this truth. To rightfully place the most capable individual in the appropriate position was precisely what the mischievous jester abhorred most. The root of calamity, a peculiar term that surfaced in Sig's mind, learned in a realm where he had come to gaze upon the death of all things. In that place, a group of sorcerers had sworn to challenge the divine, referring to the essence of the world as the root of calamity. What an apt description! He pondered as he approached on horseback. The jester, instigator of all irrationality and distortion, was the source of all imbalance. Thus, he embodied the root of calamity. Who goes there? Came a vigilant voice from the sentinel. Shadows danced before the campfire. A warrior clad in black stood before his steed, sword in hand. The Night's Watch maintained a neutral stance. As long as you harbor no intentions of violence, we welcome you to join us, remarked the grim and unsightly black-clad warrior. His gaze as frigid as the northern climate. Euron, we meet again, Sig greeted, casually tossing the reins of his horse to the old Night's Watchman. He surveyed the sparse gathering, noting the meager turnout for this expedition. Euron's torch drew closer, scrutinizing him. Ah, it's you. I recall your departure from Castle Black. How is it that we encounter each other again? Well, Commander Mormont promised me Castle Black as a base. I have just returned from my business on Dragonstone and was preparing to head back, Sig replied, effortlessly weaving through the black-clad warrior's swords, settling by the campfire. He tore into a freshly roasted chicken, commenting, the flavor is lacking, the spices are insufficient, and the fire not hot enough. As he spoke, he retrieved a small pouch from his person, sprinkling the powder over the roasted chicken. An enticing aroma permeated the air. Oh, an uninvited guest, and so audacious. Were I in your position, I would tread more cautiously. One might be mistaken for a bandit and meet their end in the wilderness. With their corpse becoming a meal for the shadow cats, no one would mourn for you, taunted the imp with a mocking tone. At Euron's signal, the Night's Watchmen sheathed their swords, yet the atmosphere by the campfire remained taut with tension. The new recruits Euron had gathered, including Jon Snow, regarded him with curious eyes. Sig returned their gazes with a stern glare, causing most to avert their eyes, except for the pale bastard of House Stark, who met his gaze with defiance. The commander would never relinquish Castle Black to you. The Night's Watch is already weakened. We cannot afford to lose Castle Black, came a sharp voice, aimed at Sig. Turning, he beheld Benjen Stark. Ah, it is you. The Night's Watch shall not lose Castle Black. In fact, we shall restore some of the fortifications. Castle Black will become the true command center against the threat of the White Walkers, Sig asserted, his expression resolute. Benjen Stark appeared taken aback. Do not be so astonished. We shall be brothers in the future. Once this matter is resolved, I shall join your ranks. Words are your own. Yet I am left uncertain as to which to believe. As Benjen settled beside him, he tore apart a roasted chicken leg, inhaled its aroma, and devoured it heartily. Your culinary skills are commendable. Perhaps you should consider becoming a chef at the Black Castle. The campfire's glow enveloped them in silence. And he surmised that many were eager to witness his fury, hoping he would lose his composure. Yet, he found delight in Benjen's teasing. Really? That brings me joy. In contrast to the so-called king and his ministers, it is the chef who truly embodies my worth. He responded with a beaming smile, soon erupting into hearty laughter. You understand nothing, dear Lord Stark. Your pallor is darkening, and foreboding events loom. I advise caution and careful navigation. As he spoke, he unfastened his water pouch and poured a fragrant spirit into a cup he had brought. What a delightful scent. Is it wine? Should you be willing to accept Lannister gold, I would gladly procure more. The imp was the most carefree among them. He extended his hand, yet was unable to place the cup before Sig. Rising, Sig filled a glass with the potent liquor. Tyrion Lannister, known as the imp, is the most anticipated among the Lannisters. His face was a mask of smiles. I rather doubt who would anticipate me. My father would rejoice were I to perish at this very moment, the imp replied in a sharp tone, his mismatched eyes glinting with intellect. I had expected you to exude more confidence. Tywin Lannister is too fixated on profit and power. Jaime Lannister is decent, but alas, blinded by familial ties. As for your sister, Sig shook his head. She is lacking, acting impulsively and immaturely. Her political acumen is subpar. This is the first I have heard such an assessment, the imp said, striving to conceal his bewilderment, yet failing. The atmosphere grew hushed, captivated by their exchange. All eyes drawn to the two. Sig graciously poured wine for each attendee. Do not be shy, the mere act of sharing a drink is a fortuitous bond. Might I inquire who rendered such judgments? The imp softened his tone, his small eyes blinking curiously. The highest praise comes from none other than myself, Viserys Targaryen, scion of dragons. The campfire blazed brightly, yet the mood turned frigid as another figure interjected, a blind old man, Maester Aemon of the Night's Watch, who referred to you as a giant of the mind. Under the imp's astonished gaze, he downed the liquor in one gulp. The heat and burn were less intense than he had anticipated, and he sighed. There is also a young lady named Veorit, who holds you in high regard. The imp paused. It is indeed thrilling to receive such high praise from a sword dancer. However, He tilted his head. Is this truly wise? Even if I can keep my lips sealed, you proclaim your identity to the world. The Night's Watch maintains neutrality and will not interfere in political strife. As long as you and your 2 guards remain silent, how could the information possibly leak? As he spoke, he employed a trick, his ebony hair replaced by silver, shimmering in the firelight, transforming into a radiant orange hue. Are you a sorcerer? I do not believe in magic or the like. It seems I must reconsider my stance, the little demon exclaimed. He filled the little demon's glass with a second cup of wine. Noticing that the wine pouch was nearly empty, he decided to take a hearty swig straight from the pouch. To be pragmatic, relying on first-hand experience and observation as the basis for judgment appears deceptively simple, yet it is a feat that eludes the vast majority of people in this world. I concur with the opinion of Grand Scholar Aemon. You truly are a titan of the mind. In the Black Castle, the sounds of grunts and cries of anguish echoed across the training grounds. Six stood atop the tower at the edge of the yard. Beside him perched the little demon on the railing. How many times has this been now? That lad has defeated all the contemporaries from both this and the previous term. The little demon remarked, shaking his head. Were I in his position, I would not be so ostentatious. At the very least, I would show some respect to Instructor Elisha. In the center of the training ground, the recruits formed a circle, with Instructor Elisha standing outside, issuing commands. Jon Snow faced off against a tall recruit. The taller recruit, older and significantly larger than the bastard, sought to exploit his physical advantage. With a fierce shout, he lunged forward, swinging his wooden sword downward, only to have it deftly evaded. The bastard countered with a sweeping motion, striking heavily against the tall recruit's wrist. Ah! My wrist! The bastard regarded the towering figure riding on the ground with a cold expression, a smile creeping onto his face. My Lord Snow. A wooden sword is not a walking stick. Why do you lean on it? Instructor Elisha reproached. The bastard furrowed his brow, straightening his posture. The sword is not a walking stick, sir. Then tell me, why are you leaning on it? The instructor pressed relentlessly. They glared at one another, gulping. The bastard reluctantly admitted, I am too weary, sir, hence. Regardless, one must not treat a sword as a walking stick. Instructor Elisha shot a frigid glance at the fallen giant. Someone assist this incompetent to his feet. Lord Snow is fatigued today. We shall continue tomorrow. With that, a chill breeze swept through as the instructor strode away. Damn it, you have injured my wrist, the tall recruit growled menacingly. We shall see about this. The bastard turned away, disappearing through the door of the changing room, his silhouette solitary, save for the little white wolf that followed closely behind. Chapter 25. No fairness. Hey. Where are you going? The little demon called out loudly from the tower's railing. He leaned over, gazing down at Sig, who had fallen onto the hard, muddy ground. Damn it, are you a bird? You fell from such a height and are unscathed. Effortlessly leaping down from the tower without a scratch, Sig waved at the little demon. I'm going to check on the stark bastard to ensure he isn't killed. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a deep purple hue enveloped the sky. Sounds of a scuffle echoed from the changing room. You dislocated my wrist. Do you know how much that hurts? Amidst grunts and cries, someone lamented. You simply lack skill. Getting beaten is only fair, replied the bastard, his voice oddly muffled, as if something was covering his mouth. Sounds of blows, objects being overturned, and weapons clattering filled the air. Sig was calculating the moment to rush in. At that moment, someone entered the changing room directly. It was a large figure. A muscular man with only one arm, exuding an imposing presence. What are the little brats doing? Whoever wants me to kick his ass can stay. The newcomer said in a low, resonant voice. Soon after, several new recruits stumbled out, jostling one another. The one with the injured wrist should see the maester. Don't end up like me, missing an arm. Sig swiftly entered, blocking Jon's path as he intended to leave. Don't go, bastard. Upon entering the room, he recognized the one-armed man as Sir Donanoy, a stout fellow with a broad, flat nose. What a coincidence. I'm no knight, just a blacksmith, Donald replied gruffly. You were just here, enjoying the spectacle, weren't you? Sig gestured for the bastard to sit down, conjuring 3 cups as if performing magic. I have good wine here. Care for a drink? The blacksmith licked his lips, smiling as he handed over a cup filled with strong liquor. When he offered a cup to the bastard, he was met with a shake of the head. Take it, fool. It's worth raising a toast for still being alive. Who knows if you'll see tomorrow. The bastard, fuming with anger, raised the entire cup and dunked it in one gulp, followed by a violent cough. The two burst into laughter. Jon Snow struggled to straighten up, coughing. You can laugh all you want. One day I will become a ranger, and you'll see me in a new light. I doubt it. If you keep acting so rashly, you may not live to see that day, Donner replied, shaking his head. He raised an eyebrow at Sig, who understood and filled his cup with liquor. I don't understand what you're so proud of. Why do you injure your brothers without mercy? Do you know how painful a dislocated wrist is? Even saints would envy your cruelty. They simply lack skill. If they can't defeat me, they should concede. Why blame me? Should I show mercy? Wildlings do not show mercy. The bastard retorted bitterly, casting a glance at Sig, tinged with a hint of grievance. Isn't it terribly unfair? Do not deny it. I can see that phrase in your eyes, Sig remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Is it not so? The voice of the bastard grew sharper. Dear Lord Snow, if you find the nickname bothersome, I suggest you get accustomed to it now. Donner sighed, perhaps relieved by the fine wine. There is no fairness in this world. Although you are a bastard, you have received formal combat training. Someone taught you the art of swordsmanship, and you had experts guiding your practice. Indeed. How? The bastard's tone shifted from confrontational to uncertain. Are you truly foolish or merely playing coy? Who among those around you has enjoyed such privileges? For them. Is it truly fair to engage in combat with someone like you, who has been tutored by masters since childhood? Sig exchanged a glance with Donner. And they raised their goblets, downing their drinks in unison. Excellent wine, far more potent than the fruit wines of the arbor, Donner exclaimed, clapping Sig on the shoulder. They say you were once a cook, is that true? Damn the Targaryen family, they ought to produce dragon riders. Observing the slightly inebriated Smith, Sig chuckled heartily and shared the remaining half of his drink with him. The Smith nodded in approval, seemingly pleased with the gesture. Ha! The Targaryen family may produce scholars and cooks, but they have yet to produce a worthy king. And as for dragon riders, he sneered, without dragons, how could there be dragon riders? When the last dragon perished, they ought to have understood when to gracefully withdraw. The bastard frowned at his cup of strong liquor. Do you truly not intend to restore the Targaryen dynasty? Sig cast a sidelong glance at the bastard. Do you know why the Targaryen family fell from grace? The Smith, having partaken of considerable drink, listened with keen interest. The bastard squirmed in confusion. Sig's lips curled into a smirk. I wager there are countless reasons. You simply cannot pinpoint a more representative one at this moment. He raised his gaze to the window, where snowflakes danced in the air. All the reasons you know are beside the point. The real reason is that there are far too few bastards in the family. Jon said awkwardly, his expression one of indignation. Is it a crime to be a bastard? It is not as if we desired this fate. Enough of my matters, Donner interjected. Tell the young man what fairness is in this world, and perhaps he will awaken his granite-like mind. Donner displayed a look of regret before turning his gaze toward the ceiling. Fairness is but a luxury. Among the Night's Watch, honor has long since vanished. In recent years, we have received only those who cannot find their place in the Seven Kingdoms. Among them are rapists, poachers, and bastards. Donner looked deeply at Jon. These individuals have led lives devoid of education, unable to read or grasp the concept of honor, striving daily merely to survive. Bastard! You do not realize how fortunate you are. Of the fewer than 1,000 remaining, no more than 500 know who their mothers are. Surely, over 200 must have mothers who were whores, while the rest belong to the likes of bastards. He let out a long sigh, remarking that a small part of him, like myself, had exhausted a lifetime of fortune, having lost the favor of the divine, to come here and await death. As he spoke, Donald succumbed to slumber. The bastard turned to Sig and implored, do not regard me with such disdain. He speaks not but the truth. Did no one ever enlighten you to the reality before you arrived? Did you truly believe that the Night's Watch was merely an assembly of self-sacrificing black-clad warriors, motivated by honor? The bastard lowered his gaze. Uncle Benjen and my father, they never spoke to me of this place. His voice trembled on the brink of tears. On the brink of what? Sig inquired with a tone as frigid as ice. The young man cast his eyes downward, letting out a disdainful huff. The Night's Watch, regardless of their origins, they possess a nobility that far surpasses that of the Knights of the Seven Kingdoms. Their honor is not rooted in the past or in bloodlines. They have sworn to defend humanity against external threats. Their foes are the specters that emanate from the lands of eternal winter. Thus, you have arrived at your destined place, my boy. This is indeed the honorable realm you yearn for far more so than the treachery that pervades other corners of the Seven Kingdoms. The bastard stared at Sig. His mouth agape, rendered speechless. Winter is coming. Donald murmured, uttering nonsensical words. Sig approached the door, and as he opened it, a gust of frigid wind swept into the room, snowflakes swirling about. Donald awoke in a daze, wearing a comical expression of bewilderment, as if questioning his very existence. There exists no fairness in this world. The Seven Kingdoms you are familiar with are devoid of honor. Instead, it is here, within the waning ranks of the Night's Watch, that humanity can still lay claim to a semblance of honor. He stepped closer to the bastard, resting a hand on his shoulder, and urged him to embrace his brothers of the Night's Watch. They can bestow upon you honor that others in the Seven Kingdoms cannot. Chapter 26. The Prince's Disgrace. Violet, adorned in a uniquely splendid attire, rode gracefully upon a brown mare, exuding an air of elegance. Beside her, Myrcella perched on a pure white pony, dressed in a soft yellow pleated skirt, leisurely trotting across the verdant plains in a side-saddle manner. On the other side, Tommen, astride a grey colt, endeavored to keep pace with the two ladies. Violet, your instruction in swordsmanship is truly unparalleled. Every fundamental stance and each swing is executed with a grace akin to a dance. Even I find myself yearning to master such artistry, Myrcella remarked, her demeanor as gentle and poised as her appearance, evoking the soothing touch of a spring breeze. Violet cast her gaze toward the somber horizon, a sight she had observed regularly over the past few days. The sky had transitioned from bright blue to azure, then to slate blue, and now to a muted gray-white. Winter approached, heralding the end of a lengthy summer. This atmosphere signified a tragic beginning for Myrcella, the very embodiment of spring. She had once inquired of Sig, seeking a land where summer reigns eternal, allowing life to flourish perpetually. Sig had informed her of a distant archipelago named Valyria, a realm where endless summer might be found. She expressed her desire to take Myrcella there, as she was the princess of spring. Sig remained silent for a considerable time before responding, even if such a land exists. Having lost the homeland that nurtured her, Myrcella would find no joy in its eternal summer. Violet had performed a fate reading for Myrcella, always receiving the colors of winter in return. Observing her, a profound sorrow welled within Violet's heart, wishing only for Myrcella to savor the beauty of life in this waning summer. Fencing is indeed a pursuit meant for women. My swordplay resembles a dance, largely derived from the art of foil. If given the opportunity, I would craft a Valyrian rapier adorned with exquisite patterns for the princess, enabling her to display her grace in the tournament. Violet declared, feeling a pang in her heart at Myrcella's wistful expression. Do not harbor such illusions. Mother will not easily release my sister from her grasp. She must first learn the art of embroidery. Take Sansa Stark, for instance. She is not only poised and courteous but also possesses remarkable embroidery skills. Mother has frequently mentioned that the nun should intensify my sister's training, Tommen interjected, dousing the mood with cold water, prompting Myrcella to glare at him several times, though the good-natured boy remained unfazed, wearing an expression of mischievous triumph. It is likely that Elia and the others have completed their training by now, Violet suggested, coming to Myrcella's defense. The trio spurred their horses deeper into the broadleaf forest. Unlike the wolf-infested woods of the north, this area was devoid of ferocious beasts, and bandits would not dare approach the royal entourage. Thus, they galloped freely among the dappled shadows of the trees without fear of danger. Deep within the thicket lay an open clearing where Elia was practicing swordsmanship with the butcher's apprentice. Violet instructed Elia in the art of fencing while assisting the apprentice with techniques in steel sword combat. Both expressed their gratitude, addressing her as their mentor. Due to the influence of Violet, Elias' relationship with the princess and the young prince has significantly deepened. Filled with laughter and a harmonious atmosphere that brings comfort to both Robert and the Duke, thus permitting Violet to accompany them in their daily play. The Queen, however, is reluctant to allow the children, especially her own, to indulge in such leisurely activities every day. Yet, Robert remains steadfast in his decision, inadvertently enabling Elia and the others to receive Violet's expert guidance. Initially expecting to hear the sounds of wooden sticks clashing and cries of pain, they were instead met with screams, wolf howls, and strange laughter emanating from deep within the forest. Violet gestured for the princess and the young prince to follow her at a leisurely pace as she rode through the thicket and emerged into a clearing. The scene before her was rather peculiar. The two figures confronting each other were Prince Joffrey and an apprentice butcher, while Sansa and Elia shouted in distress from either side. The direwolf, Nymeria, stood protectively beside Elia, growling angrily at the prince. In the standoff, Joffrey brandished a lion's tooth, while the apprentice butcher was unarmed. Joffrey had already inflicted deep gashes on the apprentice's face with the weapon, thick blood gushing forth, rendering the apprentice a ghastly sight. "Stop! Your Highness, what are you doing?" Violet exclaimed, bewildered by the unfolding events, yet recognizing that Joffrey's actions, wielding a sharp blade against an unarmed opponent, grossly contradicted the chivalric code. Upon seeing her, Joffrey turned with a disdainful expression. "Get lost, let me teach this audacious fool a lesson for daring to harm Miss Elia." "Thief! A mere butcher's apprentice. Does he aspire to be a knight? Fine, I shall give you a chance, pick up a sword." Joffrey's face twisted with madness. "I cannot, truly. It was she who compelled me to do this," the apprentice butcher stammered, paralyzed by fear as he watched Joffrey continue to slash at his cheek. "Stop! I am the one who instructed him to do this." Elia screamed desperately. "You all must cease this at once, no more." Sansa cried, covering her eyes in terror. Violet found herself in a dilemma, having not anticipated such a turn of events. Were it merely a knight, or even a duke, she would have risen in indignation to take the butcher's apprentice's place in the confrontation. Facing an unarmed individual with a lethal weapon held no honor. If slaughter was truly Joffrey's intent, then he should engage her instead. She would make the deranged prince understand the grim reality that once a sword is drawn, blood is inevitable. However, the individual before her was Prince Joffrey, and he was still a minor. As an adult, it was unthinkable to bully a child. In the span of mere seconds, this internal conflict drenched her forehead in sweat. "You fat fool, you will pay for your actions," Joffrey said slowly, retracting his sword not out of compassion, but as a prelude to another thrust. "You villain!" Elia shouted furiously, seizing a wooden stick and launching an attack on Joffrey from behind. Sansa continued to scream, while Myrcella arrived in the clearing, gasping in shock. Violet was at a loss for how to proceed. "I shall handle this," she thought. The calm yet ruthless words of Sick echoing in her mind, as Violet became an observer of her own body. If a duel were to transpire, how could it lack a proper arena and witnesses? As the conversation unfolded, Violet's form gracefully ascended upon her steed, the horse's neigh startling everyone nearby. Prince Joffrey trembled in fear. Without a moment's hesitation, Violet seized the prince's wrist, lifting him effortlessly like a chick. Despite his towering stature, which surpassed Violet's, he offered no resistance. She pressed him onto the horse's back, reaching out with her other hand to grasp the butcher's apprentice, who had no chance to escape, and hoisted him up. "You lot, follow me at once. We must present ourselves before the king." Violet's eyes flashed with intensity, rendering the children speechless with terror. Even the little ice wolf emitted whimpering sounds, retreating to Illyria's side, shivering uncontrollably. Before the queen's chamber, King Robert appeared perplexed and impatient, while Duke Stark bore a grave expression, and Queen Cersei's countenance darkened ominously. Around them, nobles and knights clustered together, and several unfamiliar faces emerged from the crowd. A strikingly handsome young knight donned in green armor, adorned with golden antlers on his helmet, stood alongside an elderly knight, his beard and hair white, clad in creamy armor and a white cloak. "What is the meaning of this? Sword dancer, your duty is to ensure the safety of the princess and the young prince. Why do you detain my son Joffrey?" Robert cast a glance at the fuming queen, his inquiry laced with a tone that suggested a mix of curiosity and irritation, akin to a child whose favorite performance has been interrupted or whose game has been disturbed. Violet bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty, I am here for the education of Prince Joffrey." "Education is not your concern," the queen retorted angrily, her companion, the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, resting his hand upon the hilt of his sword. Clang! Seizing upon Violet's distraction, Sick pulled out the lion's tooth. With a deft flick of her fingers, Violet caused the sword to emit a piercing shriek before shattering into several fragments under the astonished gaze of the onlookers. The queen, momentarily robbed of her imposing presence, found herself at a loss for words. Violet bowed once more to the king. "Your Majesty, I bear the duty of safeguarding the princess. It is an honor bestowed upon me to become a knight through your grace, and I aspire to live up to the title." She pointed toward the children gathered, uncertain of what to do. "The princess, the young prince, and the duke's 2 daughters can attest to the dishonorable act I witnessed today. His Highness, the prince, threatened an unarmed individual with a long sword, even if he is merely a butcher's apprentice. Such behavior contradicts the very spirit of knighthood and severely undermines the dignity of the royal family." Her words flowed rapidly, leaving no room for interruption or rebuttal. The queen attempted to interject, but her words caught in her throat, her chest heaving with indignation, brows furrowed in frustration. Sig, undeterred by the brewing tension, spoke with an eloquence that commanded attention. I propose that regardless of the grievances between the prince and the butcher's apprentice, they be granted an opportunity to contest one another, with the king himself as the witness. His suggestion sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. Chapter 27. Poor Robert, are you suggesting that my son engage in combat with a lowly butcher's apprentice? The queen's beautiful visage contorted with rage, her fists clenched tightly, trembling in the air. I must make his highness understand the essence of honor. Even with his lofty status, he must extend a sword when issuing a challenge. No one will rally behind a man devoid of honor. Violet's countenance was as cold as ice. In private, the true Violet endeavored to etch this moment into her memory, hoping that henceforth, she would not need to trouble Sig, as she could manage matters herself. She turned to King Robert. Your Majesty, due to the prince's esteemed position, a duel with real swords may prove perilous. I propose that the two combatants engage with wooden swords, with you serving as the arbiter. Phew! You all think I have nothing better to do you? A king should not waste his time playing games with children, Robert said, his eyes reddened, clutching a bottle of fruit wine in his left hand. Beside him, Ned had been attempting to wrest the bottle from him, yet to no avail. A smile graced Violet's lips, though her eyes glinted with an icy ferocity. The duel of children seemed trivial. However, if an adult were to step in, what then? His Highness may select a knight to stand in for him, while I shall represent the butcher's apprentice. Surely, such a duel would not be a waste of time. Her words floated with an alluring undertone. Since the Battle of the Trident, Your Majesty, you have seldom tasted the battlefield. Are you, perhaps, afraid of the scent of blood? The latter part of her statement was uttered softly, only audible to Robert and Ned. Duke Stark gazed at Violet in astonishment, incredulous. The inebriated king wore a sullen expression. I knight you merely to appease Marcella's emotions. Do you truly wish to court death? Violet responded with a knowing smile, a smile brimming with audacity. The dignity of the royal family, the education of the prince, and the intoxicating aroma of blood seldom align harmoniously. Why not test the waters? After all, it is merely the life of an unknown woman. Do you, a seasoned warrior, truly care for the life of one? Her words penetrated deep into the souls of some, scratching at their hidden desires. The sword dancer, this is nothing more than the devil's temptation. Robert, I suggest we disperse the crowd. This is a farce, Duke Stark declared, his countenance now reflecting the authority befitting the king's hand. Young lady, if you crave blood, I shall grant you the opportunity. But do not blame the blade for its impartiality. King Robert staggered into the midst of the crowd, needing the Duke's support to steady himself. In the name of King Robert, I hereby declare that I shall witness the duel between both parties. My son Joffrey, who shall be your champion? The king's expression was grim, his eyes betraying a glimmer of murderous intent. Joffrey hunched his shoulders. I shall fight, came the response from Sandor Clegane, known as the Hound. Ha! My dog is more than capable of tearing apart an ugly woman, the prince sneered maliciously. Bah! Robert spat at Joffrey, whose complexion turned pale, bewildered. Joffrey, you shall take to the field yourself. Let your own hands bear witness to the blood that will splatter upon your face, that you may savor its sweetness. In his drunken haste, the sight before him turned crimson, grotesque in its intensity. Joffrey opened his mouth but dared not utter a sound. Ha ha, how amusing, Robert. Your son dares not confront a woman. The handsome knight adorned with antlers laughed heartily. Robert's face contorted with anger. Marlin, escort Joffrey back. Do not let him laugh too heartily, for it may harm his health. Among the king's guard, the brooding Sir Marlin yanked the laughing Joffrey Baratheon away. The true Veilred sighed, for he was the most handsome knight she had ever beheld. Veilred, under the control of Sig, faced Prince Joffrey directly, her lips curling in derision. Your Highness, given the disparity in strength, I suggest you wield a lion's tooth, while I shall use a wooden sword. No, perhaps a broom would suffice. I trust this duel shall not be too dull. She feigned an elegant yawn. Joffrey trembled with rage, unexpectedly refraining from accepting the challenge. Look at your pitiful self. You are taller than she is. Robert's countenance revealed agitation. Lannister woman, what have you made of my son? The queen retorted sharply. He is your son too. A mother teaches her child etiquette while a father teaches him to wield a sword. What have you done? Allow me to take the field. The golden-clad Jaime Lannister stepped forward, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Veilred. Woman, In a formal duel, I shall show no mercy. You would do well to surrender early to preserve yourself. The true Velret disowned that Sig bore no ill will towards this languid-eyed fellow. You are the Kingslayer. During the duel, we shall face one another. Unlike the Mad King, I shall not turn my back. Jaime's face flushed crimson, his eyes brimming with fury. Haw haw haw. Robert laughed uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. What a sharp tongue you possess. He quickly composed himself, his expression darkening. Sig pressed her hand to her chest in reverence. Your Majesty, I have my reasons. Should I win this duel, I hope your Majesty will agree that Prince Joffrey's swordsmanship shall be my responsibility. Umph, a delusion. The Queen's words were as piercing as a sword, deflected by Sig's nonchalant demeanor. Woman, you are mad, the red keep lacks for swordsmen. And it shall never fall to you. Robert's inebriation vanished, and he scrutinized Velret with an imposing gaze. She felt uneasy under the king's scrutiny. Yet, Sig remained unfazed. She controlled her body and faced the king. Your Majesty, you must know another noble, Lord Robert. What do you mean, woman? At 6 or 7. Still nestled in his mother's embrace, his temperament peculiar and spirit fragile. I remember that pitiful little fellow. Only by departing from his mother could he truly preserve himself. Robert said impatiently. What do you mean? I detest circumlocution. Velret turned to the Queen. Your Majesty, I see a pitiful little Robert snuggled in his mother's arms. Scoundrel! I shall not spare you. The Queen ceded, and had it not been for the nun's restraint, she would have charged forward. Robert remained silent, his expression shifting like the weather. Let us engage in a duel. You shall never attain the privilege of educating the prince. The would-be regicide's gaze was markedly more resolute than before, his eyes emanating a palpable aura of menace, while the gleaming, golden-hued sword had already been unsheathed. Violet did not confront the aggressive regicide but instead faced the king directly. If you still possess any semblance of reason, even in the event of my defeat, I shall secure a suitable tutor for the prince. She unsheathed her sword, declaring, Your Majesty, please witness my duel against the regicide, trust me. It will undoubtedly be an exhilarating spectacle. A duel is not merely a performance. You will come to regret this, the regicide retorted, his face a mask of fury. Let us commence, ordered Lord Robb, waving his hand dismissively as though shooing away an insignificant insect. Jaime Lannister took his position, the blade reflecting the shadows of the onlookers. You may go first. I would not wish to take advantage of a lady. What a reprehensible notion. How could I possibly allow you to gain the upper hand? Sig teased through Violet's lips. Her movements flowed with the grace of water, her actions so fluid they seemed almost superhuman. The regicide, taken aback, attempted to block the unexpected strike but found himself off balance, missing the blow entirely as Violet's sword arched upward. The regicide stumbled back, a lock of golden hair and a portion of his helmet's visor falling victim to Violet's prowess. Do not hold back too much. You might very well find yourself in peril, Violet taunted, stepping lightly with an agile demeanor. The regicide flushed with anger, leaning forward, shoulders raised, his eyes fixed on the tip of her sword. He was indeed serious, yet against Sig, there was little difference. Violet thrust her sword with a casual ease, while the regicide attempted to deflect her blade with his own. He extended his left elbow, the metal gauntlet's edge aiming directly at her face. Both combatants moved with remarkable speed, and Violet collided with the regicide's elbow. Chapter 28. The wise king and the renowned ministers. Robb could not bear to witness the humiliation of women, nor did he wish for them to suffer harm. Women were meant to be cherished, not struck. The issue lay with Cersei Lannister, that wretched woman who incessantly tugged at his most sensitive nerves. At times, he felt an overwhelming urge to strike her, but more often than not, she would stand before him in a provocative manner. Oblivious to the immense struggle, he endured to maintain his composure. His anger surged, particularly when the sword dancer mentioned Joffrey, likening him to the frail boy from the Eyrie. He nearly lunged to strangle the queen. The sword dancer spoke the truth. Joffrey, though outwardly tall and handsome, was exceedingly weak. Robb often wondered if, were it not for his decent health, he might be found clinging to the queen's bosom, begging for nourishment. He felt a deep gratitude towards the sword dancer. A girl of such tender years, yet possessing a sense of honor and responsibility that rivaled that of true knights. Alas, her opponent was formidable. He hoped the Kingslayer still held on to some semblance of honor, so as not to inflict deep wounds upon the young girl. The air was charged with the swift movements of swords as Robb turned to Ned, stating, The sword dancer's technique is impeccable. However, the arena of combat is not a place for mere words ultimately. strength must prevail. Ned agreed, his expression one of regret. The clashing of weapons echoed in the arena as the sword dancer's long sword was sent flying. And the Kingslayer viciously thrust the edge of his dart towards the girl's face. Damn it, does he even comprehend the gravity of his actions? Rob seeded, wishing to seize his warhammer and charge into the fray. The pleated skirt twirled like petals in the wind, mesmerizing Rob and momentarily distracting him from the life and death struggle unfolding. A resonant metallic clang rang out as the sword dancer deftly evaded the core of the duel. The Kingslayer glared at his left shoulder, his eyes wide with disbelief. Eliminate that woman. The Queen spat through gritted teeth. No, I concede. Jaime Lannister seemed profoundly affected, his shoulders slumping in defeat. He dropped his long sword with a clang, the sunlight glinting off the golden threads entwined in the hilt. Have you lost your mind? Come back. Kill this woman. Why do you show her mercy? The Queen screamed in a fit of hysteria. Among the onlookers, women and children were bewildered, their expressions blank. Those knowledgeable in swordplay looked on with shock. Rob absorbed the scene, pinching his cheeks to confirm he was not hallucinating due to inebriation. In an instant, the sword dancer had drawn her secondary weapon and struck the Kingslayer's neck armor, the crisp sound resonating from the impact. Had she wished, she could have pierced the Kingslayer's throat. She had shown restraint. See? Your Kingslayer has been bested by a young girl. Had she not held back, your brother would be bleeding profusely, Rob called out, beckoning the sword dancer closer. Child, what is your wish? While I am in good spirits, feel free to ask. The sword dancer stumbled slightly. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he sensed her demeanor had softened considerably. Your Majesty, I beseech you for the honor of teaching the prince the art of swordsmanship. No, I refuse to be taught by her. She is a woman. How could she possibly instruct me in the use of a sword? Joffrey shrieked. Silence! Robert silenced Joffrey with a stern glare. It infuriated him to see his towering son, Joffrey, reduced to a quivering, almost tearful state. Look at yourself. This is the result of your mother's pampering. The more Robert fumed, the more Joffrey cowered. It was hard to believe this was his offspring. Robert spat, Sword Master, I bestow upon you the honor of instructing the prince and grant you the title of knight. She beamed with delight. Robert sighed inwardly, pondering why his wife lacked such amiable disposition. A sinister gaze lingered beside him. He knew whose eyes were upon him. Do not look at me so. This is for Joffrey's benefit. You have raised him to be a coward. Alas, women! Robert waved for everyone to depart. Amidst Joffrey's cries, Varys cast his lion's fang and fragments of the blade into the river. You are unworthy of a true sword. Perhaps when you attain sufficient skill, we shall reconsider. As twilight descended, Robert utilized the remaining hours to hunt a colossal wild boar. The camp buzzed with a festive atmosphere. The feast of wild boar was ample to satisfy the nobles, while servants and soldiers enjoyed a variety of delectable treats. A massive pot was set up, and once the boar was skinned and cut into pieces, it was tossed into the cauldron to cook. After the gamey flavor was removed, prime cuts of leg and loin were extracted, roasted over the fire, glazed with honey and an array of spices, and soon, mouth-watering roasted meat graced the tables. Robert did not extend invitations to the ladies, despite his desire to dine with the children. He feared that the biting sarcasm of that woman would provoke him into a regrettable outburst before the children, so he ultimately abstained. Instead, he summoned his brother-in-arms, Ned, for companionship. They reminisced about their youthful escapades and debauchery, time slipping away. You ought to bring your bastard. He is the one among your sons who resembles you the most, Robert suggested, rinsing his mouth with lemonade. Catelyn regarded the bastard as a symbol of family disgrace. Unfit to be brought to King's Landing, Ned lamented. Cough! Robert nearly spat out his drink. Women know nothing of honor. A son is a man's true hope. To witness a likeness of oneself grow and wield a sword against foes, that is the essence of life. He sighed deeply, shaking his head, casting a sidelong glance at Ned. You, bound by duty, law, and decorum, what meaning does such a life hold? Must one bow and inquire if his wife is prepared before seeking her assistance? Ned's serious demeanor nearly drove Robert mad. If he did not stifle a laugh at that moment, their brotherhood might never recover. After consuming 2 cups of lemonade to soothe his throat, Robert finally calmed his spirit. Forget it. You need not blame yourself. You had only recently met Catelyn then. Who could have known what the future held? He racked his brain to console his troubled brother. But we are already wed, and she has borne Robert, Ned responded solemnly. He felt an uncomfortable tension, exclaiming, You. There is no hope for you. The king's duties should rightfully fall to you or Eddard. For you would undoubtedly perform them more competently than I. Robert shook his head, lamenting, and yet, you have thrust this burden upon me. Do you understand? Each day is a torment for me. Such is life. You govern in King's Landing while I strive to soothe the populace in the north. Ever vigilant of the threats from beyond. Ned's expression conveyed a sense of enjoyment in his plight. This is your life, not mine. Robert reclined in his high-backed chair, gazing at the crimson hues painting the horizon. With a war hammer in hand, I would ride forth with you, wandering the world. Any unsightly fellow would meet his demise. And with charming maidens, I would seize opportunities to frolic in the fields. If only I could live such a life, the bards would surely adore us. He looked toward the sky, akin to a child lost in a dream from which he wished never to awaken. The harsh reality remained. One must bear the responsibilities to family and the people. You have a wife and children to care for, and their futures to consider. Ned presented this distasteful truth. Do you know why I have not pursued that dream? Robert suddenly reminisced about his first child in the Vale. A girl he had with a peasant woman, a darling little treasure. It is because of Joffrey, Marcella, and Tommen. I must fulfill my duties as a father thus. You must assist me, for I cannot shoulder this alone. Robert tightened his grip on Ned's shoulder. Together, let us forge a prosperous opportunity for the kingdom, so that the tales of wise kings and noble lords may be passed down through the ages. Chapter 29. The ministers unable to endure the sluggish pace of the royal procession. Robb commanded the entourage to abandon the slow-moving wheelhouse and instead board the swift vessels of the royal fleet for a prompt return. The large contingent lingered at the renowned battlefield of the Trident for 3 days, awaiting the arrival of the transport fleet at the Saltpans Wharf. Before boarding boats in groups to enter Crab Bay, navigating around the Crabclaw Peninsula, ultimately arriving at Dragonstone, as the newly appointed lady and the prince's swordsmanship instructor, she secured her place aboard the royal fast ship. The swift vessels of the fleet, narrow of hull and equipped with dozens of pairs of oars, faced dwindling supplies after passing the Crabclaw Peninsula and required resupply at Dragonstone to continue their journey. She had once hoped to reunite with Sig, only to learn through their mental connection that he had returned to the north. Once again, she missed a chance to meet her beloved, leaving her despondent. Marcella noticed her melancholy and repeatedly inquired about her well-being. The kind-hearted princess brought a warmth of friendship that alleviated her disheartened spirits. At Dragonstone, Robb found himself in a discontented quarrel with Stannis, the naval minister. Their encounter was brief, and they treated each other like strangers. On the 5th day after their departure, the fleet arrived at the port of King's Landing. From her vantage point, she beheld the iconic skyline of the capital, overlooking the royal symbol of the narrow sea. The Red Keep. Constructed of pale red stone, the Red Keep was encircled by formidable walls, with 7 towering iron-roofed turrets standing guard. Thick battlements surrounded the castle, equipped with numerous parapets and crenellations for archers to take aim. A stout stone balustrade, rising 4 feet high, shielded the edges of the walls. From a loquacious and amiable plump nun, she learned that the Red Keep, as the bastion of royal authority, was notorious for displaying the heads of traitors upon pikes positioned between the gatehouse and the parapets. The castle boasted immense bronze doors and iron portcullises, along with narrow side entrances. A cobblestone courtyard lay before the massive outer fortress. Behind the walls were various small courtyards, arcades, walkways, barracks, cellars, and barns. The Red Keep was akin to a miniature town, capable of sustaining itself for a year or more without external aid, being well liked. She also heard other intriguing tales about the Red Keep. For instance, it was the first fortress constructed by the conqueror Aegon using earth and timber. Following the conquest of the 7 kingdoms, he commanded the transformation of the fortress into a royal castle. The castle was ultimately completed during the reign of Maegor I. Upon its completion, the Red Keep was riddled with secret passages and hidden routes, and in a bid to safeguard its secrets, Maegor I had all the builders executed. Due to such grim events, the echoes of anguished screams or mournful wails occasionally reverberated through the Red Keep during the dead of night. The frightening tales were indeed chilling. Marcella hid behind her, while the rotund Tommen scurried beneath the table, and Joffrey feigned disinterest with a reluctant pout. Much of the rumor bore a semblance of truth. As dark mists billowed into the sky, she reached out, her hand slicing through the air, as if grasping the vengeful spirits of the deceased. The children as anxious whispers drifted further away from her, and she unexpectedly turned to find the nun's pallid, frightened visage. The ministers of King's Landing had gathered to welcome them, creating a grand spectacle. The king, wearing an expression of utter exasperation, commanded the court to prepare for the upcoming martial competition before departing with his entourage. The queen, her demeanor dark and foreboding, cast a malevolent glance at the esteemed sword dancer. Regarding the itinerary of the prince and princess, I require your counsel, she intoned respectfully. Yet her gaze was as sharp and treacherous as a dagger. The high ministers regarded her with a mix of curiosity and unease. Your Majesty, I have no objections concerning the arrangements for the princess and young prince. Given my role as Lady Mycella's guardian, I must accompany her back to her chambers. As for His Highness Prince Joffrey, following 6 directives, she spoke with an icy demeanor and tone. His Highness has academic obligations to fulfill. He must complete today's training regimen and study military tactics before he can rest. Rather than the words themselves, it was her attitude that stirred unrest. The queen departed in silence, and the ministers regarded her with a respectful yet distant demeanor. Violet sensed the palpable shift in the atmosphere of King's Landing. I am famished. Might I trouble one of the lords for some sustenance? Joffrey lamented. It is most regrettable, our good prince. I shall have someone prepare a snack for you immediately, replied the Duke of Varys, whose delicate skin bore a fragrance reminiscent of fine perfumes, exuding an air akin to a mother worried for her starving child. There is no need, Violet interjected, bowing to Varys. Respectable lord, His Highness has yet to complete today's assignments. He cannot partake in a meal until he has swung the wooden sword 2,000 times and navigated 50 standard obstacles on horseback. Her gaze was resolute, prompting curiosity from Varys. Ah, so it is the sword dancer, he remarked, extending his soft hands to cradle Violet's gloved prosthetic. Despite its lack of sensation, she felt the frailness of his touch. I beg your pardon for intruding upon your duties. While the prince's studies are indeed paramount, one must not neglect one's health. He gestured, and attendants presented the prepared snacks. These shall be entrusted to you, dear lady. Once the assignments are completed, ensure His Highness is well fed. I would prefer to be filled now, Joffrey muttered feebly. Varys silently passed by him, nodding in acknowledgement. His hands raised in a gesture of helplessness to the prince's request. Cough, cough. An elderly figure adorned in a scholar's robe, his bald head speckled with age spots, approached, wisps of white hair framing his forehead. The trembling old man spoke. While the prince's academic pursuits are indeed significant, education demands a certain approach and methodology. Violet scrutinized the scholar's necklace, noting the various metal pieces. His long, flowing white beard betrayed his identity as the esteemed maester of the citadel, having served the 7 kingdoms for 42 years. Certainly, the prince's daily routine is of utmost importance. Violet felt a sense of aversion towards the elder. Elements of his character invoked her disdain, prompting her to be increasingly wary. However, for His Highness, the cultivation of good habits is of utmost urgency. He must develop a diligent and industrious disposition, which is also the expectation of His Majesty towards me. Without waiting for any further opinions from the Grand Maester, she seized Joffrey's hand and strolled away from the ministers. You are quite imposing, she remarked. Myrcella blinked her azure eyes, her face radiating admiration. Brother should quickly adopt these habits. What do you mean? Joffrey clenched his fists, preparing to issue a threat. Before you wield significant power, you must instill good habits within yourself. In time, you will be grateful for my guidance. Now, go practice immediately, she commanded, her brow furrowed. Joffrey turned to seek help from those around him, but even the hounds feigned ignorance. With a sorrowful expression, the prince picked up a wooden sword and silently made his way to the training grounds. As he passed by, a diminutive man of ordinary stature, yet possessing handsome features, bowed to them. He bore grey-green eyes and a small tuft of beard on his chin, with dark hair interspersed with strands of grey. This man must be both clever and cunning. Violet candidly expressed her thoughts to Myrcella. He is the Minister of Finance, Lord Peter Baelish, a true power broker in the realm. My father relies heavily upon him. While savoring the refreshments provided by Varys, Myrcella assumed the role of a guide. If you wish to know about the heroes of King's Landing, I can enlighten you, she offered. Joffrey raised his chin imperiously, akin to the queen herself. He leaned closer to Myrcella, reaching for the delicacies. Smack! A sharp slap followed, causing the prince to retract his hand. Not for you. Complete your practice first, and then I might consider fetching some black bread. If you perform well, I shall even increase the reward to include some cured beef jerky. What are you dawdling for? Do you believe your swing count will diminish on its own? I assure you, the longer you wait, the greater the tally will grow. Starting now, increase your swings to 4,000 a day. The surrounding crowd cast incredulous and astonished glances, with Marcella so taken aback that she nearly forgot about the falling trees. She instinctively caught the exquisite morsels, and the charming princess reassured him, "Do not worry, I would never treat you so harshly. Boys require honing to become worthy men. And this is for his own good." She drew her inspiration from the rigorous training instructors of another world. Had it not been for the decorum befitting noble knights, she might have unleashed a torrent of coarser expletives. "You devil, to the seven hells!" Joffrey cried as he sprinted towards the training grounds. As the new prime minister's entourage passed, Violet restrained Marcella to courtesy. "This will greatly benefit the child," she remarked. "Thank you for your assistance, Lord Valb." Duke Stark expressed his sincere gratitude to Violet, as if his own child were receiving an education. "It is my duty," Violet replied earnestly, finding it astonishing that such a dull individual could be a close friend of King Robert. Chapter 30. The dagger gazing toward the horizon. A meteor streaked across the deep purple firmament, descending toward the inky black horizon. This was an ominous portent. Six scoffed at the charlatans, who failed to comprehend the formidable nature of the mysterious forces at play, nor did they grasp the intricate exchanges of energy within the world. Merely praying to influence unfolding events, relying on faith to sway the divine, what kind of nonsense led one to believe that such simplistic actions could yield success? He departed from the Black Castle, traversing the wolfwood toward his destination, Winterfell. The machinations were in motion, and the world's natural order was undergoing unimaginable alterations. He was reluctant to witness such drastic transformations, which compelled him to intervene personally and reforge the severed links. He hoped that, at the very least, the chain would not break further at this juncture. He himself was a true anomaly, even without action. His mere existence was sufficient to destabilize the very foundations of the world's cycles. He was acutely aware of his destructive potential, as his presence was akin to hot oil infiltrating snow, carving a path of devastation. Thus, he must tread carefully to achieve his aims. His initial task was not to dismantle this world, but rather to uphold its stability. "How ironic," he sighed, exhaling a cloud of white mist. The weather grew increasingly frigid. The long summer had come to an end, and winter was imminent. Winterfell was steeped in desolation, the effects of the royal procession and the prime minister's departure still lingering. A languid silence pervaded the air. Even the soldiers guarding the city appeared less vigilant. The Stark family had always maintained strict military discipline. No one dared to be so brazenly lax in days gone by. Cloaked in a black mantle, his visage obscured, he concealed his presence, resembling a wandering mercenary. "You may report to the recruitment office. We are in need of personnel," remarked a guard with a pronounced southern accent, evidently a newcomer. Six skillfully offered a copper coin, and after a moment's hesitation, the soldier accepted it. Aside from the Lord's castle, other locales were eerily vacant. If one sought entertainment, disappointment would ensue. For the local attractions were costly, and one should not expect to afford even a single evening with the headliner on a soldier's wages. The guard lamented as he processed the coin. "Thank you, brother," Sig replied, casting his gaze over the deserted streets of Winterfell. The castle was shrouded in grey, and the mists of time signified anomalies and an uncertain future. His task was to meticulously examine and identify the points of divergence, mending the errors in whatever capacity he could. A crow cawed piercingly. Sig turned toward the sound, spotting a bizarre three-eyed raven fixating on him. He squinted, and the raven vanished into the thick smoke. "It's on fire. Quick, extinguish it." The alarm bells and the rhythmic pounding of wooden boards echoed throughout the city. A throng surged forth, robust men clutching various vessels rushing toward the library tower. Shortly thereafter, soldiers appeared, hoisting water casks under the direction of their officers, rallying as they hastened toward the inferno. Vivid orange flames illuminated the castle, the dazzling blaze tinting the grey sky crimson. This conflagration was no anomaly. He glanced back toward the castle, the grey deepened, the area shrinking, coalescing around a small tower. He no longer hesitated. Indifferent to the multitude of eyes upon him in the street, leaving his horse behind, he soared upward, leaping toward the small tower. He vaulted over a low wall, using the parapet of the watchtower to propel himself to greater heights, swiftly climbing to the summit. Without a moment's pause, he slid down and, midway, pushed off with precision, deftly clearing the sentinel who was tolling the alarm. In the tower, he discerned a figure. Lady Stark was entangled with someone, the air thick with the scent of blood. She must not perish, not now, at least. With fervent leaps and rapid strides, he surpassed the speed and agility of a normal man, even outpacing the crows that flitted across the rooftops, startling a few creatures into halting upon the chimneys. What was that? By the seven, was he a devil? A white? At last, someone had noticed him. As he approached the tower, the house of wolves echoed. Sig recognized the direwolf beneath the tower through the eyes of Viserion. It was Bran's wolf, barking furiously for reasons unknown, as Bran had not seen fit to name the little beast. Following the wolf's gaze, he beheld a tightly shut wooden door. The grayness in that direction was most intense, nearly reaching the abyssal depths of black. A woman's scream pierced the air, mingling with the sounds of furniture crashing and the chaotic symphony of human struggle. Sig suppressed the urge to intervene directly in the tower's conflict and made for the wooden door instead. With a powerful impact, he shattered the door into splinters. Through the dense black fog, he glimpsed an assassin wielding a dagger forged from Valyrian steel. As a source of historical momentum, the dagger radiated an inky energy of grey time and space. A flicker of doubt crossed the golden eyes of the small wolf. But it soon charged into the tower with a growl, no longer hesitating. Within mere breaths, a man's scream erupted from the tower, followed by the sound of a body rolling on the floor. The inky darkness dissipated. The commotion of firefighting persisted amidst the cacophony of voices. A detachment of soldiers was hastening back. Just as Sig contemplated departure, he noticed a massive giant a few meters away. Adieu! The giant scratched his head amiably, seemingly expressing gratitude for his assistance. Sig smiled back at him and then exerted all his strength to leap away from the clearing before the tower. In the alley, frantic footsteps echoed, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of soldiers racing wildly, their helmets glinting in the torchlight. Winterfell was on high alert. Sig felt an unsettling apprehension about what might unfold next and chose to remain and observe the situation. He employed the Raven's sight to gather intelligence. Discovering that the fire in the library tower was indeed arson, orchestrated by the assassin to divert attention with the intent to assassinate Bran. The Duchess had not escaped and had inadvertently confronted the killer. The fiendish assailant brutally intended to murder mother and son together. Yet his plan faltered due to the intervention of the direwolf. The scene left behind was a corpse with a torn neck and a dagger of Valyrian steel. Through the eyes of the Raven, he scrutinized the dagger, witnessing the tumult of world affairs and the relentless march of history. The dagger was a pivotal object, and he exerted considerable effort to refrain from claiming it as his own. In just a few days, the state of martial law was lifted, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, save for the members of House Stark. A dagger was at work, shrouding Lady Stark in a grey mist. He departed from Winterfell, making his way to the nearest port, preparing himself for the possibility of intervening in the course of history. The actions of Lady Stark represented the most promising opportunity. The question remained, how could he embed himself into the unfolding events? He needed to appear seamlessly, without drawing the world's attention. He had suffered the consequences of being ostentatious. It was not that the world could do anything to him, but rather that his ambitions remained unfulfilled. Half a month later, in White Harbor, south of Winterfell, a father and daughter on horseback made their entrance. The father, robust and adorned with a commanding white beard, rode alongside his daughter, who exuded elegance and possessed keen, piercing eyes. Were it not for their unpretentious appearance, one might easily mistake them for nobles on an outing. Esteemed sir and madam, you require protection. Please consider hiring me. Sig appeared abruptly before their horses, nearly startling the daughter as did. Begone. We have no need for a guard, the father declared, hand resting firmly on his sword. Exuding authority, Sig lifted his chin, revealing his visage. He had transformed his silver locks into dark tresses, and his violet eyes now shimmered a pale blue. His striking handsomeness left the daughter astonished, while her father regarded him with skepticism. Honorable Lady Stark, and Sir Rodriguez, a competent guard is sufficient to ensure the safety and discretion of your travels, he continued, sensing their unease. Bowing deeply, he reassured them, rest assured. I am the only one who has recognized you. Should you engage my services, your journey shall remain undisturbed by others. Chapter 31. The sword-danced Princess Mizella awakened in the soft morning light, eagerly adjusting her attire. Beside her lay a lavish gown, intricately embroidered with designs that seemed to encompass all of Kagan City. In times past, she would have hastened to don this exquisite garment, as it epitomized the beauty and elegance befitting a noble woman. However, recently, it felt as though she had abruptly emerged from a dream, losing interest in the trappings of her former life. Though she still cherished flowers, craftsmanship, and all things beautiful, her heart now yearned for horseback riding, fencing, and the spirited presence of Violetta. Enchanted by this audacious and unconventional woman, Mizella found herself captivated by her vigor, aspiring to embody such grace and confidence one day. She neglected her lessons in ladylike pursuits, pleading with Violetta to impart the art of fencing during her brother's swordsmanship training sessions. The nun was decidedly displeased, lodging several complaints with Mizella's mother, yet to no avail. Her mother, who had never garnered her father's favor, found herself unable to intervene, for he placed greater importance on the opinions of the sword dancers. The prospect of escaping the monotonous lessons of embroidery and etiquette filled Mizella with anticipation for each new day. Poor Tomon, the chubby boy who longed to join them, was still too young to ride and needed to learn to read and write. Violetta, too, was at a loss. She had returned Tomon to the nunnery on several occasions. His pitiful, abandoned demeanor evoked sympathy, prompting Mizella to adopt a stance of indifference. Your Highness, swordplay is a boy's pastime. Do you wish to emulate Arya Stark? The nun scolded upon seeing her dressed in riding leathers. I have merely discovered my true passions. Soon, you shall witness the birth of a new generation of noble women, she retorted, playfully making a face at the irate nun, realizing that her own expression mirrored that of Arya. At the entrance to her chamber, her trusty steed awaited, and with practiced ease, she leapt into the saddle. The rhythmic sound of hoofs echoed as the morning breeze tousled her hair, allowing her to revel in the essence of spring. After traversing a short distance, she arrived at the training grounds, where Violetta's voice rang out in reprimand. It was truly remarkable, although Violetta was only 2 years her senior, petite and lovely, with sapphire-like eyes that seemed poised to radiate light. Once she stepped onto the training field, she transformed entirely, unleashing a torrent of coarse language and reaching new heights in her scolding. Prince with golden hair and azure eyes, how is it that you cannot even contend with a mere girl? You have brought disgrace upon the royal family. If you cannot rise, perhaps I should appeal to your father to send you to the wall. Violetta's gaze was as cold as a blade, her words sharp as daggers. Her brother's face flushed crimson as he shouted and charged at his diminutive opponent. With a graceful spin, he struck with precision and force, yet soon found himself in pain, discarding his wooden sword and fleeing in defeat. Enough of this nonsense. From now on, do not call yourself a lion. To refer to you as a lion cub would be an insult to canines. The guards could not help but burst into laughter, only to fall silent under their brother's resentful gaze. Mizera noticed that the hound was among them. This fellow, typically exuding an air of menace, appeared to be nothing more than her brother's loyal dog. She had anticipated he would stand up for her brother, but it seemed she had overestimated him. Children, come and eat. For the sake of the 7 gods, we must burden the king's kitchen. If you cannot go to battle, at least depleting the king's coffers would suffice. Violetta's words elicited another round of laughter. The servants brought forth a simple yet filling breakfast, and everyone, including her brother, Alicia, and the guards, received their share. To Mizera's surprise, her brother, who usually disdainfully refrained from dining with the common folk, was now mingling among them, devouring freshly baked bread with a look of apprehension, as if afraid it might be snatched away. He truly seemed fearful of losing his breakfast. Violetta addressed the unspoken question in Mizera's mind. With graceful strides, she approached, wiping the sweat from her brow with a soft cloth. I have imposed a time limit for dining, and it must be shared with his subordinates. If one is late or gets outpaced, even a prince must go hungry. Mizera watched curiously as the group devoured their food. Did you let him go hungry? Not too often, Violetta replied. The one who most often snatches his breakfast is Sandor Clegane. In these times, there is no luxury for sentiment. One must fight for their breakfast. Violetta's appetite was modest. She merely tore small pieces of bread to consume, exuding elegance and composure, watching everyone eat with such gusto. Mizera's stomach betrayed her with a growl, and she suddenly realized she had forgotten to eat. Blushing, she accepted bread and crispy bacon from Violetta. These morsels might not compare to her usual fare, yet they were still delightful. Do not worry, they won't upset your stomach. Soon, Violetta instructed the servants to clear away breakfast, and the hound led the charge in sending Joffrey away from the table. Why are you targeting me? Her brother shrugged, lowering his posture, his furious demeanor far more intimidating than before. The guards, ultimately frightened, stood up in unison. The servants trembled, scattering their unfinished breakfast across the floor. Ah! The adorable little prince has finally lost his temper. Violetta wore a cunning, triumphant expression. You are the target, simply because you are a prince. She drew her sword from her waist. Her brother leaned back, his bravado deflated. The heir apparent bore the heavy responsibility of safeguarding the 7 kingdoms. Without some measure of competence, Who would hit him, and whom could he protect? Her words struck like a blade. Mizera vowed silently that Violetta was the most impressive woman she had ever encountered. Her proud, stubborn brother scratched his head, a grin spreading across his face. "Oh, master. Why take it so seriously? It's just breakfast. Next time, I shall eat faster." As he scratched his head, he returned to the training grounds, stating that after breakfast, one must walk 100 steps, for further training awaited. He even began training of his own accord. Mizera shyly sidled up to Violet. Though Violet had always been gentle with her, the commanding presence she exhibited on the training grounds instilled a sense of trepidation within Mizera. "Dearest V, could you teach me the art of the rapier? I too wish to." Her gaze fell, cheeks flushed, lips pressed tightly together, yearning to embody her essence. As dawn broke anew, Mizera hastily donned her lightweight leather attire and dashed toward the stables before the nuns and maidens rose. Upon encountering her stable hand, his astonishment was evident. "No time for idle chatter. I am quite busy. Prepare the horses." Enduring the pungent odor of the stable, she repeated in her mind, "I shall become like her. I shall become like her." With the mare ready, she mounted with grace, declaring, "From this day forth, I shall ride out at this hour." Ensure the horses are prepared in advance. Without waiting for a response, she galloped away. The training grounds buzzed with fervor. Due to the prince's daily exercises, noble families were sending their offspring to the arena. Mizera surmised that they sought proximity to her brother rather than an admiration for Violet's swordsmanship. Clad in her leather gear, she elicited gasps of astonishment from onlookers as she passed. "You've arrived. The training is no light endeavor," Violet remarked with a cheerful smile. Mizera observed Geoffrey, drenched in sweat on the training grounds, and thought to herself, "If my brother can do it, so can I." Violet's smile widened. "Of course, one must treat them differently. There are distinctions between the sexes. But fret not, he is rather clumsy. Surpassing him should not prove overly difficult." Accepting the slightly heavy wooden sword tossed her way by Violet, Mizera assumed a defensive stance, poised for the challenge ahead. Chapter 32. Caitlin arrives in King's Landing. The captain of the Braavosi vessel urged his crew to row with greater urgency. Caitlin instructed Sig to convey to the captain that upon their safe arrival in King's Landing, not only would he receive a generous reward, but each sailor would also be bestowed with a silver wolf as a token of appreciation. "The lady is indeed generous," Sig smiled as he relayed the message. Caitlin regarded him coldly. "Do you take me for a fool? I am well aware of how the captain will respond. Thus I shall personally distribute each silver wolf to the sailors." Sig instinctively curled his lip in disdain. Caitlin furrowed her brow in discontent. He felt no obligation to appease her. Leaving her behind, he strode steadily across the deck, confirming the sun's position and the ship's course. The Braavosi were the finest sailors. He had no doubts about their capability to carry them to King's Landing, yet he pondered the inherent mercantile nature of the Braavosi, who might sell them at a moment's notice. By observing the water's surface and celestial bodies, he assured himself of their correct heading. Casting aside the mistrustful and haughty Caitlin, he passed by Sir Roderick, who was clutching the mast. The old knight, having lost his once proud beard, was too seasick to groom himself, ultimately allowing the sailors to shave away the clump that had been solid. The old knight glanced at him weakly before resuming his grip on the mast. Sig had no doubt that if they continued this voyage, the valiant and capable instructor from Winterfell would soon meet his end aboard the ship. They were less than a day's sail from King's Landing. "Do you understand navigation? Care to assist me?" The astute Braavosi captain smiled at him, his expression reflecting the shrewdness of a merchant appraising his goods. "I am quite curious about your offer, Captain," Sig replied, standing firm against the wind. He could pierce through the mist of the sea and the boundaries of time itself. Toward the direction of King's Landing, dark clouds spiraled upward, phenomena unseen by ordinary folk that signified a shift in the world's course. "My younger brother is indeed a decisive individual. Come to me, for each voyage. I shall offer you 15 silver wolves, with all meals and lodging included. How does that sound? Should we encounter pirates or natural disasters, you shall receive an additional 5 silver wolves as a special allowance for surviving." After scrutinizing the captain for a moment, the diminutive Braavosi tilted his head in surprise. "Captain, I was inquiring about the price of information. We both know this lady is striving to conceal her whereabouts. The poor old knight must have paid a handsome sum to keep it quiet." Narrowing his eyes, he noted the captain's involuntary shift of gaze. "What is the asking price for the lady's location?" "1 gold dragon." From the captain's shifting eyes and the subconscious caress of his chin, Sig deduced 10 gold dragons, or perhaps even more. Who is your client? The octopus eunuch, or perhaps the second son, Lord Baelish? Or do you care not who it is, so long as they can pay the price? A sheen of sweat began to appear at the captain's collar. The wind picked up, and the narrow, swift ship felt like a mere toy in the hands of a giant, tossed into the air only to plunge into the depths of the waves. Even the most seasoned sailors could scarcely endure the tempest, and the crew found themselves clutching anything within reach, anxiously awaiting the storm as departure. Sig stood resolutely on the deck, braving the crashing waves, his feet firmly anchored as he gazed towards King's Landing. The harbor of King's Landing was bustling with merchant vessels and warships. After paying a hefty docking fee, the swift ship of the Braavosi was finally granted entry. Observing the captain's pained expression, it was clear he would seek compensation later. Sig, quicker than the sailors he had hired, leapt onto the dock, bringing with him thick ropes to secure the vessel. The dock workers watched him intently. The swift ship was indeed light and slender, yet not a mere raft. Under normal circumstances, it would require several strong sailors to moor it to the dock or barge. In a bid to save time and unwilling to wait for the sailors to dawdle, Sig single-handedly performed the work of several, deftly securing the swift ship. Mercy of the sea, dear Sig, if you would consent to work aboard, I shall pay you double nay, triple wages, the captain declared, shoving aside the clumsy sailors and abandoning his passengers to leap onto the dock. Is my offer not generous? He growled, shaking off the hands of the dockhands. Because of your laziness, our guests have had to fend for themselves. Have you ever seen such foolish dock workers who make guests tie up their own vessels? You have failed in your duties, so do not expect a single coin from me. The captain seemed to suffer from selective amnesia regarding whether the money should be given to those who actually worked. Consider this, no one is more generous than I. With the gangplank secured, Lady Stark descended gracefully, her steps steady, requiring no assistance from the sailors. Sir Roderick, impatient and staggering, returned to the shore, his pale visage evoking sympathy. Esteemed captain, this has been a punctual voyage, Lady Stark remarked, glancing at the old lord, seemingly swallowing her subsequent words. She produced a small pouch, counting out several golden wolves and placing them in the captain's hand. The captain transformed into a blooming flower, for it was time to fulfill promises. Lady Stark smiled towards the sailors. I intend to give each of them a silver wolf. The captain rubbed his hands together. Esteemed lady, I am certain you will keep your word. However, for the sake of the sailors, I can hold their shares for them. Lady Stark shot him a glance. I would prefer to see the silver wolves delivered into their hands. It is what they rightfully deserve, she asserted with pride. Thus, Sig refrained from voicing his thoughts regarding her rationale for selling information to him. He deemed Catelyn Stark's actions unwise. Yet persuading the proud Duchess appeared to be a formidable task. Esteemed lady, I hope you understand that all of this is for the sailors' benefit. If the money is given to them now, by nightfall, not a single coin will remain. It will likely end up in the pockets of tavern wenches, gambling house owners, or courtesans. I swear by my mother's name that I will ensure the silver wolves are distributed to them in full. No, Captain, I shall deliver it myself. The Duchess enunciated her words with deliberate clarity. The captain refrained from further insistence, displaying not even a hint of frustration. He bowed deeply and exchanged a few words with the first mate of the small vessel before disappearing into the throng at the dock. She was a benevolent saint, showered with gratitude from the sailors, akin to a revered figure. Sig approached the old lord and wagered that the captain was diligently peddling something in the market for the sake of those silver wolves. Peddling what? The old lord replied with a vacant expression. Sig sighed inwardly. The notion of fate was indeed real, yet it was intertwined with the calamities lurking beneath. Humanity itself was undoubtedly part of that fate. This was the most challenging aspect of breaking the cycle of hell. Whether noble or base, each individual bore their own original sin, influencing their future. Persuading someone to break free from their predetermined fate through education was an arduous task. There is nothing to sell, he conceded, abandoning persuasion. What we first require is to find a suitable inn. As they conversed, Lady Stark approached them, followed by 4 sailors bearing their burdens. Having safely arrived in King's Landing, only one question remained. Respectful and courageous Mr. Sig, I thank you for your assistance along the way. This is your due. Lady Stark regarded him with unabashed disdain, tossing him 5 golden wolves. Sig noticed the sailors behind him, their eyes tracking the golden coins. That is 2 more than promised. It is a hush money. I need you to keep my arrival in King's Landing confidential. If you still believe in honor, Lady Stark declared, her displeasure evident. As though uttering another word would be an affront. To maintain secrecy, I fear we must catch up with our esteemed captain. You just declined to have him safeguard those silver wolves. I imagine the captain will seek other sources of income to compensate for his losses, Six stated nonchalantly, showing no intention of departing. The money belongs to the sailors. Why should he suffer a loss? Lady Stark retorted sharply. Six shrugged and spread his hands. My good lady, I fear the Braavosi consider the sailors their property. Your insistence on disbursing the funds for their indulgence appears to him as a squandering of his rightful silver wolves. Six's perspective is correct, the old lord interjected, finally showing some color in his face, furrow in his brow. Lady Stark lowered her gaze, calculating. The inn suggested by the captain could no longer be utilized. She turned to confirm that the 4 sailors remained present. We shall need to hire additional hands to transport the luggage. I apologize, my lady. It is my inadequacy, the old lord lamented. Sig opened his arms in an embrace of everything. Thus, you require a reliable individual, such as myself. His smile held a deeper meaning. I shall, of course, demand a necessary fee, yet I assure you, the price will be entirely fair. Chapter 33, The Spider's Web. No, let us reside in the inn mentioned. I am curious to whom he will sell us, Lady Stark declared with palpable resentment. As for you, you may temporarily stay by my side. The truth will reveal that you are merely a clever little rogue. Six sighed, closing his mouth and focusing on his duty as a guard. The inn, situated a short distance from the docks, perched on a gentle slope that offered a splendid view of the harbor, discounting concerns of information leaks. It was indeed a fine place to rest. It was said that the innkeeper's culinary skills were exceptional, boasting the finest braised beef south of the river Ginza, along with the second-best clam broth in the narrow sea. Sig arranged accommodations for the 2 of them, while eagerly anticipating dinner's arrival. He sensed peculiar gazes upon him passing merchants, brushing vendors, beggars on the street, and frolicking children. The ordinary folk would remain oblivious, while intelligence experts might discern a few individuals. However, someone like him, capable of perceiving the minutiae and contemplating the situation from a surveillance perspective, was indeed rare. He observed discreetly, noting that the plump cook and the serving maid were both watchful observers. He refrained from alerting the Duchess and the old lord, for in his understanding of human nature, they would never admit to their mistakes, even when faced with undeniable evidence. The moment they first rejected his goodwill, they forfeited the greatest assurance of this journey's secrecy. Sir Rodriguez's ordeal with seasickness was for naught. He noticed the old lord exchanging glances with the Duchess, clearly wary of him. As the old lord departed, Sig prepared to withdraw. Aren't you curious where Sir Rodriguez is going and what he intends to do? Caitlin inquired. I am merely awaiting the exhaustion of your patience. It seems you are more impatient than I had anticipated, he replied, omitting formalities, causing Caitlin's expression to shift slightly. Caitlin appeared somewhat worn, considering her youth and noble status. She seemed a tad aged. He had always been soft-hearted towards women, especially a beautiful one. The sharp retort that hovered on his lips was swallowed back. Where the old lord was headed mattered little. What was crucial was her presence here. Be patient, the outcome will soon be revealed, he assured her. Under Caitlin's watchful gaze, he closed the door. The sly maid remained close by, and he tossed a copper coin her way. Dear, might you procure something from the kitchen? I find myself rather hungry, perhaps a bottle of wine accompanied by a platter of appetizers, ideally with some of the innkeeper's personally braised beef. The maid's eyes sparkled at the receipt of the coin. Everything else is manageable, but the beef is in short supply. After receiving a silver wolf coin from Sig, her demeanor brightened. Esteemed sir, I just recalled that I have some leftovers from yesterday. While it may not compare to fresh delicacies, it is still quite palatable. With his consent, the maid hurried back to the kitchen, beaming. Seated at a window-side table in the empty dining room, he reveled in the bustling sights of King S Landing as harbor, while awaiting the inevitable outcome. He intentionally positioned himself to face the staircase, eager to observe Caitlin's expression as she descended. This was not born of pettiness. Having witnessed too much in life, few things could truly move him. The simplicity of life's little moments evokes in him a nostalgia for his days as an ordinary man. The guards in golden robes burst into the inn, nearly colliding with a serving maid carrying food and drink. Esteemed gentlemen, what winds have blown you here? Exclaimed the innkeeper's wife, her face dotted with freckles. As she hurriedly emerged, her expression a mixture of fear and trepidation as she cast a furtive glance towards Sig. We are searching for 3 individuals who just checked in, one of whom is a noblewoman, the golden-robed man replied unexpectedly amiably. Before the innkeeper could utter a word, Sig snapped his fingers to draw the attention of the guards. Honorable sirs, the lady is currently changing. I suggest you wait a moment before proceeding to the luxurious suite on the second floor. The captain of the guard bowed to him, as if addressing a knight. Sig calmly accepted the scrutinizing gazes of the innkeeper and the maid, pushing his food tray forward. Madam, I require clam chowder and fresh beef, along with some refreshments for the gentleman, to be charged to the suite on the second floor. The innkeeper, visibly anxious, profusely apologized and retreated. The golden-robed gentlemen were obedient, waiting approximately a quarter of an hour before ascending the stairs. The surrounding surveillance had doubled since their arrival. As footsteps echoed, he deliberately adopted a half-mocking expression, fixating on the stairway until Caitlyn's silhouette materialized. Her face bore a look of confusion, annoyance, and a hint of exasperation. He admired the woman. Despite the commotion, she displayed no signs of panic. Truly, the education from the Tully family was remarkable. My good lady, when the knight returns, I shall inform her that you have stepped out, he said. Caitlyn, her demeanor cold, indignantly followed the golden-robed man as they departed. Sig lingered at a window with a view, relishing his solitary lunch. The majority of the surveillance network was withdrawn. He utilized his consciousness to contact Violet. Learning she was at the training grounds. After satiating his hunger, he did not remain as claimed to await the old knight, but instead employed his agility and extraordinary perception to elude the watchman in the alley surrounding the inn, hastily making his way to the training grounds. The royal training grounds were not a place for common folk. To rendezvous with Violet, he exerted some effort, masquerading as a noble knight's attendant, successfully deceiving the golden-robed guards and the sentinels of the training grounds. This place had evidently transformed into a playground for noble children. Aside from the elegantly attired young lords and ladies, numerous servants dispersed around the training grounds. The chaos provided ample cover for him to blend into the crowd. Violet was instructing Prince Joffrey on the correct blocking stance. After signaling her, she exited the training grounds, and they met at a nearby stable. Sig! How wonderful it is to see you again! Violet exclaimed, throwing herself into his embrace. The horses cast sidelong glances at the two, leisurely munching on grass. This place smells quite unpleasant. I should have invited you to the docks instead, where the scenery is exquisite and the food delightful. Holding the petite figure in his arms, he felt a paternal instinct arise within him. It was peculiar. Despite never having been married or having a daughter, he experienced a sense of fatherhood. It matters not. As long as I can see you and be with you, everything else is insignificant. Without the imposing presence of a stern mentor and the graceful poise of the sword-dancing duchess, there remains only a girl in need of care. The incident concerning Bran has been arduous. It was never my intention to cause you harm. He tousled her hair. It matters not, as long as it is what you wish. I would stake my life to fulfill it, she replied without hesitation. Nothing can truly be compared to your life, Sig offered, gently patting her back in comfort. There will be a series of events unfolding. Now that you possess a formal identity, it falls upon you to see it through. Let us maintain contact. And do not overexert yourself. Upon returning to the inn, dinner had long since passed. He reminisced about the warmth of those tender moments. Due to the intricacies of time and space, fixed events and places had lost their significance to him, along with a sense of belonging. Yet, with Violet by his side, he felt the comforting embrace of a long-lost home. Have you gone to report to your master? What if I have important matters during this time? Caitlyn coldly retorted while drinking with the old lord in the dining hall. I am my own master. No reports are necessary. I visited a beautiful and charming lady to soothe her lonely soul, he replied candidly, earning Caitlyn's derisive scoff and the old lord's furious glare. Have I spoken amiss? Your arrival in King's Landing is hardly a secret. Let me guess who was the first to learn of your presence. Surely it was the Duke known as the Octopus, Varys. You are correct, it was indeed him, she responded, exuding disdain yet begrudgingly acknowledging the truth. And to whom do you belong? I belong to myself, as you can see. I am a mercenary, hoping to earn sufficient coin from you, my esteemed patron, he answered, his words not entirely deceitful. For he relied on Caitlyn's generosity to fund his endeavors in this world. This is yours, take it, Caitlyn tossed him 5 golden wolves. You may leave now. I have no need for you, she stated coldly. In support of Caitlyn, Sir Rodriguez shifted his chair forward, positioning it between himself and Caitlyn. You heard him. This is no concern of yours. We no longer require a mercenary. No, you do. He stood his ground, pulling up a chair to sit. The old lord nearly pressed his nose against his face. Old man, do you truly believe a single person can ensure the lady's safety? If you possessed true capability, how did the gold-cloaked man find her today? He spoke to the old lord, his gaze directed at Caitlin. King's Landing is a vast spider's web, and any unprepared soul daring to enter shall become prey to a creature known as the Game of Thrones. I can protect you from being ensnared by this spider. Chapter 34. The Duel of Swords Leaf. I neither need nor shall employ you. Caitlin's gaze was as frigid as the frost-laden winds of the north. Please depart. You are not welcome here. Sir Rodriguez stood before Caitlin. Lacking a beard diminished his sense of intimidation compared to his presence in Winterfell. Sig bowed and obediently exited. As he reached the doorway, he suddenly recalled, Virelit asked me to visit the Stark Castle to see a poor lad named Bran, hoping I might remedy his affliction. Since you do not welcome me, I shall take my leave. The Duchess's prophecy was abruptly curtailed. Upon leaving the inn, Sig busied himself. His previous exchanges with Stannis from Dragonstone had granted him a clearer perspective on the intricacies of this city, yet certain matters demanded first-hand observation for accurate assessment. With the funds provided by Caitlin, his undertakings progressed with greater ease. He first secured an inconspicuous lodging, and then commenced his inquiries around the inn. The bastards of Robert, Lord Barrick's brothel, Varys' intelligence outpost, the distribution of Lannister forces, and the key figures of the crown in King's Landing all became part of his investigation. Even with senses surpassing those of mere mortals, grasping the entirety of the situation proved no simple task. Rising early and returning late, the political and economic hub of the Seven Kingdoms began to crystallize into a coherent concept within his mind, continually refined by the influx of information. During this time, a significant event in King's Landing became the talk of the streets. An increasing number of foreign nobles, free knights, mercenaries, and assorted individuals flocked to the city. The tournament was imminent. From Virelit, he learned of Duke Stark's opposition to activities that would further burden the royal treasury, despite the anticipation surrounding the event among the populace. Save for him, Sig sought a legitimate status to blend into the tournament and approached Virelit for assistance. Are you planning to let the prince participate in the tournament? He is merely a teenager, still underage. To his surprise, Virelit expressed her own thoughts. A rarity, as she typically acted as an executor without voicing her opinions on the direction of their endeavors. I apologize. I did not mean to disrupt your intentions. If it seems inappropriate, I shall cease at once. Virelit blushed, resembling a child who had misstepped. He tousled her hair, reassuring her, nonsense, our current objective is to stir the pot, which is indeed beneficial. Prince Joffrey in the training yard was now a stark contrast to the arrogant and fragile boy he had been mere months ago. His skin had darkened, and he appeared leaner, resembling a spear, upright and brimming with vigor, already exhibiting the demeanor of his uncle, Jaime Lannister. What astonished him further was Princess Marcella. The delicate flower of the court, wielding a rapier with grace and elegance, her movements reminiscent of Virelit-esque prowess in battle. The once sheltered blossom had rapidly matured, surpassing her brother's transformation. Does the queen have no objections? He was quite pleased with Violet's accomplishments. However, the queen's reaction was difficult to gauge. Even one who could see through the hearts of men and had encountered countless personalities could not ascertain how the situation would evolve. While it was indeed advantageous to stir the pot, witnessing a loss of control was far from his desire. The women of House Lannister harbored a strong disdain for me, evident from the murderous glint in their eyes. In contrast, Violet remained carefree, seemingly indifferent to the animosity of the Queen Mother. King Robert expressed great admiration for my educational results, even conceding that years of formal education paled in comparison to my months of training, which earned me a title of baronet and the surname Baratheon. Violet Baratheon, it had a pleasant ring to it. The riding attire she wore bore an embroidered emblem of a crown stag, which Sig examined closely, deeming it quite fitting for her. There were no issues with her formal identity. As a baron, I was entitled to my own retinue of knights. Come work at my estate, and the rewards will be generous, Violet said, her eyes twinkling with delight and her cheeks flushed with innocence. Sig immediately knelt, proclaiming, "My life is yours, my lady. I would brave any peril for you." Their laughter echoed, unabated, until they finally paused, having drawn the attention of the servants. "By the way, I haven't seen Elia. I thought she would seek your guidance," he remarked, recalling the long-faced, mischievous girl who bore as much of a shadow as Prince Joffrey. She was certainly a pivotal figure capable of propelling history forward. Stubborn as she was, after her defeat to Joffrey, she resolved to prove herself through sheer strength. It was said that the Prime Minister had found her a dance instructor, and she was diligently practicing in the Prime Minister's tower. As Violet conversed with him, she intermittently shouted corrections at the youths in the training yard. A dance instructor, Sig, though rarely surprised, was not omniscient regarding every detail. At times, he felt the gap between himself and the divine, resolute in not succumbing to the delusion of omnipotence. Sir Celio Frel, a Bravosi, is the chief swordsman of the Sea King, Violet remarked, her expression turning peculiar. He must be an ordinary man, devoid of any shadow. Yet he can hold his own against me. The mere thought of an ordinary individual reaching such height is utterly astonishing. The Prime Minister's tower was the second most significant structure within the Red Keep. Sig, donning the light riding attire embroidered with the crown stag emblem, altered his hair and eye color to avert any unnecessary troubles. Thus, a young, handsome knight emerged, evident by the attention he garnered from passers-by. Upon explaining his purpose to the guards and presenting Violet's name, he was granted unimpeded access to the inner sanctum of the Red Keep. Following the guards' directions, he learned that Miss Elia's dance lessons were primarily held in a side hall overlooking the sea. Left, right, up, left, up, center. Before reaching the small hall, he heard the girl's pained yelps and the strange, accented comment on chastising. You are already a dead man. You cheated. You clearly shouted. So why did you poke me in the belly? Elia's indignant voice echoed as she turned the corner, revealing a scene of bustling activity at the King's Landing docks. A man of diminutive stature, bald and possessing a prominent hooked nose, brandished a wooden sword, pressing it against Elia's chin. Every failure serves as the finest lesson. To heed the words of your opponent is sheer naivety, he admonished, punctuating his words by tapping the wooden sword against her head. The irate young girl swiftly retreated, and the two assumed their stances once more. Forgive the intrusion, gentlemen, Sig offered, scrutinizing the chief swordsman of the Sea King. Violet was correct. He was merely an ordinary man. An idea flickered in his mind, yet its execution would necessitate a deeper understanding of this individual. The Bravosi raised his chin, gazing at him with an air of haughtiness that remained just shy of being off-putting. Meanwhile, Elia continued to rub her shoulders, arms, and abdomen, her grimacing expression eliciting involuntary laughter. Is there something amiss? The short man inquired impatiently. We are quite occupied. Sig gestured an apology. This must be the Prime Minister's son. Truly. I am a girl, Elia protested, shaking her fists in defiance. I am Violet's squire knight, and I've heard of a certain Sir Celio, who possesses decent skill and can manage a few exchanges under her tutelage. She exaggerated Violet's praise intentionally. My master is formidable, and she only grants him leniency out of respect for Violet, Elia interjected loudly. Celio exhibited little reaction, surveying Sig with interest. She sent you here not to seek my mentorship, I presume. It is my humble opinion that King's Landing requires but one individual renowned for their sword dance. She has instructed me to convey her wish for you to renounce the title of sword dancer. Chapter 35, The Martial Arts Tournament, Part 1. Celio's eyes darted cautiously as he scrutinized Sig. The two circled each other. Little brother, you speak falsehoods. The accent of the Bravosian carried an inexplicable charm even when delivered with utmost seriousness. The sword dancer would never utter such words. She was an endearing girl who cherished honor over mere fame. Sig raised an eyebrow in surprise. The Bravosian indeed possessed the extraordinary insight that Violet had described. Yet he remained an ordinary man. He appreciated such commonality. In his ideal world, deities would not interfere in the development of the world or its peoples. Ordinary individuals could emerge as leaders. Humanity would progress not by the favor of the gods, but through their own capabilities. Celio epitomized the type he had long sought and revered. Bravosian, you speak truthfully. The sword dancer would not act thus, but I shall. She is a sword dancer, while you employ the water dance sword technique. Only Violet can lay claim to the association of sword and dance. Return and inform your Sea King that henceforth Bravosians must refrain from referring to sword techniques as water dance. That privilege belongs solely to Violet, he declared boldly, effortlessly embracing the provocation. Celio swung his wooden sword, his movements elegant as a dance. Little brother, the world reveres strength, not mere words. Since you hold your convictions, we Bravosians possess our own will, he asserted, the wooden sword pointing directly at Sig's nose. The diminutive swordsman finally took the bait. Go Celio, make him eat dirt. Elia cheered for her master. Sig casually hooked the wooden sword from the ground with his foot. The practiced sword, infused with lead, felt heavier than a true blade. He sidestepped to face his opponent. Embodying the grace of a deer, the stillness of a shadow, the swiftness of a serpent, the calm of water, the strength of a bear, and the ferocity of a wolf, remaining as immovable as stone. He mirrored Shiryo's stance, reciting a mantra that left fleeting images around the small hall. The air whistling and swirling. Shiryo stood astonished, mouth agape. Beads of sweat formed on the forehead of the small swordsman. The kingdom's martial arts tournament is a grand event where nobles and knights vie for honor, while commoners find a temporary respite from direwolves. Since the era of the Mad King, when Tywin Lannister convened tournaments to alleviate domestic pressures, this tradition has endured. The tournament is divided into 3 segments: individual, team, and archery competitions. The individual contests consist of 2 stages: the jousting phase, where knights engage with lances, followed by the second phase, wherein foot soldiers duel with swords to determine the champion. The team events feature high-intensity battlefield confrontations, with armored infantry and knights clashing in designated numbers, testing the commander's adaptability and the soldier's formation effectiveness. The archery contest is the most straightforward, wherein competitors shoot at targets from a specified distance, with the highest score claiming victory. 4 grand prizes are awarded in the tournament, with the individual champion receiving 40,000 gold dragons, the runner-up 20,000 gold dragons, and the team and archery champions each earning 10,000 gold dragons as a reward. The generous rewards of the tournament attracted numerous combatants, not solely those fighting for honor, but also fallen nobles, mercenaries with a keen eye for wealth, and even an abundance of assassins. Sick learned that due to poor management and an over-reliance on the tournament to maintain political stability, the royal treasury was, in fact, bankrupt, burdened with a staggering debt of 6 million golden dragons, 3 million of which were owed to the formidable Lannister family, who were both benefactors of the queen and financiers of the crown. On the day of the competition, the arena was abuzz with excitement, as various noble families and the royal court set up tents in designated camps. The encampment stretched for miles, and from the Red Keep, it appeared as though a vast army had besieged King's Landing. As a newly ennobled noble, Violet had her own tent within the royal camp, which also served as Sick's base of operations. While Sick held little interest in the tournament, Violet, under various pressures, decided to participate in the individual competition. Joffrey also entered, and as the youngest participant and a prince, he attracted more attention than the famed knight, Loras Tyrell, celebrated for his beauty. The first day featured the elimination rounds of the individual competition, presided over by the king himself. Warriors from the 7 kingdoms and beyond were determined to prove their mettle. Most of the prominent knights of the realm participated, including Jaime Lannister, Sandor Clegane, and Bolon Swan. The ever-posing Prime Minister, Eddard Stark, was absent, though several knights and vassals from Winterfell joined the fray. While the competition appeared equitable, it was, in essence, a game for the nobility. Although the lances were standardized, the knights were required to provide their own steeds and armor, in comparison to the nobles clad in armor worth thousands, if not tens of thousands, of golden dragons. Ordinary free knights and mercenaries found it nearly impossible to succeed in the lance duels. This cavalry-based method tested the knight's strength, skill, and horsemanship, demanding high-quality equipment and mounts. In the first round of eliminations, numerous ambitious free knights and mercenaries fell by the wayside. Some exhibited impressive skills, yet were thwarted either by inferior steeds or subpar armor, all inevitably unseated. Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, adorned in golden armor, effortlessly dispatched a multitude of opponents, advancing to the second round without incident. Sandor Clegane, known as the Hound, donned grey, form-fitting armor and clashed fiercely with Jory Castle, the captain of the Winterfell Guard and the Prime Minister's protector. Their contest was marked by a back-and-forth exchange until Sandor's steadiness with the lance allowed him to secure victory after Jory nearly fell due to a misstep, a decision ultimately rendered by Robert himself. Another Clegane, Ser Gregor Clegane, known as the Mountain, also made an appearance, towering above the other competitors. He stood out even in a gathering of formidable warriors. Upon the entrance of the formidable Mojan, he swiftly dispatched a young knight from the Airy Valley with his lance. Though the lance was specially treated to shatter under pressure, the direct thrust to the neck rendered the young knight the first casualty of the tournament. As the knight fell, blood gushed forth, eliciting shrieks from the noble women in the stands. A girl clad in riding attire, with golden locks and azure eyes, gracefully leapt from the stands to the arena, attending to the mortally wounded knight, earning the admiration of those around her. When the crowd realized that she was none other than Princess Myrcella, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the venue. King Robert beamed with pride, showcasing his daughter's prowess, which rivaled his own. This dramatic episode alleviated the somberness surrounding the young knight's demise. However, Sig, possessing the eye of insight, discerned the truth. While the knight perished from the lance's thrust, it was the misalignment of his neck armor that sealed his fate. More critically, it appeared that Mogen had been poised to claim the young man's life from the outset. What seemed an accidental thrust was, in Sig's perception, anything but. Whether Mogen was inherently bloodthirsty or if a more sinister hand orchestrated the knight's death was uncertain, yet Sig's keen intuition leaned towards the latter. The subsequent matches unfolded with heightened drama. The much-anticipated pairing of Prince Joffrey and the strikingly handsome Flower Knight captured everyone's attention. Both were youthful competitors who had previously eliminated numerous adult knights in earlier trials. The Flower Knight exhibited exceptional equestrian skills and agility, while Prince Joffrey displayed a lithe form. His movements imbued with a lethal elegance. Undoubtedly, the influence of Violet was palpable in him. Sig, observing the increasingly pronounced grace surrounding the prince, confirmed that Joffrey's future had been irrevocably altered. The entrance of the two young knights ignited thunderous applause. All, including King Robert, were captivated by their impending duel. After two probing charges, it became evident to astute observers that neither competitor had a clear advantage in skills, though Joffrey's riding was slightly inferior. During the third clash, the Flower Knight feigned a vulnerability, prompting Joffrey to pursue aggressively. However, he was unable to adjust his steed's stance in time to counter his opponent's sudden change in direction, resulting in his being unseated. King Robert summoned both competitors, praising the Flower Knight while encouraging the disheartened Joffrey. The king appeared exceedingly pleased with his son's progress. His exuberance devoid of regal composure, reminiscent of most fathers who revel in their sons' achievements. The final match of the day, undoubtedly the most anticipated, pitted the intrepid captain of the King's Guard, Barristan, against the sword dancer, Lady Violet. On one side stood Barristan, adorned in white helm, armor, and cloak, embodying the very essence of a knight with his poised and steadfast demeanor. Opposite him was Violet, clad in light attire, wielding only her crown-stacked shield. No one questioned her choice to forego armor. In previous bouts, she had adeptly evaded numerous thrusts, successfully unseating 3 seasoned knights, including the renowned knight of House Tyrell. As the bell tolled, the two charged towards one another. Barristan remained as unyielding as a mountain, his lance aimed resolutely ahead, while Violet rode with fluidity, each subtle movement as smooth as silk. Chapter 34, The Tournament, Part 2. Early in the morning, Robert summoned his attendants to participate in the grand competition. He had endured considerable hardship. Skipping breakfast was the least of his troubles. He also had to rely on 2 young lads to assist him in fastening his waist. It felt like descending into the depths of hell. The Lannisters, a bunch of inept fools, could not even help him don his breastplate. He felt a strong urge to strangle the 2 golden-haired imbeciles. Curse the Lannisters, he seethed, as their incompetence soured his mood since yesterday. While the intensity of the first day of the tournament was unexpectedly fierce, the real revelation was that Joffrey had finally demonstrated some acumen. The young boy engaged valiantly in the tournament, though ultimately bested by a Tyrell lad. It was evident that the defeat stemmed merely from a slight disparity in horsemanship. Given their 2-year age difference, that minor disadvantage could even be deemed an advantage. By the time Joffrey turned 17, the so-called Knights of Flowers and Pretty Boys would not even be worthy of carrying his shoes. Moreover, his beloved daughter Marcella exhibited the grace befitting a lady. As the mightiest warrior of the 7 kingdoms, he expected nothing less from his offspring. He felt immense gratitude towards the sword dancer, vowing to reward her handsomely. If only she were the mother of his children. Robert struggled to suppress his desires, reminding himself that her role as a teacher to his children held greater importance than her identity as a woman. The sword dancer delivered a remarkable performance for him and the spectators alike. The aging yet stalwart Barristan, a knight who would have likely overwhelmed Robert in his youth, found himself engaged in a fierce contest with the petite woman. Had it not been for the inevitable physical limitations of her gender, victory would rightfully belong to the sword dancer. In that moment, he recognized a resemblance in Violet. He would not disclose this to anyone, not even Ned. She resembled Lyanna. Not in appearance indeed, they bore no similarity but in essence. His memories of Lyanna grew increasingly hazy, while Violet increasingly filled the void left by his longed-for beloved. Conversely, his disdain for the women of House Lannister intensified. The notion of competing began to take root then. An incessant thought plagued him. How did the sword dancer perceive him? How would Lyanna view the man he had become? Would she scorn him, This overweight boar incapable of even dismounting his force. The thought was unbearable. He resolved to compete. To reclaim the man he once was. This thought overshadowed all else, becoming the singular focus of Robert's mind since yesterday. He held his breath, attempting to expel every ounce of air, even releasing more than one bout of flatulence. Yet, the two young lads still struggled to help him into his armor. I hear you wish to join the tournament. Ned entered the tent, as direct and unreserved as ever. You too, put some effort into it, Robert exclaimed. Look at this is the Queen's recommendation, and yet you cannot even help me don my armor. He yanked the reins, causing the two youths to lose their balance and tumble to the ground. Barristan joined them in the tent. Robert shook his head, already anticipating their words. Silence. All of you. I am determined to compete today. I participated in a team competition. Surely, no one would accuse me of being reluctant to forfeit those rewards. Ned scrutinized him from every angle, and it was not their concern rather. It was that you were too portly to fit into the attire. Is this the kind of subtlety you have mastered since ascending to the chancellorship? He glanced at Ned, then at Bollistan, two overly earnest individuals. Thankfully, Stannis was absent, otherwise these three rascals would transform the royal council into a funeral parlor. It is indeed my girth that is the issue. Alas, only you dare speak the truth to me. Am I truly that overweight? Rob patted his belly. Just look at you. Your waistline is nearly equal to your height, Ned remarked with a stern expression, which somehow struck a humorous chord. Rob, Ned, and Bollistan erupted into laughter. Then, the two young squires joined in the merriment. Is this truly amusing? Is the Chancellor's jest to your liking? With a fierce glare, Rob silenced the laughter of the Lannister youths. What are you two buffoons still doing here? Go fetch me an expansion device, something that can accommodate my armor. Make haste. The squires fled as if in panic, and he winked at Ned, hoping the blacksmith would not linger too long upon hearing the word expansion. The three of them continued to laugh heartily. So, do not harbor any delusions. I am determined to compete. Worry not for my safety, as the King's Guard shall protect me. Bollistan, would you allow any assassins to approach? Rob was no fool. He resolved to employ strategy to persuade the two obstinate individuals. The chaos of the melee is such that even Bollistan could not oversee everything. If someone wishes to target you, there is no need for overt violence, a subtle scratch with a poisoned dagger while you remain unsuspecting. And no one would be the wiser. Ned bore a resolute expression, determined to oppose him. What say you, Bollistan? This concerns your honor. Rob aimed to drive a wedge between the Chancellor and the captain of the King's Guard. The incessant bickering of these two stubborn men would surely drive one mad. I shall not allow His Majesty to come to harm, the elderly man declared with unwavering conviction. Ha! There is a chink in the armor. I knew the old man cared for his reputation. What could hard-headed Ned possibly retort? However, I fear that even if I were victorious in tomorrow's contest, there would be no honor to be gained. The old man was up to something. Rob detected an ominous glimmer in his eyes. What do you mean by that? A sense of foreboding washed over him, yet he feigned ignorance. If you enter the fray tomorrow, there is no doubt you shall triumph, Ned proclaimed, wearing that infuriating expression. Are you suggesting that cowardly knaves would intentionally lose to me? Flames of anger ignited within him as he clenched his fists, striking the table with a resounding thud. I doubt anyone would dare to defeat the king. The implications of the tournament would be severely diminished. Ned wore a smug expression, as if victory were already assured. Rob felt an overwhelming urge to land a few punches on that insufferable face. Unable to contain himself, he hurled his staghorn helmet at Bollistan. Get out of my way. You're ruining my chances. The old man retained his chivalrous demeanor, bowing as he retreated. You stay, he commanded. Once the elder departed, only the two remained. And his fury began to dissipate. You are blissfully unaware of your own cruelty, forcing me to be a mere puppet king. I dare say, both you and Eileen could surpass my efforts. Your Majesty, you flatter me. After 18 years of your rule, your accomplishments are evident for all to see. When Ned lies, he cannot meet another's gaze. It would take a fool to be deceived by him. Do you not agree that our current times are far superior to those under the Mad King? Rob shook his head while pouring a drink for both of them. I do not require it. This is the king's command, drink up. Watching the honest man, Ned downed the drink, while Rob, filled with bitterness, lamented. They say I have triumphed, that Rhaegar has fallen, yet, what is the outcome? Rhaegar claims your sister, while I am left with that Lannister woman. He is liberated. Yet I am tormented upon the throne. Have I truly won? Before the final match, a team tournament was held. Multiple teams clashed, akin to armies facing each other, with the loudest commanders and the most cohesive soldiers vying for victory, often determined by luck. After several arms were broken and numerous fingers fractured, the Red Priest Soros emerged victorious, brandishing his flaming sword. How could it be that a bald man basked in glory while he remained on the sidelines? Robb grumbled internally while offering his congratulations to the winner. The archery champion emerged as a surprise. An unremarkable commoner, lacking even a servant, claimed the title. Before Robb could announce this, a throng of nobles, stewards, and captains surged forward. Any clever young man could easily find a patron and secure knighthood. To ascend further, however, one would need fortune and merit. The individual finals were the main attraction. Littlefinger wagered against Loras. Loras bet on the Hound, while Littlefinger placed his fortune on the Kingslayer. Robb held disdain for both competitors but secretly hoped the Hound would prevail, if only to teach the Kingslayer a lesson. As the match commenced, the first charge saw the Kingslayer execute an elegant maneuver, nearly deceiving the Hound. He deflected the lance's thrust with his shield but was almost unseated. Littlefinger sat beside Sansa Stark, whispering something to her. That insufferable man, does he not realize Sansa is betrothed to Joffrey? Should the impudent fool dare to pursue his daughter-in-law? Robb would not hesitate to impart a lesson he would never forget. Cheers and cries erupted as the Kingslayer was thrown from his horse, while the Hound galloped away. The Kingslayer's helmet was crushed, and he stumbled foolishly around the arena until a servant caught up with him. This was the first time in years that Robb laughed so heartily, striving to make the queen, who sat rigidly, witness his mirth until she was driven away in frustration. The next match pitted the Mountain against the Knight of Flowers. Women wailed in despair, even the dignified Sansa joining in the uproar. Robb prayed to the Seven, beseeching them not to allow the pretty boy to enjoy his day. Chapter 37, The Tournament, Part 2. The contest between the formidable Mountain and the valiant Barristan unfolded, with both warriors striking simultaneously. However, the Mountain's strength proved superior, sending Barristan tumbling from his steed. The audience erupted into fervent applause, nearly breaking their wrists in their enthusiasm for the Mountain. The final showdown commenced between two knights reminiscent of fairy tale heroes. No match could incite greater anticipation than the duel between the Flower Knight and the Mountain. Draped in gleaming silver armor, the Flower Knight donned a cloak woven from real flowers. His entrance ignited a chorus of cheers from all the women present, whether noble or peasant, as they collectively celebrated his arrival. In customary fashion, he tossed blossoms from his cape to the ladies in the stands, preparing to present the most exquisite purple rose to the most distinguished among them. The girls shrieked, vying for his attention. To Violet's astonishment, he disregarded the multitude of beautiful maidens, tossing only a simple white flower to the enchanting northern flower, Sansa. Even the strikingly beautiful Princess Marcella, with her golden hair and azure eyes, failed to capture his gaze. When the purple rose fell into Marcella's hands, the air was thick with jealousy and discontented sighs. Instinctively, she drew her sword, allowing the bloom to perch delicately upon the blade's tip. The dashing Loras bowed gracefully from his mount, and Marcella, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, "How wonderful! He is interested in you." Marcella felt her heart shatter as she cried out, "Why must it be you?" Sansa frowned, her anger evident. "I had thought you cared more for Joffrey's flowers." Violet's wrist trembled slightly, scattering the rose into a shower of petals. Loras feigned heartbreak, clutching his chest, which elicited sympathetic reactions from the women. Violet shook her head and took a seat. Joffrey, visibly anxious, sat beside her. "Violet! Violet! Next time I shall present flowers to you." Stunned by his declaration, she momentarily lost her ability to respond. Meanwhile, Sansa's piercing glare radiated resentment and fury, compounded by the stern gaze of the queen looming behind her. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, akin to a gust of wind sweeping through the woods, as the Mountain, resembling a devilish knight from the pages of a tale, made his entrance atop a massive steed. The Mountain's horse neighed restlessly, its stride erratic, seemingly disturbed by some unseen force. His roar echoed like a beast's growl, silencing the women, while the men fidgeted in unease. As the bell tolled, the Flower Knight and his resplendent, unicorn-like mare surged forth towards the Mountain, leaving a trail of white in their wake. Conversely, the Mountain displayed none of his earlier dominance. He struggled to rein in his steed, finding it challenging even to maintain a steady course. As the two knights crossed paths, Loras adeptly evaded the Mountain's errant lance, while the Mountain steed, in a moment of frenzy, leapt towards a nearby wooden post. "Is his horse in heat?" Violet discerned the troubling signs. The spectators gasped in unison. And amidst the tumult, the mountain fell to the ground. His massive frame became a liability, as his armor crumpled under the impact, evoking a visceral sense of pain merely by observation. "Bring me my sword," he bellowed as he rose, a scowl etched upon his face. A pale-faced squire hastily delivered his enormous sword. He wielded his sword with a single hand, its dark crimson glimmering, as he cleaved through the neck of a towering steed. Blackish red blood sprayed across the arena. Spectators rose from their seats, craning their necks in anticipation, their gasps and shrieks echoing in a cacophony. On the opposite side, Loras continuously tossed flowers into the crowd. Despite the shouts of warning from those around him, the youth appeared blissfully unaware of the imminent peril. The mountain roared as it charged forward, causing Loras's mare to tremble in fright. "Who brings me my sword? Quickly, my sword!" Loras cried out. The mountain's speed was scarcely inferior to that of a galloping horse. With empty hands, Loras removed his knight-edge shield from his left arm, cradling it with both hands. A thunderous crash resounded as Loras was flung aside, his mount toppled by the tremendous force. The flower-embroidered cloak twirled in the air before cascading to the ground. Rolling across the grass, the mountain continued its relentless advance. Numerous city guards, warriors, and knights rushed to impede its path, but they were too distant to intervene. Loras struggled to rise, and the mountain loomed over him, raising its colossal sword, resembling a human guillotine. "Someone, come! Save poor Loras!" Sansa screamed in desperation, her voice mingling with the rising chorus of cries. It seemed as though Loras's fate was sealed, destined to be cleaved in twain. A grey shadow interposed itself between the mountain and Loras. Without hesitation, the mountain swung its blade. Clad in light armor and adorned with the regal stag emblem, the servant-like figure of Sandor seized the mountain's wrist with a single hand. The disparity in their sizes was stark, akin to a child attempting to hold the swing of a great bear. The mountain roared, his face flushed with rage, unable to bring down his sword. The grey figure surged from the side, colliding with the mountain. It was the Hound, the mountain's brother. Though already tall, he appeared almost childlike beside the mountain. Enraged, the mountain charged at the Hound, engaging him in a brutal clash. Violet, sword in hand, prepared to aid but was restrained by Sig. The mountain had truly lost his senses, aiming viciously at his brother, each strike intent on cleaving the Hound in two, devoid of any semblance of fraternal affection. In contrast, the Hound never aimed his sword above his brother's neck, maintaining a defensive stance throughout. Loras was helped to his feet, the dashing knight unsteady on his feet. Taking advantage of the chaos, Sig slipped from sight. "Why? This is the prime opportunity to enter the royal sphere and gain legitimacy," she questioned him, believing that was his intention. "Do not strike the mountain." Sig's response was unexpected. "Though he is contemptible, he may not necessarily be awful." "Cease at once!" bellowed King Robert, his voice resonating like thunder. The Hound immediately knelt upon hearing the command. The frenzied mountain swung wildly, missing its target. It turned to face the king, a flicker of reason glimmering in its blood-red eyes. Soldiers encircled the mountain, commanding him to leave. "Let him go," Robert gestured with his hand. The mountain, with a face full of defiance, pushed aside the soldiers surrounding him and strode away with heavy steps. Loras staggered to the Hound's side, raising his hand in salute. For the first time, the tournament erupted into cheers for the knight with a half-masked face. What is even more remarkable is that the majority of the cheers arose from the women. To commemorate the conclusion of the tournament, the king hosted a banquet for his guests within the tent. Violet was among those invited. Not one to thrive in social gatherings, she found such occasions tedious. Yet she had no grounds to decline the invitation. She summoned Princess Myrcella to seek advice on attire and etiquette. Their conversation proved to be enlightening for Violet. A servant announced that Prince Joffrey wished to see her. "Myrcella, you may step aside," he commanded, displaying his customary arrogance regarding his sister's lack of decorum. Since undertaking Violet's swordsmanship lessons, the young girl had grown increasingly assertive, pouting in protest. Violet sensed something amiss with Joffrey and suggested Myrcella grant him some space. Reluctantly, she departed. "Have you been drinking?" Violet's gaze turned stern. Joffrey shrank back, the dynamic between them reverting to that of mentor and pupil, his bravado significantly diminished. However, unlike his usual demeanor, today Joffrey was particularly obstinate. He raised his head once more, his eyes filled with an indescribable emotion. "I am a prince. What is wrong with drinking?" Violet astutely perceived the unusual atmosphere and refrained from interrupting him. "Violet, my mother instructed me to draw near to Sansa, to treat her as a future wife, to flatter her and display affection, yet I cannot do it. Why? She is a lovely girl. The prince's face flushed, his voice trembling, because I like you. Violet opened her mouth, utterly at a loss for words. Chapter 38. Joffrey Baratheon. Joffrey presumed that Varys would be so astonished that she would be rendered speechless, her eyes brimming with tears as she informed him of the impossibility of their union. However, the reality was that the lady was indeed taken aback. But she soon regained her composure. Her sapphire-like gaze scrutinized him, laced with mockery, and he found this demeanor rather displeasing. Varys, I am earnest, he asserted. Though his frustration was palpable, he recognized the necessity of patience in this moment. Her chestnut locks danced in the air as she replied. You are not strong enough to endure hardship alongside another. Being with you offers no sense of security. Her tone was peculiar, resembling a rehearsed script. A faint blush adorned her fair visage. Joffrey had no leisure to ponder the nuances of the lady's surprising expression. Anger surged through him, mingled with frustration, and anxiety and fear. Varys was invariably correct. Since their acquaintance, it had become evident that she was always right. Was everything she said truly factual? He was a handsome prince, the future heir of the realm. Such should be his status, yet in her words, he appeared merely as a feckless scion of wealth. Was affection truly incapable of providing girls with a sense of security? Could it be so? An indescribable savagery stirred within him. He yearned to draw his sword and pierce the girl's heart. Let you mock me once more. This is the fate that befalls one who refuses a prince. He glared at her fiercely, yet he ultimately refrained from transforming his dark fantasy into reality. Varys regarded him with cold indifference before turning to depart. He felt akin to a forsaken puppy, yearning for her to glance back. Your Highness, the Queen seeks you, a voice called from behind. Joffrey abruptly realized he had been standing alone in the empty tent for an indeterminate duration. His mother was dressed resplendently today, exuding an air of regal elegance. Mother, you are truly magnificent today. There is no one in the kingdom who can compare to you. His praise was not entirely exaggerated. Today is of great significance. I expect you to charm Sansa, to make her infatuated with you, his mother stated coldly. Do not bear your princely airs, be attentive and considerate, allowing her to feel your adoration. But I do not fancy her, he countered. His mother raised an eyebrow, and he promptly amended. I could never be enamored with a mere girl. You are infatuated with humiliating women, she retorted incisively. Joffrey opened his mouth, unable to refute her. My dear, you shall be king. You can have as many women as you desire, but now is not the time. Even if the Starks are detestable, they ultimately support your father. With a modicum of patience, they too will support you. Sansa is not without merit. Her mind is filled with thoughts of princes, knights, and princesses. While somewhat dull, she is an excellent choice for a queen. Mother, you have told me that a king's word is law, that he can obtain all that he wishes. Why must I endure a woman I do not like? He noticed his mother frowning, realizing he had neglected to use the proper honorifics. I do not harbor disdain for Sansa, I simply find her uninteresting. His mother slammed her hand on the table. Joffrey obediently fell silent, feeling rather helpless. Indeed, as Varys remarked, there is an undeniable weakness present. Yet, is it truly a fault to heed one as mother as counsel? I do not implore you to genuinely love her or be infatuated. A mere facade will suffice. That girl remains oblivious to your rules. She moved closer to him, and he inhaled the scent of her perfume, rich, noble, and elegant, an intimidating fragrance that spoke of her lofty status. You must make her fall in love with you. Ensure she bears your child, and the North will become an uncomplicated matter. The foolish wolves will unwaveringly pledge their loyalty to you. Joffrey nodded in agreement, resembling a child in his compliance. Next came Myrcella and Tommen, for their mother instructed them to understand the importance of decorum, to ingratiate themselves with the hand of the king, and to befriend the children of House Stark. Joffrey disowned his mother's animosity toward the Stark family. Her demeanor felt like a feint before a fatal blow. The banquet was grand and lively, attended by lords and nobles from across the realm, affluent merchants, and even governors from the free cities across the narrow sea, as well as traders from the Summer Sea and the Isle of Tears. Rare treasures abounded. The Baratheon family and the formidable Lannisters became the center of attention, the stars of the gathering. His mother had specifically assigned guards to shield him from various sycophants. Her intent clear, focused solely on pleasing Sansa. Sansa donned a deep green gown, accentuating her tall stature and high cheekbones. making her appear as if she had stepped out of a fairy tale. He held no disdain for her, nor was he enamored. Who could possibly fall for a mere girl? Varys was absent. He could assert that if the sword dancer were to grace the event in splendid attire, all women, save for his mother, would pale in comparison. He sighed, taking Sansa's small hand, and gracefully performed a kiss upon it. The young girl blushed, while the nun beside her nodded with a smile. They resembled a prince and princess from a storybook, hand in hand entering the main tent, surrounded by admiration and blessings. Sansa cast her gaze downward, shy and charming. Joffrey endeavored to embody the loyal and valiant knight, lamenting Varys' absence. Before the formal banquet commenced, the king was expected to deliver a speech. However, his father appeared to find the task bothersome, often glossing over it with jest and mockery. His mother, radiating fury like a deity, sat beside his father. During such occasions, he felt a pang of sorrow for the two. How could such incongruous individuals ever find themselves together? Following this was the Hand-S address. For reasons well known, the start Hand-S speech was brief, merely a few words to suffice. The banquet transitioned to the main course. A long table was laden with exquisite dishes, which were served and cleared in a continuous flow by the bustling servants. Joffrey and Sansa sat together, and he personally introduced her to various delicacies that the North could not procure, attentively feeding her. After sipping a few tastes of fruit wine, Sansa shed her restraint, laughing sweetly as she confided in him with the innocent chatter of a young girl. He, of course, feigned interest, recalling his mother's admonition to appear engaged. He stole glances at his mother, whose distant gaze was predominantly stern. He comprehended her intention to make the young girl forget who her father was. The banquet was a torment for him, the conversation was tedious, and he was compelled to feign amusement in response. The food laid before him was gradually cleared away by the servants, while he busied himself attending to Sansa. After several rounds, his stomach growled with hunger, and he reminisced about his training with Varys. Although the training was arduous, it was far less suffocating, and he was always able to eat his fill. He secretly compared Sansa with Varys, finding her utterly incomparable. Wretched woman, begone. I am the king. At the main table, his father shattered the dishes in a fit of rage, bellowing at his mother. She, with a face of frost, silently departed with her attendants. Accompanying her were Uncle Jaime and other members of House Lannister. Joffrey hesitated. By custom, he would typically stand by his mother's side and leave with her. However, due to Sansa, his immediate departure would seem too abrupt. Varys' voice echoed in his mind. You are too weak. No woman can find security in your presence. No. That's not true. I am a man of responsibility. He mentally shouted at Varys, promptly dismissing the notion of leaving alone. Dear Miss, as the evening draws to a close, I would be honored to escort you back to the Red Keep, he stated, gesturing for the Hound to assist the Stark Lady while he took Sansa's hand, and together they traversed the chaotic hall into the tranquil embrace of the night. Chapter 39. The True Sandor. The trio navigated through a throng of inebriated revelers, occasionally encountering a hand or a head emerging from beneath the tables. The Hound forged a path for the two, kicking aside any obstructions in his way. Joffrey typically referred to the Hound as our dog, or simply dog, until Violet recently intervened, admonishing him that such a nickname was profoundly insulting and brought disrepute upon the speaker as well. Joffrey was astonished to learn that this was indeed the case. He regretted not having recognized it sooner. And no one around him had pointed out his error, not even the Hound himself. This was, in fact, a testament to Violet's genuine concern for him. As similar incidents accumulated, his trust in those around him dwindled, leading him to believe that Violet could help him discern the truth. The Hound, once a familiar figure, began to feel estranged, until Violet informed him that the Hound's martial prowess surpassed that of Uncle Jaime. It was then that he realized the Hound he had known in his mind was a mere shadow of the true Hound. The three walked in silence. Sansa glanced up at him several times, her expression tinged with awkwardness. He too found it peculiar to proceed with his head down. The Hound, that is, Sandor. It felt fundamentally wrong. You're brothers with the Mountain, it's hard to believe. I mean, your personalities are so vastly different. And I've never heard you mention your brother. The Hound remained silent, and just as Joffrey assumed he had not heard, he spoke in a gravelly voice. My good prince, who am I? What am I doing? Do I have a brother? Does he resemble me? These matters are of no consequence. All you need to know is that I am your protector, here to assist you, shield you from harm, and, when necessary, kill for you. The Hound rarely spoke so much, and Joffrey detected a hint of sarcasm in his tone that had never been present before. Had it truly never been there? He lacked certainty. Power and status have blinded your eyes. Without them, you are nothing. The most lamentable fate for a prince is to remain oblivious to his true nature, mistaking the illusions of empty titles for reality. Violet's voice echoed in his ears, and though he did not fully comprehend, he grasped the essence of her words. Perhaps it was due to his transformation that he could now perceive the sarcasm in the hound's tone. I mean no offense, I simply... He struggled to choose his words carefully and realized that if the two were placed on equal footing, he would be insignificant in the hound's eyes. It's just... I'm surprised you would risk your life to help others. That is not the impression you give. When he addressed the hound with the demeanor befitting a champion of the jousting tournament, he discovered that the hound's imposing presence was even stronger than he had anticipated. My good lord. The hound's tone was laced with exasperation and irritation, undoubtedly driven by curiosity. Everything would be better if it remained as it was. You are a prince, the future king, while I am but a dog, your guard. This time, Joffrey detected an even stronger undertone of sarcasm, and he vowed silently never to refer to him as our dog again. I am not driven by chivalry, nor do I wish to aid the progeny of House Tully. Rather, his tone turned fierce, his already imposing figure appearing even more formidable. I simply cannot abide the notion of opportunity slipping through my fingers. That detestable brother of mine, I loathe him, wishing to shred him to pieces and use his skull as a goblet. He resembles a malevolent spectre of the night, spewing forth venomous curses. Please, do not speak any further, Sansa implored, trembling with despair. It was then that Joffrey remembered the presence of a lady beside him. The hound turned, his burned visage more grotesque than usual. My apologies, dear lady, I had forgotten there was a damsel present, he said with a veneer of politeness, though his demeanor was worlds apart from decorum. Joffrey disowned the hound's fury at her presence, wishing fervently to expel the young girl at once. You are a compliant little bird, are you not? Since childhood, you have been taught by the Septess of Winterfell to speak the words that people wish to hear. You utter only what others desire to listen to, do you not? You frightened her, the hound remarked, his eyes glinting with menace. He harbored doubts that if he continued to call him dog, he might one day find himself unexpectedly slaughtered. He increasingly concurred with Varys' assessment, realizing that his former self had been shrouded in phantoms, unable to perceive reality. In silence, the trio pressed onward, finally emerging from the tent onto the cobblestone path. The hound fetched a horse and sought out Sansa's carriage. Throughout the ordeal, he bore the inebriated Septa as if she were a mere scarecrow. He unceremoniously tossed the Septa into the carriage, and it was Joffrey's turn to assist Sansa inside. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to ride alongside the hound, leading the way. With Sansa absent, the atmosphere felt even heavier. You despise the mountain so much, why not slay him? With your abilities, and today armed with a righteous cause, it should pose no challenge. Joffrey was astonished at his own thoughts. Why did he entertain such notions? The mountain had done him no wrong, so what was the reason? Was he also influenced by Varys? No, I shall not kill him, the hound replied, turning around. He felt an immense pressure, as if a ferocious beast were watching him. Look at what he has done to me. As a child, I was pressed against a pyre, and thus I bear this scar. The hound's voice was grave, resentment echoing within his chest. Death would be too kind. He must endure the agony, for only by living would he suffer. The hound's gaze remained coldly fixed ahead. Joffrey slowed his mount, waiting for the carriage. Dear Sansa, the dog. Sandor has his reasons, and he does not wish to discuss his lineage with others. Joffrey himself was uncertain why he felt compelled to go to such lengths, even to apologize for the hound. He sensed that Varys would certainly approve of his actions. My good prince, it matters not, as long as you are by my side. I fear nothing, Sansa's voice brimmed with sincerity. She must have fallen for me, fulfilling my mother's wishes, but is this truly for the best? The carriage arrived at the Tower of the Hand, the escorting mission accomplished. After bidding farewell to Sansa, they encountered the Prime Minister and his attendants. Lord Stark. It is truly commendable that you are out patrolling so late, he remarked, adhering to the protocol of showing utmost respect to the new Prime Minister. Despite his own belief that this perpetually grim duke lacked the prowess of his uncle, Stannis. Your Highness, my daughter has troubled you. I hope your journey home is smooth. He continued. The Prime Minister's response was formal yet rather stiff. He cast a puzzled glance at the imposing figure on horseback, sensing an undercurrent of guilt, as if caught in a nefarious act. Ha! The honor-bound Lord Stark is just as fallible. the Hound chuckled after parting ways with the Prime Minister. As if he had glimpsed a vulnerability in his prey amidst the darkness. Why? Joffrey inquired, perplexed. They are headed to a brothel, can you imagine? Even the ice-hearted Lord Stark might venture there. I wonder if he recites the chivalric code before proceeding, the Hound mused. His disdain for the new Prime Minister seemingly influenced by his mother, who had long held the Stark family in contempt, referring to them as uncivilized savages. How did you deduce that? The Prime Minister did not disclose his destination. My dear Prince, you are still too young to grasp this. Brothels employ unique fragrances to enhance the ambience. The more upscale the establishment, the richer and more distinctive the scent. Our new Prime Minister, having just departed from his wife, appears quite restless. After sharing a laugh, the Hound fell silent, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. Joffrey dismissed the Prime Minister's indiscretions from his mind. In the past, he would have eagerly rushed to inform his mother, who would have relished the scandal of her rival. Yet today, he was burdened with myriad reflections, including his former self. Perpetually ensnared by illusions, and the reasons for Violet's rejection. He was not as noble as he imagined, nor as talented as the accolades suggested. Perhaps he should leave King's Landing, escape the confines of illusion, and confront his true self, for only then might he earn her favor. With this resolve, he steeled his determination. Chapter 40. Osha. The half-helmet weighed heavily upon Osha's head, and the spear felt ill-suited for a woman. Struggling to maintain the balance of the spear, she swayed from side to side. Gritting her teeth in persistence was her only escape. Originally, she held no place within the squad. She would have been rendered into jerky, destined for Steve's ravenous appetite. Had it not been for Old Hawk's asthma, he would have undoubtedly been cut into pieces and discarded into the basket. She had to survive. Captain Steve was a tall and robust man, possessing a modicum of swordsmanship, yet he was undeniably a fool. Each time he lifted her skirt to fulfill his desires, he inflicted unbearable pain, and should she dare to cry out, he would retaliate with a brutal punch. She bore this torment silently, enduring the pain to stay alive. Though the men were uncouth, the one she despised most within the group was Hallie, the small, blonde harlot who trembled at the sight of horses. Eager to curry favor with Steve, she had repeatedly snatched food from Osha's grasp, her gaze unsettling. The wretched woman surely coveted her life. Osha needed to find an opportunity to eliminate her swiftly, lest she become the next victim. Their squad had been dispatched by men to scout the vicinity of the Great Wall. Steve, acting on his own accord, had slain Mance's trusted aide and led a few members to sneak through a breach in the wall. It was the most harrowing experience she had ever endured. Due to the prolonged summer, the wall dripped incessantly, creating a waterfall effect. They concealed themselves in waist-deep frigid waters, biding their time for the guards above to pass. Before silently slipping through the gaping hole, Old Hawk had choked on a mouthful of icy water there, succumbing to fever and cough in the following days. To secure the squad's food supply before Hawk's flesh spoiled from illness, Steve had killed him. He incessantly emphasized that beyond the wall, the south was a land brimming with fruits and fresh meat, where plump deer roamed freely and ripe fruits could be gathered with ease. Initially, everyone believed him, for he was born of the Black Ravens, a man who had truly experienced the bounty of the south. However, upon crossing the wall, they discovered the deception. Though the climate may not have been frigid, food was scarce. Not only had they seen no deer, but after several days, even the wild rabbit had vanished. In the shadowy depths of the forest, the howls of wolves and the traces of elusive bobcats haunted their nights. Steve resolved trust issues through violence and intimidation. His true confidant being the bald man who had come with him from the Black Ravens, often seen plotting in hushed tones. Perhaps they were deliberating on whom to devour first. Osha did not consider this a nightmare. The severity of their food shortage had sharpened her instincts. If they chose to feast upon her, she would fight back fiercely, first eliminating one or two of them. Her primary target was the foul-mouthed Hallie, followed by whoever else might fall next. Killing one would break even, killing two would yield a profit. If the opportunity to escape arose, it would be advantageous. Yet Hallie the harlot seemed to keep a constant watch over her, hindering her movements. As the wolves howled, a chorus of responses echoed through the forest. The bald man gestured for silence, and they crouched low. You go ahead, you prepare to assist, and you take the spear for a side attack. Steve assigned tasks with the expertise of a seasoned veteran, and none within the team would underestimate his capabilities in this regard. It was precisely this talent that had earned him the position of leader. The howling of wolves signified the presence of prey, should fortune favor them with a smaller pack. They might seize the opportunity to usurp the wolf's meal. Conversely, should they encounter a larger pack, they would need to prepare for a hasty retreat. This had been their modus operandi since their journey along the Great Wall. Initially, Osha had been skeptical of this strategy. But now she found herself fervently wishing for a limited number of wolves. The scent of blood wafted through the wind, accompanied by the lonely howl of a solitary wolf. "Foolish mutt, hunting alone is futile. It's clearly offering us a meal," laughed Harley, her voice raspy and unpleasant, yet lacking the rancor of that wretched woman. "If one were to consider, gaze at me all you want, but Steve is infatuated with me. He would see you as mere prey, eviscerate you, and feast upon your entrails." Faced with Harley's taunts, Osha turned her head away, reminding herself that she was a warrior, with a rank surpassing that of a mere object of desire. Yet, she recalled the truth that each quarrel with Harley resulted in Steve's violent reprimand. The sound of hoofbeats echoed ominously. A palpable tension gripped everyone. Beads of sweat adorned Steve's forehead as Harley brandished her useless meat cleaver, while the bald-headed man continuously twirled his axe in his hands. Osha steadied her spear, mentally reciting her incantation. It was imperative to eliminate distractions, lest others assume their positions. They dispersed, maintaining a formation of mutual support. Before Osha's eyes appeared a surreal spectacle, a slender yet handsome boy, clad in a fur coat, riding the most exquisite horse she had ever beheld, meandering through the woods. Boldly, she approached, but the horse, startled, attempted to retreat. She grasped the rein, drawing the young steed closer. "What have we here? A young master?" she quipped, though her gaze darted nervously. Here was a young master without guards or attendants. It was akin to presenting a plump morsel without the presence of ferocious beasts or competitors. Having lived in the north for years, Osha doubted the existence of such fortuitous circumstances. It had to be a trap. While holding the young horse to prevent its escape, she readied her spear, vigilantly alert. Perhaps the boy's guards would leap from the shadows, swords drawn, or arrows might rain down from the gaps in the trees. "Osha, what are you doing, dawdling?" Steve strode forward, seizing the young boy who was struggling to redirect his mount. "Young master, from whence do you come? Where are your family?" A smile graced Steve's face, yet his eyes betrayed the unmistakable glint of danger. "I am no young master, I am Brandon. Who are you, and why do you impede my passage?" "My brother is nearby, and the guards will be here shortly." "For your own good, leave at once," the boy replied, his expression teetering on the brink of tears. "Guards? You worthless brat, I see no guards accompanying you," Harley scoffed, revealing her mottled teeth in a ghastly grin. "Come down and strip off your clothes. Produce any valuables you possess, and we may spare your life." Steve stared blankly at Harley, seemingly bewildered. "Spare him, for..." Harley jabbed him in the side. "Oh. Right, hand over the valuables. No fool would believe you." Osha swallowed her words, remaining vigilant of her surroundings. Something felt amiss. This delicate young master, adorned in a silver-clasped cloak and accompanied by a fine steed, appeared too opulent for a typical household in the south, despite her unfamiliarity with the region. "Get down." "Bye." Steve yanked forcefully, but the young master remained steadfast. "What, still resisting?" "I cannot dismount, I am bound." The young master's face flushed with urgency. "You should flee. I am Brandon Stark, son of Eddard Stark, the Duke of Winterfell and Lord of the North. If my family learns of your treatment towards me, they will surely seek your lives." An awkward silence enveloped the scene as Steve halted his actions, initially intent on severing the leather straps. "I believe him. Only a Stark would threaten others in such a manner," remarked the bald man, wielding an axe cautiously. "Cut out his tongue, let us see how he speaks then." Harley retorted fiercely. "This lad is truly bound. He is a cripple." Steve chuckled as he hoisted the young master from his mount, blood oozing from his leg, unsure of where he had been wounded. "Release my brother, and we may spare your lives," came a cold voice from the other side. Osha turned to see a young man clad in chainmail, around 15 or 16 years of age, riding a tall grey horse, a long sword glinting with blue light in his hand, accompanied by a grey wolf that appeared unperturbed by the presence of the animal. How peculiar, Osha mused, scanning her surroundings. Apart from the young man, there was no one else. "Ha! Another young master delivered to us," Steve remarked, turning to observe. "Leave the horse, clothes, and weapons. The boy may go." A hint of bloodlust flickered in Steve's eyes, and Osha understood he would not let either of them escape unscathed. Why not surrender? 6 against 1. "Do you think you stand a chance?" Harley warned the youth ominously, her dagger shimmering with a sinister gleam, an indication of poison. "Long life Winterfell!" The young knight suddenly shouted, spurring his steed forward. The bald man raised his axe, charging, seemingly intent on severing the horse's legs. The sound of steel biting flesh resonated as the bald man was met head-on by the long sword, his helmet crumpled like paper, blood mingling with fragments of white as it splattered forth. Chapter 41. Unable to integrate, Shawn, accompanied by his guards, pursued a young deer. The hounds proved ineffective. Only a well-structured formation could ensure a successful hunt. He refrained from taking an immediate shot, not due to a lack of skill, but rather in consideration of the delicacy of the game. A direct shot to the heart would result in excessive bleeding, rendering the meat inedible. Flesh soaked in blood exudes a pungent odor, and the acrid taste can evoke the nauseating sensation of swallowing vomit. Shawn was not a man of caprice. He held high standards for his hunting. He aimed to incapacitate the prey when it was thoroughly exhausted. Administering a clean and precise cut to the neck, a method he deemed both efficient and perfect. The cacophony of human shouts and the whinnies of horses urged the deer to dart back and forth, its speed gradually waning. The final arrow pierced its foreleg, and the pitiful creature collapsed into the mud, gazing up at him with sorrowful eyes. This gaze was the most unbearable for Shawn. He withdrew his dagger and gently covered the deer's eyes before severing the carotid artery. The crisp sound of the blade slicing through flesh resembled the snapping of a violin string, and the young deer fell limp, succumbing to silence. Binding the lifeless deer to his mount consumed considerable time, and as the lead guard raised a concern, Shawn remained lost in the euphoria of his successful capture. Dismount and prepare for battle, he commanded, grasping his bow and securing his steed to a nearby tree. In the distance, the shouts of men and the whinnying of horses suggested that a conflict was brewing. The howls of Grey Wind echoed, accompanied by Robb's distant roar. They moved swiftly, and the guards were anxious. Do not rush. What is meant to happen has already transpired. We must strike with precision. If the enemy is numerous, we will retreat immediately after rescuing the two young masters. He was uncertain whether the guards comprehended his orders. Yet he believed this to be the optimal strategy at that moment. Lightly armed and wielding a long sword, he was the fastest among them. He resolved to let his archery determine the outcome. The sound of chainmail rubbing against leather and the labored breaths of the guards grew sparse as they distanced themselves from one another. The enemy must be numerous. Only a sufficiently long front line, combined with the cover of the dense forest, could deceive the adversary into believing they faced an army. He prayed to the seven gods, hoping Robb, that strong yet simple-minded fellow, would not engage in a futile struggle with the enemy. He had no desire to lose a friend, indeed. His bond with Robb was one of camaraderie rather than lord and vassal. The sounds of battle concluded more swiftly than anticipated, and he was the first to emerge from the underbrush, his vision unobstructed. Robb towered above, mounted on his warhorse. With a sigh of relief, Shawn found a slightly elevated mound of earth, thrusting his arrows into the soil, while simultaneously stringing his bow and surveying the scene. The reality before him differed from his expectations, yet it remained perilous. Robb and Grey Wind were locked in combat, and several bodies lay strewn across the ground. A tall man had seized hold of young Bran, seemingly negotiating with Robb, even without straining to hear. Shawn could surmise the man was likely demanding Robb to drop his sword or face the death of Bran. Incredibly, the thick-headed Robb actually complied. Shawn shook his head, taking aim at the man's back. He ensured that his arrow would not strike Bran as he released his grip. The bowstring sang a soft note as he watched the fletching of the arrow spin gracefully through the air. The man's body stiffened before he crumpled to the ground like a rag doll. Shawn nocked a second arrow, maintaining his readiness as he advanced cautiously. His speed was commendable, and the guards surged forth from the dense thicket. Only the sound of Grey Wind tearing into its prey filled the air. He did not hastily survey the surroundings but first confirmed the giant was indeed dead before retrieving his arrow and lifting Bran from the mire. It was a splendid shot, piercing through the back and exiting the chest, the bloodied tip maintaining an expression of disbelief on the corpse's face, likely unable to comprehend from whence the arrow had come. Look at this arrow, the big man is thoroughly done for. He kicked the lifeless body. Bran. That was quite perilous, wasn't it? But rest assured, this fellow had no chance to harm you. Idiot! What if you had hit Bran? He had not anticipated being reprimanded, especially after saving his brother. What if the man had been wearing armor and he failed to penetrate it? What if he missed entirely? And what if, after being shot, he still had the strength to confront Bran? You were far too careless. Robb's rebuke left him speechless. It was not that he admitted a mistake, but rather that he was too furious to offer an explanation. Forcing a smile, he remarked, "How could I have known you would leave the little one behind?" Rob's expression turned to one of self-reproach, his mood slightly lifted. Yet he felt a sense of helplessness at being scolded despite having saved a life. Archmaster Luwing finally arrived and, upon witnessing the corpse of the woman being devoured by Grey Wind, he retched. The same was true for Theon, who, perhaps due to his overwhelming sense of loss, felt little reaction to the disemboweled body. He only felt a pang of sorrow. Rob confronted the captain of the guard, Hal Mullen, who, lacking loyalty, audaciously shifted the blame onto him. Seeing the look in Rob's eyes, he completely lost the will to defend himself. "Whatever, my lord, spare me." A shadowy figure on the ground cried out loudly. It was a woman, ragged and surrounded by a broken helmet and an iron spear. Tall yet gaunt, she pleaded. "My lord, spare me. I was forced into this." Kill her and hang their heads on the castle walls, he decided to vent his fury. After all, she was merely a wildling. Rob's expression momentarily flickered with fear, but he quickly recognized her gender. "I knew this fool would be halted by the sight of a woman. Not even considering her appearance. My lord, they are men in black. According to the rules, deserters from the wall must be executed." He then discovered 4 more corpses, making it hard to fathom how Rob and Grey Wind had accomplished this. "The crows do not accept women. I hail from beyond the wall. Do not kill me. I am of use. I am yours, my lord, and I will do anything you require." The wildlings' shrill cries were quite unpleasant. However, Rob's expression softened. "This lad has grown sentimental. Take her with us. Let the lawman deal with her. If she deserves death, I shall see to it myself." After issuing his brief command, he lifted Bran and rode off. "No need to bury the bodies. Let the beasts take care of them. These wretches do not deserve graves," he said to the captain of the guard, the exhilaration of capturing prey dissipating entirely. Life held little joy. In Winterfell, there was but one brothel, and Theon summoned the most renowned Rose to attend to him. The gold originated from the dwarf of House Lannister, a token of gratitude for his introduction to Rose. After their encounter, the two engaged in conversation about the dwarf. Curiosity piqued, he wondered how the dwarf managed affairs. Surely, it was beyond his reach. With Rose yet to dismiss him from her bed, he sought topics to pique her interest. She was far from inexpensive. A single encounter could equate to several months of his expenditures. "Oh, you needn't fret. Lord Tyrion is not only generous but also adept at expressing affection with his fingers. In many other respects, he surpasses you immensely." The longing gaze from Rose stirred discomfort within him. She seemed intent on provoking him to leave. A sentiment that struck a chord. "Surely you jest," putting aside his incapacitated form, as the second son of Lord Tywin. His standing far eclipses that of the heir to House Greyjoy. Moreover, can he truly satisfy your desires? Hoping for another moment of ecstasy, he resolved to set aside his pride and adopt a strategy of relentless pursuit. Her derisive laughter stung. "Is it merely a matter of good looks and a commendable physique? Do you genuinely believe that all men would capitulate to your whims? You are not even remotely comparable to the imp, and I speak not only of status." The dwarf possessed wealth, but beyond monetary value, there were other facets that captivated her. "And what of you? A mere hostage, perhaps your lord father has long since forgotten about you." What cut deeper than her words were her eyes and tone. He tightened his grip around her neck. "Regardless of how I compare to the imp, to you, I hold the position of a superior. With a mere flick of my wrist, your head could cease to grace your shoulders." He struggled to contain his fury. To slay a woman in this place would not only invoke Rob's wrath but also render him a subject of ridicule. Who could comprehend the depths of her wounds inflicted upon him? You dare not. Each insipid laugh is merely a ploy to elicit kindness. To find your place among the stark wolves. Alas, you are not a wolf, nor shall you ever be. They will never embrace you. Rose, grappling with his grip, unleashed her words in a torrent. Her hurtful remarks drained his strength, and he sank into despair. "You have wounded my heart. Is there not a shred of professional integrity?" He gazed at her, a forsaken puppy, filled with lament. "For the right price, I could offer you solace once more." Rose cast him a sidelong glance. He sighed. "I detest women who wield power. They are the bane of my existence." Chapter 42. The Entangling Black Mist 6 official identity is that of a sword dancer. The prince's instructor in swordsmanship, and the attendant of Lady Violet Baelish of Windfall Keep. Lady Violet's status and her inexplicable charm grant him a certain ease within King's Landing, allowing him free passage in and out of the Red Keep and the liberty to roam the city, where even the golden-robed nobles greet him with deference. Each day, he ventures out, not merely to sightsee but with a discerning gaze that penetrates the essence of things, exploring every nook and cranny of the city. To the left of the 3 hills upon which King's Landing stands, there lies the domain of the craftsmen. The streets of the craftsmen ascend along the increasingly steep hillside, culminating at the summit, where the grand establishment of Tobar Mount, the city's master weaponsmith, resides, renowned for the quality of his armors and weapons. His shop is a favored destination for the royal family and nobility alike. Sig, eschewing horseback, donned a lightweight silk garment emblazoned with the crown stack insignia and bore a simple longsword as he strode towards Tobar's establishment. He gazed up at the towering shop, listening to the rhythmic sounds of hammering emanating from within, yet before him lay an expanse of darkness not due to the opacity of the air, but rather an anomaly in the fabric of time and space, with swirling black mist-like energies in tumultuous flux. Though he appeared nonchalant, he entered the shop with an unusual vigilance. The shop was sparsely populated. A young maidservant, tasked with cleaning, caught sight of him and instinctively opened her mouth to greet him, only to recoil upon noticing his insignia, hastily retreating. The crown stack emblem served as a silent introduction. He surveyed the surroundings, touching and feeling the products that epitomized the pinnacle of this world as forging techniques. From his understanding, this realm possessed magic and artifacts known as Valoresian swords and blades. Yet, here, he sensed no magical resonance, while the quality of the armors and swords was commendable. None could be deemed treasures. Suddenly, the back door swung open, and an elderly man entered, clad in a silk robe and an apron, his appearance straddling the line between cleanliness and disarray. Tall and lean, his skin bore a parched, lustrous quality, and though his eyes were not large, they glimmered with sharpness. He scrutinized Sig from head to toe, his expression shifting, soon adopting an apologetic demeanor. "Ah, sir, may I inquire which noble has sent you? Is it for custom armor or weapon crafting?" he asked, rubbing his hands together with a professional smile. "I can assure you, I run the finest smithy in all of King's Landing. Just the other day, Lord Loras acquired a green breastplate from me truly. No one in the 7 kingdoms can match that quality. The green is not mere glaze, but a unique formula blended with special materials in the finest steel. And regarding Lord Stannis' asset, a touch of copper, I presume, esteemed Master Mott," Sig interjected lightly, silencing the old smith. His attention turned to the source of the black mist behind Tobar, remarking, "I have examined your wares. While they are commendable for ordinary armors and weapons, I must emphasize the word ordinary." The old smith's brow twitched slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled upwards. "If one were to highlight any remarkable aspects, your skills primarily lie in aesthetics, providing adults with ceremonial attire that is quite satisfactory. As for other matters," he shook his head dismissively, his gaunt face elongated. "And since you are not here to tend to the small shop's business, I kindly request your departure." Glancing at old Top's arm, which pointed resolutely towards the door, he leaned closer to the old man's ear and whispered, "I have come here considering the extensive scope of your business. Not only do you customize armor and weapons, but you seem to have a penchant for taking in the children brought by adults." Top's expression became vacant, as if he were wearing a mask. "I do not comprehend your words. How much gold will the adults provide you?" "A year's worth of sustenance and lodging for an apprentice does not exceed a single gold dragon, while your charges far exceed the cost by tenfold. Do you truly believe this money is easily earned?" The gentle murmur was akin to a tempest, causing the old blacksmith's body to tremble incessantly. "Do not trouble yourself. Please take me to meet the individual." He discerned the old man's demeanor carefully. "I am certainly not the first to seek an audience with him, nor shall I be the last. I assure you, every person who comes to see him is beyond your capacity to provoke." The bald man was drenched in perspiration, and under the astonished gaze of the maidservant, the old man led him into the workshop at the back. Row upon row of forges glowed with molten orange iron, while blacksmiths clustered around the fires, laboring in small groups. They proceeded deep into the workshop until they reached a solitary small studio, where a young man was laboring profusely. He was tall, muscular, and boasted a thick mane of black hair. "Should I call?" "Do not," Sig interrupted decisively. He perceived the young man's uncertain future. Due to his and Violetta's intervention, the world was undergoing an irreversible transformation, although outwardly it seemed as though nothing had transpired. Observing these pivotal figures revealed that their fates were now uncertain. "His name is Jandeli. I am unaware of his origins, but rest assured, my lord." The old man appeared inclined to divulge the truth, beginning to unfold his tale unbidden. Sig raised a hand to halt him. "Respectable Mr. Mott, It would be prudent for your safety to speak less. He is called Jandeli, and he possesses royal blood. Upon hearing the latter half of the statement, the old blacksmith trembled uncontrollably. I must warn you, you have taken on a troublesome burden that you cannot simply cast aside. If it is discovered that you wish to harm him. He gestured across his throat, and the old man was drenched in sweat. Allow me to offer you a word of caution. Once the situation undergoes a significant shift, you will know precisely when to act. Immediately send the boy away and enlist the night watch to assist in his care. Should any prominent figures come seeking him, tell them he has been sent to the wall of despair. After delivering this counsel, he turned his gaze back towards Jandeli. Noting that the dark clouds surrounding him had considerably thinned. I hope the bridge of hope does not become too vast, he muttered softly to himself. What adults? The blacksmith addressed him with respect. If you wish to live longer, rein in your curiosity and your tongue, he remarked, turning to leave the blacksmith's workshop. This is not the only anomaly in need of mending. Numerous areas remain afflicted, with many individuals entangled within them. In King's Landing, all establishments of pleasure and vice fall under the dominion of Peter Baelish. This is no secret, but rather common knowledge. Like all youthful attendants, he entered one such establishment with an expression of yearning. His intentions were not purely for business, nor was he selecting at random. Here, the ordinary eye could not perceive the entangled black mist. By mastering the intricacies of this shadowy realm, he could steer the course of history. His actions appeared casual. Yet he purposefully evaded the notice of many, including the Queen, the Octopus, and Peter himself. King's Landing resembled a vast spider's web, brimming with spies and informants. He had to tread carefully, avoiding those who might take an interest in him or Varys. This task necessitated his personal involvement, as Varys was far too principled to engage in such dealings. This was not a matter of capability, but rather a consideration of character. Whenever vexed by trivialities of intelligence, he contemplated seeking an assistant. However, with another soul drawn from the cycle of life and death, he felt a pang of guilt. The notion of acquiring a new companion gnawed at him deeply. Approaching the establishment of vice, he spotted Lord Tyrion as captain of the guard, Jory. Evading Jory's gaze, he feigned the guise of an ordinary patron and entered. The building was conventionally structured, adorned in alluring shades of pink. A serving maid approached him, and with a few copper coins, he silenced her. Like a seasoned veteran, he nestled himself in a corner of the hall, adopting the demeanor of one evaluating the comings and goings of the ladies. The atmosphere was intricate, prompting him to refrain from grand gestures, instead concentrating all his attention on listening. The heart of the Black Mist's entanglement resided in a room on the second floor, where disjointed voices emerged. How dare you? Caitlin in such a place, my apologies. I am more concerned for her safety. The intense exchange stemmed from Eddard Stark and Peter Baelish. He disowned the presence of others in the room, confident that Caitlin was among them, along with Sir Roderick. The voices lowered further, and he sensed the Valyrian dagger, the artifact used to assassinate Bran, was the true core of the Black Mist. With the dagger's appearance, the voices could not escape. He could only piece together fragments and his general understanding of the circumstances, inferring that Caitlin was explaining the dagger's origins to her husband. Given the implications of the Black Mist, he was certain this was a significant meeting. The outcome would influence history, propelling events toward a predetermined trajectory. If he were to disregard all caution and rush upstairs to seize the dagger, a fundamental transformation of the future might ensue. Alas, he could not act thus. The source of calamity always found a way to manipulate human conflicts, the dynamics of groups, and a few unexpected occurrences to realign everything, as had transpired in previous realms. He must endure, awaiting the culmination of the intricate web he and Varys had painstakingly woven, before he could disrupt the pivotal objects or events, rendering the source of calamity powerless to alter the unfolding of events. Chapter 43, Riding the Steed of the World in the City of Vis Dothrak. The realm of the Horse Lords, Khal Drogo, had visited the sacred Mother Mountain on numerous occasions, a city belonging to the Dothraki. This place served as a hallowed ground for all Dothraki people. He rode at the forefront, his blood riders following swiftly behind, each return accompanied by an ever-growing khalasar. With each arrival, his esteem among the people heightened, and recently, some had begun to refer to him as the Call of all Dothraki. As he approached the city's heart, where the Dothraki gathered, the path was lined not only with wild grasses but also with countless ancient statues and shrines belonging to other tribes, dedicated to forgotten deities and heroes. These figures, whether imposing or solemn, sometimes appeared bizarre and exaggerated, their coat lifeless eyes regarding every individual entering through the horse gate with indifference. Once, he had felt the discomfort of being observed, but as his power grew, such feelings faded into oblivion. It was said that this was a path of trials. Those who entered the city of horse lords and felt no gaze from the decayed shrines had been accepted by the mother and were destined to rule the Dothraki plains. To date, no call had achieved this feat. Drogo yearned for the legend to be true. He aspired to be the first to unify the Dothraki plains. His ambition stretched beyond mere dominion over the grasslands. He envisioned crossing the City of Bones, conquering the Red Waste, and leading his Khalasar into the Shadowlands. He had not shared these thoughts with anyone, gradually feeling the solitude of a ruler. Even his blood riders could not grasp the depths of his aspirations. In his growing isolation, he sensed the emergence of a natural companion, his moon and stars, the foreign woman Daenerys, bearing his child. Should it be a robust son, he would share his ambitions with him, perhaps passing on his unfulfilled dreams to his offspring in his twilight years. As they neared the Dothraki's dwelling, more and more individuals appeared. Eunuchs clad in silk bowed before him, a ritual signifying their hope that he would lay down his weapons. Drogo complied. The Dothraki women, the Khaleesi of past calls, represented the wisdom of their people, and he held their opinions in high regard. His primary purpose for returning to Vis Dothrak was to present his Khaleesi to them, allowing them to glimpse through the mists of time into the future of the child she carried. His Khalasar was so vast that it took 2 days to enter Vis Dothrak. During this time, he and his blood riders paid their respects to the Dothraki women, offering gifts of salt, oil, silk, and livestock, while voicing his hopes. The women did not respond immediately, but instead directed him to the Holy Mountain for a pilgrimage. Drogo felt a twinge of worry. His Khaleesi was not a Dothraki but a woman from the west, a Valyrian known as the Blood of Dragons. Illyrio from Pentos had repeatedly assured him of her noble heritage, declaring her a princess of the Valyrian bloodline. Yet, he harbored doubts. The promises of merchants were as inconsequential as horse dung, and he lacked confidence in whether Daenerys truly possessed such exalted lineage. Another concern lies in her foreign lineage. She claims to be a descendant of dragons, asserting that their offspring will one day ride upon great dragons. However, he has never heard of humans mastering such majestic beasts, especially since dragons have vanished for centuries. If the celestial deities have forsaken the dragons, could they also reject their descendants? In his heart, he prayed for the gods to bestow greater favor upon his moon and stars, hoping that their children need only ride noble steeds. He murmured to himself, taking his Blood Alliance warriors to the sacred mountain to pay homage, wishing that his heartfelt sentiments might reach the divine. After an entire night of prayer, Drogo felt no weariness as he departed the sacred mountain. The Dothraki women accepted his proposal to conduct a prophecy ritual. Yet they stipulated that Khaleesi must undergo the trial of the horse as heart. Drogo was elated and conveyed the good news to Khaleesi, requesting that all Khalasar bless her. His Khaleesi had been preparing for the trial for many days. The handmaidens had been preparing fresh horse meat, laced with blood, since the day before, so she could familiarize herself with the taste of the horse as heart. To further prepare, she had fasted throughout the day, hoping that hunger would drive her to consume the heart. Though he worried about the potential distress this might cause their child, he understood Khaleesi's resolve for her. The outcome of the trial was paramount. He anticipated her success. As he spent more time with her, his infatuation deepened, to the point where a single day apart felt unbearable, her image consuming his thoughts. He could not imagine life without her. Surely, the trial of the horse as heart would pose no challenge. He continually encouraged himself and prayed for her. This was the most grandiose trial of the horse as heart he had ever witnessed. Surrounding the tent, thousands of Khalasar gathered, offering prayers for Khaleesi. Inside the tent, alongside himself, the Blood Alliance warriors, and 2 other calls from Vis Dothraki, numerous Dothraki women assembled. These elder women adorned in lavish garments and vibrant masks sat cross-legged in an orderly fashion opposite Khaleesi, chanting incantations. The 2 oldest and most esteemed Dothraki women held the freshly extracted heart of a stallion. Khaleesi slowly rose to her feet. Her child was already quite large. Her abdomen protruded, and her movements were no longer as graceful. Nervousness gripped her as she scanned the surroundings, regretting that her knight could not enter the tent, for he always had a way to offer her counsel. Drogo became acutely aware of his own anxiety, inadvertently intertwining his fingers, a gesture more befitting a woman. Forcing his hands apart, he held his breath, focusing intently on the trial's proceedings. If Khaleesi could consume the entire horse's heart without regurgitating any morsel, it would signify that their child was a healthy, robust boy. Should she fail, it would be an ominous portent, perhaps even indicating the child was a girl. She cupped the heart in her hands, striving to tear into the sinewy mass. Blood dripped from her chin and elbows, transforming her once delicate and beautiful visage into one of ferocity and strength. With her nails and teeth, she relentlessly shredded the flesh and the tougher sinews. He had forgotten his identity, clenching his fists as if he were striving to devour a colossal piece of meat. She must have been choking, typically. She possessed a much smaller appetite. She would injure her fingers. He teetered on the brink of madness. No battle had ever felt so intense. Their gazes met, and she disowned his anxiety, smiling reassuringly at him. He felt a profound shame for his own weakness. The moon and stars in his world, Calix's eyes brimmed with resolve. Akin to a desert hurricane, tearing apart her food with claws, her blood-soaked cheeks evoking a sense of dread. Finally, she raised the empty tray. The Blood Alliance guards whispered amongst themselves, while the Gossipering chanted their incantations in unison. Suddenly, she bent over, feigning a retch. Silence enveloped the tent. The Gossipering's incantations caught in their throats. Countless eyes focused on her. He felt both concern and sorrow for her. She straightened once more. He observed closely. Her tiny mouth had expelled nothing. It was merely a belch. Next time, I should opt for a smaller steed, he remarked to the nearby Gossipering. The elderly woman recited her spell with utmost seriousness, seemingly oblivious to his words. As the ritual progressed, the Gossiperings had swayed like grass in the wind. The elders appeared pale, their voices hoarse. His heart surged again. What if the prophecy revealed a girl? Or if the dragon's lineage was not under the protection of the deities on the holy mountain? He continued to clench his fists, his palms slick with sweat. The chanting ceased. The eldest Gossipering shouted with a tremulous, parched voice, I see the child, he rides the steed of the world. The other elders echoed loudly. Riding the steed of the world, he has arrived. She stood, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. I feel him, he is a boy. Riding the steed of the world. The crowd joined in a chorus, riding the steed of the world. The entire Vistoscara resonated with a singular voice. Riding the steed of the world as steed. The entire Tragokas erupted with fervor. Tragakeo, my child, rides the steed of the world. His name is Regal. Calixi uttered an unusual name. He understood the pronunciation of Go but was uncertain of the origin of Re. Regal. Regal. The Gossipering, the Blood Alliance guards. And soon the entire chaos resounded with the name Regal. Serenity cradled them both. She held him as one would a newborn. Why is he named Regal? What does it signify? My brother perished before I was born. He was the last Dragon Knight, and his name was Riga. Chapter 44. The Prince's request. For the first time, Joffrey found himself in private audience with his father regarding his own affairs. He silently recited the Knight's Creed, contemplating the presence of Varys beside him. At worst, he would endure a beating and perhaps lose a couple of teeth, which he would wear as badges of honor. He patted his cheek, repeating this mantra, having prepared for 5 days for this meeting, only to be ridiculed by Arya as the most cowardly of knights. As he stepped into the royal meeting hall, he scoffed at Arya's remarks, even envisioning her incredulous expression upon witnessing him receive permission for his studies abroad. However, upon entering the solemn assembly, under the scrutinizing gaze of the lords, he reverted to the timid knight he feared he was, feeling utterly uncomfortable even under Varys' watchful eye. His father sat in his chair, reeking of alcohol, sifting through a mountain of documents, losing patience within mere heartbeats. He shoved the towering pile towards the king. All of this is yours. Make it happen, as per the king's command. Robert clapped his hands, declaring the matter concluded. Varys 10, let us go hunting. We must slay that cursed boar. The bald Varys bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, I fear the prince may have a few minor matters to seek your approval on. His words were deliberate, wafting a scent of incense. Robert furrowed his brow, as if just noticing him. Joffrey, what brings you here? Without the swordsman's consent, you shall not bear a blade. Under his father's gaze, Joffrey nearly faltered. The image of Varys standing tall before him bolstered his resolve. Father, your Majesty. He addressed him with utmost formality, hoping to capture his father's attention, a tactic he had learned from Varys. To prepare the ground through indirect means, his father appeared momentarily bewildered, seemingly not grasping his intent. Encouraged, Joffrey decided to press on. Your Majesty, though I have attained the title of prince by virtue of our bloodline, I have not inherited even half of your valor. He spoke in a tone of earnestness, with the weight of respect. The lords exchanged murmurs. The Duke of Stark gaped in astonishment, and even the fearless Barristan widened his eyes. Some attributed this to the Queen's excessive indulgence, while others criticized the tranquility of King's Landing. As his declarative request continued, Joffrey grew bolder, even alluding to his father. "What are they saying about me?" Robert's temper flared, his massive hand slamming onto the sturdy mahogany table, causing it to creak ominously under the pressure. The Prime Minister muttered something softly, prompting Robert to ease his grip, though his expression remained ominously dark. Joffrey felt as if his strength were being sapped, had it not been for the breathing techniques inherent to swordsmanship. He might have collapsed in tears. He recognized his own transformation and anticipated becoming stronger. What others said mattered little. He did not attribute his cowardice to anyone else. Through the rigorous swordsmanship training he had undergone in recent days, he had discovered his evolution and drawn conclusions. "Is it the swordsman who prompted you to say these things?" A finger seemed to hint at a deeper implication. "Of course not," he stated without hesitation that she would never allow him to express anything, merely encouraging him to cultivate his own thoughts. He straightened his posture, resembling a towering giant like his father, the king. "Your Majesty, I confess my cowardice and believe that I must venture out into the world, to endure storms and trials to compensate for this flaw. I implore you to grant my request. I shall, upon reaching adulthood, become a loyal knight like Sir Bollistan, devoted to serving you until my last breath." He knelt, bowing his head in anticipation of the outcome. After a considerable silence, which he feared would stretch indefinitely, Robert finally spoke. Surprisingly, his voice lacked fury, and even the traces of intoxication had diminished. "Who taught you this?" "Surely not the sword dancer." "Father, these aspirations are my own. Violet informed me that only by becoming the strongest can one truly earn respect and lead others. She mentioned that you were once the mightiest warrior in the Seven Kingdoms, revered by all, which is how you ascended to the throne. If..." He cast a furtive glance at his father, whose expression was inscrutable. "If I genuinely wish to be a good king, I must set my sights on noble and powerful figures from a young age." The atmosphere began to soften. "Your Majesty, although the prince's proposal is abrupt, it reflects his ambition, which is commendable," Varys remarked in a saccharine tone. "With the fearless Bollistan as your idol, the sword dancer holds you in high regard." Littlefinger teased the commander of the King's Guard. "Traveling the world also allows one to encounter more women." Uncle Renly continued with his characteristic nonchalance. "Once the mightiest warrior, that is how the sword dancer regards me, so your aspirations lie with Bollistan rather than me." Robert replied darkly. Joffrey felt the temperature of the room plummet. He wished to rise and assert his agreement but lacked the courage to do so. He did not even defend Violet, feeling unworthy of her. He savored the bitter taste of his own weakness, as the world faded to grey. "The children speak the truth. Had I known you would become this portly, I, along with Alan, would not have endorsed you." Duke Stark's just fell flat. No one among the lords responded. Joffrey strained to lift his head, widening his eyes to prevent tears from falling. "Ha ha ha! Who would have thought I'd grow this stout? So you, who championed my cause, must now endure a corpulent, drunken king." Duke Stark chuckled. Soon, Renly, Bollistan, Littlefinger, the Grand Maester, and Varys joined in laughter. Robert turned to him. "Is it truly amusing?" His eyes betrayed no mirth. "At least it is amusing now." He forced himself to appear indifferent, admiring how the lords could navigate their composure under their father's imposing presence. "The little one will not be as amusing when he grows up. Not even a scare will suffice," Robert lamented, uncertain if the little one referred to himself. "Children will inevitably grow up. I find myself envying you." Our Robert lacks such audacity. The Duke of Stark gazed at him with a complex expression, imbued with myriad meanings. His father strode forward, causing the floor to tremble beneath his weight. Joffrey stood tall, bracing himself for a heavy blow. He prepared for the possibility of losing teeth or even being knocked unconscious. He resolutely vowed to himself not to show weakness. The anticipated strike did arrive. But it was not as he had imagined. Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of affection, a side of his father he had never considered before. "That rascal. Allowing the sword dancer to be your mentor was my wisest decision." "Very well, I grant you 2 years. Return to me before you reach adulthood. Just don't bring back too many bastards. It would complicate matters in the future." The ministers erupted in hearty laughter, and the atmosphere lightened. Joffrey finally rose, exhaling a sigh of relief. "By the way, my son, does your mother know about this?" Suddenly recalling something, Robert's brow furrowed deeply. "And about the finances? I cannot allow you to be destitute." If it were to become known that the prince was reduced to begging, I would be the laughingstock of the Lannisters. The queen is unaware of my plans for travel. I do not wish for her to worry. Moreover, this is my own affair. In the blink of an eye, Robert's stern demeanor transformed into one of joviality. Stark lad, see. This is my son. My blood, with spirit. The Duke of Stark's expression mirrored complexity as he smiled, though there seemed to be something else hidden within his grin. Even if I take more funds, I will simply borrow from your Lannister grandfather. After all, I already owe millions. What does it matter if I owe a bit more? He sighed with envy. I remember my youth spent wandering, alongside your Uncle Stark, 2 beggars living off alms. A profound nostalgia flickered across his face. What are your plans? Where do you wish to go? The depth of his father's concern left Joffrey astonished, warmth enveloping him like honey. I have detailed plans. I certainly do not wish to linger in the households of lords or nobles. Since it is meant to be a journey, I shall adopt a false identity and travel incognito as a free rider across the 7 kingdoms, while striving to avoid the squabbles among the nobility. The royal house must treat its subjects with fairness. It is better to leave such matters for my father to decide. His face flushed crimson as he struggled to articulate his fragmented thoughts, feeling as though his tongue were tangling. You certainly know how to keep your father occupied, Robert nodded. His inebriation completely vanished. This was the first time Joffrey had seen him so joyous. You will need attendants. Do you have anyone in mind? The sword dancer is not suitable. She is a woman, I mean. Robert leaned in, deep in contemplation. It seemed he intended to avoid the Prime Minister. I understand you have an interest in her. In truth, having her as a lover could be acceptable. You are still young. Do not always keep the housekeeper by your side. A brief separation can rekindle new affection, you know. Though his father's words were coarse, they nearly moved him to tears. He fought to suppress his sobs. I have someone in mind. His name is Sig, her nightly attendant. He is quite capable and seasoned. She recommended him to me. Bring him to me so that I may see him. Robb turned to Duke Stark and said, You should also weigh in. According to your standards of honor, tell me, can that person be trusted? Chapter 45. Father and son since ascending to the throne. It was the first time Robert had declined a drink. What? Do you wish for me to drink myself to death? He exclaimed, shaking his fist at the golden-haired squire, who fled in terror like a startled fawn. Damn those Lannisters. If you are all like this, perhaps it's not entirely bad, he mused, envisioning Cersei's timid expression before him, and he couldn't help but laugh aloud. His solitary laughter echoed throughout the palace. He shook his head in boredom. I have truly reached this point. He loathed the sight of his own belly, standing straight, unable to see his toes. How did it come to this? He no longer wasted time on wine. Important matters awaited him today. He needed to dress appropriately and maintain a clear mind. Your Majesty, you summoned me. Ned entered, his eyes dull as dead fish, wearing a countenance burdened by sorrow. It must be tough lately. This kingdom is rotting away in despair, much like myself. If you hope to turn the tide, you'd best shrink my belly first. A wave of satisfaction washed over him as he observed the earnest man fretting over the impossible, relishing the feeling of revenge, allowing them to shift the burden onto him. Previously, it was Ellen who worried. Now, it was Stark's turn. He privately believed that either of them would be far more suited for the position than himself. The Iron Throne offered no comfort. He had no fondness for it. Dress properly. We must go meet someone, he commanded. Ned merely stared at him. I am already dressed. It is your turn, Your Majesty. How infuriating. Despite being of the same age, after 18 years, he had transformed into a corpulent figure, panting heavily while mounting and dismounting, while Ned remained unchanged. Had it not been for the streaks of white in his hair and the deep lines etched into his face, one might have thought him unchanged. Ned glanced behind him. Where are your attendants? The new Prime Minister pondered seriously for a moment. Something felt amiss today. Of course, you fool. I am not drinking. Did you never consider that I might abstain? He retorted sharply to the impertinent fool, who showed no respect for his king, beginning the arduous process of dressing. Why was it so tight, even though it was not formal attire? After finally managing to don his garments, he felt utterly exhausted, like a dog. While Ned watched with an air of amusement. Hey, old friend, seeing me in trouble, you don't think to assist? I am your king. I command you to come here. At your service, Your Majesty. Ned's half-smile was irksome. Your Majesty seems quite serious today. Who are we to meet? I don't believe one needs to dress so formally for an encounter with a bastard. At last, after fastening all the buttons, Robert sighed. Do you think I am Lord Fry? I indeed have many bastards, each with their own arrangements. He cast a glance at Ned. As for your bastard, why isn't he by your side? You know how much he resembles you. I am inclined to offer him an opportunity. Perhaps he could forge his own path. Ned's expression was that of a dog finally finding its master, a gaze that was truly unbearable. Well, I understand your plight. Behold how honor and obligation have ground you down. You ought to hold them in contempt, as I do, for only then can one truly thrive. Robert can only bear the burden of humor. I truly wonder who the king is. When the two are together, it is always Robert who takes on the role of the jester, relishing such a distribution of tasks. If Ned is the king, then Robert is the prime minister. The king bears the weight of worry while the prime minister brings forth laughter. Such is the most fitting arrangement. The two of them traveled light. Although he harbored doubts that there was anyone in this city who did not recognize him, the absence of troublesome Lannisters did lighten his spirits. Their destination was the grand training yard outside the Red Keep. As more individuals gathered to train with Joffrey, the smaller yard became insufficient. A month prior, they had relocated to a larger yard capable of accommodating an army. The heat was stifling, and even donning lightweight garments left him drenched in sweat-cursed summer. He gazed upon the expansive blue sky and could not help but curse as well, wondering who the gods had spared. For the king must endure the sweltering heat just like the common folk. Ned rode slightly behind. This fellow never seemed to know how to relax. The long summer had persisted for a decade, and it was said that when it finally waned, the ensuing year would be unbearably hot. The Northerners referred to such weather as the ghost of summer. I understand. Winter is coming. You lot, uttering such phrases all day long. It is no wonder you wear such solemn expressions. The training yard lay before them, and aside from the knights and soldiers engaged in routine drills, the largest circle gathered around the elegantly dressed children. Robert urged his horse forward, leading the way. Along the path, he encountered officers and soldiers, all of whom bowed in deference. It seemed many in the camp recognized the king. In the center of the throng, two youths were engaged in a sparring match. Among them was his son Joffrey, and the other, astonishingly, it was Arya. Hey, your little tomboy dares to challenge the prince. Robert turned to see Ned as wry smile. Your Majesty, that spirited girl, if left unchecked, would dare to relieve herself upon my head. Ha! She indeed resembles the young Lyanna. Perhaps it is not Sansa that Joffrey is infatuated with, but rather her. A strange excitement welled within him, and he hesitated to interrupt the two youngsters. Ned halted his horse, joining Robert to watch. Both wielded wooden swords. Joffrey towered over Arya, already possessing the build of a man. The small girl appeared so slight. One might think the wind could easily lift her away. In the arena, their positions contrasted their sizes perfectly. Arya moved with a light, graceful step, swift as the wind, launching attacks from all directions. Meanwhile, the tall and handsome prince remained on the defensive, his sun-kissed skin glistening as he focused intently on parrying the girl's relentless onslaught. Cyril has not been slacking, Ned remarked proudly. TCH, the sword dancer is no slouch either. Look at young Joffrey, holding his ground flawlessly. He is about to counterattack. In his heart, there resided an indomitable spirit, as he acknowledged Joffrey's strategy. The young maiden's swordsmanship evidently bore the hallmark of Braavos, characterized by a nimble approach that demanded considerable physical prowess and agility. Were he to encounter a Braavosi master of equal caliber, he too would adopt a defensive stance, biding his time for an opportunity to strike. Mounted on their steeds, they stood outside the circle, unseen by anyone. Yet the cheers and encouragement emanating from the children rang incessantly. Joffrey stumbled, seemingly unable to maintain his footing, as Arya swiftly advanced, delivering a flurry of rapid thrusts that even the sharp-eyed Loras found difficult to discern. However, she unexpectedly missed her target, for Joffrey had rolled away, repositioning himself at Arya's flank. Little girl, watch out! Joffrey cried, swinging his wooden sword in a horizontal arc, but missing once more. Arya, employing her agile footwork, maneuvered to his side, unleashing a relentless series of thrusts that left the towering Joffrey struggling to defend himself. That's enough, declared the sword woman, who had remained silent as an observer. She turned her gaze toward Loras, whose sapphire-like eyes made him flush with embarrassment, uncomfortable with the feelings young Joffrey harbored for her. Loras awkwardly averted his gaze. You cannot best her, your speed and agility fall woefully short. I will enlist Sir Gregor to help you bridge that gap. But you must also exert yourself, she admonished, bowing slightly to Loras. At that moment, the spectators finally noticed the two mounted figures, and they bowed in trepidation. Little girl, you have been deceived. How many times must I tell you to perceive, to see with your eyes and listen with your ears? There was no misstep. Only a blatant trap, the Braavosi proclaimed, exaggerating his gestures as he addressed the two. My lords, these are our finest students. A small contest between the swordsman and the water dancer, which we hope captures your esteemed attention. Ned, you appear honest on the surface. Yet you harbor quite the schemes within. Even the chief swordsman of the Sea King has been summoned. He scrutinized the diminutive Braavosi. What do you think of your young pupil compared to the swordsman? The small swordsman raised his chin. Of course, it is I, your majesty. Though one must always afford the beautiful lady an opportunity. Oh, swordwoman, do you concur with the Braavosi's sentiment? Asked Verelith, her indifference evident as she shrugged. Respectful majesty. Let him first defeat my attendant before we discuss further, she replied. Loras dismounted and stepped into the circle, first ruffling Arya's hair. You fight so well. Which nobleman would dare to seek your hand now? I shall not marry. I aspire to be a lord, Arya declared earnestly, eliciting laughter from those around. Why laugh? Verelith is also a lord, she retorted, causing the laughter to abruptly cease. Loras approached his son, patting his shoulder. Joffrey endeavored to stand tall. Prompting Loras to exert a firm grip, his son merely swayed slightly, a stark contrast to the ineffectual boy he had once been. At last, this is my son. My blood. Well done, little girl, you are formidable. If armed in heavy armor, there would be no need for such caution, he whispered to his son. Both casting sidelong glances toward Arya. It is imperative to grow stronger. Otherwise, how can one hope to command a formidable woman? Wandering the world, wielding a sword and acting as a chivalrous hero, a life filled with thrilling adventures and deep-seated rivalries is indeed a tantalizing prospect, one that Joffrey yearns for. Ha ha ha! Robert burst into hearty laughter, then quietly remarked, Your father harbored similar aspirations, had it not been for the treachery of your Uncle Stark. He would have long since made a name for himself in the bustling metropolis of free trade. The two shared a knowing nod, united in their understanding. Such is the joy of life, with no other desires to pursue. Chapter 46, Sig and Robb adorned in the attire of a servant. Sig bore the emblem of the Baratheon family, a majestic crown stacked upon his chest. He strode casually down the corridor that the crowd had parted for, at the end of which stood the king and the prime minister, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. In his perception, the king and the prime minister manifested in two distinct forms. To the ordinary eye, they appeared as a corpulent man and one burdened with worry. Yet, through the eyes of his inner vision, they revealed themselves as valiant warriors and solitary knights. He even glimpsed their deaths. Soon they would depart from this realm, returning once more to the ocean of life. This was not their first exit, nor would it be their last. The cycle of history perpetually repeats, and their tragic fates remain unchanged. Robb was rendered open from his abdomen to his chest, his entrails spilling forth. Yet, he maintained his fierce demeanor, unyielding. Though he would ultimately succumb, Eddard fared worse. He had lost his head, a visage of resentment, anger, sorrow, and regret impaled upon a spear, subjected to the elements. Despite all the alterations made, their deaths were an inescapable fate. The grey mist of time surrounding them was untainted, signifying that the efforts of Sig and Violet had failed to alter their destinies. Why does the king not kneel? Robb bellowed, with a smile gracing his lips. Sig knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, I hail from humble origins, unaccustomed to the ways of the court. I beg your forgiveness for any offense. A peasant cannot utter such words. Robb approached him, towering like a giant, casting a disdainful gaze. Tell me, why did Joffrey choose you as his squire? Did you incite him? The king's soft-spoken words were far more terrifying than his earlier roar. Father, Violet interjected, preventing Joffrey from defending him. Sig nodded calmly to the prince as he rose with composure. Did I grant you permission to rise? The king glared, his expression grotesque, causing the noble ladies and gentlemen to recoil. You did not command me to remain kneeling. He maintained his smile, determined to show King Robert that bravado would not intimidate him. You have ensnared my son, seeking to usurp his position. The prime minister remained silent. Yet the fury in Robb's eyes was palpable. The ambition to ascend was indeed true. It was not uncommon for a young man, upon coming of age, to traverse the realm, aiding the prince in pursuit of glory. I have not ensnared the prince. I merely assist him, he mused, intrigued by the prime minister's sentiments. To his knowledge, Eddard Stark had begun to suspect the circumstances surrounding Elend's death and had drawn certain conclusions from various intelligence reports. This complexity in the prime minister's demeanor toward Joffrey was thus revealed. Is there a flower upon the prime minister's visage? Why do you not look at me? Rob's voice thundered. I find great interest in the esteemed prime minister, Sig spoke candidly. To speak frankly, those who uphold honor and duty as their guiding principles often meet an early demise, yet Lord Stark persists. How can this not be surprising? Mind your words. Rob's tone bore an edge of incredulity. Are you suggesting that revering honor and shouldering duty is a fault? The prime minister interjected for the first time. His voice level, clearly more adept at emotional restraint than the king. Sig shook his head, stating that it was not a matter of error, but rather the challenges of existence. He turned to Robb. Your Majesty, my allegiance to the prince is not solely driven by ambition. My martial prowess. His words were abruptly interrupted as Robb enveloped him in a bear hug. Sig felt the overwhelming force that could shatter the bones of an ordinary man. Robb held his breath, his face turning crimson. The onlookers were rendered speechless in astonishment. Sig spoke slowly. Your Majesty, it is futile. Even in your prime, victory cannot be achieved through sheer brute strength. Father! Joffrey attempted to separate the two but found himself unable to do so. Your Majesty, do not act impulsively. The Prime Minister urged, and with effort, Robb finally released his grip. He was still aware of his reddened face. TSK, your skills have indeed diminished. Even a bear would have struggled to endure that embrace in the past. Your Majesty is merciful. Sig lowered his head, providing the king a way to see face. I trust you are aware of my capabilities. Ensuring the prince's safety should be well within my means. As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with the envoy, Varys. Varys stepped forward. Your Majesty, as the prince embarks on his journey, I am unable to accompany him. Sig's exceptional valor guarantees the safety of his highness. Until I have witnessed his capabilities firsthand, I remain apprehensive. Robb turned to the prime minister, who signaled to the attendants waiting in the distance. Sig recognized him as Jory Castle, the captain of the Winterfell Guard and now the prime minister's own protector. Through Varys' eyes, he knew all the significant figures of Winterfell, yet he pretended it was their first encounter, studying the sharp-eyed knight before him. Your Majesty, my lord. How may I serve you? Jory bowed gracefully, his movements swift, his gaze clear. Engage in a friendly spar with Sig, but do not strike too hard, the prime minister, a man of good nature, surprisingly ordered restraint. Sig was bemused by his overly amiable character. In the ruthless game of power, such individuals were indeed rare creatures. Jory drew his sword and stepped into the center of the gathering. The crowd retreated to provide more space. Let us spar, a gentle exchange. Jory's words faltered midway. His mouth agape like the others. Sig unveiled a long-handled weapon, wrapped in cloth. As the fabric fell away, a dark-hued greatsword towered between them. The sword swung with an ease akin to that of an ordinary longsword. The shriek of the blade slicing through the air and the force it generated dispersed the soil around, heralding immense power. Let us keep it light, I understand now. Be cautious. He wielded the greatsword as though it were weightless, his movements so swift they were nearly imperceptible. Jory barely managed to position his sword to block before being thrust backward by the overwhelming force. The crowd gasped as he tumbled out of the circle. The prime minister's captain appearing utterly bewildered. Planting the greatsword into the ground, it sank a third of the way into the earth, the hilt now level with Sig's shoulder. I concede, should this sword be wielded from horseback, its might would be even greater. The prime minister opened his mouth thrice, yet no words emerged. Robb, filled with delight, exclaimed, what a valiant warrior. Would you serve the kingdom? I can grant you nobility. Sig bowed his head. I am already in service to the kingdom. As for being granted nobility, that would require the consent of my lord. The decision for Joffrey to embark on a journey had been made. Considering the prince's safety during his travels, the royal family chose to keep the itinerary confidential. The queen vehemently opposed this plan, yet King Robert remained resolute, leaving her unable to sway his decision. Before dawn had fully broken, on the King's Road outside King's Landing, Prince Joffrey, accompanied by Syrio and Sandor, set forth on their expedition. What's the matter? Are you frightened? Syrio teased the prince. No, I merely find it hard to believe. The last time I returned, I never imagined I would depart again so soon, and in this manner, Joffrey replied, as they rode side by side, their horses trotting along. In a few days, You shall discover that the past decade has been a mere illusion. The genuine world is vastly different from what you believe, Cyril remarked. Waving farewell to the figures at the city gate, including Marcella and others. Staying cooped up in the palace is devoid of meaning. To wield a sword across the world. To cut down that which displeases you, to ardently pursue beautiful maidens and become the favorite of minstrels, such is the essence of a splendid life. A look of yearning crossed the prince's face. If it truly is so, I would be eternally grateful to you. Where are we headed? How unfortunate that you requested to venture out with such fervor without contemplating the destination, Cyril replied, nearly losing his balance on the horse. The youthful prince's naivety left him astonished. Gazing towards the horizon, searching for the entwined energies of time and space, Cyril declared, to the riverlands. Where travel is convenient and the populace diverse, a splendid place to broaden one's horizons. He spurred his horse forward towards the riverlands, with the prince following closely behind and Sandor bringing up the rear. Along the way, the two rode and laughed, embodying the spirit of carefree adventurers, relishing a life filled with thrilling exploits and rivalries. Chapter 47. The river in Geoffrey had never been so elated. Ever since he began learning swordsmanship from Violetta, his life had undergone a transformation. Leaving King's Landing, he had taken to a life of hardship, dining under the open sky, asking for directions, confronting bandits to restore order, and encountering a myriad of individuals along the way. It was then that he grasped the reason behind the tradition many noble families upheld regarding their offspring's education through travel. His life thus far felt squandered. Observing Sig, who approached every dilemma with composure and ingenuity, he reflected on his own naive belief that fervor alone could dismantle any obstacle. The reality was that brute force was seldom employed. Problems were predominantly resolved through strategy, skill, and the ability to communicate effectively, whether with men or spirits. Roaming the wilderness, he felt akin to an infant, utterly ignorant. Yet, he recognized that with ample experience, he could adeptly navigate most situations. Not long after departing from King's Landing, Geoffrey cultivated the habit of listening more and speaking less. The life of luxury he once knew seemed like a distant dream, as he dedicated his thoughts to becoming more seasoned and resilient. The trio formed a small expedition, with Geoffrey often trailing behind Sig, while the Hound brought up the rear. After being targeted by two successive groups of brigands, they shed their fine attire for tattered leather armor, sheathing their finely crafted blades in favor of the makeshift weapons seized from the bandits. Only Sig's colossal sword remained slung across his back, exuding an imposing aura. Geoffrey discerned that Sig moved with purpose. Whenever he gazed upward at the sky, he invariably found their path forward. They initially advanced along the King's Road, but upon encountering the brigands, they veered towards a narrow path by the river, which was in utter disarray. Pichot had claimed that peace reigned in the realm. Sig laughed sharply, remarking that if one were to believe that shameless old man, one might as well believe that pigs could climb trees. Little Joe, your father is surrounded by sycophants and cunning foxes. If everyone were like the Starks, the kingdom would not be in such disarray. What do you imply? Do I need men like Stannis and Ned? He inquired earnestly, sensing something amiss. We require them, but not everyone needs to embody that mold, Sig replied, his tone softening. Geoffrey had long noted that Sig adopted this demeanor whenever he posed a thoughtful question. It was always the Stark-like icy visage or the ironclad demeanor of Stannis that elicited such responses. Their beloved king had already succumbed to despair. Geoffrey attempted to envision the two standing side by side in court, instinctively recoiling, fearing the discomfort it would bring. Precisely, Sig continued. The kingdom necessitates a diverse array of individuals. An abundance of a single type is a calamity. He produced a war hammer, preparing to strike it against the ground. Your father's dilemma lies in the multitude of petty men and jesters, while your mother's family wields too much power. Were Ned and Stannis to govern, the kingdom would undoubtedly be rife with undercurrents. Only duty and honor would terrify them. In a swift motion, as if conjuring a trick, Sig rose with the lifeless body of a rabbit in hand, proclaiming, "Tonight, we shall feast. It is time to showcase the finest culinary skills of the Seven Kingdoms." Geoffrey chuckled in agreement, feeling a peculiar sensation. Before him stood a knight, renowned for his valor and cunning, yet he took pride solely in his culinary prowess. Could he be the type of chef, humorously depicted by wandering bards, whose talent had been eclipsed by his knightly duties? Ultimately, the trio found no opportunity to indulge in a feast. While washing a rabbit by the river bank, debris floated downstream, leading Sig to deduce the presence of an inn nearby. Although the freedom of camping in the wilderness had its charm, after several days, Geoffrey yearned for a hot bath and a bed of straw. Sig had no objections. though it was indeed a pity they would miss out on the delightful roasted rabbit. The three continued along the path upstream until it merged with the King's Road, where they soon discovered a moderately sized inn. The interior was bustling, filled with travelers seeking respite, and the aroma of food wafted through the dining hall. "I'm sorry. We are fully booked," the plump innkeeper's wife said with a forced smile, revealing her red-stained teeth. "Blame the cursed tournament. It has drawn a throng of people both before and after." Sig produced a golden dragon, prompting the innkeeper's wife to shift from disdain to eager delight, her face brightening with a smile. "Oh, it's you gentlemen. I apologize, but we truly have no rooms available. However, if you insist on staying." "Perhaps the storeroom." Sig swiftly placed the gold coin into the innkeeper's hand. "Tom, show the guests to the storeroom," she bellowed. "It's maddening, even amidst this chaos. I cannot find a moment of peace. Hurry up." Under the innkeeper's wife's command, the young apprentice hurried down the stairs to escort the guests to their quarters. The apprentice led them through a long corridor, descending the stairs at the end, eventually reaching the storeroom. Various items were piled high, but a small area had been cleared and covered with hay. Without needing Sig's prompting, Joffrey handed the apprentice a copper coin, who promptly nodded and reminded them that mealtime was soon ending, suggesting they address their hunger first in the dining hall. As they ascended the long corridor towards the dining area, Sig's expression grew serious, readying for potential conflict. Something felt amiss. Joffrey sensed a sudden shift in the atmosphere. "Do not reveal your identity or speak, follow my lead." The trio had developed a tacit understanding, and Joffrey prepared for battle, while Dog remained ever ready to strike. Upon entering the dining hall, they managed to secure a spot at a long table using their copper coins. Just as they settled in, another patron entered. "My lord, I must insist we are at full capacity. Even the storeroom is occupied, and I cannot accommodate you and your attendants," the innkeeper's wife sneered. Her lips twisted in a grotesque grin, her blood-red teeth accentuating her menacing demeanor. "I do not require a fine room. My servant can sleep outdoors. Is there any kind so willing to squeeze in?" "This is yours," the imp declared, waving a golden dragon about, until a mercenary readily offered him a room. He continued to grin as he searched for a place to eat, while Joffrey instinctively lowered his gaze. "Oh, what a serendipitous encounter. Is that not Lady Stark of Winterfell? It is indeed an honor to meet you here." To Joffrey's astonishment, there were indeed other prominent figures present. Lady Stark, a woman he recalled as stern and capable. How could she be here? Lady Stark rose and removed her hood. "Esteemed gentlemen, I am Catelyn Tully Stark, the wife of Prime Minister Eddard Stark and the eldest daughter of Duke Hastert Tully of Riverrun," she announced as she gracefully paced through the dining hall. What was her intention? "Yes, esteemed lady, we are all aware of your noble birth and elegant demeanor, the epitome of womanhood." A small imp seemed equally bewildered. Lady Stark's expression did not suggest she intended to offer him a warm welcome. "The last time I stayed here, I was still Catelyn of House Tully," she remarked to the innkeeper, then proceeded to the center of the hall. Two diners discreetly vacated their seats. Taking a deep breath, she addressed a gentleman in the corner. "Is it true that the black bat of Harrenhal is embroidered upon your cloak?" The man promptly rose to affirm, "Yes, my lady." "Might I inquire if Lady Riverlands is a loyal ally of my father?" "Indeed she is," he replied with conviction. Lady Stark's companion, an elderly knight, quietly drew his sword. This did not bode well. The small imp remained in a state of bewilderment, and Joffrey inwardly lamented that if his uncle were truly wise, he would turn and flee at this moment. The sigil of the Red Stallion had always been favored in Riverrun. She addressed the three men by the hearth. "Earl Bracken has always been my father's right hand." The three soldiers exchanged uncertain glances. "Our lord is most honored," the lead soldier responded, hand over his heart. "Lady Stark, I fail to comprehend your intentions." The small imp's face was etched with anxiety. Joffrey sought assistance from Sig, who gestured for him to remain calm. Lady Stark paid no heed to the small imp. She approached the 20 or so men clad in grey blue, bearing the twin towers of House Fry. "Gentlemen, I wonder how your lord has been faring of late." One among them stood and bowed. "Lord Walder is in good health. He has decided to wed a new lady on his 90th birthday, and we hope you will grace the occasion with your presence." Laughter erupted in the dining hall. Lady Stark slammed her hand upon the table, pointing at the small imp. "This man has come to Winterfell as a guest, intending to harm my 7-year-old son." The elderly knight, sword in hand, stepped closer to her. "In the name of King Robb and all the lords present, I implore you to assist me in apprehending this man." Dozens of swords were drawn, and the small imp turned pale. Chapter 48. No one believes on one side stood a formidable force, armed and ready for battle, while on the other, only 6 individuals remained. The clashing of weapons resounded incessantly, yet there was no bloodshed in sight. Sick discerned that the opposition was merely posturing. Among them were valorous knights. But even the bravest among them trembled before the majestic stag emblem of House Baratheon adorning his chest. Fight and retreat, he commanded, positioned at the forefront. Or perhaps one might say, at the rear of the assembly. With a mere sweep of his massive sword, he sent weapons splintering or flying from their holders. Honorable lords, I implore you, do not engage in a brawl within my establishment. This humble inn cannot bear the brunt of such chaos. The innkeeper's face was a portrait of despair, her red-stained teeth transforming her plea into a grotesque threat. The Hound and Joffrey flanked the scene, swords drawn, ever vigilant. Although some brandished their long swords as if to thrust, it was evident they were merely feigning aggression. Even those wielding spears had to encroach upon the lethal reach of the great sword before engaging the 2 men. None were foolish enough to invite the curse of House Baratheon upon themselves. The imp remained at the center, with his 2 henchmen brandishing steel blades to ward off those obstructing their path. They managed to withdraw from the tavern unscathed. Sick swung his formidable sword down upon a pillar of the porch, and amidst the shrieks, the entrance to the inn, along with half of the porch, collapsed. You two, go and chase off the horses outside. Focus on finding war horses or pack animals. Leave the plow horses be, the Hound ordered the imp's subordinates, bustling about. By the time Sick emerged, 6 steeds were prepared and waiting. From the back entrance of the inn came a chorus of curses. The 6 mounted their horses, and with a sharp whistle from Sick, they bolted forward in a frenzied gallop. Their only route lay to the east. Honorable lord, I am immensely grateful for your gallantry. The Lannisters shall repay you. However, as you head east, it seems the lords of the Vale are not particularly fond of the Lannisters. The imp caught up. A frown etched upon his brow, attempting to dissuade. Sick comprehended his insinuation. It would be prudent to journey west, or at the very least, south. He shook his head, unable to divulge the specific reasons for his decision. While guiding the imp south might indeed facilitate their evasion of pursuit, once they left the riverlands, no one would dare to apprehend a Lannister for the sake of honor, especially given that Catelyn's accusations were unilaterally presented. Yet he could not acquiesce to that course of action. The grey temporal energy stretched eastward. It was imperative that the imp traverse this path, lest their fate spiral uncontrollably. Sick aspired to extricate himself from the malevolent manipulation of the root of their calamity, restoring the world to its true visage rather than succumbing to chaos. He noted the confusion in Joffrey and the Hound's eyes, gesturing for the 6 to hasten into a sparse thicket, signaling the imp's servants to remain vigilant. Joffrey and the Hound discarded their disguises, while the imp's expression morphed into one of disbelief. By the gods, have you truly come to rescue me? Regrettably, no. You have thwarted my plans for travel. Joffrey glared at the imp with disdain. Their interaction made it abundantly clear that their relationship was fraught with tension. Ah. So Robb has finally relented and rescued you from the clutches of my overly indulgent sister. The little imp independently found a tree stump to sit upon. The Hound I am acquainted with, this knight of the greatsword, adorned with the emblem of the crowned stag. I have not seen you before. May I inquire your esteemed name? Sick did not hesitate for long. Brace yourselves, do not be overly astonished, nor act impulsively. Both Joffrey and the Hound displayed expressions of bewilderment, for his words were directed at all 3 of them simultaneously. He lifted the veil concealing the color of his hair and eyes, leaving the 3 in stunned silence. Are you a sorcerer? The little imp's mismatched eyes gazed anxiously at him. Without uttering a word, the Hound drew his long sword, his aura of menace intensifying abruptly. Joffrey's face was a tableau of shock and disbelief. Sick! He lowered the greatsword and approached the Hound, pressing the blade's tip against his own chest. What do you think will happen if I plunge this sword down? The world shall be rid of many troubles. The remnants of House Targaryen will no longer stir chaos. The Hound retorted, delivering a blow to Joffrey's morale. He stepped back, alternating his gaze between Sick and the Hound. You are only half correct. The world will lose one Targaryen, yet nothing will fundamentally change. This man, he gestured to himself, is ambitious yet woefully lacking in self-awareness. Were it not for my control over this body, I would likely have perished on the Dothraki plains. He is despicable, his death as light as a feather. The world shall know no alteration. At most, his sister may shed a few tears, an object of both pity and disdain. Wait a moment, this gentleman seems disinclined towards violence. And I would prefer not to see my savior harmed. The little imp, though only half the height of others, stepped before them, parting the hound's sword. He called to Joffrey, "My dear nephew, you two should sit down. Let us all take a moment to rest. I believe Mr. Sig has words to share with us." Sig observed with interest the little imp's efforts to ease the tension. The dwarf was more astute than he had anticipated, possessing wisdom and, most importantly, a perspective that transcended ordinary sentiments, enabling him to consistently tread the correct path. Returning to his horse, he retrieved a cherished flask of fine wine. "You need not keep watch. I shall be aware if anyone approaches within 100 paces." The two servants exchanged uncertain glances. "Come now. I have stated that your watch is unnecessary." The little imp beckoned them. The 6 of them formed a circle. Sig took a sip from the wine pouch before passing it to the little imp, who imitated him, taking a hearty gulp before handing it to the hound. The hound hesitated for a moment, then tilted his head back, draining a generous mouthful before passing it to Joffrey. Once each had partaken of the wine, Sig began with a smile, "Gentlemen, our meeting here is indeed serendipitous. I have encountered Lord Tyrion at the wall, so we are old acquaintances. We have met. Though you were disguised at the time," the little imp remarked with apparent delight in Sig's wine, boldly seizing the pouch and taking another hearty swig. "You are not afraid I might tamper with it? You have already partaken. Besides, since you saved my life, it is unlikely you would seek to kill me immediately. Is it not? Enough with the trivialities. What do you wish to convey to us?" the hound remarked, his expression one of vigilance. Sig glanced at the still bewildered Joffrey. "This is a long tale. If I were to tell you that everyone is trapped in hell, and my desire is to rescue you from it, would that be too abrupt?" Sig observed the expressions of those present with intrigue. "My esteemed sage, should such matters not be discussed with the divine? Engaging in discourse with mere mortals like us seems less reliable than consulting the High Septon," quipped the imp with a hint of irony. Joffrey remained silent. The hound spat onto the ground. One servant laughed heartily, only to stifle himself upon realizing no one else joined in, while the other turned away in disdain. The reactions of the 5 were entirely within his expectations. "Joffrey, your lifespan was never meant to be long. I cannot predict the specifics, but given your nature, even if you ascend to kingship, an assassin will surely find you." Joffrey appeared perplexed. The imp, as the maester of the citadel would say, is a giant of thought. "Your potential is vast, provided fortune does not forsake you. You are destined for greatness. Alas, you cannot break the cycle of hell alone." The hound regarded him with a cold stare. "Sandor Clegane, you who outwardly serve as a brute yet harbor a kind heart, your true adversary is your brother, the mountain, who dreams of severing you from existence." He turned towards the 2 servants. "You will perish. Without my intervention, your deaths amidst the mountains are imminent. As for the manner of your demise, I lack the time to analyze it in detail. Mr. Sig, I am greatly disappointed in you," the imp sighed. "What manner of bard or charlatan are you?" "Regrettably, I am not one to be swayed by superstition. The High Septon once urged me to embrace their faith, to which I replied that the divine does not love me, thus I shall not love them in return." Sig stood. "I do not seek to instill belief in you. Rather, I wish to present you with the truth and the rationale behind my actions. Sensing someone approaching, I must inform you that Lady Stark has not forgotten your transgressions. We should depart promptly." He addressed the imp, thereby concluding the brief respite of the 6. "Violet." Joffrey rose, his countenance grave. "She is." The young man's voice faltered, seemingly caught in his throat. "Violet Evergarden is her true name. She is my companion, unlike me. Her form is indeed real." He studied the prince's expression with unexpected interest. The reaction was unforeseen. "Her objectives align with mine. To me, she is akin to a daughter." Joffrey exhaled in relief. "That sounds remarkably like a missionary. If your aim is to convert us all, I assure you, it is a futile endeavor," the imp remarked as he mounted his steed. "No, my intention is to dissuade you from worshipping them." He gestured towards the heavens. "The divine are not benevolent, they are akin to mischievous sprites, eager to witness your misfortunes." Chapter 49. The Mountain Bandits. "Why do you not lead the way?" The hound glared at Sig, fully alert. "No need. There is but one path for us to tread," he replied, his spirits buoyed as he caressed the mane of his warhorse. "If you wish to prove yourself as a messenger of the divine, should you not turn the horse around and vanquish the pursuers behind us? Perhaps then I might believe you," the imp jested. "That will not be the case. You shall not believe me." People only trust what they wish to believe and comprehend only what they can understand. He directed his gaze at the still somewhat dazed Joffrey. My prince, you need not worry, I remain your protector, and Varys shall not forsake his oath. Your existence is, in fact, a pivotal point that shatters the cycle of hell. We shall not allow any harm to befall you. I do not comprehend your identity. How can I place my trust in you? Joffrey's eyes cleared, as if he had finally awakened. Good lad, you have regained your senses. I shall reveal my identity in due time. You will come to understand it as we spend more time together. However, I advise you to disguise yourself first. The Mad Mother of the Little Lord of the Vale may be triggered if she learns of your identity. Trust me, even the gods have little recourse against madness. Joffrey remained rife with suspicion, yet he concealed his golden hair beneath his hood, instinctively smearing mud upon his face. The sound of hoofbeats resonated from the west, leaving them no choice but to venture east towards the Vale. They would encounter the Bloodgate, a fortress of House Arryn, within 2 days' travel. They must devise a strategy before reaching the Bloodgate, otherwise, they would be forced to turn back and engage in a bloody battle with Lady Stark's allies. What are our chances against that madwoman of House Tully? The imp inquired, riding alongside Sig. That depends on whether I choose to engage. And if you do. If I partake, victory is assured, he replied, casting a glance back at the imp. But why should I participate? The imp produced a small black pouch. I, in the name of House Lannister, assure you that this pouch contains golden dragons. Should I survive and return to Casterly Rock, your reward will be doubled. Lannisters always pay their debts, do they not? Indeed, you are quite astute, the imp affirmed. So I refuse. I shall not turn back to slay. Catelyn is of utmost importance. She is the very core of history, and many events hinge upon her to unfold. He surveyed their surroundings, sensing that someone on the hillside was watching them. Then why not simply eliminate us and take me to her for credit? The imp suggested, testing the waters. He shook his head. Stop. At that command, the hound turned his horse, indicating to the hound to remain vigilant towards the hillside, where he noticed the hound's grey eyes flickering with unease. Gather the horses in a circle. It would be best to secure their reins, lest they bolt. What has happened now? Joffrey sensed the unusual atmosphere and reached for his sword, only to be halted by the imp. Do not rush, my prince. This is not a situation that can be resolved merely with a fine sword. The 6 dismounted, utilizing boulders and a gnarled broadleaf tree to establish a defensive formation. Just as they completed their preparations, the thunder of hoofs announced the approach of pursuers. Accompanying Lady Stark were 12 warriors, including Sir Rodriguez. Aside from the lady and the bard cradling a wooden lyre, the rest were fully armored fighters. They cautiously approached the defensive circle formed by the 6. An arrow was firmly embedded before Sir Rodriguez's steed. The knight soothed his mount, instructing it not to resist. They harbored no intention of slaughter, merely seeking the dwarf to face judgment in Winterfell, hoping to resolve the matter peacefully. I demand to be taken to King's Landing or Casterly Rock. The imp shouted from within the defensive line. Despicable creature, if you are truly innocent, why do you not dare go to Winterfell? We have just judges there. Lady Catelyn scolded sharply. The judges of King's Landing are far more impartial. I highly doubt the magistrates of Winterfell would be inclined to take your word at face value. The imp retorted, hands on his hips, defending himself vocally. Gentlemen, I know you are all knights who value honor and responsibility. Do not be swayed by the imp's deceit. His actions will ultimately face judgment, and I implore you not to let your nobility be tarnished by his schemes, Catelyn urged as she rode forward, shaking off Sir Rodriguez's grasp and that of the knight wielding the great sword. You are a knight of House Baratheon, and I trust your character is as pure as the cloak of the King's Guard. I assure you the dwarf will receive a fair trial. Please do not impede us. Milady, I too regard your character with high esteem, yet your vision must be clouded. The knight wielding the great sword is named Sig, a charlatan, not a noble knight. The imp continued to jest. Sig parted the line of horses, stepping outside, and cautioned the 2 servants of the imp, do not be alarmed, do not shoot. Approaching the Duchess, he remarked, it is good to see you again, milady. Is it truly you? Catelyn exclaimed in surprise, even amidst her anger. You are that mercenary. Sig. Sir Rodriguez recognized him as well. I do not understand. If you are indeed a knight of House Baratheon, why conceal your identity? Or is your heraldry false? He sensed the puzzled gazes directed at him. My identity can be discussed later. I suggest you all come into the defensive circle, lest you become like hedgehogs. A soldier from Catelyn's contingent was struck by an arrow, collapsing as the crimson-tipped shaft emerged from his mouth. The situation erupted into chaos. Arrows and javelins flew. Catelyn's forces fought in disarray. Facing the assault from the cliffs, they could hardly mount a counterattack, merely striving to survive. "Come into the line," Sig shouted, leaping onto Catelyn's horse before she could scream, and together they dealt back to the defensive line. "Despicable wretch, release the lady at once," Sir Rodriguez shouted, pursuing them in anger. "Foolish creature, do you not comprehend who the true enemy is? Come forth!" At Sig's furious command, the old knight reluctantly stumbled back to the defense line. The bandits' onslaught loomed over them. Sig's expression grew grave as he sheathed his colossal sword and brandished a round shield, stepping away from the line to shield the retreat of his comrades. Many warriors fell victim to arrows and spears, with two pinned to the ground, wailing in agony. The thunder of hoofs echoed, dust swirling as dozens of disheveled knights charged toward them. The hounds led a quartet, raising their shields in support, rescuing 3 individuals in the process. As they finally retreated behind the line of steeds, the marauders charged directly at the defense. "Who are they?" the little demon inquired. "Why would you presume I would know?" He hurled a retrieved spear, striking down a towering figure clad in a shadowy puma hide, then readied his massive sword once more. "I am not omniscient. Enough chatter. Everyone must arm themselves." A warrior, lean and fierce as a starving wolf, handed the little demon a battle axe. "If you wish to survive, join the fray. Perhaps the fate of this battle rests upon you." Sig cast a solemn glance at the fierce warrior, who was likely a mercenary, the same who had been willing to share a room with the little demon at the inn. A grey mist swirled around this individual. He resolved to do everything in his power to ensure that this man did not perish in a bandit's ambush. For an extended period, he found himself enveloped in crimson. The bandits regarded him as their leader, continually converging to challenge him to duels. He was also distracted by the need to protect those shrouded in grey mist. The pressure was immense. If a significant figure were to die here, who could predict how the ensuing events would unfold? The world might very well descend into chaos. He sought not destruction, each step required utmost caution. He feared not injury, for his combat prowess surpassed that of the ordinary man. Yet, maintaining the defense line remained a formidable challenge. His leather armor was stained crimson with blood, and his massive sword bore chips from the relentless assaults of the bandits. The shrill screams of women pierced the air as Sig, despite his injuries, hurled a grappling bandit aside. Lady Stark, on the opposite side of the battlefield, leaned against a cliff, a mounted brigand accompanied by 2-foot soldiers drawing near her. Time was of the essence. Even pushing the limits of Viserys' physique, he could not hope to save her. To harness greater strength, he required time to prepare. If Catelyn Stark were to perish, he shuddered to contemplate how history would spiral into disarray. A low shadow darted past the mounted brigand, an axe cleaving into the bandit's lower back. The brigand hauled in retaliation but missed his mark. In turn, his abdomen was struck, blood mingling with his blue entrails as it flowed forth. Joffrey, wielding a steel sword, charged from the opposite flank. The remaining 2-foot soldiers suddenly recalled an urgent matter and fled with great haste. The tide of remaining bandits retreated like a receding wave. Chapter 50. Victory or death. Having slain dozens, only a handful managed to escape. On the surface, the knights emerged victorious. However, the bandits possessed an inexhaustible supply of soldiers, while only 9 remained on their side. There was no turning back. Should we face such an assault again, our demise would be certain. The only course left was to advance towards the Vale of Arryn and request a knightly escort, Sig proclaimed loudly, yet no one voiced agreement or dissent. Exhaustion enveloped them all, including the valiant hounds. "Dear Sir Sig, should I refer to you as the Knight of House Baelish? I cannot fathom why you conceal your identity. But this man is guilty. As the mother of a 7-year-old victim, I possess the right to bring him to justice." Catelyn Stark stood before him, brandishing a dagger. He recognized the blade, adorned with a handle of dragonglass, forged from Valyrian steel, a magnificent weapon, albeit not a longsword. "Madam, you fail to comprehend his nature. He not only bears the sigil of the crown stack but also possesses silver hair and violet eyes reminiscent of 3-headed dragons. Furthermore, he is a charlatan. To question his identity is, in itself, a folly," Tyrion interjected with sarcasm, but Catelyn paid him no heed as she scrutinized Sig. "I am a woman, inherently weaker than a man. Having witnessed the recent battle, I concede that I lack the strength to take away the imp," she admitted. Still youthful and undeniably alluring, the gaze of her doe-like eyes was enough to soften the hearts of men. "Alas, I am not an ordinary man," he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Dear madam, in our current predicament, capturing the imp is of little consequence. Our destination is the Bloodgate, the domain of your sister, Lady Lisa. I have heard she harbors a deep-seated hatred for the Lannisters, and I suspect she would be eager to conduct a trial at the Moon Door in the area. I have also heard that the Vale has a tradition of flying people. Flying? The imp interjected once more, his tone now devoid of mockery, imbued with genuine concern. Indeed, esteemed sir, they cast criminals from the Moon Door, plummeting 700 feet to leave a crimson stain upon the rocks, with naught but bones left behind, Caitlin explained. The imp recoiled slightly. I believe the judgments in King S Landing are far more just. Caitlin blinked in surprise. I thought you were on the imp's side, she said as she settled beside him. He offered her a piece of tough jerky, which she declined. Last we met, you mentioned my son's leg injury. Virus told me she would ask her friend to heal him. Yes, he interrupted, I am sick. She mentioned that she would visit Winterfell when time permitted to see young Bran's leg and back. Virus has been filled with guilt, believing she failed to protect Bran. She hugged her knees. If you had met Bran, you would have surely taken a liking to him. He is a good child, gentle by nature. Hatred flashed in her eyes, yet someone is intent on framing him. That person is not me, dear lady. Silence. The woman's capriciousness was vividly displayed. She shifted from soft lament to fierce indignation in an instant. Sig marinated the beef in white wine to tenderize it before offering it to her. Overwhelmed by anger. You are convinced that someone is plotting against Bran, but it certainly isn't the imp. Caitlin seemed poised to retort, yet remained silent. She sulkily chewed on the tender beef jerky, her expression shifting to one of surprise. It was truly delicious. The imp shamelessly approached. Mr. Sig, I am quite curious about the wine you used to marinate the beef. Such a fragrant aroma is quite rare. Caitlin turned her head in disdain, gazing elsewhere. Uncle, if you obediently return to King's Landing with us, not only will you evade tiresome accusations, but you will also enjoy Sig's fine wine sooner. After all, it is his own brew. Joffrey removed his hood, and to the astonishment of both, dunked his beef into the pot. The hound mimicked the action, shedding his disguise and joining the circle. Am I dreaming? If I were to see my sister appear shortly, I would not be surprised. A smile crept onto the imp's face, while Caitlin nervously scanned her surroundings. Fear not, my lady, the queen did not accompany us. I took Joffrey out for a journey. He listened intently. The howls of wolves and the roars of shadow cats echoed from the path. The beasts feasted upon carrion, showing no signs of mountain bandits lurking. While I sympathize with you and lament Bran's fate, you have indeed committed a foolish act. Yes, utterly foolish. The hound seized a piece of beef jerky, devouring it heartily. Sig, you are truly an excellent cook. You should venture to Casterly Rock. Lord Tywin would pay you handsomely. Foolish. Is it foolish to seek justice for my son? Is this the honor of House Lannister? Indeed, to target young Bran, one must have their soul devoured by demons. Her voice was sharp, drawing the attention of the old lord. Sighing, Sig set aside the task of preparing beef jerky for everyone. My lady, do you not yet comprehend? The issue lies not with Bran, but rather in your complicating matters, placing your husband in peril, and your evidence is utterly flimsy. Caitlin tilted her head dismissively. Your husband, and even King Robert, may perish because of this, leading to the disintegration of the Seven Kingdoms and suffering for the people. What you have done is far more terrifying than the bandits. Silence enveloped the room. Even the fierce mercenaries, who had been engrossed in their feasting, paused to look at him. Lord Sig, if only you were truly a savior. The imp squinted defiantly. No magic or divine power is required. Merely intellect suffices to reach conclusions. He pointed to his head and fixed his gaze upon the imp. Lord Tywin despises you, wishing you would perish at once. Observing the imp nodding, he continued, he would not allow news of his son's capture to circulate, as it would tarnish the reputation of House Lannister. Even though he loathes you, he would defend you. The imp nodded repeatedly. He turned to Caitlin, who remained furious. My lady, your anger has clouded your judgment. Regardless of the truth, your unilateral decision to apprehend a Lannister will undoubtedly provoke those who value reputation and retribution. They will employ every means to retaliate. In the court, your husband will face the queen's wrath, and the troubling reality is that he may be unwittingly ensnared in this turmoil. Caitlin held her head high, acutely aware that she was merely putting on a brave face. Moreover, your father, the Duke of Tully from Riverrun, may find himself in an extremely precarious situation against the formidable forces of House Lannister. I have heard that your father has been gravely ill for some time. At this, Catelyn lowered her gaze, her shoulders trembling slightly. No need for such complications, Joffrey declared, puffing out his chest. I shall reveal my identity at once and demand that Lisa send someone to escort Lady Stark and her uncle to King's Landing, where my father will provide an explanation to all. Sick laughed heartily. This is precisely why I believe the Queen has failed in your education. Under his scrutiny, Joffrey appeared inexplicably perplexed. You do not grasp the nature of the Game of Thrones. There is no justice, only calculation, no moral order, only victory or defeat. It is a game in which failure leads to demise. Any presumption of righteousness is perilous. Do you think Winterfell and Casterly Rock will patiently await their fates without taking action? Regardless of the truth, once matters escalate, they must emerge victorious. Or they will be crushed or even annihilated. You will witness war unfold in the court, while King Robert, oblivious, may be dragged into the quagmire, potentially assassinated by those he believes to be his allies. Joffrey's mouth fell agape in shock. I don't understand. Father is the king. He is the mightiest warrior in the Seven Kingdoms. The Mad King was also a king, yet he was slain, was he not? Throughout history, how many kings have passed away peacefully? He patted the prince's shoulder. What you are about to confront is precisely this game. Failure leads to destruction. And you are ill-prepared to partake in it. This is the essence of the Queen's educational failure. Eddard would never act thus. He values honor above life, Catelyn interjected. Indeed, he would not. He is an exceptionally virtuous man, and thus I must say that the noble families of the North, the Riverlands, along with your children and their vassals, are destined for misfortune. One side clings to honor and hesitates, while the other is unrestrained. Well said. The ruthless mercenary chuckled in approval, eliciting a disdainful glare from Catelyn. My lady, do you not understand? In the game of power, failure means death. If Duke Stark were truly the paragon of virtue and chivalry, his involvement in such a struggle would be your gravest mistake. Your attempt to capture the imp was exceedingly ill-considered. You risked the lives of all whom you hold dear. Catelyn wore a look of desperate defiance, steadfastly raising her chin, refusing to bow her head. Chapter 51, Midnight Conversations, Part 1, In the Stillness of the Night. Sigurd took the first watch by the roaring campfire, finding refuge behind a sizable rock, camouflaged as a sentinel. The sky was a deep indigo, adorned with countless stars, none of which he recognized. Once upon a time, in a realm of advanced technology, he had commanded a significant portion of the heavens. Reflecting on it now felt as though it had transpired just yesterday. He had always believed that the vast clusters of stars, spanning billions of light years, represented the limits of existence, yet the reality of the world appeared far more intricate and profound than he had ever comprehended. A small pebble kicked by his foot jolted him from his reverie. The little imp scampered over, struggling to find a spot beside him. Do you always prefer such heights? I've been told that higher places make one an easier target, the imp complained, casually seizing his flask for a sip. Height has its merits. The only drawback is that one cannot remain vigilant at all times, risking the chance to detect an approaching foe, he replied, taking a measured sip of the rich, bitter wine. It was the taste of his mood, a realization that dwelling on the past was of no benefit to him. Were it not for the extraordinary aspects of your being, I would certainly categorize you among the most despicable of deceivers, the imp mused, gazing up at the stars. You know, I've awaited this moment for quite some time. He leveled his gaze, confirming that the glint reflecting the firelight from the distance was merely the eyes of a lynx. That sounds like a confession of affection for a girl. Unless your vision is impaired, or your tastes are rather peculiar, he remarked. The imp shifted slightly, distancing itself. Just to clarify, I have a preference for girls, it stated, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Opportunities for calm and sincere conversation with you are quite rare. He offered the flask, but the imp declined, its gaze wandering elsewhere. Do not misunderstand, I am not interested in you, but rather in your assistance. Assistance? He inquired, his brow furrowing as the imp's eyes darted about. You possess the ability to cleave rock with a single sword stroke and shatter a man's skull with your bare hands. I cannot fathom how a dwarf could be of aid to you. The sharpness of its voice elicited a frown. Tyrion Lannister, listen closely. Your life is in peril. If I do not intervene, you may meet your end, perhaps on the road to the Vale of Arryn, or at the Moon Door in the Eyrie, or even in this remote wilderness, perishing silently in the most undesirable of manners. Are you threatening me? He retorted. No, I am merely presenting you with the truth. He stated, a tinge of impatience creeping into his tone. Each time he sought to elucidate matters, he found that some truths could only be grasped intuitively, not articulated. It was a perplexing reality, but the evidence was undeniable. The world was ailing because a certain deity wished to impede its progress. This divine being exploited various coincidences and diverse individuals to thwart the fundamental workings of the world, ensnaring humanity in an everlasting prison. The imp rubbed its nose thoughtfully. You wish for me to believe that you are the angel destined to rescue us poor souls. No, quite the contrary, I find myself closer to the demons. Yet I remain undeniably human. His words flowed swiftly, necessitating a rapid response. He must persuade the little demon before a judgment is rendered. This world harbors myriad wonders beyond your imagination, including deities, devils, and dragons. However, I assure you that the overwhelming majority of these mysteries are tinged with malice. Encompassing both gods and demons, my aim is to diminish their influence, to restore the world to its original state while these beings remain oblivious. It sounds appealing. Yet the expression on the little demon's face betrays disbelief. As a pitiable dwarf forsaken by the divine, I yearn to possess the charm of old brother James. Can you help me achieve that? I can transform you into the visage you desire, he replied earnestly. But it will come at a cost. Very well, you now appear more demon-like, the little demon remarked, stretching his waist. Perhaps it seems fantastical, yet it is the truth. I cannot delineate every detail of your future experiences. However, I can grasp the general trajectory, meaning I can predict the fates of most individuals. He locked eyes with the little demon, striving to maintain his gaze. The divine does not spare anyone, it is devoid of compassion and will not consider your plight. Your destiny has long been predetermined in its eyes, your life will be a ceaseless cycle. This world resembles an eternal hell, where all are ensnared in ignorance, condemned to relive a painful fate of suffering, failure, and death. In this realm, humanity possesses no freedom, even the most equitable death does not belong to you. The glimmer of wisdom flickered in the little demon's eyes. I do not comprehend, it seems you are contending against fate. Yet your actions appear to uphold the very destiny you disdain. Since you assert that I am fated to journey to Eagle's Nest City and fall from the Moon Gate, why not strike me down now? Would that not shatter the predetermined fate? Then, the wheel of history would halt, the endless cycles of millennia would cease, and all would revert to chaos. The world would tremble from such profound change. Perhaps humanity would be annihilated, and even the sky and earth you perceive would vanish in an instant. He sighed heavily. I am not a deity. I lack the power of creation. Should such a scenario arise, I would be powerless to prevent the destruction of countless lives, and I too would be cast out from the desolate world. The little demon seemed intent on ascertaining whether this was merely a malicious jest, scrutinizing Sig closely. If you are jesting, you must be the finest actor in this world. He gazed upward. Are you secretly striving to fulfill your purpose, to disrupt the divine's intervention? Sig relished conversing with the astute, as it spared him the need for lengthy explanations. Though conveying the details proved challenging, the essence of the message remained. Can you inform me of the current situation? Am I in grave danger? According to the fate you perceive for me, how long until my demise? You are indeed in peril, yet not due to fate. Rather because of my presence. Owing to my existence and previous actions, the trajectory of world history is undergoing divergence. He gently patted the little demon's shoulder, offering him a wineskin. This time, the little demon took a sip. Initially, you would endure numerous tragedies and face countless dangers, ultimately emerging alive. However, those whom you cherish and love are not so fortunate. In the end, you shall meet your demise in a state entirely different from the present circumstances, in solitude. The little demon tilted his head in curiosity. His serious demeanor resembled a farce. And now, what of the fate you speak of post-divergence? Will I perish in the Vale of Arryn? You possess countless endings. Your future remains uncertain for the time being. You may die here, or you may continue to live. Yet I have glimpsed an intriguing conclusion. You stand beside the Iron Throne, aiding the new generation of kings. That sounds rather pleasant. I hope it's a queen, not my sister. I jest, the little demon quipped. It is indeed a girl, with silvery hair and violet eyes. She is petite and beautiful, yet very young, perhaps not even born yet. You are teaching her about the throne. That sounds rather heartwarming. The little demon returned the wineskin. I still cannot fully believe your words, but I comprehend the peculiar motives behind your actions. He leapt down from the rock. I shall take my leave for the night, hoping the future aligns with your words, that I may become the hand of the king, guiding the lovely Targaryen queen. By the way, that girl is not your sister. Is she? I recall her name. Her name is Daenerys. Regrettably not her. So far, in my predictions, Daenerys' fate does not bode well. I hope for a change in the future, he candidly confessed. The little demon stared at him. Now I believe you are not Viserys. One last question. If your purpose is fulfilled, will you remain here? No, I shall still be cast out by the world, destined for other realms. He shrugged. Every place I arrive at is akin to a hell on earth. Until I shatter it, the entire world is trapped in a cycle. May the gods bless you all. I forgot, you despise the divine. The little demon staggered back to the camp, while Sieg gazed up at the sky. It is time for the shift. Joffrey approached and sat beside him. He withdrew his gaze. Today, you are not the first to sit beside me. It seems everyone has much to discuss. The young prince's brow furrowed. I do not know. So much transpired yesterday that I cannot comprehend. Are you truly Viserys Targaryen? Joffrey's apprehension was palpable. His eyes darting and fists clenched. Yes and no. He opened his palm, observing it before the campfire. This body belongs to Viserys, yet another resides within. As for whether I am sick, it is of little consequence. Perhaps I have forgotten my former name, only recalling this one. Joffrey cast a furtive glance at him. You are not my father's enemy, are you? Do you seek to reclaim the throne? Although, many years ago, the seat belonged to your king. His inquiry bore the weight of hope, as Joffrey repeatedly clenched and released his fists, his palms glistening. Chapter 52, Night Talk, Part 2. Joffrey felt a surge of anxiety. Acutely aware that Sieg had disowned his turmoil, the prince's wounded pride left him in a state of bewilderment. Unable to collect his thoughts for what seemed like an eternity. Let us change places, Sieg suggested, his radiant smile illuminating the dim atmosphere. Even without his long silver hair and violet eyes, he remained strikingly handsome and imposing. I wish to converse. Joffrey loathed his own cowardice. Realizing he could be more haughty. Why, before this scion of Targaryen remnants, did he feel so utterly disconcerted? Sieg seemed to understand the turmoil within him. Joffrey recognized that even in mere contemplation, Sieg's expression mirrored his own shifting emotions. It's fine. This is not weakness, Sieg remarked as he adjusted their positions. Your willingness to seek me out signifies your courage. You sense my strength, hence your caution. All of this is thanks to Varys. I never anticipated she could save you. The tension dissipated, almost beyond belief. Why did she save me? Joffrey exhaled deeply, shaking his head in frustration. I mean, am I to die? Sieg's gaze softened as he patted Joffrey's shoulder. Your insight surpasses even that of the imp. Joffrey frowned, perplexed. I do not understand, that fellow. Is he truly that formidable? You seem to hold him in high regard, yet he is merely a dwarf. Finally voicing his thoughts, he felt a wave of embarrassment. Varys would never belittle someone for their disabilities. You possess quite the courage, Sieg observed with keen interest. Varys is also disabled. Do you consider her inferior? Joffrey was convinced Sieg was peering into his very soul. I can read minds, but I need not do so, at least not with you. Everything is written plainly on your face, requiring no effort. An awkward silence hung between them. Joffrey reached for a drink, but Sieg deftly sidestepped him. You are still a minor. Drink less and think more. The imp's strength lies in his constant contemplation. He is always reading. What does it matter if his body is flawed? Are you, truly a god? Joffrey inquired, astonishment etched on his face. Sieg shook his head dismissively. Joffrey suddenly comprehended that Sieg held disdain for the divine. A demon? Ha ha ha, Sieg chuckled softly. Certainly not. I know a few self-proclaimed Dark Lords, their strength, well. He smacked his legs. Meeting them is not the same as hearing tales of their prowess. Sieg spat onto the muddy ground. He no longer felt the previous tension. As if he too had begun to scorn the existence of gods and demons. I hope you are indeed such a wondrous being. Life would be vastly more intriguing. Fear not, young one. Life will be interesting enough to make you wish to retch, Sieg shrugged in resignation. You asked if you would die. I will tell you, yes. Before encountering Varys, you might have ascended to kingship, but it would not last long. You would perish due to your own folly. Do you understand? Sieg's gaze turned stern, and Joffrey instinctively shrank back, feeling a chill breeze seep into his collar. I fail to comprehend why, as a prince with a rightful claim to the throne, there are those who wish for my demise. There will always be individuals who desire the king's death, and equally, there will be those who aspire to occupy that iron chair. Sieg seems to don a mask. But the distinction lies in the fact that a wise king invariably finds allies, numerous allies, granting him greater opportunities for survival. Whereas a foolish king must rely solely on himself. Human energy is finite. If the entirety of the nation harbors thoughts of the king's death, then his end is nigh. Is what you speak of truly the principle that the righteous receive assistance? Joffrey recalls how Maester Pycelle once imparted this wisdom to him. Yet he does not believe the old man's nonsense. How, you do not believe? Joffrey nods with difficulty, convinced of his own hopelessness, despite the clarity of the message. You are astute and perceptive. To his astonishment, Sig concurs, dismissing that notion as utter nonsense. Remember my tone, utter nonsense. There is no better explanation. If you genuinely believe in the so-called principle of the righteous receiving assistance, you will meet your end more swiftly. He suddenly finds amusement in the fact that Sig's perspective is one rarely articulated openly. The accurate portrayal is that those who understand human hearts garner more support. And those who are adept at masquerading also gain favor, all the while maintaining a ruthless disposition in private. Does my father qualify as a good king? As anticipated. Sig shakes his head, asserting that he is overly confident and lacks the skill to disguise his intentions. Though he possesses a sufficiently ruthless nature, few truly align with him. The only one he can trust, Duke Stark, is unwilling to remain by his side. Will he die? Merely uttering the word death consumes an immense amount of Joffrey's energy. Who possesses the audacity to desire his father's death? No one could dare to kill him. He is the greatest warrior of the Seven Kingdoms. Your brother, Rhaegar, also fell beneath his war hammer. Sig lowers his gaze. Rhaegar may have been a scoundrel, yet his merits outweighed his flaws. Rhaegar's death was anomalous. The gods themselves are the unpredictable bastards of fate. Joffrey is taken aback. The fearless Sig seems to conceal something, deliberately evading the topic. You must find it peculiar. What is transpiring with me? Sig does not await his response, continuing on his own accord. I am deliberately suppressing my emotions, should they erupt. It could signal an anomaly to the world, leading to my expulsion. Expelled? Would you perish? He shakes his head, declaring, I shall not die, but for you. It would be as if I had. I shall never return. Joffrey rises and stretches, only to be forcefully pulled back down by Sig. Do not engage in such actions unless you are absolutely certain of your safety. Only upon receiving Joffrey's note does Sig leave the rock, steeling himself. If I were a bandit, my first consideration would be to eliminate the sentries. Sig retreats to the campfire to sleep, and suddenly, Joffrey feels a chill envelop him. He curls his body, straining to gaze towards the source of the impending danger. The dense forest is shrouded in darkness, and something stirs within its depths. A sensation of being observed washes over him, prompting him to shift his position, seeking greater concealment within the shadows of the rocks. Nearby, a brook babbles softly, as if someone is treading in the water. He held his breath, the wind howled, and intermittent shouts echoed in his ears. Could it be that bandits were gathering? With a perplexed expression, he cautiously peered out. The valley shrouded in darkness felt lifeless, leaving him unable to discern whether those sensations were indeed real. Loneliness, fear, and trepidation gripped him as he tightened his hold on the hilt of his sword. To stand watch alone in the night was a terrifying ordeal. He recalled Winterfell and the Stark family's bastard, who was said to have voluntarily sought to join the Night's Watch at the Wall. It was rumored that beyond the wall lay the end of the world, a place far more dreadful than the Vale of Arryn. The cold iron gauntlet weighed heavily on his shoulder, and he barely stifled a scream. It's my turn, you should get some rest. The Hound's visage appeared more menacing in the flickering firelight. Joffrey felt a pressing need to voice his doubts. Sit down, we need to talk. The Hound complied, his towering figure resembling a boulder beside him. There is nothing to discuss. I am your guard, tasked with ensuring your safety. Do you trust him? Joffrey gestured subtly in the man's direction, wary that uttering his name or directing his gaze towards him might provoke suspicion. The Hound shook his head. I care not who he is or what he wishes to do. As long as your safety remains unscathed, his intentions are of no consequence. This was the first time they had delved so deeply into conversation. Previously, Joffrey had never bothered to consider the Hound's thoughts, merely viewing him as a dog. Aren't you angry? Why do you accept it so calmly? I mean, being often called dog or our dog. Most would feel indignation. Even slaves would not want to be addressed in such a manner, let alone you, who are no slave. The Hound scrutinized him for a long moment. You have indeed changed. The old you would never have asked such things. The Hound gazed into the distance, resolutely fulfilling his watch duties. From this angle, Joffrey perceived him as a solid block of ice. Wake everyone. They are coming. The Hound bellowed. Joffrey nearly lost his footing on the rock. Stumbling towards his companions by the fire, he found that the hound had already drawn his sword and leapt into the nearby thicket with a roar. The sounds of bones and flesh parting erupted, followed by blood-curdling screams. The tranquil night was suddenly stained with crimson. Chapter 53. The Blood Gate. As the group advanced towards the Blood Gate, initial reluctance surfaced among some members, who insisted on retreating westward. However, as the frequency of bandit attacks escalated and the battles grew increasingly brutal, doubts regarding Sig's leadership dissipated. Joffrey stood beside Sig, indifferent to Lady Stark's vendetta, truth be told. He was unconcerned about the fate of the imp. Were it not for the life and death nature of the skirmishes with the bandits, he might have rather enjoyed this journey. Sig had positioned him in a supportive role, which initially irked Joffrey, who felt belittled. Yet, as the harrowing combat intensified and the grim pile of corpses accumulated before him, he began to appreciate Sig's intentions. Fighting occurred once or twice a day, and as the valley narrowed, the steep cliffs on either side made direct confrontation inevitable. The scale of the battles diminished, yet the bloodshed amplified. Continuous combat and witnessing numerous deaths prompted Joffrey to recall a scene from earlier in the year, when he had coerced a butcher's apprentice with the lion's tooth. Reflecting on that moment, he recognized his own immaturity and foolishness. Just months prior, he had dreamt of the lion's tooth, a magnificent and exquisite longsword. However, with each battle he endured, he realized that the sword's ornate craftsmanship rendered it impractical, while its scaled-down dimensions were overly idealistic for his physique. The lion's tooth lacked practical value in combat. Conversely, the battered sword he wielded, albeit unsightly with its hilt wrapped in tattered cloth and weighted with lead, proved a genuine weapon. He had dispatched several bandits with it, piercing one through the abdomen and twisting the blade, contorting the bandit's grotesque visage. Another's shield was cleaved, and the sword, along with the blocking arm, plunged into the face, leaving a gaping wound. One bandit, mounted on a gaunt horse, attacked Joffrey from behind, and he prepared for death, only to be saved by Sig's thrown greatsword, which pierced the bandit's chest, the tip emerging from the back of his skull. The dead man's gaze met his, filled with disbelief. No longer did he long for the ornate lion's tooth. He dismissed the allure of elegant swords in favor of hammers and heavy axes. "I am discarding honor," he muttered. At the end of one grueling day, dragging his weary feet, he approached Sig. The great-sword warrior was gathering provisions from the slain bandits. Truth be told, the sight of their ragged gear and meager belongings diminished his desire to kill them. Defeating such tattered, emaciated wretches held no honor, only a sense of guilt. "Why? If you do not slay them, you shall be slain. The dead possess no honor." Sig's reasoning remained blunt and incisive, often striking at the heart of the matter. However, this time he was mistaken. "I no longer wish to wield a sword," Joffrey stated, watching the imp stagger past, wielding a battle axe taken from a bandit, its head adorned with a sharp spike. It appeared far more efficient, yet, should true knights wield swords? "Ha ha ha ha!" Sig laughed heartily, prompting the hound to join in. Lady Stark cast a puzzled glance, while Joffrey's face flushed with embarrassment. "How amusing, my prince. True knights? What manner of address is this? Are those anointed with holy oil or the noble warriors who have been crowned not knights? Surely, you have indulged too much in chivalric tales. The longsword is merely a weapon, suitable for slashing and thrusting, favored for its portability. What is wrong with a battle axe or a war hammer? If one finds joy in wielding them, that suffices. Your father, after all, felt rigor with a war hammer, yet none speak of his abandonment of honor." Sig sought out a two-handed battle axe for him, sharpened on both sides, with a spike at the head that extended its length to match that of a longsword. As Joffrey swung the axe, he felt a surge of power. Indeed, he was better suited for heavy weaponry. Was it perhaps due to his father's influence? The ensuing journey remained arduous, with daily skirmishes becoming routine, yet Joffrey found himself untroubled by previous anxieties. Each time the axe cleaved flesh or shattered shields and armor, he experienced a profound sense of fulfillment. No longer was he the vain golden-haired novice. His heart had hardened, naivety waning. As he reveled in the palpable progress and growth he experienced, he anticipated each day as battle, yearning for the thrill of exertion and the splatter of enemy blood. Just as he believed such days would persist indefinitely, one fateful day, the bandit assault ceased. An unusual tranquility enveloped them. And it was certainly not due to their abandonment of the fight, Sig asserted, a sentiment Joffrey shared. From the cliffs and dense woodlands, an unsettling sensation of being watched lingered. The Blood Gate lay ahead, and they dared not approach, Lady Stark proclaimed, pointing towards the mountains. A series of battlements atop the precipice emerged from the mist. 2 watchtowers clung to the rocky walls, connected by a grey stone arch bridge. This was the Blood Gate. Joffrey's ears had grown attuned to the legends surrounding it. It was said that in the Age of Heroes, this place withstood countless armies. Drenched in the blood of innumerable foes, the brigands of the Moonlight Mountains today were but the descendants of those defeated warriors. Sig led the way, advancing with his company. A contingent of fully armored knights approached, their sky-blue cloaks billowing, adorned with the emblem of a white crescent moon and a falcon. These were undoubtedly the Knights of the Valley. Upon meeting the knights, Sig interacted with them as though they were longtime friends, without a hint of reservation. Joffrey intended to follow suit but was halted by the Hound. "We ought to conceal our identities," he advised the others. "I hope you will not disclose our identities either. Lady Lisa is notoriously unhinged in King's Landing, and I wish for no misfortune to befall His Highness. Mind your words, Lisa is my sister. A gentle and noble lady. Though she may lack eloquence, she is certainly versed in propriety," Lady Stark retorted coldly. "How long has it been since you last saw her?" the Hound asked, a sardonic expression crossing his half-normal face, while the other half bore the scars of a burn, revealing a cruel demeanor. "Heed my advice. She is no longer a sane person. Regardless of how she once was, she is not that now. I promise to keep the prince's identity secret." "Yet time will prove you wrong," Lady Stark replied after exchanging glances with those nearby. Joffrey remained indifferent to the notion of concealing their identities. Sigurd, accompanied by the knights of House Arryn, turned back. He seemed to share an unspoken understanding with the Hounds, treating Joffrey as merely an ordinary squire as they passed. The leading knight of the Vale bowed to Lady Stark, requesting to escort them to the Bloody Gate. Though he anticipated discomfort at being regarded as a common attendant, he found himself surprisingly indifferent to the designation. As they approached the Bloody Gate, the cliffs on either side narrowed, heightening the sense of the formidable fortress before them. He attempted to envision himself as a member of a siege force, yet could not fathom how one might breach such a stronghold. "Who seeks passage through the Bloody Gate?" a hoarse voice called from the battlements. "I am Catelyn Stark of Winterfell, here to meet Lady Lisa at the Eyrie," Lady Stark replied loudly. "Oh, it is Little Cat. How you've grown." The tone of the questioner softened. "It is a pleasure to see you, Uncle. Your health remains a joy to behold," she responded warmly. As the defenses parted, a heavily armored knight emerged, his weathered visage marked by grey hair, prominent brows, and piercing blue eyes. His sigil was not the falcon and crescent moon, but rather a black fish leaping from the water. Joffrey seemed to recognize the man, but could not place him. "Let me see Little Cat, now a noble and elegant lady," the newcomer remarked, appearing quite familiar with Lady Stark as they embraced warmly, their exchange imbued with affection. "Sir Brynden, it is delightful to see you," Lady Stark greeted. Joffrey then recalled that this man was Brynden Tully, the brother of Lord Hosting Tully of Riverrun, who had forsaken his home and family crest for a life in the Vale. "I have traveled a long way and encountered bandit attacks. Many valiant knights have perished, and several in our company require medical attention," Lady Stark continued, addressing the others. "However, I must caution you about this man." She gestured towards Tyrion. "He is my prisoner. As long as he lives, no excessive care is necessary. Tyrion Lannister of Casterly Rock, son of Tywin Lannister." "It seems Lady Stark harbors some misunderstandings about me," the dwarf acknowledged, bowing without shame. "Fear not, I shall dispatch the finest healers to attend to your knights," Joffrey replied, recalling the moniker Blackfish. "But Little Cat, do you intend to set forth immediately? It is still a 2-day journey to the Eyrie, and the mountain paths are treacherous. I suggest you rest for a night." As he spoke, he gestured for his men to escort Tyrion away, and judging by their brusque manner, the dwarf's treatment would likely not exceed that of an ordinary prisoner. Due to the need for anonymity, the party naturally followed Lady Stark's lead. She nodded in agreement, deciding they would rest at the Bloody Gate that night. Having grown accustomed to the relentless battles of recent days, the prospect of sleeping in a bed without fear of ambush ignited a yearning within him, swiftly supplanted by fatigue. He longed to collapse into slumber. "Hold on." A knight hastened down from the battlements. Lady Lisa had sent word via a raven. She wished for Lady Stark to ascend the mountain ahead of the others. Chapter 54. Soaring from the Moon Gate. "Consider the chaos you have wrought, bringing the Lannisters to Eagle's Nest and placing my son in peril." The corpulent woman, shrieking from her elevated position, spewed forth her vitriol, her countenance dark and unyielding, bearing little resemblance to Lady Stark's sister. "Lisa, it was you who informed me of Alin's murder and warned me of the Lannisters' machinations. Now that I have captured the imp, I seek nothing but a fair trial," Lady Stark retorted with sharp acuity. As the two women engaged in a fierce dispute, Joffrey, as a guest, observed from the sidelines. He attempted to interject several times, only to be restrained by Siggy. "What are you doing? Why are you stopping me? That woman is unhinged. I must make it clear that accusations against the realm's dignitaries should be taken to my father, not uttered in this manner," he bellowed. "Why lower your voice?" Siggy's question momentarily stumped him. "Because, my prince, you know that speaking loudly here is futile and could jeopardize everything. Thus, the best course of action at this moment is silence." It was the 3rd day since their arrival at the Bloodgate. Lady Stark had been brought to Eagle's Nest that very day, while the remainder of their party set out the following day, taking a full 2 days to arrive. During the journey, the imp's short legs had faltered, necessitating his transport in a wicker basket, alongside bread and fruit, all the way to Eagle's Nest. The others traversed the path on foot, guided by a dark-haired girl named Mia. Privately, Siggy confided to Joffrey that Mia was his sister, a result of his father's dalliance in the Vale of Allen, and he felt a twinge of uncertainty. Initially, he believed he would regard Mia with disdain or ill favor. Yet, upon first sight of his tall, robust sister with her ebony locks clad in leather armor, he felt no such animosity. Instead, the 2 days spent in her company had fostered a fondness for the cheerful and optimistic girl. "She is your nominal sister, yet not entirely," Siggy remarked slyly, laden with implication. Joffrey sought to probe further, but was deftly diverted. Eagle's Nest perched atop the Moon Mountains, straddling the Giant's Lands, with the valley lying several thousand feet below. It was deemed impregnable. Only upon ascending this modest fortress did Joffrey come to appreciate this assertion. The treacherous terrain rendered any full-scale assault by armed warriors unwise. The Bloodgate served as the first line of defense, a formidable chasm that was exceedingly difficult to cross. Should anyone endure the trials and succeed in breaching the Bloodgate, they would then contend with the equally daunting Moongate. From the Moongate, fortifications along the Moon Mountains could rain boulders and arrows upon adversaries traversing the mountain pass. Conversely, any would-be besiegers aiming to conquer Eagle's Nest would face a grueling journey of a day and a half, not accounting for the resistance of its defenders. The 3 fortresses Dangerous Cliff, Snow Mountain, and Longstye would demand a copious amount of blood from the attackers. Even if one were to disregard casualties and costs and reach Longstye, they would have to confront fierce crosswinds and the most formidable defense system in the realm, the very fortifications of Eagle's Nest itself. Would it be feasible to encircle without assaulting? The relationship between Varlet and Joffrey reveals a strategic mind at work. Joffrey, with a limited understanding of military tactics, concocts a plan of encirclement without engagement. He believes that by stationing troops to guard the vital routes and block the Bloodgate, the soldiers of the valley would be trapped, allowing him to effortlessly eliminate the support and allies of House Arryn. Once he has dealt with matters elsewhere, he contemplates a strategy of starvation and dehydration. "My prince, your thoughts are commendable, yet you may not realize that the Bright Moon Mountains possess considerable self-sufficiency. Coupled with the ample reserves of Eagle's Nest, a blockade lasting years may yield little effect. Furthermore, the Bloodgate is elevated, and the pathways leading out of the valley descend. Attacking upwards proves arduous, while descending is considerably simpler," Sig remarks, as Joffrey blushes and lowers his gaze. Sig comforts him with a pat on the shoulder while navigating the narrow road to Longstye Castle, braving the fierce wind with the ease of a leisurely stroll. "As a novice, you are doing quite well. With more battles under your belt, you will gain the experience necessary to devise superior strategies." Walking against the wind, Sig mitigates the pressure from the side gusts. Joffrey walks silently, reflecting on the days spent with Sig, realizing how limited his perspective has been. Can he truly be worthy of the title of prince? If his father were to bestow the throne upon him, would he be capable? His somber thoughts overshadow the beauty of the scenery along the way. The council chamber of Eagle's Nest is thronged with the valley's nobles. According to Blackfish, most nobles have lingered in Eagle's Nest for some time, as suitors for Lisa. By the traditions of the Vale, once Lisa remarries, her new husband would temporarily assume governance of the area until young Lord Robert comes of age. The Earl of Arryn, as the protector of the Eastern Realm, commands a quarter of the kingdom's forces and boasts the defensible Bright Moon Mountains and Eagle's Nest, positioning him for ascendance. However, Blackfish opines that Lady Lisa does not appear inclined to remarry in the near future. Her primary concern lies with the safety of young Lord Robert and her own authority. They are merely indulging in fantasies. Blackfish's conclusion is compelling. The 2 fielding women finally grasp the crux of the issue and turn their attention to the imp. "You devil! Having slain my husband, you deserve to be hanged," Lisa shrieks, her visage twisted in madness. "Ah! Yet another accusation. I am indeed busy. Not only must I contend with the esteemed King's murder in King's Landing, but I must also venture to Winterfell to assassinate the innocent young Bran. Do you truly believe that merely pointing a finger suffices to cast blame upon anyone? The imp is no fool. Joffrey has learned this lesson well. Under Varlet's tutelage and Sig's guidance, he increasingly perceives the imp's uniqueness. Typically, when faced with a lord's accusations, especially in such a grand setting, even the innocent would tremble in fear, rendered speechless by their inability to defend themselves. Yet the imp, with his silver tongue, responds with derision. Do you know to whom you are speaking, you dwarf? Lisa, as madness intensifies, I can order your execution at any moment. I urge you, my lady, to maintain your composure. Indeed, I am a dwarf, yet I bear the name Lannister. My father is the guardian of the West, my sister is the queen, and my brother is a member of the King's Guard. You must contemplate the repercussions of your desire to see me hanged. The imp, reveling in the moment, stood not as tall as others, yet faced Lady Lisa with an air of haughty superiority, reminiscent of one ruling over the area. The noblemen of the Vale murmured among themselves, a cacophony of anger, curses, and anxiety. And dear Lady Stark, refrain from brandishing that dagger, it proves nothing. What fool would employ his own weapon to commit murder? It is an obvious ploy to frame me. Do you think my intellect so lacking? Lady Stark's countenance shifted between darkness and light. The imp, with the flair of a performer, turned and extended his arms. Lords, nobles, and esteemed guests of the Vale, behold the baseless accusations that I, Tyrion Lannister, face. This is the so-called justice of the Vale? You disgrace the legacy of the late Duke. The whole resonated with a buzz of curses and rebuttals. The imp had gone too far. Misfortune awaited him. Will you not rescue him? Whispered Siger, leaning close to Joffrey. He can extricate himself. Let us enjoy the spectacle, Joffrey replied, shaking his head with a smile. You wretched, shameless creature. How dare you speak so defiantly in the face of death? Lady Lisa seethed with fury. Mother, why are you angry? Is he a villain? Asked young Lord Allen. A small boy with pale skin, brown hair, and large eyes, his voice high-pitched and his fingers twitching unnaturally. Yes, my sweet child, he is the worst of the worst. Intent on doing evil and bullying us, Lady Lisa responded in a trembling, high-pitched tone, distinct from her usual demeanor. Joffrey stared, bewildered, at the frail child seated high above. He is Rob, my mother compares me to him, spoiled as he is. A shiver overtook him. Am I truly like that? Fear not, my lord. You are better off. At least he has been weaned at this age, came the response from the Hound, his burned visage devoid of expression, as if laced with irony. No! Why does he steal life? The boy screamed hysterically, his voice more shrill and sickly than his mother's. I want him to fly. Mother, make him fly. Chapter 55. The Dungeon of Eagle's Nest. As the moon gate swung open, the azure cloak fluttered chaotically in the breeze. Among the 4 guards, 2 cautiously pushed the door ajar, as if unveiling a portal to another realm. Apart from the resonant sound of the wind, the blinding sunlight streamed through the entrance. Sig appeared outwardly composed, exuding the demeanor of an ordinary attendant, yet turmoil brewed within him. Only moments prior, the grey mist enveloping the little demon had turned ominously black. The future of the known hung in uncertainty, a foreboding omen indeed. The moon gate revealed a valley 600 feet below. Through the portal, wisps of thin clouds danced around, and in the distance, the fortress of Eileen Valley shimmered like a mirage from a fairy tale. Yet, Sig was acutely aware that this was no fairy tale but a sight from a dreadful abyss. Such a perilous drop could potentially spell disaster. Even for a being of his stature, comparable to that of an apostle, let alone for the frail gnome. This was not an opportune moment. His current standing was too feeble to sway Lady Leisha. Should he resort to force, it would inevitably result in a bloody massacre. Imagine a single attendant attempting to cleanse the entire Eagle's Nest with bloodshed. Such an act would undoubtedly draw the attention of the malevolent forces at play. He found himself in a quandary: either face the demise of the little demon, leading to an unknown world spiraling into chaos, or save the demon, thus exposing himself to the wrath of the malevolent forces, resulting in both him and Violet being cast aside. Neither outcome was desirable. Is this the justice of the kingdom of the valley? You executioners, my father, sister, and brother shall not forgive you. This is a baseless accusation. I am innocent. The little demon cried out in desperation. The soldiers restrained him, cautiously approaching the moon gate. The wind grew increasingly fierce, shifting direction. pulling at the soldiers' cloaks as if beckoning them toward the portal. The little demon ceased his cries, staring wide-eyed in terror, flailing helplessly. "Wait," Lady Stark interjected, her expression grave as she interrupted the execution. "Leisha, I must remind you that the little demon is my prisoner. He is to stand trial in Winterfell. Not anymore. My dear sister, Duke Eileen has decreed that he must fly," Leisha retorted firmly, showing no mercy. "The Duke did not specify a time frame for the little demon's flight," Zeke interjected, employing his influence to ensure his voice resonated throughout the hall. Young Robb appeared intrigued, beckoning him forward. Under the curious gaze of the dignitaries, Zeke confidently ascended the steps to stand before Lady Leisha and young Robb. "Esteemed Duke, Lady Leisha, I am Zeke Belasian, the attendant of the sword dancer from Windblown Keep." Young Robb regarded him with curiosity, while others wore expressions of surprise and confusion. Zeke had devised a clever maneuver. Although nominally, young Robb was the true duke, Lady Leisha merely exercised his authority. Due to his youth, no one genuinely respected him, often placing Lady Leisha before him in matters of courtesy. Over time, this would likely breed discontent within young Robb. Zeke's strategy was to leverage young Robb as a point of entry, ensuring that he alone offered him a sincere greeting. Zeke deeply bowed, stealing a glance at the frail young Robb, who appeared uncertain and glanced back at his mother. Lady Lyanna had yet to comprehend the situation and, naturally, would not provide him with any guidance. Thus, the little fellow accepted what might be the first formal greeting of his life with satisfaction. "You claim I did not specify the timing for the dwarf's flight, yet that is not the case. I wish for him to soar forth from the moon gate immediately." Zeke closely observed young Robb's expression, confirming that he was not angered, realizing that his plan had succeeded. He lowered his head once more, addressing the esteemed duke, stating that while commanding the dwarf to fly was indeed your directive, certain necessary rituals must precede this act, akin to washing one's hands before a meal or saddling a horse before riding. You may inquire with Lady Lyanna, who will enlighten you on the requisite rituals before one takes flight. As the noble guardian of the Eastern Realm, it is your duty to ensure the integrity of these ceremonies. As he spoke, Zeke felt a bit of sweat trickle for the little imp. The success of his strategy hinged upon young Robb comprehending his words and acknowledging the Duke's obligations. He remained oblivious to the extent to which the Allen couple had spoiled young Robb, should he truly lack understanding or disregard for duty and tradition. All would be in vain. "Is it true? Must there be rituals before one can fly?" Lady Lyanna shot Zeke a piercing glare. "Indeed, my child. Even a duke cannot permit someone to fly without just cause, and the accused must confess." "Very well, let the dwarf confess, and then let him fly," young Robb commanded, prompting the soldiers to drag the little imp back. The heavy wooden door locked shut, the howling ceased, and Zeke exhaled in relief. To his surprise, Lady Stark also sighed deeply. Had she begun to doubt that the little imp was the true culprit? "Dwarf, do you confess?" Lady Lyanna inquired sharply, her watery eyes glimmering with obsession and madness. "I confess not." The little imp's defiance ignited a clamor throughout the hall. "I, Tyrion Lannister, demand a fair trial, not one presided over by a madwoman and children playing house." Lady Lyanna rose in fury, seemingly ready to unleash a torrent of invective, only to sit back down, regaining the composure befitting a noble woman. No one could withstand the penalties of the dungeon. "Sir Egan?" "Present, my lady." A man of ordinary appearance, with a broad face and silver hair, bowed before her. "Provide the dwarf with a suitable dungeon cell, allowing him ample time to ponder and repent for his sins," Lady Lyanna instructed, with a smile gracing her lips. The dark mist surrounding the little imp dissipated, leaving only wisps of grey fog. Sir Egan approached the little imp, seizing him by the collar as one would a chick, remaining unperturbed by the imp's struggles, his heavy and resolute figure vanishing into the depths of the castle. As Lady Lyanna's stern gaze swept across the hall, Zeke had already melded into the crowd, becoming an inconspicuous presence. He saw through Lady Lyanna. She would not care for a servant who was not even a knight, as long as he departed her sight at the right moment. She would soon forget who had thwarted her plans. In the days that followed, Zeke busied himself. Leveraging Lady Stark's influence, he traversed the halls, seeking information regarding the dungeons. The dungeon of Eagle's Nest City is not constructed on the ground. Traditionally, dank, humid, and foul-smelling subterranean cells are ill-suited for such a place. A halfling could hardly endure for more than a few days. The prison warden, Maud, who bears a rather unremarkable appearance and stands nearly as short as a little demon, lost his vigilance after indulging in drink. This dungeon, in stark contrast, is a bright and airy space. Were one to stay there in winter, the halfling would surely freeze solid. However, summer brings its own peculiarities. Sick filled Maud's cup to the brim, chuckling. You cannot imagine. It is built on the edge of a cliff, a half room, with a floor that has been polished to a smooth incline. Inside the cell, apart from the walls and the door, there is nothing else. Sleeping there is impossible, and one must constantly be wary of falling. Most prisoners, during their first 2 days, dare not even glance at the precipice. What lies below? Sick sought to engage Maud in conversation. Why, it is a red miasma. I tell you. Those who leap from the cell leave behind no intact remains, only a large pool of blood on the rocks. Maud gestured with his stout, short arms, conveying the unbearable nature of the confinement. Those who have not witnessed it firsthand cannot begin to fathom. The halfling would not last long. He would plummet into a mere puddle of blood. Maud's intellect was lacking, and compared to the little demon, he was even more pitiable. At least the little demon possessed some cunning. Seizing the opportunity while Maud was inebriated, Sick slipped away quietly. He surmised that the little demon might escape through cleverness. Will you not rescue my uncle? Sick inquired. He shared a cell with Joffrey and the Hound, who, due to Lady Lisa's hostility, heeded Sick's advice and concealed their identities, as did Joffrey. Although their treatment was dismal, it afforded them the precious gift of freedom. What then? Do you intend to intervene? This is Eagle's Nest City. Even if you save him, escape remains impossible. He deduced the prince's intentions. Regardless, he is my uncle. Though I do not hold him in high regard, such accusations are unconvincing. I believe my uncle is innocent. The young prince spoke earnestly, his hands fidgeting with a battle axe that had seen better days. The blade, once battered, had been repaired, the handle replaced with fine hardwood, and the tip of the axe now bore a genuine spearhead. If we act now and reveal our identities, unless they wish to raise a rebellion, they would not dare to strike against us. That approach may work against ordinary foes, the Hound interjected skeptically, but alas, your opponents are madmen and children. Will it truly be effective? Joffrey opened his mouth, rendered speechless. No, you all underestimate the dwarf, Sick asserted solemnly. Madmen and children cannot be bested by him. Chapter 56. Confession. Lisa summoned all her vessels to the square, including guests of lesser standing such as Sick. It was a grand feast. The lords congregated on the flower-adorned dais, some seated, others standing, casually indulging in the raspberry jam laid out on the long tables. Servants hovered nearby, offering fruit wines and fine brews. The lesser attendants, knights, and monks crowded on either side of the square. Naturally, they were deprived of raspberries and sumptuous wines. Yet each person radiated excitement as if a magnificent ceremony were about to unfold. Lisa's countenance was grim. Beside the brooding Hound, Joffrey pointed with his chin towards Lady Stark on the dais. The Prime Minister's wife was not foolish. She recognized that treating the imp in such a manner was utterly inappropriate. Young Joffrey habitually surveyed the surroundings, only to find no servant bearing a wine cup. His fleeting disappointment vanished. Are you not concerned for my uncle? Did you not say he was of great importance? The imp's significance was closely tied to his cunning. His successful escape from the perilous dungeon spoke volumes. We need only observe quietly, Sick remarked, presenting his home-brewed Valley raspberry wine. Try this. It must be superior to what the lords are drinking. A large hand reached over, and the Hound seized the wine pouch from Joffrey. The young prince, slow to react, exclaimed in a lowered voice, Hound, you go too far. I am a prince. The Hound took a sip, then downed 2 substantial gulps. Not bad at all, he declared, while Joffrey glared at his guardian. The Hound belched loudly, spraying wine breath in the prince's direction. Sick observed the interaction between the two with keen interest. The changes were not merely grand, even the minutiae had transformed. I hear you are quite the brewer. The menacing mercenary, Boran, squeezed through the crowd, brazenly taking the wine pouch from the Hound's grasp. Under Joffrey's resentful gaze, he took a generous swig. Good wine, it's a shame you are wasted as a squire. Too kind, Sick replied modestly as he accepted the pouch from Boran. It is surprising you remain here. Surely you could have requested your reward from Lady Stark and departed. Wiping his mouth with his sleeve drew the attention of those around. Boran, unfazed, remained focused on the dais. I wait for an opportunity. Perhaps I might earn more. At last, Joffrey managed to grab the wine pouch, tilting it back only to find it empty. Boran had drained it entirely. Enraged, Joffrey hurled the pouch to the ground. But Sick caught it with an artistry that was remarkable. He scrutinized Boran. This man, fierce in appearance, was equally ruthless in nature. In battles against brigands, he demonstrated prowess rivaling that of regicides. Any weapon in his hands became a true instrument of death, harvesting lives as effortlessly as one would cut grass. His character was equally venomous. When a fellow mercenary was pierced by an arrow and did not die immediately, Boran unhesitatingly delivered the fatal blow, seizing the fallen man's horse and weapons, as if the wounded were not his comrade but merely another brigand. Under the astonished gaze of Shao Qiao, Sig turned the mechanism of the wine pouch, opened the lid, and indulged in the exquisite wine. The host's voice boomed as Lady Leisha and young Lobber made their entrance. "Mother, will we see the little imp fly today?" Young Lobber inquired with a high-pitched voice, his body trembling incessantly. Sig narrowed his eyes, discerning that the little fellow suffered from congenital epilepsy. "My dear child, do not rush. Mother will make him fly shortly," Lady Leisha said affectionately, her demeanor suddenly shifting to one of grave solemnity as she summoned the next participant. The guards brought forth the pale and unsteady little demon to the square. "Dwarf, do you wish to confess?" Lady Leisha's expression was as serious as the judge Esmaud, present on the scene, had evidently relayed the news. "Indeed, my good lady. After days of reflection on the precipice, I repent and confess." The little demon's voice was sincere, lacking the sharpness of wit, akin to a cat that had lost its fence. Laughter rippled through the crowd, prompting Lady Leisha to scan the audience. "Then speak, what crime have you committed? Perhaps Duke Eileen will grant you a swift end. Speak quickly, or I'll make you fly at once." Young Lobber exclaimed in hysteria. "Yes, I confess," the little demon murmured, his head bowed, the grey mist swirling rapidly around him. "I am guilty, a thorough villain," he stated earnestly, reminiscent of those truly remorseful sinners. "At the age of 5, I learned to spy on the maids while they bathed. At 6, I grew fond of mischief, once stealing the clothing of a certain lord while he frolicked with one of my father's handmaidens." The crowd erupted in laughter. Lady Leisha, flustered, glanced around, while Lady Stark turned her head away, unwilling to meet her sister's gaze. "At 8, I secretly took the jeweled scepter of the Archbishop of Cayenne City and replaced it with a ragged mop head. In that solemn moment, under the watchful eyes of my father and many nobles and vassals, the Archbishop, with great gravity, picked up the mop head, which was still wet, having been drenched in the toilet water before the switch." The crowd could no longer contain themselves. Laughter and guffaws resounded, with noble ladies and maidens doubled over in mirth. "This is not all the mischief I have wrought. I have long been a seed of wickedness, hence the name Little Demon." "Enough!" Lady Leisha's sharp command abruptly halted the little demon's confession, leaving many in attendance sighing, some even displeased with Lady Leisha for interrupting such an entertaining tale. Among them young Duke Lobber. Lady Leisha had to spend time soothing young Lobber to continue. "Tyrion, today I have summoned everyone to hear your confession of other transgressions." "Other transgressions?" The little demon looked bewildered and innocent. "You must confess how you murdered my husband and attempted to assassinate Bran Stark of Winterfell." Lady Leisha directed her gaze towards Lady Stark, her expression unmistakably conveying, "See, I am helping you resolve this issue. Please remember this favor." Lady Stark frowned and turned her head away. "But, my lady, I did no such thing. Amidst the clamor of the scene, I confessed to being a devil, engaging in petty theft and spying on others as if it were an everyday occurrence. Yet, in his eyes shone a brilliance that compelled me to deny actions I have not committed." Lady Leisha, her chest heaving with indignation, rose abruptly, exclaiming, "You cunning wretch! You think we, the orphans and widows, are easy prey? Bring him before the Moon Gate." Her voice echoed with hysteria. "This is the so-called justice of Eagle's Nest City." The sharp, piercing tone of the little demon reverberated across the square. "Pray tell, is this not the den of bandits in the Moonlight Mountains? Where is your judgment? How does your justice manifest? Must one die merely for expressing dissatisfaction? Do you hold the laws of the kingdom in contempt? This is treason, an act of rebellion." The audience, including the dignitaries upon the platform, found little comfort in their positions. Most were consumed by trepidation. "Lady Leisha, I must remind you, without proper judicial proceedings, your solitary testimony is insufficient. I may indeed perish. Yet it is likely that many of you present will soon follow me, branded as traitors to the crown. Your heads displayed upon the pikes outside the Red Fortress for the crows to feast upon." The vast square fell silent, save for the howling wind. You. Lady Leisha stammered, rendered speechless by fury. "Nonsense. We shall not be so. Eagle's Nest City is as impregnable as a fortress. None can breach its walls. Young Lord Robb shouted. Indeed, the fortifications are formidable, yet they are not beyond the reach of conquest. Did not the conqueror vanquish you? And did not the rulers of the Valley Kingdom once surrender the city? Impossible. You shall all perish. Eagle's Nest City will remain unscathed. Mother says so, does she not? We shall be safe. Lord Robb turned to his mother, desperately seeking solace against her chest. Humph, you rely on such a duke. And yet you dare provoke the ironclad city. The little demon's derision went unchallenged, as nobles, vassals, and even ordinary knights regarded the highest ruler of the valley with ashen faces, as he clung to his mother's embrace. Even more absurd was the notion that you could depend on such a juvenile to safeguard your lands and wealth. A stir arose in the square as the dignitaries exchanged anxious glances. If you wish to judge me, grant me a fair trial. Lady Licia's gaze pierced the little demon as if to rend him asunder multiple times. I demand a trial by combat. The little demon's declaration left the crowd astounded. Mouths agape in disbelief. By the 7 gods above, I demand a trial by combat in the presence of the deities, that fate may determine my innocence. His expression was grave, his tone earnest. Has he lost his senses? Geoffrey turned to Sig, stammering as he pointed at his uncle. The hound snorted dismissively, while Boron cast a sidelong glance. Only Sig disowned the cunning scheme of the little demon. Chapter 57. The trial by combat. Laughter echoed through the halls of Eagle's Nest City. Even Lecia found it hard to maintain her composure. Sig decided to witness a spectacle. As the square quieted down, Lecia cast a meaningful glance at the imp. As you wish, let the trial by combat commence. Madam, allow me to fight on behalf of you and the Duke. A young knight adorned with a green serpent embroidered on his cloak knelt on one knee. I am the most suitable candidate, declared the aged Count Hunt, raising his fist resolutely. For the love I bear your husband, grant me the honor of avenging him. No. It is I who shall take the field, Sir Albert Royce interjected. I fight for the young Duke. Those of pure stance are surely favored by the gods. Sir Lin Cobury humbly remarked. Such a man is the ideal swordsman. I implore you, madam, to make the wisest choice. He smiled with ease. A cacophony ensued among the noble knights clamoring to step forward. Uncle, he is merely courting disaster. Geoffrey squinted, his right hand absently brushing the axe handle. I truly do not wish to fight for him. He has been nothing but a torment to me since childhood. I can take his place, the hound stated impassively. The dollars of the valley are of no concern. The towering warrior's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, an aura of somber ferocity emanating from him. No. It must be me who fights. He is, after all, my uncle. Blood is thicker than water, the prince asserted firmly. Do not rush in, you two. Someone more fitting awaits. Sig patted Boron's shoulder. The Lannisters will undoubtedly offer generous rewards, and as for me, here is this. He presented the mercenary with a piece of parchment. The mercenary swiftly perused the document before silently walking away. What does he mean? Geoffrey inquired, puzzled. You shall soon understand. Sig indicated the royal crest before the prince could retort. Your exposed identity signifies the end of your travels. Do you wish to return in this manner? The prince lowered his gaze. The hound cast a sidelong glance at the two, remaining silent thereafter. Lady Lecia raised her hand to summon silence. My lords, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you all. My son is equally appreciative of your enthusiasm. Throughout the 7 kingdoms, none can compare to the loyalty and valor of our valley knights. I hope each of you attains the honor of combat. Regrettably, I can only select one. She gestured. Sir Vadis Egan, you have ever been the right hand of House Arryn. Why have you not stepped forth to request your place in the trial? Sir Vadis, who had maintained silence until now, knelt. Madam, his tone grave, I beseech you to entrust this duty to another. I am truly disinclined to engage in battle with this man. He is but half my height and a cripple. Slaying him cannot be deemed an honor. Excellent point, sir. The imp chimed in from the side. The square fell into silence, his words eliciting a ripple of laughter. Lecia glared. Was it not you who called for the trial by combat? The imp mimicked the knights in their bows, his demeanor rendering the action neither graceful nor composed. Resembling a jester in a theatrical performance. Laughter erupted once more in the valley, and I too demanded a champion. Find my brother, Jaime, to fight in my stead. Phew! The regicide is 100 miles away. Do not utter impossibilities, Lecia retorted sharply. You may dispatch a bird to seek him, the imp proclaimed, exuding confidence. I can wait. You must duel Sir Vadis by tomorrow. There can be no delay, Lecia declared with fierce intensity. Sing, the imp called out to the renowned bard Morelian, who happened to be present. Compose a ballad of these events, ensuring to vividly depict Lady Aelyn's prohibition against the gnome seeking a proxy knight, compelling him to duel her finest knight despite his limp. What do you mean? Licia's voice turned piercing, her fury erupting, causing a table of raspberry juice to topple. If you have the gall, select a proxy knight. Who would willingly sacrifice their life for you? The imp puffed out his chest, striding through the square with an air of bravado, a comical sight that drew suppressed laughter from the crowd. Who would dare to champion the pitiful gnome? The Lannisters promised ample rewards. By the gods, I am innocent, the deities would surely favor you. For a long while, silence prevailed. The imp's expression grew awkward amidst the continuous laughter surrounding him. The commotion originated from the outskirts. Let me fight. Remember to have your father pay more. Boran shouted back. The duel commenced the following day, set beside the tear of Alicia. A pure white statue stood as a backdrop, while the beautiful Alicia's eyes wept crystalline waters, cascading 600 feet down to the valley floor. The nobility of the valley crowded the nearby high platforms. In the structures surrounding the dueling grounds, rooftops overflowed with spectators. Gentlemen, you are in the wrong line, Lady Stark remarked coldly. Sake, the Hound, and Joffrey were assisting Boran in preparing his armor and weapons, ignoring her. Sake lent Boran a fine sword, which was, in fact, Joffrey's, as he had opted for an axe, rendering the long sword a spare. Joffrey and the Hound helped Boran don his armor, which he declined to wear heavily, even refusing a shield. I must remind you, Vadis is no mere bandit. His swordsmanship is exquisite, and he possesses an indomitable spirit, the Hound cautioned gravely. Just say you doubt my abilities. Boran nonchalantly tossed aside the breastplate, requesting only gauntlets, iron gloves, and a gorget, neglecting even the thigh armor. I am quite adept at preserving my life. I will be cautious to earn more. I have witnessed Vadis in combat. His skill and strength are commendable, but his sole weakness is his speed. A strategy that emphasizes swiftness will surely prevail, but be wary in close quarters. He carries a dagger for defense, and it is no slow weapon, Joffrey advised earnestly, seemingly more invested than if he were participating in the duel himself. Sake was taken aback. Joffrey, known for his pettiness, had unexpectedly turned to valuing familial bonds. He would not misjudge. The Prince of Yore was indeed a cruel, ungrateful, and cowardly individual. Now, however, it appears that the prince has grown increasingly attuned to emotions and honor, leading him to question whether he has perhaps overtrained Joffrey. The creation of a perfect knight can be quite troublesome. As the bell tolled, the two proxy knights entered the arena. Boran, lightly equipped and wielding a long sword without a shield, elicited a wave of laughter from the crowd. Someone shouted, "Are you here to entertain us?" This sinister warrior, sharp as a dagger, raised his sword in salute, his audacity unmatched. Sir Vadis made his entrance clad in heavy armor, a shield strapped to his left arm and a war hammer in his right hand. Honorable Sir Vadis, this is my husband as sword. I hope you can avenge him with it. Lady Leciya instructed someone to present a beautifully adorned longsword to the knight. Sir Vadis hesitated, furrowing his brow for a moment before kneeling to accept the weapon at Lady Leciya's urging. The weight of Sir Vadis's armor left him breathless as he knelt, struggling for air. Women know nothing of swordplay. If it were me, I would never let Vadis wield that sword. The decoration may be fine, but in actual combat, his war hammer is far superior, the Hound remarked. Since the onset of this duel, Joffrey had refrained from interjecting, his entire focus fixated on the two combatants. The warriors exchanged tentative strikes, testing one another with swift attacks in a linear back and forth. Their movements were deft and their parries precise, displaying equal prowess. Soon, Sir Vadis launched a fierce assault, while Boran merely defended or evaded, occasionally leaving scratches on his opponent's heavy armor with nimble maneuvers. You coward! Engage him! The crowd jeered. Why do you retreat? Did your mother give birth to you with bent legs? The spectators in the valley erupted in anger and ridicule. Boran remained composed against Sir Vadis's onslaught, seemingly impervious to the surrounding taunts. Joffrey squinted, studying the duel intently, his tension palpable as he clenched his fists. On the high platform, aside from Lady Stark, the other dignitaries chatted amiably, seemingly assured of the duel's outcome. Sir Vadis staggered under the pressure. As the crowd clamored, Boran seized the moment to launch a fierce counterattack. It's a trap, the Hound warned gravely. In the instant Boran swung his longsword, Sir Vadis braced himself against the blow with his shoulder. The knight-as weapon glimmered ominously as Boran swiftly arched backward, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. Sir Vadis' sword followed suit, leaving a white mark on Boran's gauntlet. The two warriors reset their stances, Boran drenched in sweat upon his forehead and neck, while Sir Vadis panted heavily. Had it been a war hammer, Boran's hand would have been rendered useless. Sig agreed with the Hound's assessment. Relieved for his own intervention. Just moments ago, dark mist had coiled around Boran, leading him to anticipate an unforeseen mishap. Thankfully, he had brought the Hound along, otherwise it was uncertain whether Sir Vadis' dagger would have succeeded in its covert attack. Chapter 58. The long journey home. After enduring the dagger's onslaught, Polen became increasingly cautious. Sir Vadis, despite several attempts to feign weakness, could not deceive Polen. Enough, Vadis, and this farce. Lady Raisha's patience was the first to wane. Her voice dripping with disdain as she shouted from the dueling arena. Her outburst drew the attention of many nobles seated in the elevated stands. Nevertheless, her command proved effective as Sir Vadis, slowing in his movements and gradually assuming a defensive posture, found renewed energy in the face of her impatience. In a fit of rage, the knight charged forward, disregarding the barrier posed by Polen's longsword. Polen lost his footing and tumbled aside. The sound of shattering metal echoed as Polen's sword splintered into two pieces. Sir Vadis collided violently with the statue of Alessa. The pure white marble figure swaying precariously from the impact. A fierce grimace crossed Polen's face as he let out a primal roar and hurled himself against the statue's corner, causing the heavy figure to crash down with a thunderous thud. For the first time since the duel began, the knight adopted a rolling maneuver to evade danger. Leveraging his shield. Although Vadis narrowly escaped being crushed by the statue, he paid a steep price. His elbow was drenched in crimson, blood flowing freely. And one of his legs had become impaired, making movement and evasion all the more arduous. Sir Vadis, what are you doing? Finish him. Raisha's voice nearly pierced the air with its shrillness. A throng of nobles and vassals gathered around her, gesturing animatedly. I refuse to listen, I refuse to listen. Vadis should be able to win effortlessly. I will not entertain your excuses. Make the dwarf fly. I want him to fly. Young Lord Lober interjected, adding to the chaos. Sir Vadis' fatigue was evident. He gasped for breath, stumbling as he attempted to consolidate his defense with shield and heavy armor. The dynamics of the battle had shifted. Damn it, Raisha, she ought to have called off the duel. The outcome is already apparent, Geoffrey muttered in frustration. Women do not grasp the intricacies of swordplay, at times. They can be even more ruthless than men, the Hound lamented. Sig contemplated the unfolding events, deciding against intervening. Despite Vadis' valor and his status as a commendable knight, he was ultimately of no use to him. Such glaring vulnerabilities rendered him unworthy even as a commander, let alone as a hero capable of influencing the course of history. Raisha's commands reignited a spark in Vadis. He let out a near wail as he staggered towards Polen, this time devoid of pretense. Polen moved with agility, his broken sword akin to a venomous serpent. Suddenly, their forms converged, no longer evading each other. Polen bore down heavily upon Vadis, his fractured blade piercing through the neck dart, plunging deep into the knight's throat. Vadis' left hand, his shield now abandoned, found his dagger lodged against Polen's shoulder. Polen, in a peculiar posture, narrowly evaded the deadly thrust aimed at his own neck. Around the arena, the crowd erupted in a cacophony, their voices rising in astonishment, accompanied by Lady Raisha's hysterical screams and young Duke Lober's boisterous laughter. All of these elements coalesced, prompting Sig to label this phenomenon the prelude to destruction. This was not his first encounter with such a scene. The aloof rulers, indifferent to the fates of their loyal and valiant warriors, persist in their obstinacy, while the latter frequently confront cunning adversaries unbound by conventional tactics. The outcome is all too predictable. Polen seemed to wait for a moment. Why has she not called for a pause? Does that foolish woman not realize that her knight has already fallen? Geoffrey exclaimed in astonishment. She is oblivious. She cannot even see the blood seeping from Vardis' armor. The poor wretch, the Hound remarked, his words akin to the decree of death. Growing impatient, Polen slowly extended the broken sword. Blood flowed from Vardis' mouth, nostrils, ears, and even his eyes. The corpse twitched beneath Polen's feet before succumbing to stillness. Polen lay back, gasping for breath. This is the will of the seven gods, a just decree. The divine know I am innocent. The imp cried out, rushing forward to kiss the exhausted Polen, who turned away with a look of disgust. You do not fight for honor. Lisa shrieked, baring her teeth at Polen like a rabid she-wolf. With great effort, Polen rose, pushing the imp aside and wiping his cheek vigorously. Indeed, I do not fight for honor, he declared, approaching the pitiful Vardis and giving him a couple of kicks, causing metal and lifeless flesh to jolt. He fought for honor, Bolin spat, drawing the attention of the valley's nobles. I loathe that woman sly, treacherous, and devoid of principles, the imp railed from his mount. Save your strength, you'll only summon the bandits, Bolin cautioned, walking carefully ahead of the imp. We are not in this predicament because of you, Joffrey interjected from the side, swinging his axe to clear the path of obstructing shrubs. Is this truly wise? If I reveal my identity, the people of the valley will not trouble us, Joffrey persisted, glancing back toward the direction of Eagle's Nest. On the second day of the trial by combat, Lady Lisa had provided the 5 men with provisions and horses, sending them away from the Blood Gate, but she had not dispatched knights. This resulted in the unfortunate 5 being ensnared by the mountain bandits. Sig had heeded the Imp's counsel, abandoning the main road for a mountain path, thereby avoiding potential assassination by the valley's agents. He trusted the Imp's leadership and judgment and was unwilling to further diminish the valley's forces. Based on his experience, these forces could prove useful in the future, and he was not keen on losing too many well-trained knights unnecessarily. They must be watching us, the Hound remarked, brandishing his longsword. Your moniker suits you well, Hound, the prince commented as he advanced, chopping wood while glancing back. Is it determined by scent? The Hound ignored him, continuing on his path. Do not harbor any illusions. She will not believe your words and will regard you as merely a common squire. Should you perish in the Moon Mountains, she can feign ignorance. If you manage to escape, the blame cannot be placed on the Valley Kingdom. After all, you ventured out in civilian attire. Joffrey spat, refusing to look back. Let us seek some game and kindle a fire, the imp suggested. If you dare to light a fire, I shall be the first to roast you. The mercenary growled menacingly. It seems that Bororan regretted his decision. Sig halted, and I concurred with his assessment. We should procure some game, roast it to perfection, and kindle a bonfire to await our guests. Apart from the little demon, the others wore expressions of bewilderment. How, indeed, they are astute individuals. I have high hopes for you, the little demon chuckled heartily. You lot are fools. Cannot you discern my strategy? Rather than skulk in shadows, it is far more honorable to lure the bandits here. When faced with adversaries one cannot overpower, what is required is not mere caution, but strategy, rhetoric, and charms. The little demon nodded confidently, seemingly fully prepared. The moonlit mountain range belied its name, shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, occasionally interrupted by the haunting cries of wild beasts. The bonfire blazed brightly as a wild boar was skewered and roasted over the flames. Sig had sprinkled his spices upon the boar, and the alluring aroma wafted through the air. The 5 of us leaned against the tree trunks, quite content. Are we being too brazen? They might perceive this as a trap. While picking my teeth, Dolan remarked, patting his belly with satisfaction. Sig, you are a devil of a chef and hunter. By the gods, if you are not a hunter or a chef, it would be a crime, I concur. So, what do you say? Come to Cayenne City. I shall recommend you to my father. I believe that once he tastes your culinary creations, he will dismiss the gluttons of the city. What you prepare is true sustenance. O gods, please bless me with your presence. I cannot endure a life without you. Even though Sig was well versed in many matters, the little demon's words sent shivers down his spine. Suddenly, Boran sprang to his feet, his sword drawn. The hunting dog was not far behind, half kneeling and poised for battle. Joffrey was slightly slower, his battle axe in hand, though his posture was unsteady, his balance compromised. Sig shook his head. Violet would be heartbroken to see you like this. He stepped forward, placing a hand on Boran and the dog-edged shoulders. Stay still. Watch the little demon. His words wield more power than your weapons. Come now. The delicious roasted boar waits. We have more than enough to share, just for you. Don't be shy, let us feast together. The little demon, akin to the legendary hospitable dwarfs, wore a broad grin. Boran, hunting dog, what are you doing? Do you not see our esteemed guests have arrived? Why not bow and welcome them? Shadows loomed around us as ragged bandits revealed themselves. Their silhouettes, illuminated by the bonfire, elongated and danced across the darkened forest. Chapter 59 Commitment. This evening, the night breeze is biting cold. Why not gather around the fire, my friends? The imp called out to the shadowy figures lurking in the darkness. We have exquisite fruit wine and succulent pork to offer. The surroundings were eerily quiet, as if these individuals were mere figments of imagination. Joffrey gripped his battle axe tightly, cold sweat trickling down his neck, dampening his collar, a most uncomfortable sensation. Do not move, I shall handle everything, his uncle said, firmly grasping his hand. For the first time, Joffrey found his dwarf uncle to be remarkably dependable. The moon cast a cold gleam upon the metal, and a resolute voice emerged from the thicket. The mountains are ours. The port is also ours. The negotiations had faltered. It was a matter of striking first. The Hound took a step forward but was halted by Sig. Do not act impulsively. The imp's capabilities surpass your expectations. He drew his heavy sword from behind, causing surprised gasps among the lurking figures. The port belongs to you, the imp echoed. And who might you be? Came the retort. When you ascend to meet your gods, tell them you were sent back by the Son of Gon, from the Stone Crow tribe. A gaunt figure, sharp as a dagger, pushed through the underbrush into the glow of the campfire. He donned a horned helmet and wielded a hunting knife. This is the son of Dolph, Shagga. The earlier voice responded. A massive stone shifted toward the fire, standing up to reveal a brawny figure clad in animal hides. Wielding an axe in his left hand and a cudgel in his right, his weapons clashing as he marched, his roars echoing through the dense forest. Subsequently, over 10 individuals announced their names, some brandishing swords, while others wielded pitchforks, sickles, and wooden spears. Joffrey felt no fear. The true adversary was terror itself. The teachings of Varys lingered in his ears, once again proving her wisdom. The enemies emerged, and even the robust Shagga no longer instilled dread within him. The battle axe in his hand gleamed with the firelight, a surge of warmth coursing through his veins. All he could think about was the swift thirst for blood. I am Tyrion, the son of Tywin from the Lannister clan, the imp stated patiently, waiting until all had introduced themselves before responding. My father is the Lion Chief residing in Casterly Rock. We are more than willing to compensate for the pork. Tywin's son, what form of compensation do you propose? Gone. Seemingly the leader spoke, and none dared to interject. I have a few silver coins in my wallet. My friends also carry a fair amount of currency. Perhaps even some gold dragons. This armor is too cumbersome for me, but it should fit Gon well, and I also possess a battle axe, the imp declared, producing the axe he was issued during the skirmish with the bandits. In Shagga's hands, this axe would be far mightier than his wooden one. A half-man wishes to use our belongings as compensation, Gon retorted angrily. Your money is ours, your horses are ours, your armor and weapons belong to us. Thus you can only repay with your lives. Tywin's son, Tyrion, how do you wish to die? I wish to live for 100 years, drinking my fill, and die in the embrace of a woman. The jests of the imp seemed to resonate solely with Shagga, whose thunderous laughter filled the air. Khan approached to lead the horse. Gunsar commenced issuing commands, while others prepared to slay the remaining captives, leaving one half-man behind to milk the sheep. Perhaps to please the children. Balin, the Hound, leaped forth. Who wishes to meet death first? Balin's voice echoed like that of a grim reaper from the depths of hell. Joffrey grasped his battle axe with both hands, a shield secured upon his back. This was the combat stance taught by Varys, who spoke of a group once known as Viking marauders, renowned for their swift longships and axes, striking terror into the hearts of the mightiest kingdoms across continents. Though Joffrey had never heard of such a band, he placed unwavering faith in Varys' teachings, for she had never failed him. His target was the massive form of Shagga. He sought to create an opportunity for Sig, believing that if Sig's great sword could unleash its power, hope still lingered. Sig stood silently nearby, his colossal sword casually embedded in the mud, as if yet to engage in battle. Joffrey harbored a blind faith in Sig. Certain that this man could draw his sword and slay at any moment, his prowess beyond question. Cease! The imp bellowed. Gunsar, son of Gon, heed my words seriously. My tribe is wealthy and powerful. If the Stone Crow tribe ensures our safe passage, my noble father will reward you with an abundance of golden dragons. The gold of a lowland lord is worth less than sheepdom to a half-man, Gunsar retorted. Though I am but a half-man, I possess the courage to face my foes. And what of you, Stone Crow tribe? When the knights arrive in the valley, do you dare only to cower behind stones? Trembling, Shagga roared, once more clashing his club and axe. Jago prodded the imp's face with his wooden spear. Is this all you possess? The imp scoffed, unperturbed. Joffrey found himself increasingly admiring his uncle's fortitude. Indeed, as Sig had said, he was a giant among men. These shabby tools may suffice for slaughtering sheep. Of course, that poor sheep must meekly accept its fate at your hands. My father's blacksmith could craft toothpicks of greater quality than these wares. Half-man, Shagga thundered. I shall twist your head from your shoulders and feed your manhood to the goats. Yet it was Gunsar who restrained the furious giant, raising his hand. Wait. I wish to hear his counsel. The mothers of the children are starving. A fine weapon is of greater value than golden dragons. Tywin's son. What would you offer in exchange for your life? A sword, a spear, or armor? Gunsir, son of Gon, I can provide all that you desire and far more. The imps' small eyes sparkled with cunning. I shall grant you the entirety of the Airy Valley. Hear his nonsense. Shagga's ire was palpable. I shall use these hands to sever his head. Yet the others were not so obedient. The outlaws whispered among themselves, the tension escalating palpably. As the great sword was raised, a shriek filled the air, prompting the outlaws to retreat. Shagga, seize your blaster. Are you truly as formidable as you claim? Our young brother Joffrey here is not yet 15, and he believes your immense stature to be mere blubber. Shagga, filled with rage, turned his gaze toward Joffrey. A bitter taste lingered in his mouth. Although he had resolved to face the giant, the prospect of actually stepping into the arena filled him with trepidation. Sig approached Gunsir. The son of Gon, the words of the half-man rang true. We can have the bully fight Shagga. After witnessing his prowess, you will understand that a formidable warrior has no need to lie. Why don't you take the stage? Gunsir questioned skeptically. Regrettably. Sig's smile appeared grotesque in the flickering firelight. I fear I might lose control and slay you all. You scoundrel! I shall see how you intend to kill us all. Shagga roared as he charged forward. Joffrey inhaled deeply and positioned himself between the two, declaring, Your opponent is me, brute. Come forth and prove that your bulk is not merely inflated. He still struggled to comprehend how to handle Sig, and the meaning of his words eluded him. Perhaps Sig was indeed a warlock, yet he sensed a benevolence within him and chose to place his trust there. Shagga swung his axe, aiming for Joffrey's waist. Should he connect, Joffrey would be severed in two. With a forceful thrust, he sidestepped Shagga's strike, mastering every ounce of strength to block with his battle axe. Sparks erupted as their weapons clashed. Shagga's axe did not deflect as anticipated, and they found themselves in a position disadvantageous to Joffrey. Not bad, lad. How long can you endure? Shagga seemed to possess ample energy, laughing as he continued to press the attack. Phew! Raw strength alone is futile. Joffrey exerted all his might onto the axe, realizing he was at an absolute disadvantage in power. Fortunately, he was not devoid of tactics. Suddenly, he wrenched his axe away. Leaning his back against Shagga's axe, transforming his hands into a spear to thrust forward. Shagga's axe detonated against the shield on Joffrey's back, but he pressed on. Disregarding the stars dancing in his vision, lunging forward with fervor. The battle axe struck Shagga's wooden staff. Though the giant was strong, his stance was flawed, rendering his defense mere pretense. The staff collided with his chest under the force of the axe. With a cry of anguish, the giant fell. The axe and staff tumbling aside. Joffrey's axe hovered a mere inch from Shagga's nose. You are as good as dead. Silence enveloped the surroundings, save for the crackling of the fire. Gunsir believed the words of Tywin's son. The young Joffrey had earned the respect of the Stone Crow tribe with his valor. Joffrey panted heavily, suppressing the sweetness rising in his throat. Sig raised his thumb in approval. Chapter 60. The daily life of Violetta as the city of King's Landing enters the rainy season. The sweltering heat combined with the rising humidity feels as though it might melt one away. Following Joffrey's departure, the popularity of Violetta's swordsmanship lessons has significantly waned. To facilitate her teaching, she relocates her classes back to the small training yard within the Red Keep, although her students have diminished in number. Losing both Joffrey and a host of noble youths, she gains the presence of young Prince Tommen. When Queen Cersei arrives at the training yard with little Tommen in tow, Violetta is taken aback. As you can see, everyone claims that Joffrey has become increasingly like his father under your tutelage. I do not perceive this as a favorable development. Yet even Lord Tywin has written to me, urging that I place him in your care, the Queen states, her demeanor oddly persuasive despite her evident disdain for Violetta. She makes it clear that she does not favor Violetta, yet in her own peculiar manner, she implores Violetta to assist her. Your request is accepted, Your Grace. Marcella is in need of an opponent, and young Tommen arrives at the perfect moment, Violetta replies, executing a graceful bow that appears courteous yet lacks any genuine respect. This behavior stems from Sig's directives. He believes that excessive acquiescence in the realm of politics garners no respect, while being overly audacious incites fear. Adhering to the rules while maintaining an air of pride has become the optimal strategy. Violetta is indifferent to how she ought to present herself. She will exert herself fully in accordance with Sig's wishes. Cersei regards her with an intense gaze. Were I a man, I would be the ideal knight, she muses. Her slender fingers disdainfully toying with her hair. A woman as form hinders my prowess. The queen then paces back and forth, while Violetta remains steadfast. Her gaze fixed straight ahead, unyielding to the tension in the air. Cersei, vexed, stamps her foot. I am inclined to command Sir Meryn to pummel your delicate visage into a pulp. Sir Meryn, clad in armor adorned with golden thread and a snow-white cloak, strides forward, extending his large hand towards Violetta's collar. The sharp sound of a sword being drawn echoes within the confines of the room. A dagger is pressed against the knight's throat, its slightly curved tip resting against his throat guard. Sir Meryn, hands raised and chin up, dares not breathe. Should you dare to reach for me, I shall ensure your skull bears multiple new openings, Violetta states, revealing a mere hint of the lethal aura she possesses. The mere presence of this palpable threat causes Cersei and her entourage to pale. What do you intend to do? The queen stammers, her complexion paling. Should you harm me, Robert shall not let you go unpunished. Ah, you may attempt it. Even King Robert, formidable as he may be, cannot save you and Sir Meryn. I shall make every effort to flee, and should I perish in the process, killing the queen and the king's guard would make it all worthwhile. You possess a boldness. Cersei screams in outrage. The two lock eyes, the queen's expression shifting tumultuously. Seize this at once. A shrill, innocent cry pierces the air, as a flurry of flowers dances into the scene. Violetta sheathes her sword, her slender figure positioning itself protectively between herself and Sir Meryn. I will not permit you to strike her. Do you still consider yourself a knight? Marcella's unexpected entrance shatters the impasse. I merely came to escort your brother to his female instructor. Tommen is in your care now. The queen casually gathered her hair, dismissing Sir Marlin as she prepared to leave, revealing young Tommen behind her. The chubby boy stared in shock, his eyes wide and mouth agape. Violet inwardly chastised herself for her foolishness, forgetting that a child was present. She gently leaped to the side of the young prince. I'm sorry, did I frighten you? She said, refraining from justifying her actions. She did not wish to deceive the child. This was her fault, threatening to kill his mother in front of him. A violation of her own values, and she felt guilt wash over her. Are you going to kill my mother? The chubby boy asked, fear etched across his face. Violet shook her head. No, I would never harm the queen. Tommen's gaze filled her with sorrow. She had lied. She truly could not be certain. Young Tommen stepped forward, gently patting her arm. Do not be afraid. Mysaira and I will protect you from mother, so please do not harm her. Tommen's interference complicated the situation, rendering any threats impossible to continue, and Violet could only choose silence. This is what they call an education of honor, teaching princes and princesses to defy their mother's commands. The queen huffed as she departed. Sir Marlin carefully retreated, only daring to turn his back and follow Cersei after putting some distance between himself and Violet. Violet sighed softly. Truly, the queen's presence and pressure far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. She offered a regretful smile to Mysaira. I did not intend to harm the queen. I simply did not wish to be struck by Sir Marlin. Mysaira gently shook her head, her sun-kissed hair flowing in the air. It is not your fault, at times. I too cannot comprehend why she is so cruel to others while being kind to us. Young Tommen joined the swordsmanship practice sessions. Each morning, following their routine training, the princes and princesses would utilize the remaining time to study essential literature and general knowledge. After lunch, Elia would come to engage in sparring. Occasionally, Sansa would visit Mysaira. However, this model lady seemed unable to integrate into the circle of swordplay. She would merely glance around, greet Mysaira and young Tommen, and then hastily depart. Elia's swordsmanship improved rapidly, her duels with Mysaira resembling a dance. Due to his youth and lack of systematic training, young Tommen found himself in a passive position during practice, often on the receiving end of blows. Violet had little remedy for this, merely reminding him that as he grew taller and developed, he would possess a significant advantage over his two older sisters. Time passed swiftly, yet unrest lingered within the Red Keep. During a court meeting, a conflict arose between the king and the chancellor, their raised voices echoing throughout the fortress. Violet keenly observed this shift and learned of Daenerys Targaryen's pregnancy. It was said that across the narrow sea, a coven of witches had prophesied she would bear a son. The discord between the king and the chancellor stemmed from this revelation. Chancellor Ned opposed any violence against women and children, while the king and his loyalists preferred their demise. Violet refrained from commenting on the two perspectives. In the Game of Thrones, one either wins or perishes. From this perspective, the murder of a pregnant woman is not entirely unacceptable. However, she herself is opposed to such an act. In the words of Sig, It is not a matter of ability, but rather a manifestation of character. On this day, little Tomon made significant strides, managing to withstand Ilia's fierce onslaught. Remaining undefeated in both rounds, the little prince erupted with excitement, while the little wolf girl wore a troubled expression. Mizella was there to cheer for both of them. Violetta, however, was distracted, sensing an unusual shift in the atmosphere. The ambience within the Red Keep felt amiss, although the training grounds were far removed. Rendering her unable to catch snippets of the royal meeting, she discerned from the demeanor and movements of the entering and exiting attendants that something significant was afoot. At last, when training concluded, she rushed towards the hall where the royal meeting was held, only to find that the dignitaries had already dispersed. The Prime Minister has resigned. A nervous attendant exclaimed, slapping the Prime Minister's brooch onto the king's table. Impossible! Did the king attend the meeting today? He misses 9 out of 10 times. Another attendant questioned skeptically. I assure you, he did. His Majesty arrived at noon and even had me prepare lunch. He was in a foul mood, hardly touched his wine. Violetta dashed from the Red Keep. Sig had anticipated such a scenario and had instructed her to keep a vigilant eye on Duke Stark should anything occur. Sig harbored suspicions that the Duke might be in danger, and his command was clear. Under no circumstances should the Duke perish. Violetta was perplexed. How could the Duke, possessing numerous elite warriors from the north and being a master swordsman himself, find himself in peril? Who, besides the king, could pose a threat to him? Or could it be that King Robert himself wished to assassinate the Duke? She could hardly fathom that two men, as close as brothers indeed, even closer than true siblings, would turn against one another. A black mist enveloped the outer city, resembling a colossal beast capable of devouring the entire metropolis. This was the Street of Pleasure. Violetta rode furiously, her heart racing. Chapter 61. A bloody rainy night. The rain intensified. Violet donned her rain cloak, shielding her hair beneath the hood. She galloped fiercely, allowing the raindrops to cascade down her cheeks and ears. The Wind and Moon Street was not nearby. It lay at the far end of King's Landing. She needed to arrive swiftly, and fortunately, the downpour had thinned the crowd, allowing her steed to gallop unimpeded. Rain lashed against her face, a torrent of liquid arrows piercing through the air. Lowering her head, she leaned against the horse's neck, watching the scenery on either side blur into oblivion. Under the veil of rain, everything appeared surreal, like an enchanting mirage. Suddenly, she noticed something amiss. Turning her head, she beheld another rider galloping alongside her. With golden hair simply tied back, a charming ponytail danced in the air. Mizella had joined her. What are you doing? Violet shouted. You must return. The two horses thundered down the street, punctuated by startled cries from either side. You go to eliminate the wicked, I shall accompany you. Mizella's gaze was resolute, her clear azure eyes reflecting Violet's form amidst the rain, as if she were a knight charging into battle. Listen to me. It's not as you think. Turn back. Rainwater filled her mouth, and she had to shout to make herself heard. No, we are going together. Mizella yelled back. The Wind and Moon Street drew closer, the black fog thickening ominously. Time was running out. She made her decision. Stay close to me, do whatever I say. All right. Mizella exclaimed joyously. The princess was drenched, water streaming behind her. A bitter pain twisted in Violet's heart. How could she explain this to the queen? The two halted at a street corner. Lannister knights in crimson cloaks and lion helmets had barricaded the way. Over 30 red-robed warriors surrounded the Prime Minister and his 3 guards, with Peter Baelish, clad in a silver-trimmed cloak, also caught in the encirclement. The rain poured heavily, muffling their words, but she observed the circle parting as Baelish mounted his horse and departed first. Do not approach. 4 Lannister soldiers blocked their path, evidently unaware of their identities. Please let us through. It is of utmost importance. Mizella's delicate voice failed to penetrate the soldiers' heavy armor, eliciting only mockery and derisive laughter. The young girl, drenched and resembling a drowned rat, appeared pitiful and heart-wrenching, but such a moment demanded authority rather than vulnerability. Violet reached out to comfort Mizella. You have audacity indeed, daring to obstruct us. Step aside, or the queen shall hold you accountable, she declared sharply, her words laden with authority. The 4 soldiers exchanged uncertain glances. As the rain began to lessen, fragmented conversations floated from Wind and Moon Street. He is well aware of what he is doing. The voice belonged to Duke Stark. Indeed, I am searching for my younger brother, curly-haired, small-eyed, sharp-tongued, and short of stature, Jaime Lannister remarked from his mount. Eddard Stark replied something inaudible. Yet the calm demeanor of both suggested that they were not inclined to violence. In order to hear their conversation clearly, Violet gestured for those around her to be silent. He encountered some trouble on his way home. My father happened to know who intended harm against my poor brother. Jaime's tone was off, and Violet sensed a faint aura of menace. It was I who commanded the arrest of Tyrion, believing him guilty of his crimes, Duke Stark declared with arrogance. She found this man's rigidity and hubris perplexing. Despite being surrounded, he remained brazenly unrepentant. Did he truly believe that the equally arrogant regicide would hesitate to act? Jaime Lannister drew his sword, spurring his horse forward. Draw your sword, Lord Ned. Though I would relish the chance to slay you like the Mad King. The honor of a knight permits me only to kill you while you bear arms. The tension in the air escalated abruptly. The soldiers blocking the path turned their attention to the standoff in the center of the street. With Jaime's sword drawn, all present unveiled their weapons. And the clash of combat loomed imminent. Master! What shall we do? Whom should we aid? Marcella asked, her face a mask of confusion. On one side stood my uncle. And on the other, the hand of the king. I do not comprehend. Violet anxiously surveyed the situation, her perspective unlike that of ordinary onlookers. As she saw the core shrouded in black mist, dismissing the grey fog surrounding it. At this moment, she was unable to ascertain the source. The scene in Windy Street was 4 against 20. Most nearby residents observed from a distance, none daring to intervene. The Starks were mounted on their steeds. Perhaps they could force their way through. However, these concerns were not her primary focus. The course of history had reached this juncture. One must delve deeper than mere appearances. She could not locate the origin of the black mist, yet the entire street was enveloped in it. The atmosphere grew increasingly still. It seemed as though the rain, too, sensed the unusual tension and began to wane. She could now hear the street's dialogue with greater clarity. You killed me, Duke Stark scoffed. The little monster in Catelyn's hands cannot escape death. This man remained formidable, wearing a face that incited a desire to deliver a kick to the regicide. Jaime urged his horse forward, the gilded sword thrusting toward him. Marcella gasped in alarm from the sidelines. The regicide did not pierce Lord Ned. He simply prodded Ned's chest with his sword. Will she? The noble Catelyn of Riverrun, plotting to harm an utterly defenseless hostage. I doubt she is capable. Jaime sighed in frustration. Yet I do not wish to gamble my brother's life against a woman's sense of honor. The sword was sheathed once more. Perhaps you could run to Robb and complain, claiming I bullied you, Jaime said, his face a mask of scorn and derision. I suspect the esteemed king cares little for your plight. Jaime turned his horse. The situation appeared to be improving. The tension was easing. You frighten me, dear Violet. I hardly know what to do. Perhaps I should side with Uncle Jaime, yet this is not an arena for brawling. He should not seek personal quarrels with Lord Ned. They ought to bring their grievances to father, Marcella rambled on, perhaps as a means to relieve her anxiety. The streets have regained their vibrancy, with the buildings on either side echoing with the hum of conversation from the alleys. Yet, beneath this facade, no one truly knows how many souls lurk in the shadows. Violet feels that the turmoil is far from over. The black mist persists, and the overarching grey fog remains unchanged, signaling that something is amiss. She cannot help but wish for the perceptive abilities of Sig, for, had he been present, he would have detected the signs of trouble from the outset. The usurper rides through a throng of crimson-cloaked warriors. Track, do not harm Lord Stark, commands he. As you wish. The dark mist coils around each individual present, slithering like a venomous serpent from the depths of a nightmarish realm. Violet unsheathed her longsword, spurring her steed amidst the astonished gazes of the soldiers and Marcella. The horse leaps powerfully over the heads of 4 soldiers. However, she cannot allow him to escape unscathed. The usurper smiles as he mercilessly dispatches his subordinates. No! Duke Stark screams as he draws his sword. Jaime rides away, while the Lannister soldiers close in. Duke Stark swings his blade fiercely, causing the red cloaks to scatter. The Prime Minister's captain, Jory, leaps forward, his horse's hooves crushing a soldier's face. A sickening crack resounding as he breaks through the encirclement. The Duke's other 2 guards are less fortunate. One is dragged down from his dying mount, cut down by errant blades, while the other, valiant and fierce, repels 5 or 6 warriors before a lance pierces through his back. The Duke howls in despair, charging forward with his sword aimed at Track, the captain of the Lannister guard. Their blades clash as Violet arrives on horseback, intercepting a blow intended for Track. Had she not intervened, he would have been struck down. Sword dancer, you 2 are involved. Duke Stark bellows in fury, his sword swinging with deadly intent. Violet dares not block it head-on. Instead, she deftly maneuvers her horse, her left hand dagger striking the front leg of the steed, causing it to rear and unseat the Duke. Treg looks up at her in confusion, as if questioning her sudden appearance. Violet sheathes her longsword, seizing Treg by the collar with an astonishing strength. Pressing the dagger to his throat. Everyone sees this madness. Or he shall perish. The iron hoofs of her steed trample the ground as she spins Treg around, ensuring every red-cloaked warrior witnesses their commander's capture. Stop! I am Myrcella Baratheon, here to announce the royal intervention. Lay down your weapons, and any further act of aggression shall be treated as treason. Myrcella lets her hair down, riding back and forth through the chaotic streets, where red cloaks part in her wake. Chapter 62. Turmoil. Upon hearing the news, Robert was deeply troubled by the remnants of the damned. His ministers, one after another, were infuriatingly incompetent, and he prayed for the gods' mercy upon him, surrounded as he was by fools. Ned was nothing but a dullard and a simpleton. While the Targaryen girl had already conceived a perilous child, yet he babbled on about righteousness and virtue. When 100,000 roaring warriors crossed the narrow sea to ravage the Seven Kingdoms, will it still be virtuous? It was bad enough to have a foolish and capricious prime minister, but to send Maester Pycelle, merely a dog of House Lannister, was intolerable, aside from matters concerning the Great Tywin. His answers to everything else were vague and ambiguous. Varys, though reliable, was equally obstinate, lacking the adaptability even Ned possessed. Among the remaining ministers, his younger brother Renly was but a trifling figure, treating everything as a game. The only ones of any real use were Peter Baelish and Varys, alas. One was perpetually preoccupied with brothels, while the other was no man at all, unable to conjure any sensible solutions. Their schemes revolved around poison or mercenaries. The eunuch proposed hiring an assassin to discreetly eliminate the girl and her illegitimate progeny with an odorless, tasteless poison. The dwarf suggested bribing the governors of Pentos to orchestrate the girl's fall from grace before employing mercenaries to commit murder. Damn it all. None of their suggestions pleased him. Were he but a decade younger, and not so corpulent, he would have donned his armor and crossed the narrow sea himself, trampling the so-called trading city-states, advancing through the coastal cities into the Dothraki Sea, hunting down the remnants of the conqueror. Ultimately, however, he found himself incapacitated, sighing deeply as countless ambitions faded away with that breath. Bad news had arrived. The information was convoluted and contradictory. Some claimed the hand of the king had clashed with the king's dart, while others spoke of Lord Ned and Lord Jaime quarreling over a woman. There were whispers that Ned had slain the usurper, provoking the Lannister guards to ambush the prime minister's retinue in retaliation. Robert berated all the messengers, demanding they account for their words, and one by one, the cowards fell silent. Clearly, something significant had transpired, involving two particularly troublesome individuals, Ned and Jaime. As if he owed them from a past life. Seven hells, now Cersei was stirring the pot, flaunting her actions as if she had slain Myrcella. God save him. This was no council meeting, yet the lords of the court had gathered in full attendance. Cersei, her complexion resembling that of a liver, stood to one side. Women ought not to meddle in men's affairs, especially when they lacked resilience. What folly to involve themselves. The ministers stood upon the dais, while the gallery was packed with spectators. Below, Ned wore a grim expression, as if the entire realm owed him a debt. The sword dancer and Myrcella were caught in the rain. Heaven help them, for a woman could ill afford exposure to the elements, as a single bout of fever could rob them of their beauty or even their lives. Robert dared not gaze upon the two of them, his heart aching at the thought, and if Joffrey were to return and discover that something had befallen Myrcella, how could he explain it? Damn those people. Yet, his greatest disdain was reserved for himself. Could it be that his authority has diminished to such an extent that his subjects can no longer trust in his impartiality? Sigh. First, I glanced at Pycelle. The old man, astute with age, stepped forward without needing any prompting from Robert. Your Majesty, there is no issue with the princess and the swordsman. I provided them with spiced hot honey, and after a good sweat, they are none the worse for wear. Robert nodded, finally alleviating the tension in his heart. Curse that iron throne, it is a seat of blaze, causing discomfort to one's posterior and easily tearing trousers. Why do these scoundrels vie for it? Whoever wishes to sit may do so. He even harbored doubts about whether the regicide was truly coerced by Ned to relinquish the throne. That cunning fellow must have known how uncomfortable that position was. Coughing, he surveyed the assembly. Among those involved, the regicide was absent, leaving only Tyrion Lannister as captain of the guard, Gregor, standing in the corner as punishment. Who will enlighten me as to what transpired? Is King's Landing still the capital? To engage in a public brawl in the streets? Not so, Your Majesty, Cersei interjected, pointing at Ned. This man, she said, has abducted my brother. He murdered my son and even attempted to assassinate my wife, finding his dagger among the assassins. Ned raised his gaze, seething with rage. Enough! 7 hells! Can you all spare me this? We are not here to discuss the North. This is about the private duel that transpired in Flea Bottom. You have not only sullied the capital but also ensnared Myrcella and the swordsman in this debacle. Who will tell me how the wretched imp's affairs involve my daughter? Did she slay your son, or did she abduct the little imp? He pointed accusingly at both parties. Ned and Cersei, these two could not resolve their issues without erupting into a quarrel in the court, and he was at a loss for how to conclude it. Seizing the moment of their silence, he turned to Varys. Joffrey possesses quite the discerning eye. Had he not already betrothed Sansa, it would be her turn. Swordsman, you have no vested interest in this matter. Enlighten me on what transpired and why the princess was embroiled in this altercation. He cast her a meaningful glance, hoping for her disarmament. The swordsman, wrapped in a large towel, stood beside Myrcella. They appeared as sisters, with the swordsman exuding even more grace than Cersei. She stepped forward. Your Majesty, the lesson arranged for the princess today was to observe the sights of King's Landing. Caught in a downpour, we sought to return swiftly, only to be obstructed by the knights of House Lannister, leading to the ensuing conflict. I intended to mediate, but inadvertently, the princess became involved. It is my fault, she said softly, her demeanor humble and endearing, invoking a desire to embrace her. You are Myrcella as protector, yet you engage in other pursuits. Where has your honor fled? What of your responsibilities? You disgrace the very identity of a knight, Cersei chastised her loudly. Robert nearly rose in indignation. This woman could do nothing but point fingers. It is not Varys' fault. It was I who insisted on intervening. I implored her to assist in the resolution. Myrcella was agitated. Although the Prime Minister's arrest of Tyrion's uncle was unjust, gathering so many soldiers to commit murder in the streets was undeniably the fault of Uncle Jaime. I had asked Varys to intervene between the two, but that request was overly naive, leading to her being scolded. The fault lies with me. With a choked voice, Myrcella lamented, while Robert's fury dissipated into a sigh. Look at little Myrcella, fretting over those 2 wretched brothers. If they possessed even half her sense, matters would not have escalated to this extent. Robert shouted at Cersei. And you, Ned, have your Catelyn released the imp? He is but a dwarf, having never garnered respect. And your little Bran is entirely unrelated to him. Do not heed those absurd tales. Why would the imp wish to harm Bran and leave his dagger at the scene? No fool would hire an assassin only to leave his weapon behind. Use your brain, for heaven's sake. Is it conceivable? Today, you nearly took my daughter's life. I do not wish for a repeat of this incident. Look at the consequences of your actions for Lannister's death, free on your side. This matter ends here. But he has taken my brother. Who does he think he is to seize my king? Anyone who dares to touch a Lannister deserves to perish, Cersei bellowed at him. Woman, do not test my patience. I am king, and your Lannister family's opinions matter not here. This issue concludes now. Catelyn will free the imp. And I do not wish to hear another word on this matter, not a single word, Robert thundered back, his voice louder than Cersei's. Are you even a man? Cersei trembled with rage, her golden hair seeming to bristle. Your wife has been wronged, and instead of seeking justice, you wish for it to end. What king is as spineless as you? I believe we have mistaken our roles. You ought to be queen, while I shall assume the mantle of king. Realizing his outburst, Robert tempered his strength, yet the queen was still propelled backward. Chaos erupted. Women screamed, and ministers scrambled in disarray. Robert felt a haze clouding his mind. He momentarily failed to comprehend his actions. Mother! Myrcella rushed forward, embracing Cersei, whose face had swollen. Guilt flushed Robert's cheeks. It was never right to strike a woman. How had he lost control, driven to madness by her provocation? Years of peace had not only eroded his muscles but also his spirit. This shall be my badge of honor, Cersei proclaimed defiantly, rising to confront him. Myrcella looked on in horror, her eyes brimming with tears. Hey! If you cherish it, keep it, Robert stormed down from the throne. Ned seemed about to speak, but Robert interrupted. Refrain from voicing your thoughts. I have had enough. Have them return the imp. He strode eagerly toward the exit, with people parting to clear his path. Turning back, he tossed the hand of the king's brooch to Ned. Do not dare to adorn yourself with this. Should you ever abandon your post again, I swear I will have your head. No objections, this is the king's decree. 7 gods above, can I not find a moment of peace? With that, Robert departed the court, seething with fury. He was in desperate need of a place to vent his frustrations, yearning for the taste of blood to reminisce about the glories of the past. Otherwise, he might become the first king of the 7 kingdoms to cast aside his crown and flee. He longed to witness the expressions of his loyal ministers upon discovering his disappearance. Chapter 63. Journeying towards the land of sunset, riding the world as magnificent steed. He felt no need for iron chairs. He endeavored to rein in his emotions, pursing his lips to prevent a roar from frightening his moon and stars. The prophecy spoke of the steed journeying to the world's end, she said gently. The world's end lay in the black, briny sea. His anger simmered within him. No horse could traverse the toxic waters. The free trade city boasted thousands of ships. Dany repeated her words, much to his annoyance. Her chatter resembled a wooden horse with hundreds of legs, soaring through the winds, leaping over the poisoned waters. Enough, woman! He snapped, brushing aside her small hands in frustration. Her beautiful violet eyes reddened, not from tears but from her effort to smile, a forced grin that appeared quite unappealing. A pang of guilt washed over him. She was his moon and stars, destined to bear him a steed that would conquer the world. He ought to offer her more in return rather than cause her sorrow. The Colossaur would venture eastward, crossing the Crimson Wasteland, all the way to the Shadowed Lands. This was his first time sharing his dreams with another. Having kept them bottled up for years, shifting from the Shadowed Realm overrun with ghost grass to the south, reaching the Jade Sea and subjugating the lands of Athai. Dany's reaction left her despondent. She was oblivious to the grandeur of his plans, unaware of how monumental his aspirations truly were. No Khal had ever harbored such dreams, nor controlled such vast territories. He refrained from confiding in others, fearing they might be intimidated by the magnificence of his vision, yet, his wife, Viserys woman, failed to comprehend. She placed too much emphasis on the 7 kingdoms, that savage realm of sunset, even likening the 7 kingdoms to the Dothraki. How tragic. But women often cling to certain falsehoods, neglecting the true expanse and majesty. If only her brother, Viserys, were here, that man would undoubtedly understand him. What thoughts might he harbor? Would he wish for his Colossaur to venture into the land of sunset? Drogo turned away from the conciliatory hands of the woman, declaring, I shall hunt the Harak, and if fortune smiles upon me, you shall see me return with the carcass of a white lion by nightfall. All of Colossaur will know that I risked my life for you. The glory of slaying the Harak will belong to you. This was his utmost concession. Hoping she would forget the 7 kingdoms, departing the tent and mounting his steed, the image of Viserys resurfaced in his mind. He shook his head, casting aside his worries. He would share his dreams with Viserys when the time came. That man was formidable. He would surely endorse his aspirations. The conquest of the land of sunset would be left to his son, and in due time, Dany would find joy in it. The wound on his leg throbbed faintly as the Unsullied tended to it, cleansing the injury with strong liquor. Excitement coursed through him. The Harak was no ordinary prey. They were agile, powerful, and deadly. The previous skirmish had rivaled the most perilous battles he had ever faced. Its claws were razor sharp, and any creature, be it man or horse, that fell victim to them would surely be left in tatters. Its roar was astounding, possessing the power to subdue even the mightiest warhorse. Beneath him was a magnificent red steed, the sovereign among horses, yet it was still captivated by the roar of Harak, its movements faltering for a moment. The lion's claw effortlessly severed the bindings around its legs, and with a mere swipe, crimson flowed freely. The sight of Harak's fearsome fangs was truly terrifying. He had witnessed firsthand the gruesome fate of his father's blood-sworn warriors, who had been torn apart alongside their steeds. Each encounter with Harak was a harrowing test of life and death, more daunting than war itself. He and his blood-sworn were the most valiant warriors of the Dothraki, conquering the beast through their seamless coordination, reckless bravery, and exceptional skill. 4 curved Arak knives found their mark in its neck, flanks, and lower back. Harak's dying struggle was a true nightmare. He sustained a gash on his calf, Kahoral's horse was disemboweled, Castle suffered a shoulder wound, and Hagel was flung aside by the creature's fury. Fortunately, the frenzied beast could not endure for long. Had it persisted, he and his bloodsworn would have faced annihilation. The more perilous the battle, the sweeter the fruits of victory. They hastened back with Harak's lifeless body, and the tribes they encountered regarded them with awe. He was determined to present the spoils to Daenerys. She would recognize his valor and understand that the Dothraki Sea held far more significant conquests ahead. While the Iron Throne of the Sunset Lands could be addressed later. As they approached the encampment of Khaleesi, the expressions of the tribes grew increasingly strange. Their interest in Herak's corpse waning. Something must have gone awry. Drogo instructed his bloodsworn to proceed cautiously while he rode ahead. The area surrounding Khaleesi's tent was teeming with people, and her unsullied guards were also present outside. Drogo's heart raced. He wished for none of this. He had merely departed for a hunt, wanting to offer her the best of himself, his moon and stars. Oh, deities of the Holy Mountain, grant him the chance to see her again. He vowed never to be harsh with her again. It was merely a matter of the Sunset Lands, where she desired the Iron Throne for herself. What matter if the Roaring Warriors were ill-equipped for naval combat? He could demand that trade cities provide wooden vessels for his warriors to traverse the salty waters, as long as there was land in the Sunset Lands. A place for horses to gallop. Nothing could hinder him and his Khaleesi. He prayed for the safety of his moon and stars. Daenerys, heavily pregnant, reclined in a chair, her complexion pale and her demeanor anxious. Drogo felt a pang of emotion. The sense of relief was indescribable. He hurried to her side, exclaiming, "My moon and stars, it is a solace to see you unharmed. Please, share with me the events that transpired. Why does everyone in the Khalasar appear so panicked? Why does your Khalasar bear such a heavy burden?" Daenerys glanced towards the entrance as the unsullied guards entered, followed by Yora, who stepped into the tent. The two recounted the unfolding events. To alleviate her worries, Daenerys had taken a few companions to the market in the west early that morning. They encountered a caravan from Lys, stirring memories of her homeland. Whenever the opportunity arose, she would visit the area where the Lyseni merchants gathered, perhaps to exchange trinkets or indulge in some delicacies. Her Viceroy guard informed him that to collect a letter from her brother, he must first seek out the leader of the merchant caravan. When he encountered them again, Daenerys was at a wine merchant's establishment, where she was graciously indulged in tasting fruit wines. Daenerys wished to bring some back for them to savor together. Drogo's heart warmed. In all of Khalasar, many relished wine, yet few appreciated fruit wine. He had only tasted the sweet nectar while trading with merchants from the city. Though fond of fruit wine, he felt a certain embarrassment to admit it to his people. How could the great Khal, the mightiest of the Dothraki, delight in sweet wines like a woman? He could only endure the misunderstandings of others, accepting their perceptions in silence. Daenerys must understand. She comprehended him. Her own distaste for wine was surely for his sake. What a wonderful woman she was, yet he found himself unable to fulfill her small desire. Was he truly that miserly? The Viceroy guard continued to describe the scene. He noted the merchant's unusual behavior, retracting the wine originally given to Daenerys, insisting instead on presenting her with something finer. Daenerys, feeling shy, attempted to offer silver in exchange, but the merchant steadfastly refused. This raised my suspicions, as the guard's eyes sparkled with caution and intelligence. Drogo trusted this man. He could see the loyalty of the Viceroy guard was genuine. I urged the merchant to taste his own wine, yet he declined and attempted to flee. Drogo's anger surged. A tempest contained, for he would not frighten Daenerys further. She appeared pale, her face clouded with concern. She had endured enough for one day. What would happen next? Drogo inquired in a steady tone. My whip ensnared the merchant's legs, and the caravan's guards seized him. The poisoner was the first, the Viceroy guard added, but certainly not the last. Many would risk much for a noble title. Drogo's fury simmered like molten lava beneath the earth's surface, a heat that suffocated him. The poisoner sought to escape from my moon. Let him flee behind her. His voice remained calm, yet his vision was stained crimson. Yora and Drogo, choose any steed from my herd, save for my red horse and Khaleesi's silver mare. Take whichever you prefer. I bestow these gifts in gratitude for your service. He rose and exited the tent. Outside, a throng of Khalasar gathered, including Khal's raiders and his blood riders. Drogo's son, Rhaego, rode upon a magnificent steed, and Drogo resolved to present him with a gift, the iron chair once occupied by his grandfather, a token from the lands of the Seven Kingdoms. As he approached the crowd, drawing near the crackling bonfire, he raised his fist and bellowed at the top of his lungs, I shall lead my Khalasar westward to the world's end, crossing the black brine upon wooden horses, achieving what no other Khal has dared. I will slay those clad in iron, dismantle their stone dwellings, and seize their women and children as slaves. I shall return their futile idols to Vice Dothraki and pay homage at the Mother Mountain. He was filled with fervor and righteous indignation, as the surrounding tribesmen echoed his fervent cries. I, the son of Belb, do hereby swear before the Mother Mountain, with the celestial stars as my witnesses. Chapter 64. Exhausted duplicity. Please assure me that you harbor no malice towards the Seven Kingdoms, Joffrey stated solemnly. Your actions baffle me. You brought Violet close to me, taught me the art of swordsmanship, and transformed me into a knight. You rescued my uncle from peril. Yet, you are of House Targaryen, and we ought to share a deep-seated enmity. What is your true motive? Are you truly a sorcerer? In the makeshift camp erected by the mountain folk, several individuals gathered together. Sandor Clegane, Boros, the imp and his two servants, along with Joffrey. Their gazes were fixed upon Sig. Why shield me? Why not expose me before Lady Stark or reveal my identity to Lady Lisa? Sig inquired, scrutinizing each person earnestly. With the might of the veil, perhaps I could have been retained to eliminate threats to the Seven Kingdoms. I do not engage in fruitless endeavors, Boros replied, spreading his hands. The latest bounty from King Robert promises elevation to nobility for the head of any surviving Targaryen, along with the rights to fertile lands near Dragonstone. Sig spoke as if recounting the affairs of another. Do you still maintain that there is no benefit in this? Boros lowered his gaze, contemplative, his expression shifting between hope and despair, before finally shaking his head. No. One must have a life to spend their earnings. His gaze fell upon Sandor. My duty is to protect the prince. No one has commanded me to take your life. From beneath the scars of his melted visage, a sharp gaze emerged. Do not count me among your foes. You are at least my savior. Though I am but a half-man, I comprehend the meaning of a life saved. The imp blinked his mismatched eyes and replied earnestly, we adhere to Lord Tyrion's counsel. You need not worry, they are two whom I have meticulously chosen. Even regarding the Lannisters, they will remain tight-lipped, the imp assured, returning Sig's gaze. Turning his attention to Joffrey, Sig remarked, my dear prince, your inquiry is difficult to address. For many matters surpass your comprehension. He rose and took a seat beside him, patting his shoulder. I can only ask you to trust me. I harbor no ill will towards humanity. My true adversary is that one. He gestured skyward. The expressions of those present varied. I can share with you a recent objective. I intend to join the Brotherhood, alongside the men of the Night's Watch, to confront the Northern threat. Can I trust you and Violet? Joffrey asked eagerly. I knew you could be trusted. If you truly are an enemy of the realm, I would be at a loss for how to confront her. I believe you, even if you are deceiving me, I will accept that. Should I discover that you have lied, I will seek your life. With a tone devoid of emotion, Sandor replied, Dear sorcerer, do you hail from as high? The imp's eyes sparkled with intrigue. You are probing, he stated. No, I am an ordinary man, unlike most, having not sold my soul to any entity. Be it a devil or a deity. The High Septon would surely disapprove of your kind. The little imp nodded farewell to him as Sig left Joffrey and the others. He moved swiftly through the dense forest without disturbing the mountain folk, propelled by an urgency that matched the accelerating shifts in his circumstances. Many developments had taken him by surprise, necessitating adjustments to his prior arrangements. The challenge he faced was not merely the complexity of the situation, but rather the overwhelming demands on his attention. Violetta had just averted a conflict between the wolf lions, sparing Eddard Stark from peril, yet this state of affairs seemed unsustainable. Relying solely on her abilities, it was arduous to discern the underlying truths of the matter. Robb and Ned, this unfortunate duo, were at constant risk of perishing. Both were pivotal figures whose premature demise would reverberate throughout the world, inflicting irreparable damage to his plans. He had not succumbed to the intoxication of his own power. Understanding that in an age where individual strength approached the divine, his greatest vulnerability lay within himself. He was but a solitary man, and even with Violetta, they were merely two. Should the tides of fortune shift dramatically, their combined strength would scarcely sway the overall outcome. Thus, preparations must precede the establishment of any overarching trend. He pondered whether the machinations in King S Landing could still influence the prevailing currents, or if his own strategies were sufficiently robust to withstand the pressures and upheavals that such trends might unleash. Another conundrum arose from the continent of Essos, where his initial pawn, Drogo, along with his half-sister Dany, was treading a path of no return. The entanglement of various forces, including the overarching trends and the unpredictable chaos, filled him with a foreboding sense of impending collapse. His preparations in Essos were alarmingly scant. Relying on Drogo alone would be inadequate to sustain the situation. He had foreseen Drogo's fate should he perish. The direction of events would spiral out of control, necessitating Sig's swift return to the plains to seize command. However, he could not simultaneously attend to both King's Landing and the plains. He feared that while resolving the issues on the plains, irrevocable calamities might unfold in King's Landing. Within his plans, two critical matters must be addressed in King's Landing. Could he manage to dart back and forth in time? The answer was clearly negative. He could only devote himself to one front. Could he entrust King's Landing to Violetta? Would she truly be capable of handling it? Even in the most critical moments, could he, through his control over her body, avert disaster? A multitude of questions swirled in his mind as he darted through the mountains and the dense thickets, contemplating solutions. A three-eyed raven glided beside him, its sharp gaze seemingly piercing through him. Sig reached into his pocket and produced a copper coin. With the crisp sound of metal shattering, the raven's body exploded, leaving no time for a cry. A spark of insight ignited within him as he turned towards the southeast. Sig evaded the eyes of the patrolling guards and departed from the dock area of Dragonstone. Unlike his initial arrival, he chose the stillness of night to circumvent all ears and eyes. Dragonstone, with its sinister and fearsome visage, is adorned with a multitude of gargoyles perched upon the ancient walls of Valyria. These stone sentinels survey the entire city with their indifferent gazes, instilling a profound unease in those who venture here for the first time. Sig, resembling an old inhabitant of the island, effortlessly navigates the city's defensive blind spots, scaling the battlements with the agility of a monkey, all under the cold scrutiny of the gargoyles, making his way towards the stone drum tower. The stone drum tower serves as the fortress's primary spire. Whenever a storm approaches, the ancient walls reverberate ominously within, thus earning its name. The dungeons beneath the tower are characterized by their oppressive heat and humidity, with rumors suggesting that hidden passages and concealed ladders extend all the way to the heart of Dreadmount. Several arched stone bridges connect the stone drum tower to the surrounding auxiliary towers, creating a unique defensive structure that is both interconnected and independent. Upon reaching the base of the stone drum tower, Sig quickly identifies his entry point and slips inside, relying on his speed and the shadows. He stealthily maneuvers through the heavily guarded towers as if traversing an uninhabited realm. His destination is the round hall, located at the pinnacle of the stone drum tower. This chamber features 4 tall, narrow windows facing the cardinal directions. In the center stands an enormous wooden table, intricately carved to depict a detailed map of Westeros. During the conquest, the conqueror Aegon utilized this very table to devise his battle strategies. The table measures over 50 feet in length, its widest section approximately half that length, while the narrowest part is less than 4 feet across. The position corresponding to Dragonstone has been meticulously designed to align perfectly with the seating on the elevated platform, allowing for a complete view of the tabletop. Having only visited this place once before, Sig understands that any individual who governs Dragonstone would consider this room as a primary venue for deliberating significant matters. The person he seeks is seated at the table. Clad in a snug leather vest and coarse brown woolen trousers, this individual possesses a robust physique, his face taut and sun-kissed, giving his skin an iron-like quality. A sparse line of black hair encircles his ears, while his beard is trimmed short and even, obscuring his square chin and sunken cheekbones. Silently, Sig approaches him, positioning himself opposite the map table. Beneath thick brows, piercing deep blue eyes, marked with scars, regard him intently. The mouth, often accompanied by furrowed brows, anger, and sharp words, is firmly set. "You seem unperturbed by my arrival," Sig remarks, his tone reminiscent of an old friend, only to be met with a silent and unyielding stare. "Do you truly grasp how much others detest your demeanor? If only you possessed even a fraction of the warmth of an ordinary person, Storm's End would not belong to Renly. I hope you are not here to engage in trivial banter. If you have no substantial matters to discuss, I suggest you vanish." Stannis Baratheon responds, his words devoid of any trace of emotion. Chapter 65, Strategies at the Great Table. 1. I have come for a purpose, one that is advantageous to you. Viserys Targaryen emerged from the shadows, exhibiting a notable transformation since our first encounter. His silver-white hair now dyed black, and his once purple eyes obscured into an indistinguishable hue. With a boldness that defied caution, he approached the great table, surveying the scene before him, and casually toppled several pieces representing noble houses. "Do not waste your efforts. No one will serve you, for you are universally despised. I am aware of what you speak, yet I must persist in my endeavors," Stannis replied as he meticulously repositioned the pieces. "Perhaps among these individuals, there still exists a sense of honor and duty. If even one is so inclined, my strategies will not be in vain." Viserys smirked with a repugnant grin, reminiscent of rigor in my mind. I expected you to possess greater self-awareness. He shook his head. I am here to illuminate a path for you. Grasping his own pieces, he performed a peculiar transformation, whether by trickery or sorcery. They turned a deep black and were placed adjacent to King S Landing. What you must do is dispatch someone here post-haste. Stannis, perplexed, could not decipher the intentions of the last remnants of House Targaryen. How many do you wish for me to send to King S Landing? That fortress is nigh impregnable. Had the Lannisters not feigned surrender, the war might have dragged on 4 years. Ha! You cannot be foolish enough to believe I would have you seize the Red Keep. The laughter that followed was grating, though Stannis suppressed his outrage. What do you imply? You must send your most elite guards. No more than 100 will suffice. Do not forget, you must also venture forth yourself. Infiltrate King S Landing. I require you to rescue your brother and Eddard Stark. As Viserys rambled on with his absurdities, convinced of his own cleverness, Stannis could no longer contain his frustration. Guards! We are under attack! He shouted, certain that Viserys was not only delusional but also mentally unstable. It was a folly to harbor any illusions about this man. Are all the guards dead? There is an assassin among us. Viserys gazed at him with an unsettling smile, and Stannis realized that the guards, merely a doorway, could not hear his cries. Are you a sorcerer? No. This marks the second time this month I have denied such accusations. Can your minds not conceive of other entities, such as demons, wights, or spirits? Must your imagination be so limited? Viserys taunted him. What is it that you truly seek? You have witnessed it. I do not wish to remain here, rotting on this island. Raoul is excessively biased. If I stay in King S Landing, I shall inevitably meet my end, whether at the hands of the Lannisters or my own king. This is why I offer you this opportunity, hoping you might bring a glimmer of hope amid the encirclement. It appears I was mistaken. You are utterly mad. Viserys' smile faded. I am acutely aware of your plight and understand your circumstances. You are not favored by all. Yet you still engage in the endeavor to topple the Lannisters. Have you never contemplated the consequences? I have, and what of it? That is simply who I am. Honor, principle, and duty serve as the guiding tenets of my actions. Despite enduring countless injustices, I shall remain steadfast in my resolve. That old fool Arryn, with his lack of discretion, has brought about his own demise, and in doing so, has implicated me. If I do not depart from King's Landing, both the Lannisters and my brother will conspire to bring about my ruin. I find myself with no alternative. He sighed, lamenting his own folly in confiding in you. You are hardly in a position to assist me, given your precarious situation. Precarious? Indeed, you simpleton, are you not aware? As long as someone possesses your head, they can exchange it for a title in King's Landing. My dear brother harbors an intense hatred for you. For 18 years, he has not wavered in his desire to eradicate you entirely. And yet, you entertain thoughts of rescuing him. From whom would you endeavor to save him? Does anyone truly dare to lay claim to his attention? Viserys scratched his head, perplexed. Do you genuinely believe that it was the Lannisters who orchestrated Arryn's demise? Do you think that your covert investigation was exposed, leading to his silencing? Is that not the case? Even you are aware of the secrets that seem as though they are inscribed upon the town square's proclamations, he remarked bitterly. Why do the Queen and the usurper still draw breath? With your understanding of Robert, he would not spare anyone upon realizing that his 3 children are not of his blood. Should it not be Robert who pursues them relentlessly, intent on slaying that wretched pair and severing their offspring's heads to display upon the walls of the Red Keep? Stannis found himself at a loss for words, suddenly realizing he had overlooked something critical. What if their clandestine investigation remained undisclosed and Arryn's death stemmed from an entirely different cause? Could it be that the old man truly succumbed to some peculiar ailment? The long table before him warped, leaving him with a suffocating sensation. If the exposure of secrets were not the cause, then what was the purpose of his return to Dragonstone? Indeed, it was to convene with me, Viserys swiftly responded. As if he had read Stannis' thoughts, a chill ran down Stannis' spine. The man before him now appeared enigmatic. Who are you? The Viserys I know does not possess such capabilities, he said, gripping the hilt of his sword. Viserys paid no heed to the threat, as the secret was on the verge of revelation. There exists a fool, 100-fold more foolish than you and Arryn combined, who has successfully uncovered the truth by following the trails you both left behind, and who intends to reveal the reality to Robert. Very well. May the Lannisters meet their demise. At the very least, Robert shall not be deceived, and the throne shall not fall into the hands of outsiders, Stannis retorted defiantly. Fully aware that, even in the absence of an heir, Robert would never bestow the crown upon him. Perhaps it would be Renly, or one of his bastards. Regardless, his brother shall never confront his own lineage. This is his tragedy, and that of House Baratheon. Now Viserys paced before the long table. You underestimate the Lannisters far too much. Lord Tywin is not to be trifled with. Not only does he possess the greatest wealth in the Seven Kingdoms, but he is also a formidable figure. His son and daughter are no mere trifles. The danger lies not with them, but rather with your headstrong brother, lacking in cunning. And the perfect knight, Eddard Stark. The fury surged within him, compelling him to rise from his seat and pace restlessly. What concern was that of mine? They were all slain by the Lannisters, and it served them right. Ignoring me, a diligent and loyal younger brother, while others ascend to power, was their own folly. And as for the Starks, he was the true brother of Robert, not I. Robert cherished him far more than he ever did me, the brother of actual blood. Therefore, you harbor resentment towards them, Viserys countered, leaving him with no rebuttal. I believed you to be capable, a true sovereign endowed with the ability to govern the realm. It seems I was mistaken. What I do is not for the likes of you to critique, he retorted angrily, yet inwardly conceded that perhaps this fellow was indeed correct. You must consider the grander scheme, just as we did during our initial encounter. Had you captured me and delivered me to King's Landing, it would have served you no advantage and might have given others leverage against you. Instead, releasing me, though not necessarily beneficial for the Seven Kingdoms, posed no immediate detriment. Viserys strode leisurely before him, reminiscent of a scholar from the Citadel. Matters of King's Landing were no different. Your primary concern is how to benefit yourself. Whether it can aid in altering your current predicament, rather than incessantly lamenting about the remnants of the past. If I could so effortlessly infiltrate the heavily guarded council chamber, how could I not find a way to approach the prominent figures of King's Landing? Given my capacity to uncover the deepest secrets, even if my intelligence appears absurd, you ought to consider the possibility of such absurdities becoming reality. Stannis uneasily tugged at his collar, sitting and rising again. Though reluctant to acknowledge it, he began to contemplate. As Viserys suggested, the potential that both Robert and Eddard Stark might be under the Lannisters' control or even slain. The unwelcome outcome materialized in his mind. He exhaled a heavy breath. If the Lannisters wielded power, I would undoubtedly be their primary target. Viserys lightly waved his finger, his demeanor utterly infuriating. I understand your implication. You wish to draw my attention to the fact that even if Robert remains in power, he can no longer govern the Lannister house. The throne's succession and the erosion of authority are merely a matter of time. Viserys nodded and applauded. Stannis doubted the sincerity of his praise. Truly, Lord Stannis. Such an evident conclusion took you an inordinate amount of time to deduce. No wonder you possess a formidable navy and control the crucial trade routes of the Seven Kingdoms yet fail to exploit them. Regardless of Robert's initial intentions, he bestowed Dragonstone upon you, granting you the finest resources. Regrettably, you lack the acumen to utilize them and prioritize the inconsequential storms and above all else. Stannis could not conceal his astonishment. He mulled over Viserys' words repeatedly. Do you truly believe that Dragonstone harbors resources capable of monumental achievements? Are you unaware of why the Conqueror chose Dragonstone as his base, how he rose to power? Viserys struck his palms together, exclaiming. You cannot genuinely believe that my ancestors conquered the Seven Kingdoms solely through dragons, can you? Is that not the case? He felt as though he were being treated as a fool. Chapter 66, Strategies in the Great Hall, 2. Do you take me for a fool? Stannis' demeanor had significantly diminished compared to before. If you can refute me or uncover the Conqueror's secret to success, I shall, of course, apologize. Sid was already basking in assured victory. Stannis believed him, marking the first step towards success. Absent reinforcements from Dragonstone, a dismal fate awaited Valerion. He drew his great sword from behind him, standing still as he observed the unsheathing. Your composure indeed surpasses that of ordinary men. Had your intellect matched, you would not be cowering here. Are you praising me or slandering me? Stannis retorted coldly. Both. Sid cheerfully tossed the great sword aside, leaving Stannis taken aback. He provocatively made gestures that caused the noble admiral to grind his teeth in frustration. The strips of cloth serving as a sheath were merely a disguise. The true scabbard lay concealed beneath. Upon loosening the cloth, a special material transformed into a scroll. Sid unfurled the scroll upon the long table, revealing a world map to Stannis. The latter inhaled sharply, his face reddening from forgetting to exhale. Please breathe, your majesty. Should you expire from this, I would be quite troubled, Sid continued to jest, bringing a rare sense of novelty and amusement to the serious man. Your majesty is a title of kings. Are you mocking me? Stannis' retort was feeble. Do not dwell on trivial matters, Sid urged Stannis to concentrate. This is the complete map of the world. You see 3 continents and 4 great oceans. If you prefer a more poetic expression, you might juxtapose the Sea of Lac with the Ghost Grass Sea. 3 continents and 6 seas sound quite appealing as well. Without waiting for Stannis' commentary, he pointed to the leftmost continent on the map. Here lies the realm of the 7 kingdoms. The continent of Westeros is the foundation of the 7 kingdoms. Alas, the continent does not belong solely to them. To the far north, beyond the Wall of Despair, lie the frozen coasts and the lands of Everwinter, where it is said no man has ever ventured. Stannis scrutinized the map closely, examining its intricate details. There is no need to look further. This map is more accurate than any you have ever encountered. If any errors are found, they shall undoubtedly be yours, Sid asserted, forcefully tapping the map at the position of Dragonstone. Your Majesty, have you discovered anything? The world is vast. Stannis, distracted, replied, no. The 7 kingdoms are truly insignificant. In a place where cursing was futile, he felt that the world map was evidently incomplete. Merely marking a few locations while hinting at broader and more extensive territories beyond its borders. He bore an expression of frustration, and yet, Your Majesty, you claim control over Dragonstone, which commands the entire eastern coastline of Westeros. Your fleet threatens all merchant vessels traversing to the 7 kingdoms from elsewhere. Do you not grasp my meaning? Without dragons, merely relying on this. Sid nearly leapt up to strike Stannis' bald head. Your mind is muddled. One does not require dragons. A conqueror can still subdue the 7 kingdoms. He commanded the resources of other continents, and all external supplies that needed to traverse the eastern coast to reach the 7 kingdoms lay under his dominion. Yet, he audaciously lamented a shortage of resources. Stannis was taken aback, his bald head and dark visage radiating an unexpected glow. In a frenzied search, he scrutinized the map, tracing the marked routes with his fingers, endlessly revisiting the precious maritime pathways. Sid decided to allow him this indulgence. The map was sufficient for his comprehension. He had deceived him. This map was a mere figment of a world that did not exist, a form of cheating. With the current capabilities of humanity, even harnessing the full might of wizards and the Starry City could not produce such a creation. It was the culmination of his own prowess to broaden Stannis' horizons. Sid had exerted considerable effort. He silently withdrew from the chart room. Tonight would be a sleepless one for Stannis. The following night, Stannis sat alone before the map, studying the world. Sid once again appeared before him silently. Where have you been? I have searched everywhere for you, Stannis stated bluntly. A quality that Sid found most endearing about him, his lack of superfluous chatter. I went to visit Shireen. The poor little thing. I have never encountered a child more sorrowful than she. Sid spoke truthfully, if the world map was the bait to entice Stannis. Shireen was the rope binding him to the vessel. Even Stannis' resolute demeanor dimmed at the mention of her. Having met her, one realizes how unjust the gods truly are. The divine has never been fair. The greatest virtue of humanity is its relentless pursuit. Baelation fell into despair. Sid quietly slipped away. The discourse on fairness reminded him of a time long past, when he too had once cried out in similar fashion, until a certain mad thought had taken root. Sid lingered in the shadows, observing the little girl and the jester playing in the afternoon sunlight. The girl was shy, as though her very existence was a source of shame. She was an innocent child, blessed with beautiful blue eyes. Alas, her face was not pleasing. She had inherited her father's square jaw and her mother's ears, while not outright unattractive. The terrifying scars left by the grayscales she had contracted in childhood completely severed her from the beauty of life. One side of her cheek, extending down to her neck, bore skin that was hard and necrotic, cracking and peeling in layers, interspersed with gray spots, resembling hardened stone. Sid could discern with a mere glance that Shireen's affliction was beyond remedy. Reliant on the capabilities of humanity, even wizards and sorcerers would be powerless to restore her. She played joyfully with Aidan, who possessed a head adorned with mottled skin and patterns. He wore a helmet with a cowbell, which jingled with every grand movement. By the standards of contemporary jesters, Aidan could only be deemed a failure. Not only was he dull and clumsy, but he also had a tendency to twitch inexplicably, often struggling to articulate his words. If there exists anyone in this world capable of eliciting laughter from Aidan, it would be none other than the solitary Shuin. An unattractive girl accompanied by her pitiable gesture. The circumstances surrounding how Stannis mirrored the plight of his endeavors, evoking a sense of sympathy. However, upon encountering him in person, most find it difficult to muster any compassion. On the third night, Stannis resumed his iron-willed demeanor. Possessing Dragonstone could lead to significant accomplishments, yet my forces are scant. And those with talent are even fewer, not to mention that time is not on my side. Take your limited elite to King's Landing, rescue your brother and Stark, and you shall have allies. Sick gazed out the window into the pitch-black night, the somber narrow sea resembling a realm of the dead. This must be a dream. My brother and his foster sibling could never be of use to me. Furthermore, even if Robert were alive, I would not possess the right to become king. Your intellect is indeed lacking, unable to fathom the complexities at play. Sig approached the map, casting the dark pieces onto King's Landing. A dramatic upheaval is imminent. Robert is destined to perish, and the new regent, Eddard Stark, will be executed for treason. My request for you to save them does not imply that everyone should be made aware of their survival. The Lannisters control the capital and Casterly Rock, and the North would rise in rebellion over Ned's death. Renly would ally with Highgarden and the nobles you so covet to declare himself king. In such chaos, the Seven Kingdoms would be thrown into disarray, with no one knowing or wishing for those two to live. After a considerable pause, Stannis regained his composure. It sounded like an immense conspiracy. Let us not dwell on how to manage the situation while discreetly rescuing the two. Even if we were to successfully retrieve them, how could you persuade them to serve my interests? Robert remains king, and Eddard is still the warden of the North. Stannis was no longer as astonished as he had been 2 days prior. He seemed accustomed to the shock that Sig brought forth. Your Majesty, may I address you in such a manner? Great achievers do not concern themselves with trifles. Leave such matters to me. And all you need do is agree to send someone forth. The rest will be resolved. I suggest you bring the Red Woman. She may offer you even more surprises. Sig fell silent, while Stannis immersed himself in contemplation. He was unaware that in Sig's eyes, the dark mist surrounding him was shifting. The once faint grey fog intensifying around him. Chapter 67, The Woman in the Red Robe. In the stillness of the long night, where shadows loom everywhere, an individual approached with a voice both magnetic and melodious. It was evident that this person was extraordinary, for an ordinary soul could not hope to capture his attention. She was clothed in crimson, adorned in a fiery silk dress that clung to her form. Around her neck, she wore a snub collar of red gold, embellished with a scarlet crystal that glimmered in the dim light. Her hair, a deep flame red, shimmered like embers beneath the flickering torchlight. Her eyes, a striking shade of crimson, bore an almost coal-like luster. Her skin was fair, nearly flawless, reminiscent of cream or white jade. With an elegant, slender figure, she possessed graceful curves and a heart-shaped visage, embodying all elements of beauty that rendered men unable to avert their gaze. Sig was not among them. Perhaps this indicated that, in some sense, he had transcended humanity. To his eyes, she did not even register as beautiful. The sorceress's allure was not of the innocent kind. It was meticulously crafted, overly deliberate to the point of losing natural harmony, and her red hue evoked notions of blood. In the stillness of the long night, where shadows loom everywhere, she repeated, "What is this? A prayer of the King of Light?" Sig had no intention of engaging with her. Yet, the woman persisted, creating an even greater disturbance. Reluctantly, he turned to face her. "Madam, I have no desire to interfere with your preaching or your attempts to sway Stannis, so I would appreciate it if you could ignore my presence." "How peculiar," she retorted. "To request His Majesty to include me in your endeavors, while simultaneously claiming to wish no interference." She scrutinized him, pacing back and forth. "Since our last encounter, your actions have been enigmatic. I am certain that among the sorcerers of Ashai, the wizards, and the multitude of other factions, there is no one akin to you. You do not resemble the antiquities of the Citadel." Her movements were more ethereal than corporeal, exuding an unsettling smoothness. Her gaze pierced the soul, suggesting a profound interest while simultaneously conveying indifference. "I would prefer if you believed me to be a visitor from the Citadel, despite appearances. I share a kinship with the scholars here, much like Clyson." She smirked disdainfully, clearly unconvinced. "Please do not obstruct my path. I have much to accomplish." "And what if I refuse?" she inquired, her lips parting slightly. His gaze was involuntarily drawn to her mouth. Was this an enticement? The woman in red shot him a reproachful glance, as though he had marred a performance of art. The image of her crimson lips faded, granting him the liberty to divert his stare. Do not compel me to act, dear lady. You are of great significance, truly important, so I must exert some effort to ensure your compliance. Such actions serve no one well. So I kindly ask you to step aside. The woman in red furrowed her brow, her visage remaining flawless even in anger. Such beauty was unsettling. I must stop you. Unless you willingly provide a clear explanation. Her form began to blur in his vision, becoming enchanting. The surrounding corridors of the castle distorted, and he found himself in a different realm. Sick sighed. It was not that he was incapable of falling prey to her charms. Rather, he possessed an understanding that far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, transcending even the realms of magic and divinity. His body possesses an extraordinary resilience to any form of abnormal harm, far beyond what one might imagine. More significantly, he is the bearer of the fruit of life, endowed with limitless regenerative abilities. Though he fell victim to the red-robed woman's ploys, the impact upon him was negligible. Perplexed, she scrutinized him. Her hands tucked within her sleeves, a typical gesture of sorcerers after launching an attack, prepared for any outcome, whether their spells fail or they face a counterattack. She was undoubtedly aware of her success, which emboldened her to remain rooted in place. Yet, uncertainty clouded her perception of the spell's effects as Sig offered her a smile. The woman's countenance shifted, an instinctive retreat overtaking her. It seemed some form of energy within her was being awakened, perhaps an aggressive spell, or more likely, a protective shield or even a means of spatial escape. Sig approached her with remarkable speed, though swiftness was not his ultimate weapon. His true strength lay within his essence. Releasing the constraints he imposed upon his power, his most formidable aspect surged forth the moment he engaged with her. He was an anomaly, a heretic. Wherever he may roam, the laws of the world would contort in his presence. To avoid being cast out by the world, Sig had long struggled to suppress his existence, preventing the rules around him from shifting too drastically. Once he relinquished this restraint, his very being morphed into a weapon. Regardless of the incantations the red-robed woman conjured, regardless of their sophistication or might, all dissolved into nothingness within the confines of his body. In that minuscule space, he was the anomaly. He was the apostle. The poised sorceress, ever calculating, now bore an expression of sheer terror and emotion that decidedly should not manifest upon her countenance. She appeared helpless, akin to an ordinary woman. Her arms crossed defensively as she attempted to repel his advance. Sig extended his hand, exerting neither force nor unnecessary motion. Her wrist felt unnaturally hot within his grasp. A scream escaped her lips. The spot he held began to decay rapidly, as though flames were poised to erupt from within her. Sig observed this spectacle with curiosity. The decay and flames were not the result of his doing. The failure of her enchantments had precipitated this condition. As the suppressive force intensified, he withdrew his right hand. Her skin regained its smoothness and pallor, and the red-robed woman appeared visibly shaken. What a disappointment, he remarked, spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation. I had expected more from the light King Rollo. His expression reflected disappointment. Alas, she was merely lacking. Far inferior to the demon lords and angels he had encountered in the past. He turned, retracing his steps towards the window from which he had entered, intending to exit through the same portal. The thoughts and reactions of the red-robed woman were of little concern to him. Most often, people fail to grasp the true essence of power. Under the cover of night, he stealthily infiltrated a warship poised to embark on its patrol. The following day, seizing the opportunity presented by the patrol vessel's inspection of passing merchant ships, he shifted his position, transferring himself onto the merchant vessel. Just as he had demonstrated to Stannis, the fleet of Dragonstone had seized control over the entirety of Westeros' external trade and had effectively sealed off resources from beyond. He effortlessly transferred through the ever-intersecting merchant vessels, ultimately alighting upon an official trade ship bound for Pentos. 5 days later, the distant shores of Essos came into view. His journey was merely beginning. The Dothraki Sea posed an obstacle. Even for him, traversing such a vast distance instantaneously was impossible. He recalled a metaphor from another world. Distance serves as the finest defense. The brutality of distance could decimate even the mightiest of armies. Before heading to the Khalasar of Drogo, he needed to prepare thoroughly. The opulent governor's mansion stood as a testament to wealth. Illyrio Mopatis remained as corpulent as ever, his 10 fingers adorned with rings rhythmically tapping upon the table. Your Majesty, we must exercise patience. Just 2 days ago, news arrived from King's Landing. Princess Daenerys is with child. The Dothraki predict she shall bear a son. A steed destined to conquer the world. Drogo's prestige has soared to unprecedented heights, and his Khalasar is now more formidable and united than ever. Your plans for restoration require further endurance. The Roaring Warriors will soon present you with the Iron Throne. He was already aware of Illyrio's intelligence, fully cognizant of the governor's scheming thoughts. My Lord Governor, when I reclaim the throne, I shall not forget your invaluable support. Illyrio nodded in satisfaction, yet replied, I fear this notion may soon become unfeasible. Before the governor could respond, he pointed to a river near Meereen in the Dothraki Sea. By the Skahazadon River lies a city, a gathering place for the shepherds. The governor nodded vacantly. When Ogo's Khalasar besieged this town, Drogo attacked both factions, slaying Ogo and absorbing his Khalasar. After a prolonged silence, Illyrio regained his composure, though his expression remained rigid and his smile awkward. Ah! Then I must congratulate you. For Drogo as Khalasar marching south must surely be for funds. He requires ships to transport the Roaring Warriors to the Seven Kingdoms. Your grand aspirations are within reach. No. Dear Governor, he interjected sharply, Drogo is on the verge of death. I must depart immediately, hoping that by the time I arrive, circumstances may have shifted. Their eyes met, and Illyrio's eyes were filled with confusion, surprise, and disarray. It was a rare sensation for the rotund man, who had always fancied himself the puppet master, orchestrating turmoil between the Seven Kingdoms and the Dothraki, now feeling a sense of loss of control and panic. Yet time was of the essence. Sig had no opportunity to linger and relish Illyrio's distress. I need to assemble a small cavalry, around 100 men. We shall depart within 2 days to locate Drogo's Khalasar. My lord, do you have any notion of the cost involved in hiring 100 elite mercenaries? You must see this through. If anything befalls Drogo's Khalasar, your initial investment will be utterly squandered. Merely acquiring those 3 dragon eggs has consumed a fortune. I only require the price of 1 dragon egg to form my mercenary cavalry. Enough of this banter. I want the cavalry ready in 2 days. 6 days was piercing, while a shadow of regret flickered in Illyrio's eyes. Chapter 68. The healing of the sheep woman. Zogo sat within the temple of the sheep people. A square structure with thick mud walls and a spherical dome, resembling a grand onion from the outside. An array of severed heads lay neatly beside him, testaments to the warrior's brave combat. Each time a head was presented, he would bestow commendations and promise generous distributions of spoils. A dull ache throbbed in his left arm, the remnants of a sheepman's arrow yet to be removed. The pain in his chest was excruciating, yet he fought to conceal his grimace. My son and stars. You are wounded, Daenerys exclaimed, as she dismounted unsteadily and hurried to his side, her face edged with shock and concern. A warmth surged within him, but the pain dulled the tenderness. It is but a scratch, my moon and stars, he replied in the common tongue. It was the blood-oath warrior of Ogo Kyle. She was, after all, not a Dothraki and a woman at that, prone to weakness. Yet, it mattered not. With him present, she need not be strong. I killed Ogo and that blood-oath warrior, he proclaimed proudly, tossing his head back, the bells tinkling, reminiscent of Ogo's voice. That one was Fogel. I felt him just as he had ascended to the role of call, becoming Call LS. In a single day, I dispatched 2 calls. No one can withstand my sun and stars, she declared, her pride evident. He was the father of the stallion who rides the world. The sound of galloping hoofs interrupted, as a roaring warrior burst into the temple. Castle stepped forward to intercept him. Their exchange of heated words alerted Zogo to the brewing trouble. Could there still be resistance from Khal Ogo's faction? If so, an immediate response was imperative. Allowing the roaring warrior to launch an assault from Khal's flank would be perilously reckless. He would not repeat the mistakes of Ogo Kyle. Castle, his expression grim, reported. He is a subordinate of Jackal Ku. He accuses that Khaleesi has taken the daughter of the sheepman he was riding. He turned to Daenerys, my moon and stars. Please reveal the truth, he commanded in Dothraki, ensuring the warrior could hear. Though he doubted Daenerys would seize another spoils, Jackal Ku was the mightiest raider on the call, commanding an army of 20,000, warranting utmost caution. Daenerys recounted the events. A wave of anger washed over him. Yet he comprehended that her actions were steeped in customary practice. War dictated such realities. The sheep women were slaves, to be treated as one pleased. I am glad to see them safe, she insisted, her determination palpable. To his understanding, despite her delicate beauty, Daenerys possessed an unexpected resilience, a trait he admired deeply. If the roaring warriors intend to take these women, let them treat them gently, make them wives, shower them with love, and grant them the opportunity to bear your children. Do horses mate with sheep? Castle scoffed derisively. Horses and sheep are food for dragons, Daenerys retorted fiercely, turning to him with fiery indignation. It was the first time he had witnessed her so enraged, and in that moment, her anger was strikingly beautiful. See how resolute she has become. It is for my son, the stallion who rides the world. Her body radiated with fervor. He made his decision. Be wary, Castle. Even if Daenerys cannot harm you, the world as deeds will render you in unbearable agony. He turned to the complainant, suddenly perceiving a lack of discernment in this man. How dare he defy my wife as wishes? That I do not slay you is a mercy. As for you, silence yourself and seek another ship to ride. These slaves belong to my Khaleesi. He extended his hand toward her, wincing in pain. Where is the healer? She shouted in fury, her beautiful brow furrowing. Her appearance captivated him. Why had no one tended to Drogo's wounds? Call, send the Unsullied away, old Coro replied. Many warriors are injured, Drogo exclaimed. Let them be treated first. This arrow is akin to a fly-ass sting. A mere knife wound shall become a scar I can boast to my son about. Daenerys observed his injuries with a heart full of sorrow. He proudly displayed them to her, proclaiming that all his suffering was for her and their child. A testament to a man's pride. Call cannot wait any longer, she concluded. Yura, fetch the Unsullied. I demand his presence here. Her frustration flared once more. He felt pride for her. If Daenerys had a flaw, it was her excessive gentleness. A frail person could not govern such a vast colossal alongside him. Now he felt reassured. She would grow fierce and formidable. Her development brought him joy. Silver Lady. An aged voice emerged from behind her. I can heal the great horse lord, spoke the newly acquired slave, a plump, flat-nosed woman. Drogo does not require the shipwoman's treatment. Argo, sever the shipwoman's tongue. Castle thundered in anger. Drogo cast a disdainful glance at the woman, adorned in a thin robe intricately woven with patterns, indicating her likely high status among the ship people. I truly understand the art of healing, she insisted earnestly. What is your purpose? Daenerys inquired. Argo reluctantly sheathed his knife. Drogo chuckled, patting Argo on the shoulder. His moon and stars were not so easily dismissed, and she deserved their respect. The mother of the world as deeds was not a common person to offend. I am Mirimas Duer, the temple-as priestess, the flat-nosed woman declared. Witch. The atmosphere darkened abruptly, and Drogo regretted not allowing Argo to slay her immediately. Witches were perilous and malevolent beings, trading with demons, practicing sorcery, and selling their souls to evil. I am not a witch, I am a healer, the woman contended. Kill her. Argo inhaled deeply. Let me slay the witch. Where did you learn your healing arts? Daenerys stubbornly pressed, her expression revealing her desire to keep the witch. He hesitated. After all, witches were dangerous, utilizing spells and poisons that could slay even the strongest warrior. My mother was a priestess. She taught me the hymns to please the Most High God, the woman stated, remaining unflustered, a sign of her complexity. I concoct healing balms from leaves, roots, and berries. In my youth, I journeyed to Ashera with a caravan, seeking the wisdom of the Magi. There, I delved into the healing arts of distant lands. The Song of the Moon taught me the art of childbirth, while the women of Dothraki imparted their arcane rites. A scholar from the land of sunset guided me in the dissection of cadavers, revealing the mysteries of the human body. Why do you assist me, Cal? Dany inquired once more, her trust in the woman solidifying. The High One commanded me to heal the lambs, yet I sensed deception in her words. I was certain of my perception. The challenge lay in persuading Dany, who was on the verge of placing her faith in this woman. Witch, we are not sheep. Castle retorted, delivering a sharp blow to the woman. Cease! Do not harm her, she is my slave, Dany interjected. Drogo sighed. Wishing to avoid conflict between his blood-bound brothers and Dany, for they were all paramount to him. Very well, Castle, let us reconsider our course of action. Allow her to proceed. Castle stepped back, his face etched with discontent. Drogo contemplated compensating him more generously from the spoils. Great Horse Lord, the old woman said. Cradling her bruised cheek, your wound requires cleansing and stitching, lest it. Hasten, woman, he snapped, the mention of his injury aggravating his mood. He had been too overconfident, it would be prudent to let the hairless one tend to it first. The woman gestured for him to enter her temple for treatment. He shrugged off the supportive grasp of his blood-bound comrade, standing tall as blood trickled down from his wound, silently following the woman into the sanctuary. passing through the antechamber. They approached the grand hall beneath the dome. Dim candlelight illuminated the earthen floor, strewn with sheepskins. The woman instructed him to recline upon the altar. A large stone slab adorned with blue patterns depicting shepherds and their flocks. As he settled, she cast dried leaves into a brazier, filling the air with an exotic fragrance. She enlisted the aid of the blood-bound warriors to restrain his limbs, then deftly extracted the arrow and sutured the wound. Applying a pale green ointment to his chest, she meticulously repositioned the torn skin. The process was excruciating, yet he stifled any cries. He could not allow Danny to witness his vulnerability. Once she removed the needle and thread, she sealed the wound, followed by a layer of red self and a binding of sheepskin around his torso. You will experience fever and itchiness. Unsightly scars will remain once the wound heals. Shepherdess, I take pride in my scars, he replied, testing his arm, which sent a jolt of pain through him. No alcohol or forgetfulness milk, the shepherdess warned, though it is painful, you must remain strong to combat the evils of toxins. I am Khal, I shall drink as I please. I fear no pain, he retorted, a gnawing sense of foreboding creeping in, though its source eluded him. He instinctively gazed to the west, where something seemed to issue a warning. The agony of his wound compelled him to redirect his focus. It was time to assess the casualties among the warriors. He recalled his responsibilities and strode purposefully away from the temple, accompanied by the Blood Alliance guardians. Chapter 69, White Spirit, 1. With frost-kissed grass flying behind, White Spirit deftly maneuvered through the underbrush, avoiding sudden branches and thickets with remarkable agility, maintaining an unwavering speed. It felt a profound satisfaction in its current state. As it grew stronger, the world seemed to shrink around it. The once menacing obstacles that once required careful evasion no longer instilled fear. As it passed through a hollow tree, a mother bear within emitted a low growl, an undeniably perilous creature. In its youth, White Spirit had experienced the terror of being pursued by bears. Their massive claws, sharp teeth, and volatile temperaments signaled danger, necessitating avoidance. However, of late, as its stature increased, its perspective towards bears transformed. The fear that once gripped it began to dissipate. They appeared clumsy and dull-witted, and most crucially, their vision was poor, relying on its nimble leaps and swift directional changes. White Spirit found it increasingly easy to elude their attacks. If only Nymeria were by Elias' side. With her, it felt a remarkable camaraderie. Unlike with its other siblings, who consistently shunned it, White Spirit harbored an instinctive conviction that, together with Nymeria, they could orchestrate a hunt for a bear. The mere thought thrilled it. No longer intimidated by the bullies, it imagined the sight of them howling in pain after encountering its prowess. Although it could hardly fathom how a bear might whimper, it felt assured that even they could express such vulnerability. All beings in the world, without exception, were capable of lamentation. So resolute was White Spirit in this belief as it soared past the bear's den, harboring no true intent to hunt the cubs. The absence of Nymeria necessitated the presence of a wolf to divert the bear's attention, allowing White Spirit to position itself behind, poised to either seize its neck or strike at its rear. It raced through the forest, fixated on its target, a wounded doe, seemingly pregnant. The scent reached it from afar, a mingling of blood and amniotic fluid, guiding its pursuit. Though not driven by hunger, it craved the taste of fresh blood. After a few days without a hunt, without the thrill of tearing flesh from a living creature or feeling the warm spray of blood from severed vessels, it felt an unsettling restlessness, a disquiet that gnawed at its being until it could slip into the hunting state. It surged forward, the doe just ahead, and through its keen sense of smell, it envisioned the creature, beautiful eyes, sleek fur, and a swollen belly. The doe limped, her hind legs betraying her with each step. Yet, something else approached, emitting an unusual scent. A peculiar stench, foreign to all beings it knew, lingered in the air. This entity must be vying for the same prey. Nothing could snatch the quarry from its jaws, not even John. White Spirit quickened its pace, spotting the doe as she awaited her fate, just as it had envisioned. All that was needed was to circle behind her, pounce, and seize her neck, blood gushing forth, the taste it yearned for most. But then, it caught sight of something strange. Resembling a person, yet devoid of any human scent. This figure moved swiftly, its skin a decaying black, yet lacking the reek of rotting flesh. His eyes were a piercing blue, emanating a coldness that seemed to penetrate the very soul. He held no interest in humanity. They were feeble and unappetizing, more importantly, biting one who'd provoke John. He had never regarded humans as prey, viewing them instead as rivals, albeit somewhat inferior. A peculiar human obstructed his path, causing his quarry to flee. White Fang emitted a low growl, the final warning before he would strike. Yet the human persisted in blocking his way, seemingly intent on seizing him. With a sudden rush, he lunged forward, sinking his teeth into the loathsome forearm. The human skin was surprisingly soft, the bone brittle. With a mere tug, the forearm detached. Oddly, there was no blood. Unsure whether he had truly succeeded, he pondered if he had merely torn away a strip of fabric. Since maturing, such errors had become rare. He swiftly retreated, spitting out the remains of the forearm. Indeed, it was a forearm. How peculiar, there was no taste of blood. Typically, severed limbs devoid of blood signify death, yet this human still moved. Time was of the essence, the strange human was advancing. The doe was about to depart, and he could wait no longer. White Fang opened his jaws wide and leapt once more, this time seizing the human by the neck. The most vulnerable point of all living beings. His teeth penetrated the skin and muscle, reaching the deepest cervical vertebrae, with a crunch that nearly severed half of the neck. Still, no blood flowed. The flesh was unpalatable, tasting of dust and dirt. He tilted his head in confusion. Was this being truly alive? Suddenly, the peculiar human's other hand grasped him. There was no warmth. It felt as if he had collided with a block of ice. White Fang roared in fury, attempting to break free, but the human's grip was terrifyingly strong, rendering escape impossible. Then, that grotesque face drew nearer, revealing a decaying tongue and teeth marred with yellow stains. White Fang whimpered as he awakened. "Where are you? Come quickly." It was John calling for him. Swiftly, White Fang dashed from the haystack, following John's scent with fervor. He cast aside the nightmare. Nothing brought him greater joy than being with John. "Come, today is the day of task assignments. From now on, I will cease my training and become a true night's watchman, a member of the Rangers, sharp and lethal like my uncle." Though he could not grasp the complexities of the words, he understood John's elation and excitement. He, too, felt a surge of happiness and exhilaration. They joined John's companions, including the plump young lad he favored. "Here, White Fang, a little snack." Sam tossed a piece of meat, and he lapped, swallowing it whole. This was why he liked Sam, who always provided him with food. A throng of people gathered in the square as John and Sam joined in. White Fang chased away a gaunt mongrel, reclaiming his spot. He curled up, waiting for John to finish his tasks, hoping he might be assigned to patrol duty, allowing him to accompany John atop the high walls, where no ground-dwelling creatures roamed, but there were more cunning ravens. Bai Ling was eager to capture a noisy little creature, though they were not particularly palatable. It was the thrill of the hunt that captivated her. The fellow known as Bearman spoke a stream of nonsensical words, while John and the others cheered, some reading aloud with earnest attention. Bai Ling, growing weary of the wait, yawned widely, startling a stray dog that had approached. She inadvertently chased away another dog and several cats. These foolish creatures, so easily frightened, were no match for her today. As Bai Ling pondered this, she sensed a wave of discontent. John appeared to be deeply affected. Although he outwardly seemed unchanged, she could feel his discomfort, despite the jovial atmosphere around them. With Sam the chubby boy bouncing with excitement, John's sorrow stood in stark contrast. She vaguely recalled that John had become troubled when the announcer mentioned the term official. Could it be that such a role was burdensome or unappealing? Bai Ling felt a pang of sympathy for him. As the lengthy speech concluded, John's friends clustered together in high spirits, while he remained despondently by the side of the blind old man. Bai Ling felt a twinge of sadness for him. His presence reminded her of her own siblings. Except for Nomelia, the others kept their distance, as if she were a fearsome beast. At times, they would band together to drive her away. It was an unfair reality she had to accept. Like her, John was also an outcast. Soon, Sam approached John. They exchanged words, and John's mood brightened somewhat. This was yet another reason Bai Ling held a fondness for Sam. He never forgot to bring scraps of meat for her. They received a new assignment, not to patrol, but to venture beyond the high walls and into the forest beyond. It seemed her nightmare was about to come true. Eagerly, Bai Ling dashed out, intent on seeing if the doe she had dreamt about yesterday was still there and whether the strange man had departed. She caught the scent of John and the others lingering beneath a tree that resembled a human face. Bai Ling felt reassured as she ventured to confirm her dream from the previous night, hoping to return with some blood and flesh. If the doe was still present, she planned to drag it back, earning John's praise. Navigating by the path of her dreams rather than the scent felt peculiar. As expected, the doe had already vanished. Yet the strange man remained. Bai Ling approached him cautiously. There were two of them, lying motionless on the ground, appearing like corpses, yet she knew they were still alive. Instinctively, she wanted to retreat, but her anger prevented her. The loss of her doe was something the strange man must pay for. She circled to his side and launched her attack, sinking her teeth into his forearm. The taste was reminiscent of earth, akin to dried twigs. She resolved to seek out Jon. Perhaps he could shed light on the nature of the strange man. Chapter 70, White Spirit, 2. Oh, divine beings above. What do you carry in your mouth? White Spirit disowned the trouble from the reactions of those around. Hastily, it placed its severed limb before Jon and concealed itself behind him. It prayed to the wolf god, imploring not to be embroiled in this mess. For it was that strange individual who instigated the chaos. Sam, the plump one, screamed and collapsed onto the ground, with others displaying similar terror. Prepared for battle. White Spirit stood ready. Fortunately, the worst did not transpire. Jon embraced it, scratching its neck, and said, "Good child, lead me to where you discovered him." White Spirit emitted a soft sound in response, and Jon understood its intent, drawing forth a dagger. The surrounding individuals also unsheathed their weapons, guiding the way. White Spirit ventured into the woods not far from the wall, where it encountered the strange beings. The horses dared not approach, whinnying anxiously, rolling their eyes, trembling in fear. With a huff, White Spirit expressed its disdain for such formidable creatures and pressed onward, hearing dismounting and curses from the humans. The strange beings were just ahead. It had become familiar with their scent, the cold earth and dust, devoid of the danger that the smell of decay might convey. Jon, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words, as did a few rangers who wore expressions of shock that soon morphed into fear. White Spirit realized that the strange beings were even more peculiar than it had anticipated. "He is Other," Jeremy Lark proclaimed. "That one is Jeffo 4. He crudely kicked the strange being onto its back. White Spirit curiously scrutinized the creatures. Their faces were pallid, their blue eyes wide with alarm. Why did they remain still when they were evidently so powerful? It had experienced their might in dreams and remained ever vigilant. The two were under the command of Banyan Stark, skilled rangers held in high regard by him. Rangers? White Spirit perked its ears, glancing around. It recalled that rangers should be mounted. These strange beings were rangers without horses. Jon's demeanor was also abnormal. His expressions fluctuated, resembling both relief and dread. "By the mercy of the gods, Bear Man has arrived," he announced, dismounting from a plow horse. Bear Man exuded heat, his body drenched in sweat. The plow horse, timid and restive, rolled its eyes and tugged at the reins incessantly. White Spirit approached, baring its teeth, which quelled the horse's agitation. Jon scratched its neck, and White Spirit, reveling in the affection, whimpered in delight. All the toil was worthwhile for such rewards. The beast master, Bass, and his inept dogs were nothing short of a jest. Initially, Bass had brandished the severed hand, prompting the dim-witted canines to sniff it, resulting in utter chaos as they howled and attempted to flee. It was only through White Spirit's decisive intervention that a few of the frenzied fools were taught a lesson, leading to a semblance of calm. Nevertheless, the inept dogs continued to alternate between growling and lamenting, grating on White Spirit's nerves. Assisting Bass in disciplining the foolish ones earned it a bone. Hastening back to Jon's side, concern for his well-being weighed heavily on White Spirit. Jon appeared dejected, reminiscent of his state the previous night. White Spirit recalled his cries in bed, prompting it to leap up and nuzzle his face, only to find itself plagued by nightmares as well. "I am a member of the Night's Watch, no longer a child," Jon murmured to himself. After comforting Jon, he turned his attention to another in need of his care. Sam, the stout lad, huddled beneath a tree, hiding behind a herd of horses. His round face resembled soured milk spilled out. He searched around, but dared not gaze in the direction of the creatures. "I cannot look, I truly cannot look," he repeated in a whisper. "You must look," Jon urged as he approached Sam, lowering his voice. "You are the eyes of Maester Aemon. If your eyes are closed, they serve no purpose." "That may be so." Sam trembled with fear, "but I am a coward." Jon grasped his shoulder, meeting his gaze. "There are 12 rangers here, along with a pack of hounds and a direwolf." Upon hearing his name, Ghost approached, nudging Sam's chubby hand with his nose and mouth. Truth be told, the sensation was quite unpleasant. The lad was sweating profusely. "No one can harm you, just take a look. The first step is always the hardest." Sam turned to behold the corpse, but Jon held his hand firmly, preventing him from looking away, while Ghost instinctively blocked Sam's retreat. Not far off, Torment and Jeremy were embroiled in a quarrel, seemingly over the ranger's failure to spot the two corpses earlier. Ghost found this perplexing, too complicated to grasp. Jon joined the discussion. And soon the peculiar term White Walkers emerged from their mouths, freezing the air around them. The foolish fellows appeared startled by their own words. The bodies are still fresh. The time of death cannot exceed a day. No! Sam exclaimed sharply, startling Ghost, who thought the two creatures were finally stirring. Sam squeezed closer, drenched in sweat. And Ghost wrinkled his nose at the odor. Sir, it can't have been more than a day. Look, the corpses bear no blood. He faints at the sight of blood, one of the rangers remarked, eliciting laughter. Everyone laughed, save for the two lying on the ground. Why were they not laughing? Could it be they did not understand? Sir, look. Sam wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. You see. Where Ghost bit, Ghost tilted his head in curiosity, a topic rarely broached in human conversation, the orifice entirely devoid of blood. My father used to force me to witness him process his game. Recalling a horrific memory, Sam's chin quivered. A fresh corpse, blood still flows. Only later does it congeal into clots, becoming a thick gelatinous mass. Sam's complexion paled, Ghost fixated on him. The subject matter was far too intricate for the creature to comprehend. Why do humans consistently terrify themselves, often inducing nausea? Their varied ways of howling were indeed exceedingly strange. This person, his wrist is brittle and dry, the veins in his muscles resemble worms, and the blood has turned to a black powder. Had they truly been dead for over a day, they would be reeking by now, yet there is not a whiff of odor. The old man stealthily approached the peculiar figure, inhaling the air, and grimaced at the unpleasant odor, yet it was not the stench of decay. Bai Ling finally comprehended their actions. These humans were utterly incomprehensible. How could anything that wasn't a corpse possibly emit a corpse-like scent? It emitted a light bark of derision. But alas, no one paid it heed. The humans lingered near the oddity for quite some time. Eventually, the bear-like man commanded that the body be dragged away, allowing Bai Ling to follow Jon in their departure. On the return journey, it captured the fleeing doe. Her belly had sagged, indicating that she had completed her birthing. Yet there were no fawns by her side. Something must have transpired that caused the mother to abandon her offspring. It granted her a swift end. When the vessel of life was punctured at the neck, the blood of the deer splattered across its head and face, transforming it into a crimson wolf. Upon re-entering the high walls, an odd atmosphere enveloped the humans. All eyes were upon Jon, who appeared equally peculiar, scratching at his neck incessantly. Fear gripped him. And Bai Ling approached, nuzzling against him. It caught the scent of earth and dust. The two oddities had been confined to the bear man's storage room. Bai Ling could not fathom why humans would choose such a course. Keeping those two fellows nearby was hardly prudent. Rising, it attempted to beckon Jon to follow. But he seemed preoccupied, oblivious to its presence. As Jon departed, Bai Ling wandered alone within the dark castle, pilfering treats from two wretched dogs, overhearing whispers of the king and the prime minister's treachery, and other such matters. These were affairs of the human realm, of which it was neither concerned nor cared. After completing its customary patrol of the castle, it returned to its dwelling, awaiting Jon's return. Time stretched on until Sam came to escort it to the bear man's abode, where Jon was confined in a solitary chamber. Bai Ling approached him, sniffing curiously. My father is not a traitor, he told it. It regarded him silently. Jon curled his arms around his knees, a posture indicative of sorrow in humans, and Bai Ling remained quietly by his side. Attuned to the scent of earth and dust creeping from the basement. Something was amiss. Bai Ling heard a disturbance and detected the scent of death. Outside, the cloaked guards had been slain. The peculiar figure had approached the guards, leading to their demise. The complexities of human relationships seldom culminated in murder, indicating a significant occurrence. It clawed at the door with its forelegs. Bai Ling, what's wrong? Jon finally stirred. It turned to him, baring its teeth in a silent gesture. It refrained from growling, instinctively understanding the need for quietude in this moment. Bai Ling, it's me. Jon seemed unable to grasp its meaning. It stepped away from the door, revealing the marks it had scratched into the earth. There are others outside, aren't there? He finally understood. Bai Ling exhaled a sigh of relief. Sometimes humans possessed a keen intellect, yet most often they were astonishingly foolish. Each time it endeavored to ensure they kept pace with its instincts, it was a laborious task. It lowered itself to the ground, adopting a posture of readiness. Jon rushed to open the door, revealing the lifeless form of the cloaked guard sprawled in the narrow corridor. Head tilted upward, abdomen down, with his neck grotesquely twisted. Chapter 71. The great change. Micella had never perceived the megalo as ominous, save for this occasion. This fortress, hidden within the heart of the Red Keep, was encircled by 12-foot-thick walls and a dry moat bristling with spikes. Sir Boros Blunt stood sentinel at the far end of the drawbridge, his white armor appearing ghastly beneath the moonlight. As she ventured deeper, passing 2 King's Guard, Sir Preston Greenfield awaited her at the foot of the staircase, bowing deeply upon her arrival, deliberately averting his gaze. In her bewilderment, she turned to seek solace from her side, only to find Violet absent, leaving her devoid of courage and encouragement. The urge to weep nearly overwhelmed her. She bit her lip, reminding herself that she was the sword-dancing princess and would not shed tears over trifles. But was her father's injury truly a trifling matter? He was so robust, towering in her eyes like a giant. He had never fallen ill. In her childhood, she even believed he would never grow old or perish. Sir Bostan Selmy stood vigil outside her father's chamber, his complexion as pallid as his armor. He was the most loyal of her father's guards, fearless Bostan, typically the assurance of the king's safety. Yet today, her confidence wavered. The royal steward opened the door, announcing, "Her Highness Princess Micella Baratheon. My little Micella has arrived." Her father called, his voice thick and almost unrecognizable. The hearths at either end of the room glowed with the red embers of anthracite, casting a somber crimson light throughout. Privately, she thought this hue resembled blood, akin to the blood she had witnessed in the Street of Silk, ominous and cruel. The oppressive heat of the room suffocated her. She felt herself nearly collapse, summoning her will to reach the bedside. He lay upon the canopied bed, Master Pycelle in attendance. Uncle Lisa paced anxiously at the foot of the bed, while servants flitted about, adding hot coals and warming wine. Her mother sat beside her father, near him. Her hair disarrayed like her own, draped in a mismatched cloak. Micella had never seen her mother in such a state. She was always impeccably dressed and regal. "Come closer, my dear. I hope your smile and care can lend your father strength," her mother whispered softly. Her gaze drifted over Micella's shoulder, as if awaiting others. Her father's feet protruded from beneath the blanket, still clad in boots kicked with mud and hay. His favorite outer garment lay discarded on the floor, marred by a long tear and ghastly stains of reddish-brown filth. The room was permeated with the acrid scent of smoke and the coppery tan of blood. She recognized this scent. It was the odor of death, reminiscent of the Street of Silk. "My Micella, come closer. There is nothing to fear," he urged, his complexion as pale as milk. "Come a little closer." Micella, though unversed in medicine, could discern the gravity of her father's wounds. She longed to inquire, but the words caught in her throat. "A cursed wild boar," Uncle Lisa lamented, still clad in hunting attire, his cloak stained with blood. "It was a damned demon." Her father rasped, "My own folly led me astray. I indulged in too much wine and lost my aim. I deserve to descend into hell." Micella wished to inquire what those surrounding her father were doing, to question Uncle Renly, to interrogate Sir Baratheon and the other Kingsguard. Were they not sworn to remain by his side? How could they allow a wild boar to inflict such harm upon him? Ultimately, all that escaped her lips was a sigh, accompanied by a mournful inquiry of why this had come to pass. She had failed herself, having vowed to be a strong knight. Her brother commanded us to step aside, allowing him to confront the beast alone. Uncle Renly seemed to hear her unspoken thoughts and began to justify himself. Micella was torn. She yearned to uncover the truth beneath the bloodied blanket, yet hesitated to look. The congealed blood had altered the blanket's appearance, revealing the severity of his wounds. Her mother approached, gently pressing down on her hand, inadvertently granting her the strength to act. Grating her teeth, she pulled back the blood-soaked covering, which was so heavy it required both hands to lift. This blanket, woven from Dothraki cashmere, was meant to be light and warm, easily lifted with one hand. They had done their utmost to stitch him up, yet the results were evidently inadequate. That boar must have been a monster, its tusks tearing into his flesh. The wine-soaked bandages used by Maester Pycelle were steeped in blood. The scent emanating from the wound was enough to make one retch. Micella nearly lost her stomach and released her grip on the blanket. "Do not look, my dear child. This is the scent of death, is it not, Fall?" Her father sighed. Tears brimming in her eyes, Micella fervently shook her head, as if that could somehow restore her father to health. "I am in dire straits, but I did not let it fare any better." Her father's smile was as shocking as his wounds, blood staining his teeth. "I stabbed its eyes out. You might inquire whether it is true." "Enough, Robert. You are being foolish. There is no need to speak of such things in front of the children," her mother chided softly. Her mother was in a state of panic, fear evident in her eyes. "Why? Surely, Her mother was merely overwhelmed by grief and thus emotionally unstable. I brought it back for the feast. Her father seemed not to hear her mother's words, perhaps truly lost in delirium. Just then, someone arrived. What is all this commotion? Lord Eddard Stark entered the room, his long robe flowing behind him. Her father struggled to peer at Lord Stark. Allow us some privacy. You all may leave, I wish to speak with him. Robert. Dear, her mother stammered. Marcella had never witnessed such panic in her mother, such helplessness. I said, leave me. Her father reverted to his former self, the king who showed no mercy to her mother. Marcella felt a deep sorrow, yet was powerless to intervene. Which word do you fail to comprehend, you wretched woman? Her mother gathered her skirts and dignity, leading the way out of the room. Marcella followed, and just before the door closed, she heard her father ask harsh words. Get out, you old crone. Soon, I shall slip into an eternal sleep. Leave. He bellowed at Maester Pycelle. Her mood slightly improved. It was undoubtedly the wound that caused her father's discontent, and he was not merely targeting her mother. She hoped this judgment was accurate. Ultimately, her father did not summon them again. It was said that he had called in Maester Pycelle, offering him a cup of forgetfulness milk. With a heavy heart, she returned to her chamber. Everything had changed, leaving her in a state of disarray. She could only hope to wrap herself in her blankets, awakening the next day to find someone telling her it was all a dream. With the assistance of a servant, she changed into her nightclothes. But the dazed Misera rejected the suggestion of bathing or tending to her hair. She longed to retreat into the canopy of her bed, into that realm of dreams. I regret to say, but some matters must be faced by you. Misera nearly tumbled from her bed, a hand covering her mouth, allowing only muffled whimpers to escape. As she struggled to turn and confront her assailant, she recognized it was Violetta. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Without a second thought, she embraced Violetta tightly, unwilling to let go. The cold, firm hand gently patted her back, as if soothing a crying infant. Oh, my dear Misera, do not weep. After a long silence, once her emotions had settled, Violetta urged her to sit on the bed. My beloved princess, the news I must impart is harsh and hard to believe. Yet you must listen attentively and act upon my words. Joffrey is hastening back to King's Landing, and we must prepare before his return. Will father die? Violetta's form blurred in her vision, and she could not discern whether it was due to tears or something else. He will die, my precious child. The truth is cruel, but you must confront reality. Violetta's eyes held a peculiar glimmer that instilled fear in her. She wished to scream and clutch her head, yet found her voice trapped in her throat. Robert Baratheon is not your father. Violetta's initial words rendered her breathless. As the revelation spilled from the sword dancer's lips, the world around her suddenly felt alien. The once familiar bedroom transformed into a strange and sinister lair. I know this is difficult to accept, but you must embrace it and assist us. Violetta extended her hand toward Misera, who instinctively grasped it, as if a drowning person had found a life raft, unwilling to let go. Chapter 72. Matters behind Pycelle trembled as he extended the murky white liquid towards His Majesty Robert. Your Grace, this is milk of the poppy, he gasped. Please drink it to alleviate your pain. The old man appeared on the brink of death, yet he had outlived 3 kings. Now, he too was nearing his end. Yet he maintained an air of indifference. Robert found this contemplation unjust. Yet he could not suppress the thought, the misfortunes he faced could not possibly be attributed to this old man. He swatted the cup aside with the back of his hand. Get lost, you old fool. Soon, I shall be beyond waking. Leave me be. The Grand Maester departed with a wounded expression, staggering away. Robert. Ned's eyes glistened with emotion, and Robert felt a sense of comfort. After all, he was indeed a brother. You are being reckless, Ned admonished. Ah! Am I not your king? Have you forgotten the decorum due to me? The pain blurred his vision. The stench was unbearable, the cold was maddening, it was simply intolerable. I ought to put you to the sword. Can't he a man find peace? Even hunting has become a cacophony. Ser Jorah came to me, complaining that you intend to behead Greyjoy. I did not inform the hounds. Let Cersei intimidate him instead. His laughter was cut short by a wave of agony, nearly eliciting a scream. By the gods' mercy, he inhaled deeply. That girl, Daenerys, is but a child. You are absolutely right. This is why I am being punished, far too promptly. He coughed blood, shivering from the cold. I was wrong. I should not have done that. Varys, Littlefinger, and the other lords, all worthless, save for you. Who dares to speak against me? Only you. The pain left him feeling drained, and he nearly wished for Ned to end his suffering. Bring me paper. Write down what I say. A wrestling sound filled the air. Your Grace, please give your instructions. Instructions? At the end, you bring me this nonsense. Robert lacked the strength to berate Ned. Instead, he exhaled heavily. By the lineage of House Baratheon, I, Robert I, of the Undos and others, to hell with titles. I am dying yet still bound by them. Just write it down. You know what it entails, my will. He felt as though stars were dancing before his eyes, yet he did not sweat. His body trembled from the cold. Did I not command a fire be lit? This cursed weather, appoint Eddard Stark, the Duke of Winterfell, as regent and protector of the realm, until my son Joffrey comes of age. He had never been so weary. It felt as if a lifetime of diligence had been spent. Robert. Damn Ned, ever hesitating. This man was perpetually caught between words. His life had likely been delayed by such indecision. What more do you wish me to write? Just write it as it ought to be written. Obey, protect, the old and new gods. It is merely a heap of tedious verbiage. His strength waned, and darkness encroached. Like some torches, the Red Keep is not so impoverished as to be unable to afford light. This was the taste of impending death. He still vividly recalls his first act of murder. He has forgotten the wretched name of that noble scion, who was adorned in resplendent attire. With a single blow of his war hammer, he shattered the man's shield, and the hammer's head collided forcefully with his breastplate. It was likely that every rib was broken. He was poised to deliver the final strike when the young man, spewing blood, cried out, "Wait. How, wait. I can't wait, not for a moment." Now, he finally comprehends the sensation of impending death. That plea was not directed at him. Finish this and let me sign. After I perish, deliver it to the royal council. This was his last ounce of strength. Upon uttering those words, the weight that had burdened his heart was lifted, granting him a fleeting sense of relief. Robert. Ned's voice, reminiscent of a grieving woman, pierced through him, but he lacked the energy to retort. Don't he do this? Don't he leave me? The kingdom needs you. He yearned to laugh, yet no mirth would come. He had no strength left to express joy. Instead, he grasped Ned's hand with his remaining vigor, holding it tightly. You will not lie. The infernal pain surged anew. He truly wished for life's end. What was he to this realm? A tyrant, a king to Aerys. Forgive me, gods. But Ned's tears flowed anew. Your Majesty. You are not like him. You are so much better than the Mad King. He managed to force a smile, warmth spilling from the corners of his mouth. At least people would say that in the end, he had done one thing right. The kingdom. I entrust Joffrey to you. Is it written? Ned's lips moved, seemingly uttering something, but Robert's pain rendered him deaf. He scrawled his signature, leaving streaks of blood upon the parchment. Remember to make the board the centerpiece of the feast. He could no longer hear, his words tumbling forth in a desperate stream, fearing that if he paused, he could never speak again. An apple, roasted crisp, give it to me. Promise me, Ned. He could not hear Ned's response. Hoping that he truly understood. That girl. He could no longer form complete sentences, realizing that his end was near. Let her live. Varys. Littlefinger, and Joffrey, let the sword dancer teach him, make him better than I. The agony threatened to engulf him. Gods, have mercy on me. He closed his eyes, perhaps due to the relaxation, the pain subsided somewhat. Ultimately, he was slain by a wild boar. How absurd. He muttered, heavens, why is it so cold? What transpired next was a blur. He felt only an increasing chill and the taste of milk of the poppy. He sank into the pills, drifting into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he became young again, transformed into the Robert of the Trident. He wielded his war hammer with unparalleled might. Enemies were endless, yet before his hammer, they were little more than dust. Until he encountered Rigger, the three-headed dragon's ruby gleaming upon his chest. Bastard, how many times must you die? In fury, he swung his hammer, shattering the ruby, and Rigger fell before him. He stepped forward, planting his foot upon the indent in Rigger's chest, the world spinning around him. As he opened his eyes, a massive wild boar loomed before him, its blood pooling on the ground, intestines protruding grotesquely. His strength was waning, and the air around him grew increasingly frigid. Seizing the last remnants of his energy, he lunged forward, disregarding the spilling entrails. The wild boar collapsed. In the crimson puddle lay an ethereal woman, adorned with a crown of purple winter snow roses. She turned her head, gazing at him quietly, as if whispering unspoken words. Robert drew a sharp breath, halting the swing of his war hammer. Lyanna smiled serenely, her visage mirroring that of rigor. He cried out in despair, "No." Glistening with cold sweat, he sat upright, the pain from his wounds still piercing. Strength surged back into him. The torch flickered, revealing a peculiar assembly before him. "Stannis. What the hell are you doing here? Is my downfall so amusing to you?" He spat furiously. He perceived Myrcella, the swordsman, and fully armed soldiers. It took several heartbeats for him to comprehend the situation at hand. Upon realizing he had narrowly escaped death, astonishment overwhelmed him. "Am I dead? What sort of hell is this? It's not frightening at all." He lifted his gaze to the assembled figures, finally resting his eyes on the woman in the red robe. "Who are you? What has happened to these people? Are they dead too?" The woman in red smiled at him, her voice enigmatic. "The long night is still, and the abyss is everywhere." Myrcella uttered a single word, "Father," before choking on her emotions. "You are dead, brother. Below lies my realm," Stannis remarked coldly, his demeanor as unyielding as a block of iron, evoking disgust. "Your Majesty, to the majority of the 7 kingdoms, you are already deceased. Your life now is a gift we have salvaged, so we ask for your cooperation," the swordsman said with courteous formality. Confusion enveloped him further. "How exactly does this work? Forgive my ignorance. I was commanded to rescue you and publicly announce your demise," the swordsman stated earnestly. He could not fathom this being a conspiracy, for the woman radiated an aura far removed from deceit. The throbbing pain from his wounds persisted, though it was no longer unbearable. "You are the most resilient human I have ever encountered. Ordinary people, even with my aid, would not endure. However, I must inform you. Robert Baratheon is dead. Henceforth, you shall exist as a night's watchman on the desolate wall." Chapter 73, A Game of Thrones, 1. The thunderous sound of hooves jolted Joffrey Baratheon from a shallow slumber. Morning light cascaded through the window into the room. With a sudden burst of energy, he sprang from his bed, swiftly adorning himself with garments. Under the astonished gaze of his attendants, he hastily exited his chamber. From the window at the stairway's turn, he beheld fully armored knights clad in crimson cloaks engaged in rigorous drills. Some wore clashing swords, while others rode forth to strike down straw effigies. The hounds galloped vigorously over the hardened earth, piercing the heads of the dummies with iron spears. Fabric and leather armor splintered, and straw flew into the air. His fierce strikes elicited laughter and curses from the soldiers. Joffrey raised his gaze toward the direction of the Hand of the King, where Lord Eddard Stark stood observing. This was a deliberate display meant for his eyes. Joffrey felt a wave of discontent towards his mother's actions. It was ludicrous to intimidate the Hand in such a manner, as if it were mere child's play. He had returned to King's Landing the previous day, having been informed before parting ways with Sig that significant events were to unfold at the Red Keep, necessitating his presence. Little did he know that the so-called significant event was the death of his father. He had not been able to bid his father farewell. Upon his hurried return to the Red Keep, he rushed to his father's quarters only to be met with a lifeless body. The room reeked of death, and blood stained the bed. His father lay in a pool of blood. On that sweltering day, the fireplace still blazed. The servants explained that the king had been calling for warmth in his final moments. Joffrey had witnessed death before and understood that blood loss could induce a chilling sensation. His father had lost so much blood, he must have felt utterly frozen. "I did my utmost," Master Pycelle stammered, trembling. "I have never seen such a will to life." Alas, he was too gravely injured. It was said that a wild boar had delivered the fatal blow while his father was intoxicated. Such an outcome was beyond his capacity for judgment. Was Sig correct? Was everything orchestrated by the gods? If it were indeed a deliberate act, even the divine would be unforgivable. Joffrey had no time for sorrow. He promptly sought out his mother. Their relationship had always been fraught, so her lack of tears was hardly surprising. "Dear Joffrey, you must grieve and face reality." His mother's expression was one of formidable resolve, leaving him perplexed. He blinked, realizing he held little affection for his father. Since he could remember, his father had engaged only in hunting, drinking, and berating his mother. Now, faced with such monumental change, Joffrey contemplated the responsibility of protecting his mother, brother, and sister, only to discover that his mother was far more resilient than he had anticipated. Crimson cloaks were everywhere. The Baratheon guards seemed to have vanished. He desired to assist but was met with refusal. His mother merely commanded him to return to his chamber and rest. Beside her, Master Pycelle appeared invigorated, as if rejuvenated by 2 decades. The commander of the city guard, clad in golden armor, wore a welcoming smile. Even the hounds remained. Only he found himself excluded. He felt wounded and, to mask it, donned once more the guise of arrogance, assuming a demeanor of haughty superiority. Truly, how utterly disappointing. He pondered this, maintaining an outward demeanor of indifference. 2 guards clad in crimson cloaks stood before him. Questions arose within his mind. Was he not a member of House Baratheon? Why were guards from House Lannister assigned to protect him? As he rode back to his chambers, he noticed details he had previously overlooked. For instance, the sigil on his attire was not solely the crown stack, but a combination of the crown stack and the roaring lion. Could it be that the roaring lion would supplant the crown stack in the future? He quickly dismissed such thoughts. His mother would not harm him. Such a notion was utterly blasphemous. A shadow appeared at the intersection. Since the battle in the Mountains of the Moon, he had grown exceedingly sensitive to any stirrings in the dark. The 2 crimson cloaks, despite their imposing presence, exhibited little vigilance. He reached for his battle axe, only to remember he had left it in his chambers. Long life the Red Keep, he thought, finding the phrase oddly unsettling as he urged his steed into a gallop and drew his sword. As his horse charged towards the shadow, his opponent barely had time to react. The steed reared, and his sword descended like a bolt from the blue. A startled scream pierced the air, causing him to flinch and exert greater effort to sheath his sword amid a wave of discomfort. You imbecile, do you wish to die? The 2 Lannister guards finally responded, hastening towards him. It was Sansa, the eldest daughter of House Stark, the girl destined to become his bride, whose visage was now pale with fright. Joffrey had never harbored any feelings for Sansa. His heart was solely captivated by Margaery. Your Highness, she stammered, her face ashen, not forgetting her manners, which rendered him unable to unleash his ire. Her cheeks were streaked with tears, clearly indicating that her distress stemmed from more than just the fright of the moment. He halted the 2 crimson cloaks, noting that Sansa had ventured out alone, without accompaniment. This was against protocol, although the Red Keep was exceedingly secure. A lady of the duchy ought not to wander alone. Dismounting, he seized the opportunity to collect his thoughts. Frankly, her presence was ill-timed, his mind was in disarray, and he had little desire to engage with her. She was still a child, while he had already stepped into adulthood. My dear lady, what predicament has compelled you to roam alone at such an hour? He asked dismissively. Sansa's large eyes shimmered with unshed tears, on the verge of spilling over. Your Highness, I fear I may never see you again. I cannot fathom what is unfolding. May the gods have mercy on me. Her tears were genuine. Yet he felt no resonance with her plight. Having witnessed the cruel realities of battle, he no longer regarded romantic attachments as significant save for his feelings for Margaery. At this moment, he yearned not for Sansa, but for his swordsmanship instructor. You are truly heartless. To remain unmoved by my impending departure is quite callous. Do you realize that since I learned of my father's plan to secretly send my sister and me away from King's Landing, I have been utterly restless? She lamented, lost in her own narrative. He considered the situation, thinking perhaps this was for the best. At least there would be no further obstacles between him and Margaery. All along, the Duke of Stark had eyed him with a peculiar gaze, likely due to the marriage arrangement with Sansa and his unspoken affection for Margaery. Why are you out so late? He inquired politely. I went to seek the Queen. She listened to my troubles with kindness and advised me to persuade my father. She replied, tears streaming down her face. But she does not comprehend how obstinate he is. Not only does he wish to send me back, but he also hinted at his reluctance to allow you to take me as your wife. This revelation was a first for Joffrey, who seemed unbothered. In a certain sense, it was rather good news. Very well, dear Sansa, the Duke of Stark must have misjudged me. I shall endeavor to present my case to him. After all, you are a Duke's daughter. Please refrain from any actions that would breach decorum. Perhaps he possessed a flair for theatrics, despite his lack of genuine interest in Sansa. He feigned utmost attentiveness. After much persuasion, he convinced her to ride his horse while he walked alongside, leading the steed. Fortunately, the Prime Minister's residence was not far away. He made efforts to jest, finally managing to amuse the young lady. The entire Prime Minister's guard was mobilized, yet their commander, Jory, was mysteriously absent, replaced by a rather rotund fellow whose gaze suggested a lack of combat prowess. The Northern Guard seemed astonished that Sansa was in his company, rudely separating the two. Sansa appeared crestfallen, repeatedly apologizing, while Joffrey remained indifferent, preferring their rudeness as it provided justification for distancing himself from this place in the future. The guard's unexpected hostility alleviated some of his concerns, and Joffrey felt elated, eager to return to seek out Myrcella. He longed to see her and had many inquiries, yet simultaneously feared the encounter, his emotions tangled in an ineffable turmoil. Amidst this tumultuous season, his anxiety threatened to drive him to madness. "Wait!" The Duke of Stark's voice called from behind. Though reluctant to engage further with this family, Joffrey forced himself to turn, donning a smile. "Respectable Prime Minister," he bowed. "At such a time, especially with your father's body scarcely cold, you find the inclination to stroll and chat with a young lady." His tone was sharp, laced with animosity. Joffrey felt bewildered by the accusation. After all, it was your daughter who had ventured out. "No, it was I who left on my own accord," little Joffrey interjected, oblivious. Sansa, in tears, defended him, and although he appreciated her support, her weeping only served to exacerbate the situation. The Duke's gaze grew increasingly piercing. "Things are chaotic. I have just returned from my travels and had matters concerning Lady Stark and my uncle to discuss. Since you are busy, perhaps we can converse another time." Unjustly reprimanded. Anger ignited within him, giving rise to vengeful thoughts. His mother and grandfather must be furious regarding his uncle's affairs. "Since you treat me thus, I might as well allow the situation to escalate, so you may feel the wrath of House Lannister." The Duke hesitated. "You should not be here. I offered you an opportunity." He began to utter some nonsensical phrases that left Joffrey perplexed. "I suggest you return immediately and gather your belongings with the Queen." The Duke sighed, his expression one of profound sympathy. He could not comprehend why, despite being a prince, with his mother as queen and his father now deceased, he was compelled to pack his belongings and depart. Was this what they called a coup? As this thought crossed his mind, he grasped the hilt of his sword. A shiver ran down his spine, and he broke into a cold sweat. "Uncle Eddard, you were a dear friend to my father for many years. Now, while his body is still warm, you seek to seize power." The sound of the sword being unsheathed echoed, yet the Duke's countenance remained unchanged. Joffrey struggled to fathom the motives behind the Duke's actions, as he appeared to be driven by a sense of compassion while attempting to usurp the estate of a vulnerable widow and her orphan child. Ultimately, Duke Eddard restrained his thoughts. "There is no point in further discussion. I shall grant you one more night. I implore you not to squander my goodwill." Chapter 74, A Game of Thrones, 2, Betraying Your Good Intentions. Joffrey was consumed by rage. Such sanctimonious words were the most hypocritical he had ever heard. Everyone spoke of Lord Stark's unwavering devotion to honor above life itself, and he had finally witnessed the true essence of that honor. The king's guards forcibly dragged Sansa away, while Lord Stark maintained his insincere facade. Gritting his teeth, Joffrey turned his horse around. Resolute in the face of death, he would not retreat. How desperately he wished to seek out Myrcella, yet circumstances left no room for delay. The duplicitous Lord Stark was scheming to usurp power, exuding an air of confidence. He had to warn his mother. They could not remain passive. With a look of alarm on his face, he galloped through the streets, accompanied by 2 anxious knights clad in red cloaks. Time was of the essence. No wonder the Lord had sent Sansa away from King's Landing. No wonder he opposed the marriage this noble Lord of the North harbored ulterior motives. Joffrey could scarcely believe it, yet he had no choice but to accept the reality. Upon his frantic return to his mother's chambers, he found the place ablaze with light, the red cloak standing at attention. Without waiting for the guards to announce him, Joffrey burst into the hall. The arrangement within astonished him. Opulent yet elegant furnishings had been replaced by long tables and a strategy platform. The vessels of Casterly Rock had gathered in King's Landing, knights and lords alike bearing grave expressions. They appeared equally surprised by Joffrey's intrusion. "Mother, something has transpired. Lord Stark intends to betray us. We must act immediately." His mother and the others exchanged glances. "What have you discovered, Joffrey? Why do you say this?" Joffrey recounted the events that had unfolded on his way back. "Thus, Mother, and esteemed lords, it is evident that Lord Eddard has made preparations. He has granted us a night to depart. Undoubtedly, if we remain in King's Landing tomorrow, we shall face disaster. I propose uniting with the lords of the city, particularly those with knights and guards. If necessary, I hope the city watch can be mobilized. Furthermore, let Myrcella and Tommen leave first." His mother raised a hand to halt his words. A smile plastered across her face. The Grand Maester, Pycelle, shook his head repeatedly, chuckling, "Your Grace. It appears that old Pycelle has become muddled. he has aired in his address. Truly, you possess the makings of a great ruler. We are deliberating on Lord Stark's betrayal. As you suspected, the matter is indeed grave. The Queen Mother refrained from troubling you with this information, but it seems you have already disowned the truth. What was Pycelle saying? Joffrey scrutinized his surroundings, only then realizing that the Queen's chambers had transformed into a command center. We must act at once. And summon Uncle Renly. I recall he commands hundreds of elite warriors, which could prove invaluable. Your Majesty is indeed wise, though you are still quite young. Remarked a diminutive man who entered from the doorway. It was the Master of Coin, Lord Peter Baelish. Esteemed Queen Mother, and Your Grace, I have ascertained the traitor's precise movements. We can lay our plans with ease tomorrow. While his mother and the others were elated, Joffrey found himself puzzled. What had he missed? Why was he deemed too young? The grey-green eyes of Baelish seemed capable of piercing through his thoughts. It is indeed a mark of your sagacity, Your Majesty, to discern the Duke of Stark's machinations. However, it is rather naive to expect assistance from Renly. Joffrey noticed the disdain in his uncle's address, as he refrained from bestowing a title upon him. He found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. Dear child, you are exceedingly brave. This journey has transformed you immensely. Yet, your kindness blinds you to the treachery of human nature, the former Queen Mother stated solemnly. You must heed my instructions. Tomorrow is a day that will determine our fates. Should you triumph, the throne will be yours, and Myrcella and Tommen shall enjoy lives of opulence. If you fail, we shall all be doomed to irredeemable ruin. He felt the weight of many gazes upon him, some even glimmering with anticipation. Unsure of how to react, he felt a surge of blood rush through him. At the break of dawn the following day, Joffrey donned his attire with great care. Despite his mother's insistence that he simply wear the formal robes of a king, he was resolute in his choice to wear armor. The armor, unlike the robes, could not be hastily prepared overnight. It paled in comparison to the fiery red cloak he had expected. Its metallic hue shimmered with a bright silver luster, a reflection of the blacksmith's diligent craftsmanship. The emblem of a stag frolicking with a lion adorned his armor, both in embellishments and fabric. His helmet was held by a hound, ready to be donned for the impending battlefield. Under his mother's insistence, he relinquished his accustomed battle axe in favor of a splendid yet impractical half-sword. On the other side, a Lannister guard wielded a round shield reinforced with iron as protection. Early in the morning, all Lannisters and Baratheon guards were summoned. He and his mother stood before the throne, flanked by a throng of supporters, awaiting the unfolding of events. Information from the hand of the king flowed in ceaselessly. For the first time, Joffrey realized the extent of his mother's intelligence network. He had heard from Varys and Littlefinger about the significance of information in warfare. Praying that the Stark family possessed no similar intelligence apparatus, otherwise, their chances would diminish considerably. Despite being surrounded by soldiers and clad in full armor, his confidence was notably less than it had been in the Moon Mountains. Here, there was no Littlefinger. And his opponent was the Guardian of the North, who had aided his father in seizing the throne. It was said that Northern warriors were exceptionally formidable, under equal conditions. One Northern soldier could withstand 10 knights of the 7 kingdoms. Joffrey had always scoffed at such claims, believing that no swordsman, even a dragon rider reborn, could single-handedly combat 10 foes, let alone a mere Northern soldier against 10 times his number, who would surely be reduced to mere pulp. Nonetheless, he dared not underestimate the Northern warriors. Surely, they could hold their ground against 2 adversaries, he mused anxiously. Although the Lannisters boasted a considerable number of knights, could they truly outnumber their foes 2 to 1? What if they faltered in close combat? He was confident in his ability to carve a bloody path through the fray. However, aside from his mother, there was Myrcella and Tommen to consider. Could he ensure the safety of them all? He increasingly longed for Violetta. Had she been present, he would not have been so passive. If only Syd were here, he could confidently proclaim victory in battle. All hail Andor, King of the Lannisters and the First Man, ruler of the 7 kingdoms and guardian of the realm, His Majesty King Joffrey I of the Baratheon and Lannister houses, the Grand Maester intoned resoundingly. What was amiss? He could comprehend the mention of Joffrey of House Baratheon, yet why include House Lannister? Duke Eddard Stark approached him, accompanied by his esteemed lords and a multitude of soldiers. Despite his mental preparation, Joffrey could not shake the nervousness. The cursed Iron Throne felt increasingly uncomfortable. Gripping the hilt of his sword, his mind wandered to other concerns. The throne was adorned with blades and spikes. He worried about the fabric of his attire being torn. He shook his head in a wry smile. chastising himself for such distractions. In this state, he would not be surprised if he were to be slain. 3 Kingsguard stood resolutely before Duke Stark, forming a semicircle at the foot of the throne. Clad in full armor, their long white cloaks billowed behind them, and gleaming shields were strapped to their left arms. He cast a sidelong glance at his mother, who wore a silk gown embroidered with intricate lace, adorned with an emerald ring the size of a robin's egg and a golden circlet upon her head. He scanned for the Hound, who was fully armored, the ash-gray plate and fearsome dog-headed helm lending him a menacing air. His helmet tucked under his left arm, he stood tall. Aside from his northern guards clad in chainmail and grey cloaks, a host of gold-cloaked guards stood armed and alert. An unsettling sensation creeping into Joffrey's heart as he bowed his head to mask his expression. The Duke and his entourage halted before the Kingsguard. Their gazes met. And emboldened by his mother's encouragement, he rose to declare, "I command the council to prepare for the coronation with utmost haste." Everything felt surreal. He hoped to complete the ceremony within 2 weeks. "Today, I shall receive the oath of fealty from my lords," he emphasized, fixing a piercing gaze upon Duke Stark. Though he recognized the faintness of his hope, he still wished the Duke would reconsider. He did not wish to see Elias' father embroiled in rebellion. Despite the man's hypocritical demeanor, the potential consequences of exposing him, along with the image of weeping girls, filled him with dread. Duke Stark regarded him with a complex expression before addressing Lord Varys. "If you would be so kind as to deliver this letter to Lady Lannister." The Duke's phrasing was peculiar, as he disregarded Joffrey and directly engaged with his mother. Joffrey's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed and at a loss. Chapter 75, The Game of Thrones. 3. Mother cast a glance at the Guardian of the Realm, her lips curling into a sardonic smile. A visage she wielded with great finesse. "Prime Minister, do you believe you can seize power with but a mere piece of paper?" An ominous premonition loomed as she tore apart Father's will, its fragments scattering across the floor. Joffrey's eyes widened in disbelief. This was his father's testament. This was the king's decree. Sir Baelish was aghast. "We have a new king," Mother proclaimed nonchalantly, as though a king were merely a loaf of bread to be swapped out at will. "Lord Eddard." Her expression turned sharp, a sight Joffrey had never witnessed before. "The last time we met, you offered some counsel. Now it is my turn to return the favor." A thunderous roar emanated from her delicate throat. It was the first time he realized that a woman could produce such a sound. "Kneel, Stark. Kneel and swear fealty to the new king. I grant you leave to relinquish your position as Prime Minister and retire to the Grey Waste in peace. I, too, wish to return." The Duke's gaze was frigid as ice. Joffrey sensed a sound akin to shattering glass, an unnameable feeling welling up from within. Joffrey was unworthy of the throne. It was Stannis Baratheon who was the rightful heir. Though he had steeled himself for such an admission, it struck him like a thunderclap. He had anticipated the Duke to utter some vehement declaration akin to what nobleman is born with privilege. Yet he had not foreseen that his intent was to elevate Stannis to the throne. Setting personal biases aside, no one desired to see their uncle as King No One. A murmur of unrest rippled through the crowd. While no one spoke loudly, an undercurrent of dissent was palpable. All eyes were upon him, scrutinizing him as if he were an impostor. "Why?" he blurted out, realizing he had erred gravely in granting his adversary an opportunity to propagate lies. Yet, he could not suppress his curiosity about the rationale behind the Duke's usurpation of his birthright. "There is no justification, it is utterly unfounded," a voice within him insisted. Yet he hesitated to assert this, for reason implored him from within. The Duke was not that sort of man. If he did not seek to claim the throne for himself, there must be a compelling reason behind his actions. "Stark, you are courting your own demise." Mother's tone was not harsh, yet her words bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. "Sir Baelish, seize this traitor," she commanded once more with a voice that crackled like thunder. The bewildered Baelish shook his head in confusion. In the blink of an eye, he found himself ensconced in a cloak of grey and white. "You are merely seeking to usurp the throne," Mother mocked him. "Do you think Sir Baelish fights alone?" With the sound of steel being drawn, the Kingsguard and Lannister guards unsheathed their swords in unison. Joffrey was the only one among them who stood unarmed. What has gone awry? He pondered, desperate to understand the reason behind his disinheritance. "Kill them!" Mother shrieked. "Eliminate them all!" Joffrey wished to intervene, but was at a loss for how to proceed. His gaze darted swiftly behind him. The Hound would heed his command, but others would not. The grey cloaks were unlikely to assist, and what of the gold cloaks? Were they not supposed to stand with him? Or were they merely spectators? You leave me no choice, the Duke lamented, resembling a reluctant do-gooder on the verge of undertaking a loath task, his face etched with sorrow. He turned to signal the commander of the guard. Commander, please detain the queen and her children, but do not harm them. Return them to the royal quarters and assign guards. The situation was too peculiar, it ought not to be this way. Lord Stark appeared as though he wished for events to unfold differently, and why was his mother in such a state of agitation? Everything was tied to that reason. Lord Stark emphasized that it pertained to his lack of claim to inheritance. City guard! Yelled Yano Slint, as he donned his helmet. The gold cloaks lowered their spears and began to form ranks. Joffrey forced himself to cease pondering. The movements of the gold cloaks were inscrutable, and he mistrusted the frog-faced man. Should anything go awry, he must safeguard his mother. Half drawing his sword, a Lannister guardsman hastily secured his shield. I wish for no needless bloodshed, Lord Stark bellowed. Tell your men to lower their weapons, and there will be no. Amidst the cries of anguish, a spear pierced the chest of the Prime Minister's captain, blood gushing forth, the man's longsword slipping from his grasp. Before the sword could hit the ground, he was lifeless. The treacherous strike by Stryling had taken the life of a northern knight, whose throat was slit. The Duke's subordinate unleashed a flurry of swordplay, forcing back the Lannister guards. He sidestepped the thrust from a gold cloak but could not evade the hound's cleaving blow. The first strike severed his wrist, and the second cleaved him from shoulder to breastbone. No! Lord Stark's eyes turned crimson. He drew his renowned sword, Ice. At that moment, Peter Baelish attempted to strike against him with a dagger, only to be elbowed aside. You traitor! Lord Stark roared, resembling a madman. Ice was extraordinarily sharp. In a single sweeping motion, two spears were severed. The momentum of the sword did not wane, inadvertently toppling a Lannister knight. You are too close to my mother. Cease this at once. That is an order. Yet no one heeded him. Joffrey, helpless, stepped in front of Lord Stark. Ice transformed into a tempest of steel. He maintained a defensive posture in the confined space, neither attacking nor retreating. His round shield shattered under two blows, rendered useless. He could only parry with half of his sword, striving to evade the blade's edge, employing a technique of deflection for defense. The Duke's strength was formidable. Although his swordplay was unembellished, it was highly effective. In just 3 exchanges, his arm grew weary, and even lifting it became a challenge. The grip on the hilt caused his palm to split, blood flowing freely. He gritted his teeth, concentrating on fending off the Duke's onslaught. A clear ring resonated through the air. Without needing to turn, he recognized it was Brienne, as only her longsword possessed such finesse. The bright gleam of her blade relieved some of his burden. Joffrey hastily retreated, drenched in sweat, unable to maintain his grip on his half-broken sword. He let the shattered steel clatter to the ground. You nearly met your end, the hound cautioned as he approached, vigilant. He perceived admiration in the hound's eyes, indeed. He had performed commendably, able to hold his own against the frenzied Lord Ned, earning a place among the esteemed knights. Alas! Eddard Stark let out a mournful cry as a black lance pierced his left foot. The resplendent swordplay dissipated, and Varys swiftly exited the circle. The Duke leaned heavily on his ice spear, struggling to rise. His gaze was filled with profound sorrow and indignation. You scoundrel, you had promised me. His eyes fixed on Peter Baelish. I did warn you not to trust me, Littlefinger quaked, encircled by the Lannister soldiers. Esteemed lords, we have witnessed the most riveting Game of Thrones today. Yet, the treachery and deceit within it made me feel nauseous, Joffrey declared, standing beside Varys. Addressing his ministers and mother. I do not wish for the bloodshed to continue. If you seek to leave a favorable impression on the future king, I implore you to show mercy and expeditiously tend to all the wounded present. He gestured for the hound to stand behind him. You too. As well as you and you, he indicated 2 Lannister warriors, 2 Kingsguard, and 1 in a golden robe. Follow me, we must put an end to this slaughter. My dear Joffrey, such is the nature of the struggle for power. If one does not prevail, one perishes, his mother attempted to interject. But he silenced her with a raised hand, revealing his wounded right hand. Upon seeing his injury, the queen bowed her head. I understand the stakes. But I must remind you and all those still living, he sternly surveyed the whole, that I have emerged victorious, and henceforth, the rules are dictated by me. I do not wish for further bloodshed. With a fierce swing of his right hand, blood splattered across the ground. He glanced again at the unconscious Duke Stark, letting out a sigh. Immediately, tend to those who can still be saved and escort them to my chambers for confinement. I do not wish to see anyone perish within my quarters. He turned to his two most trusted companions, gaining their silent affirmation. Despite no prior agreement, an unspoken understanding existed among them. Let us proceed and put an end to the massacre. Her golden eyes underwent a transformation. They first shifted to a deep purple, then to a pitch-black hue, with the purple and gold swirling chaotically before finally settling into darkness. In that moment, Six seized control of her body, allowing the soul of the wolf to wail in the murky sea of consciousness. Six seized control of her body, allowing the soul of the wolf to wail in the murky sea of consciousness. The sound of boots scraping against the floor echoed sharply in the silence, particularly harsh to canine ears. Six felt an urge to curse. She growled softly at him, then, disregarding his reaction, dashed up the stairs. The wolf's senses were extraordinarily sharp, and Six reveled in this advantage. An expression of disbelief etched upon his face. White Spirit growled softly at him, then, disregarding his reaction, she sprinted up the stairs. The wolf possessed exceptionally acute senses, needing to pause at each turn and hesitate before every shadow. For a wolf, hesitation and indecision were superfluous. Six forged ahead, silently clearing the path for John. Discerning the precise source of sounds would have been impossible, necessitating pauses at each corner and hesitations before every shadow. For a wolf, there was no room for hesitation or indecision. Sig led the way, silently clearing a path for John. He had come only upon sensing the change. The black mist swirled chaotically within the tower. As she searched for the source of the dragging sound, she also sought the core of the black fog. Corn! 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 The cawing of crows was sharp and frantic. These crows were no ordinary blackbirds. Each one was imbued with magic, differing only in the magnitude of their power. John was foolish to reveal himself. She crouched low to the floor, inching closer, hoping John would provide cover for a surprise attack. A shadow within a shadow emerged. A figure clad entirely in black and draped in a cloak, with a hood obscuring its face. It glided toward the bear in a peculiar manner. Sig recognized the bear's scent, knowing he was still alive. Beneath the hood, a cold blue light flickered like sunlight dancing on water. With a sudden leap, she opened her jaws wide and pounced upon the shadow. She was certain she had seized something, yet no screams or wails followed. The opponent was immensely strong. Icy blue eyes flickered like sunlight dancing upon water. She leapt into the air, mouth agape, and pounced upon the shadow. She felt her teeth close around something. Crows flitted chaotically in the air, continuing their cries of corn. Corn! Corn! John's movements were sluggish, and after a prolonged wait without assistance, Sig resolved to alter her strategy. Otherwise, White Spirit would perish here. She released her grip, following the direction of her roll, and using the momentum to regain a favorable position. With a swift bite, she seized the curtains and yanked them down. Moonlight flooded the room. A pair of black hands floated in the air, swollen fingers writhing incessantly. Sig leaped aside, leveraging her agility to evade the black hands, but unexpectedly, the shadow pressed down upon her, pinning her beneath its weight. The shadow was heavy, so heavy. And she struggled with all her might. Finally, John made his move. The sound of the longsword piercing flash and shattering bomb echoed through the air. The shadow did not cry out, its breath was as cold as ice. Finally extricating itself, it hastily crawled aside, extending its tongue to gasp for air. And she struggled with all her might. No! At last, John made his move. The sound of the longsword piercing flash and shattering bomb echoed through the air. The moonlight bleached the shadow, illuminating the pallid face beneath the hood. John charged at the undead, striking its nose with fervor. He succeeded in landing a blow. This intensity of combat was too much even for the body of the ice-filled wolf. If Violet were to witness its current disheveled state, she would surely burst into laughter. Until he finally fell. A severed arm dragged him down, crawling over him as if it were alive. With a scream, a gaping wound visible down to the bone appeared beneath the cerulean eyes. Arthur! John cried out in agony. By the gods, you should be dead. He continued to retreat. Employing the brain of a wolf, pondered slowly. The wolf's mind, enhanced by its unique physiology, could instinctively make correct judgments regarding combat and movement without thought. Yet it struggled with logic and abstract concepts, driving one to madness. The result of its arduous contemplation was the corpse fiend. Stay back! John's scream was high-pitched, almost feminine. Employing the brain of a wolf, pondered slowly. The wolf's mind, enhanced by its unique physiology, could instinctively make correct judgments regarding combat and movement without thought. John raised his sword high above his head. Stay back! He shouted in a frenzy. Corn! 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 The crows joined in the cacophony. Dark, sinister arms crawled up Jon's clothing, as if seeking to burrow through the seams. Sig revealed its claws, swiftly swiping to brush the repugnant black arms off Jon's body. Even by wolf standards, the undead's arm was unpalatable. It opened its mouth to crunch the severed limb. The sound of shattering bones was particularly chilling in the stillness of the night. Jon swung his sword down heavily, yet the thing still moved. It lunged forward, knocking Jon down. His sword flew aside as the corpse pressed upon him, its black hands reaching into his mouth. Sig stood stunned. The sound of shattering bones was particularly chilling in the stillness of the night. Jon swung his sword down heavily, yet the thing still moved. It lunged forward, knocking Jon down. His sword flew aside as the corpse pressed upon him, its black hands reaching into his mouth. Sig stood stunned. Realizing that to rid themselves of this menace, it would have to do what it had long resisted. As it steeled itself mentally, it leapt forth, targeting the undead's abdomen. The wolf's fangs pierced the tough skin, severing tendons and muscles, tearing open the flesh to reveal the innards. Uncertain of the thing's weakness, it relied solely on instinct to drag out and rend the entrails. For the first time, it discovered that wolves could indeed vomit. With immense determination, it suppressed the urge to retch, driving itself to continue the fight. Behind, there were other sounds, the scent of bare men, who seemed weak and barely awake. Burn! 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 The crows continued their chaotic cries. The flames erupted with a sudden explosion of searing heat, drawing near. White fanged. Upon hearing Jon's shout, it suppressed the urge to retch, driving itself to continue the fight. Behind, there were other sounds, the scent of bare men, who seemed weak and barely awake. Burn! 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 The crows continued their chaotic cries. The flames erupted with a sudden explosion of searing heat, drawing near. White fanged. Upon hearing Jon's shout, it leapt away from the corpse demon. Black liquid oozed from the demon's body, and the bitter taste caused White Fang to convulse, forcing both the man and the wolf to retreat continuously against the onslaught of heat. In one corner of the room, black mist billowed. There lay a long sword. The demon ignited like a bundle of dry kindling upon contact with the flames. The fire blazed fiercely, forcing both the man and the wolf to retreat continuously against the onslaught of heat. In one corner of the room, black mist billowed. There lay a long sword. Jon shouted from the periphery of the flames. The wolf's eyes stung with pain, tears streaming down, its sensitive nose rendered ineffective by the acrid smoke. The source of the mutation he sought. Summoning all his strength, he leapt into the inferno, risking his fur being singed. White fanged. Come back. As its fangs clamped onto the hilt, the searing pain nearly made it recoil, and in its heart, it whispered an apology to White Fang. Even its claws softened by the intense heat. Time was of the essence. Disregarding the overwhelming heat, it lunged at the Valyrian steel sword. As its fangs clamped onto the hilt, the searing pain nearly made it recoil, and in its heart, it whispered an apology to White Fang, urging the wolf to shatter the glass and leap through the window. The moment the sword departed through the window, the black mist dissipated, and Sig returned to his own body. Longclaw, that was the name of the sword. He had uncovered the sword's significance from the annals of the world as memory. Longclaw would propel Jon Snow into history. Without this legendary blade, he must first bear witness to the future he was destined to guide. Until then, endurance was paramount. Chapter 77, Chaos and Countermeasures. The usurper amassed his forces in the Riverlands. As Theon unfolded the letter, he endeavored to distill its essence. Lord Edmure of Riverrun had dispatched envoys to Casterly Rock to lodge a protest with Lord Tywin and seek an explanation. Phew! What other intentions could there be? Once the army is assembled, an offensive will surely follow, Robb mused, shaking his head. Theon continued to peruse the letter. Lord Edmure of Riverrun had dispatched envoys to Casterly Rock to lodge a protest with Lord Tywin and seek an explanation. Phew! What other intentions could there be? He swore to your mother that he would never cede an inch of the Tullylands. Should the Lannisters dare to strike, he would ensure the golden-haired lion would suffer. Extracting what he deemed significant, Lord Edmure commanded Vance and Pate to guard the pass at the Golden Tooth. He swore to your mother that he would never cede an inch of the Tullylands. Should the Lannisters dare to strike, he would ensure the golden-haired lion would suffer. An envoy had been sent by their uncle, who also swore an oath. This was promising news, yet he was not the Duke of Riverrun. What of my grandfather? One piece of information made him squint. The lady cautioned that your uncle was certainly no warrior, had Lord Hotting not been gravely ill. Such camaraderie had faded. He even found himself somewhat apprehensive of the unfamiliar Robb. He scrutinized the letter for any mention of Lord Hotting, but regrettably, there was none. However, she seemed to harbor little faith in Riverrun's ability to withstand the Lannister host. Rob's heavy breath indicated his somber mood, yet this display of emotion soon dissipated. He sighed inwardly, reflecting on the vast disparity between their stations. Now even their capabilities diverged. Would they ever truly stand shoulder to shoulder in battle? He had long envied the bond between King Robb and Duke Stark, believing he and Robb shared a similar connection as brothers by fate. Yet lately, he felt increasingly impotent. He sighed inwardly, reflecting on the vast disparity between their stations. Now even their capabilities diverged. Would they ever truly stand shoulder to shoulder in battle? He had long envied the bond between King Robb and Duke Stark, believing he and Robb shared a similar connection as brothers by fate. Yet lately, he felt increasingly impotent. Could he ever catch up to Robb's stride? Theon gradually lost confidence. Moreover, the lady candidly expressed her waning faith in the Vale. Lady Lisa. The Eyrie and Winterfell combined wielded a far greater force than Casterly Rock, undoubtedly holding the advantage. What purpose did her defensive stance serve? As the Eyrie was easily defensible, they could muster a formidable army for an offensive without the burden of excessive defensive considerations. Lady Lisa was foolish. In this moment, Riverrun. The death of the Duke of the Vale was indeed ill-timed. Had he still been alive, Casterly Rock would never have dared to act with such arrogance. I hope my aunt can reconsider her stance. Theon remained silent. His perspective diverged from Robb's. The true blunder lay with Lady Stark. Her unilateral decision to apprehend the imp had incited the wrath of House Lannister. It was evident that the order had not originated from Lord Eddard. I hope my aunt can reconsider her stance. Theon remained silent. His perspective diverged from Robb's. The true blunder lay with Lady Stark. Her unilateral decision to apprehend the imp had incited the wrath of House Lannister. It was evident that the order had not originated from Lord Eddard. Where Duke Stark lost both his captain of the guard and his most elite attendants. Following this, House Lannister unleashed its forces upon the Seven Kingdoms, prompting the Duke to dispatch half of his guards in pursuit of the mountain. Theon had long expressed dissent. Lord Ned's actions significantly undermined Winterfell's influence in King's Landing. Had House Lannister sought to confront them, they could have easily disregarded Winterfell's stronghold in the north and directed their efforts solely against Lord Ned. Regrettably, his sage counsel went unheeded, as Robb insisted that King Robert held Lord Ned in high esteem, and as long as the king remained in good health, Lord Ned's position would be as solid as a rock. Reflecting on the discussions from a month prior, a bitterness filled Theon's heart. King Robert's untimely demise arrived merely 2 days after the news of Lord Ned's capture. Soon, a flurry of grim tidings began to pour in. Upon witnessing Maester Luwin arrive with a raven, everyone fell ill with dread, turning to the gods in prayer. The influence of Winterfell in King's Landing had been completely obliterated. King Robert's unexpected demise came just 2 days before news of Lord Eddard's capture reached them. Subsequently, a relentless barrage of grim tidings followed. Yet the details surrounding the king's death and Lord Ned's capture were gradually corroborated. The king's passing was not as difficult to grasp in Theon's memories. King Robert was as robust as a bear, and one would expect him to endure for at least another 30 years. His demise evoked a sense of lament. Yet nothing more. The ensuing speculation revolved around the regency of the Queen and whether Joffrey would permit Lord Ned to retain his position as Hand of the King. The answer was evidently negative. Consequently, discussions shifted towards the swift return of Lord Ned. The primary concern lay in the potential interference by House Lannister during Lord Ned's journey home. The answer was evidently negative. Thus, discussions turned towards hastening Lord Eddard's return. The genuine concern was the possibility of House Lannister obstructing Lord Eddard's journey home. Consequently, however, within 2 days, a cascade of ill tidings ensued. The initial reports were exceedingly chaotic, with claims that Joffrey had ascended the throne amidst conflict during the coronation ceremony, followed by news of the Lannister rebellion and the Prime Minister being besieged in King's Landing. As anxiety enveloped the masses awaiting further intelligence, no additional ravens arrived. Some claiming Joffrey had already ascended the throne and that conflict had erupted during the coronation ceremony. Then came news of a rebellion by House Lannister. Lord Edmure informed Winterfell that their informants in King's Landing had painstakingly relayed news that the Prime Minister's tower had been drenched in blood. The awaited raven finally came from the direction of Riverrun. Lord Edmure informed Winterfell that their informants in King's Landing had diligently relayed news that the Prime Minister's tower had been drenched in blood. And Winterfell's influence in King's Landing had been completely eradicated. Countless officials, knights, and retainers had perished, including the likes of Septa Mordain, Tomard, Cain, and Veon, among hundreds slaughtered. The only resemblance lies in the winter of my 7th year in the town of Pike. The entire Winterfell is engulfed in panic. People are at a loss, remaining shrouded in uncertainty. Theon had never envisioned Winterfell in such dire straits. In my recollection, the only resemblance lies in the winter of my 7th year in the town of Pike. The entire Winterfell is engulfed in panic. People are at a loss. The chaos of the city is lost on Theon, who, as Rob's confidant, is convened in the hall of discussions alongside the captain of the guards, the master of hounds, the maester, and the knightly vessels surrounding Winterfell. He has never witnessed Rob in such a manner. He appears as if encased in ice. No longer the 15-year-old boy but a cold-hearted lord. With an emotionless voice as frigid as ice, he relays the grim tidings from King's Landing and seeks counsel. We must mobilize our forces. Only the sword can clarify our stance, Theon asserts, the first to step forward, eager to prove himself as Rob's brother. No longer the 15-year-old boy but a cold-hearted lord. With an emotionless voice as frigid as ice, he relays the grim tidings from King's Landing and seeks counsel. We must mobilize our forces. Only the sword can clarify our stance, Theon asserts, the first to step forward, eager to prove himself as Rob's brother. He should be able to provide an accurate response. Master Luwin's approach remains prudent, as it is with his team. However, Theon disagrees, deeming it too slow. In warfare, perhaps in King's Landing, Lord Ned is preoccupied with matters of great import and cannot attend to everything. I shall dispatch the finest raven to Maester Pycelle in King's Landing. We can publicly declare it as a response to the threat posed by House Lannister, especially since the King's forces are amassing at the borders of House Tully. Time and efficiency are paramount, hence Master Luwin is a maester, not a knight. We can gather our troops while simultaneously gathering intelligence. As for the reason for mobilization, Master Luwin opposes this, urging the assembly to consider the resources of Winterfell. It is not merely a matter of gold, there is also food to consider. Gathering an army requires provisions, and should the nobles arrive with their forces while we lack sufficient supplies, it could lead to insurrection. Rob wears a look of confusion, remaining silent as if embodying the Duke of Stark from Theon's memories, allowing others to voice their opinions before offering his own. Yet, can Rob truly render a decision? Whom can he consult? Theon yearns for him to seek his counsel but fears he may not provide a strategy worthy of Rob's expectations. Reluctantly, remaining silent as if embodying the Duke of Stark from Theon's memories, allowing others to voice their opinions before offering his own. Yet, can Rob truly render a decision? Whom can he consult? Theon yearns for him to seek his counsel but fears he may not provide a strategy worthy of Rob's expectations. Reluctantly, he acknowledges that the fates of all in Winterfell stand at a crossroads, and the future hinges upon Rob's decision.